Chapter 101. After a quick farewell to Yoji, in less than 3 minutes, Yun Taehwan changed his clothes and piloted his mecha into battle. Perhaps because this location wasn't close to the front lines. The number of defense troops wasn't large, but their quality was indeed reliable. For example, standing at the forefront of the battle formation were 2 Fafnir Beast-type mechas, piloted by Yun and Dusei respectively. Dusei's mecha even featured his signature dark blue paint. Behind him was a completely crimson Fafnir. A Fafnir Red Witch-type mecha specialized for close-quarters combat, piloted by the red-haired girl Cannon, who had been with Dusei earlier. Although young, she was a battle-hardened soldier. Her skill in piloting the Fafnir was no less than the previous 2. These 3 alone constituted a formidable lineup. However, after the attack, they saw no trace of the enemy, only through the senses of the synergy circuits. They felt a strange tremor through Fafnir's feet, as if the earth itself was shaking. Then, the enemy something calmly emerged from the ground. "What is that?" Yun Taehwan murmured in astonishment. The enemy that revealed itself on the snowfield was something he had never seen before, with a worm-like appearance. If it were merely ugly, that would be one thing, but it also possessed a massive, worship-like form. And the next second after appearing, it opened its mouthparts, from which countless bizarrely shaped creatures were released. And if Yun Taehwan wasn't mistaken, the name of those creatures was. It's a beta? Map. Human Innovation Alliance, Winter Country, Far North Defense Research Base. Friendly. Human Innovation Alliance Army. Enemy, Beta. Battlefield background. In the research base behind the front lines, the Human Innovation Alliance is conducting intensive research on the Savior-type Fafnir. However, an unexpected enemy has appeared. It's the Beta. Using methods currently unknown, they have bypassed numerous defenses and suddenly launched an attack on this base. Although their intentions are still unclear, for the survival of humanity, we must do everything in our power to stop their advance. Victory condition: repel all attacking enemies. Bonus reward condition: protect the Savior-type Fafnir on the other side. After selecting the battlefield, Yu Zhao's mainframe displayed the details of this emergency mission. The Savior-type Fafnir. Looking at the message popping up on the screen, Yu Zhao recalled the settings of this type of mecha. If this is true, then this battle will indeed be a crucial turning point. And from then on, he was absolutely certain. After all, the Savior-type Fafnir was no longer just an ordinary machine. These creations, capable of maximizing the power of fragments of the star core, had, in a sense, transcended the framework of a weapon called Fafnir, and were closer to those Fistrums with special abilities. They could freely utilize assimilation crystals and miniature black holes, could continuously evolve themselves, generate weapons out of thin air, enhance their attack power, and even, if their willpower was strong enough, they could even directly devour and digest their enemies. In every sense, it could be considered a so-called mystical weapon. Perhaps its only drawback is that it's a bit too demanding on the pilot, Yu Zhao thought to himself. Meanwhile, in the sortie preparation interface, he changed the weaponry of the Ryuki 1. Instead of carrying the rapid-fire railgun, he replaced it with the most powerful weapon available to the Ryuki series from the original work, the photon rocket launcher. It could fire terrifying beams of light, with greater destructive power and superior penetration than the railgun. However, its drawback was its extremely high energy consumption. Compared to the railgun, it was noticeably less durable. Yu Zhao's choice of this weapon was naturally deliberate. After all, in the previous operation, the Betas had deployed a reinforced strike-class Ryuki. To deal with such an unexpected situation, preparing a high-powered weapon would be a better choice. Holding a half-full cup of Americano mixed with a lot of creamer, Luo Dongchuan, who was strolling around the hangar, suddenly caught sight of something interesting. So he lightly tiptoed and, taking advantage of the low-gravity environment, arrived at that spot, casually asking, "Hey, Fidel, you haven't had a moment's rest since earlier. What have you been busy with?" In contrast, Fidel, sitting in the cockpit of the prototype Savior Gundam Plus 11, was busy typing on the keyboard without looking up, replying, "Yeah, adjusting the machine. The newly assigned wingman, although he can barely establish a link through hacking, still has some compatibility flaws. So, to make this DI dagger work more smoothly with the prototype Savior Plus, the movements of 11 and the settings of various parts of the machine still need some modifications. Although I haven't received any instructions, I think I'm still more familiar with our ZFT machines." "Really? You're truly remarkable." Luo Dongchuan looked at his peer with a mixture of admiration and surprise. But then, his tone shifted again. "However, sometimes I still feel, aren't you going overboard, Fidel? We're just doing this for someone else. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Perhaps that's true. But I used to be very weak. I didn't dare, and couldn't, change my powerlessness. I even despaired to the point of wanting to believe in so-called fate. Vidal sighed, with a hint of self-deprecation. However, since coming to this world, Mr. Red One has shown me a path to a different future. A path where, through personal effort, not only can I change myself, but perhaps even the world. But then, his eyes regained their resolve and determination. That's why I've gone to such lengths. It's not just to repay the commander who gave me a second life. I also want to try and believe. Believe in my own potential. Possibility, huh? That's quite a romantic way of putting it. But, hey, you too. But at that moment, Wolf's shout and cold electronic voice interrupted their conversation. Let's leave the idle chatter for later, shall we? Now, it's time to strike. Chapter 102. Under the command of the commander of this research base, the counterattack tactics were quickly formulated. Centered on 2 Fafnir Behemoth-type units, the main force deployed defensive lines around the base, unleashing full firepower to repel the incoming Beta swarm. Simultaneously, a separate task force was dispatched to attack the enemy's troop transport unit. Namely, the giant worm-type Beta in the rear. The vanguard of this assault force was undoubtedly the Fafnir Red Witch type, specializing in mobility, and its pilot, Cannon Methans. Beta, huh? Even though it's a species we haven't actually fought, since they're all monsters. Let's just do it as usual, shall we? The red-haired girl's expression was calm, but the movements of the machine she piloted were ruthless and swift. Using its propulsion unit on its back, the Red Witch constantly shifted positions with short bursts of air, wielding her right hand's Luger spear, a greatsword-like weapon with a built-in railgun, usable for both close and long-range combat, cleaving several short-range targets with swift, clean cuts. Her left-hand weapon, one of Fafnir's universal armaments, a scaled-up version of the real-world weapon of the same name, the Scorpion submachine gun, also continued firing, suppressing the ever-emerging tank-class enemies. Soon, the corpses around the Red Witch began to pile up. Even so, the Special Operations Team's advance remained arduous. After all, faced with wave after wave of Beta attackers, the strength of these warriors was undoubtedly too insignificant. Meanwhile, the troops guarding the base faced equally immense pressure. Tisk, these bugs. No matter how many we kill, new ones just keep swarming in. It's endless. Sitting in the chest cockpit of the Fafnir Behemoth, facing the endless stream of monsters attacking on the panoramic screen, Hino Michio's expression showed a hint of impatient disgust. Due to a problem with his electromagnetic rifle during previous testing, Michio was forced to deploy the Behemoth using a replacement, the Garam 44 rifle. Although labeled a rifle, considering the Behemoth's size, more than twice that of a normal MS, it was undoubtedly more accurately described as a cannon. However, while this cannon was relatively stable, it suffered from the common flaw of all ballistic weapons, gurgle. Out of bullets. Pulling the trigger only produced the echo of the hammer striking empty air, causing Michio to grit his teeth in frustration. Although it was an uncommon weapon, he couldn't even control the amount of ammunition he had. Was it because he'd been used to being a test pilot here, and hadn't been on the front lines for a long time? Perhaps his combat skills had deteriorated, he thought. After firing the 2 grenades attached to his Garam 44 rifle, blasting away the advancing Betas, he opened the team's communication channel and shouted, "I need to reload. Cover me." "Roger that, supporting you." Upon hearing this, another Behemoth type, piloted by Yun Tae-hwan, gave a concise response, promptly providing cover and filling in the gaps. The plasma jet from the well-functioning electromagnetic rifle in his hand reduced the Betas, which were now within arm's reach, to ashes. Less than 3 seconds later, Daosheng piloted the reloaded Behemoth back to the front lines. Thanks? Damn it. Where did these Betas come from? This is practically the rear of the front lines. Standing beside Yun Tae-hwan, helping to establish a fire line, Daosheng chatted with him amidst the flying bullets of the battlefield. Underground, probably. That giant worm monster must have the ability to burrow extremely deep underground. That's how it managed to bypass the defenses and launch a surprise attack here. Heh, they actually managed to build something like that. What bad luck today. Did all the luck I had from being a safe test pilot here before run out? Don't worry, reinforcements will come. Yes. Such a sudden situation definitely won't escape that person's notice. That person? Captain Ian, are you talking about him? Realizing something, an incredulous look appeared on Daosheng's face. Immediately following, as if by magic, accompanied by the sound of thrusters slicing through the sky, several flashing, unfamiliar points of light appeared on the radar of the base's defenders. Watching the machines approaching from afar, Yun Tae-hwan nodded, responding to Dao Sheng's conjecture. Yes. It's him. Red 1. That's right. Half an hour into this intense battle, Red 1 intervened on the battlefield. Yu Xiao knew the origin of the giant, worm-like beta on the screen. Like the previously appeared enhanced strike class, it was something that hadn't appeared before humans in the Muv Love main timeline. A massive, living troop transport ship of the betas, a mothership class. Although it doesn't possess any particularly ferocious weapons, it can rapidly tunnel deep underground, evading existing human detection equipment, while simultaneously containing a large number of betas within its body, transporting them to the front lines undetected. In short, while it lacks outstanding individual combat capabilities, its threat level is still among the highest of all known betas. In the original work, the only mothership-class beta to appear was destroyed along with its nest in humanity's final operation before it was even completed. But in MechWarrior vs, the betas possess the ability to deploy them in actual combat. So, their level of evolution far surpasses that of the original work. Yu Xiao thought to himself. After confirming the beta's situation, Yu Xiao turned his attention back to the battlefield. Strange. And he discovered some noteworthy information. The released betas, though numerous, upon closer inspection, were mostly tank class, assault class, and attack class. Not only were there no enhanced special forces, like the strike class units, but even high-end units, like the beam class and fortress class were absent. Given that they dispatched a crucial mothership class unit, braving a long march to get here, it's highly unlikely they only brought such low-level troops. Therefore, Beta must have chosen to leave their mid to high-level units hidden within the mothership class units. In other words, their intention is to wage a war of attrition. The more Yu Xiao thought about it, the more likely it seemed. First, they use their numerically superior grunts to wear down the defenders' ammunition and manpower. Then, they send a small elite force to wipe out the exhausted base in one fell swoop. While constantly fighting the players, and humans, they also be making their own calculations. But unfortunately, since he was here today, he certainly wouldn't let them have their way. Yu Xiao's gaze sharpened, and he simultaneously formulated a strategy to counter this tactic. Then, by opening the tactical command interface and issuing different instructions to different team members, Yu Xiao conveyed the revised plan to the entire team. Chapter 103. Huh? Instead of attacking that big guy, we're focusing on evasion and defense. Luo Dongchuan asked in surprise upon receiving the new instructions. Wolf, hearing his voice on the communication channel, echoed his sentiment. Me too. Does this mean we're supposed to stay here and wait? The boss must have his reasons. Hey Fidel, what orders did you receive? Me? It's a little different from yours. I'm supposed to attack the large group of betas first, and then go all out on that worm-like thing. It seemed that only Fidel hadn't received such orders. He rested his chin on his hand, pondering the reason. I see. Am I supposed to lure the snake out of its hole? And he finally came to this conclusion. This was indeed Yu Xiao's consideration. After all, if the bug-type machines, bags, are first sent to eliminate the enemy's low-end forces, then when the enemy further deploys their Ray-class destroyers, these bugs will likely become priority targets and be shot down. Therefore, the strategy should be to lure the enemy out first. The method for luring the enemy is simple. Cause massive damage near that mothership-class vessel, then launch a full-scale attack on its main body. If their home base is raided, they simply can't remain calm. And currently, in his forces, who is the least worried about power and ammunition issues, able to wreak havoc over a wide area, and also possesses superior mobility. Naturally, it's Fidel, and his prototype, Savior Plus 11. Both the Amakusa and GM Sniper K9, equipped with Minovsky reactors, were unable to fly for extended periods. The Ryuki 1, capable of flight, was carrying a photon rocket launcher armament that consumed enormous amounts of energy. As for the Talgis, it was a type specialized for single enemy combat. Therefore, this heavy responsibility fell on his shoulders. And Fidel, naturally, accepted the task. Alright. Then let's go! With a serious expression, he chose to accept. After all, for him now, perhaps the more important the mission, the stronger his urge to complete it. So Fidel nodded firmly, and pushed the control sticks on both sides of the cockpit forward. Then, with a clanging mechanical sound, the prototype Savior Plus 11 transformed into its fighter-style MA form and took off at maximum speed. After Plus 11's transformation, its accompanying wingman, the DI Dagger, also unfolded its mechanical wings. Its radiant transmitter device created a magnificent spectacle of light behind the DI dagger, resembling wings of light. This not only allowed it to match the speed of the prototype Savior Plus 11 in its mobile armor form, but for a time, it even overshadowed the mainframe it was protecting. Following this, it used its Wolf Breaker beam turrets to clear obstacles for the prototype Savior Plus 11, and even the Human Reform Alliance troops on the ground. The prototype Savior Plus 11 would occasionally lower its nose and unleash its beam turrets, delivering a death sentence to the helpless beta group on the ground. Soon, while simultaneously shattering the ground, the prototype Savior Plus 11 approached the mothership-class vessel and, after transforming back into its MS form, unleashed a full-force attack together with the DI dagger. Just like a replica of Kira Yamato's 5-colored cannon tactic from the original work, the dazzling beams fired by the two machines simultaneously bombarded the exposed portion of the mothership-class vessel. However, after the smoke cleared, surprisingly, the giant worm, unharmed? What kind of material is its skin made of? Remained unscathed in its original location. The point of impact showed no trace of damage. An outer skin capable of rendering even beam weapons ineffective is not something an ordinary creature could possess. To completely defeat it, a powerful blow would likely be necessary. But that's not something I can do in my current state, Fidel thought resentfully. Fortunately, through the main monitor of his mobile suit, he could confirm that the mothership-class aircraft carrier had opened its massive, protruding mouth, indicating it was likely about to deploy its elite forces. Knowing he couldn't linger, having completed his mission, he gritted his teeth and turned the prototype Savior Gundam Plus 11 around, preparing to leave. If nothing unexpected happened, this should have been a successful decoy mission. That's right. If nothing unexpected happened. Beep beep beep. At that moment, a short warning beep accompanied by a red light illuminating the cockpit of the prototype Savior Gundam Plus 11. It was an optical weapon lock-on alarm. Generally speaking, this meant that the betas had deployed a beam-type weapon. But, Fidel looked at the radar. The enemy signals displayed on it had wavelengths different from usual. And they were not only rapidly spreading in multiple directions. Some were even positioned overhead? What the hell? Who are these guys? Fidel was stunned. He didn't recall any betas capable of such speed in previous battles, let alone flying. Weren't betas supposed to walk on the ground? However, before he could finish his thought, several blazing rays had already crisscrossed and attacked. Although Fidel did his best to dodge and maneuver, the incoming rays were more agile and multi-directional than usual. First his shield, then his shoulders. Many areas were hit by the laser beams. Finally, a beam of light pierced through the chest of the prototype Savior Plus 11 in an instant. In the distribution of human organs, that area is practically close to the heart. For a mobile suit, it is indeed as vital as the heart. The cockpit. Struck by this attack, the prototype Savior ceased its movement. Then, the Black Gundam crashed heavily to the ground, seemingly lifeless. This turn of events was truly abrupt. Not only was DI Dagger beside Fidel caught off guard, but even Yu Xiao was momentarily stunned. However, unlike Fidel, who hadn't been able to clearly see the enemy's true form, Yu Xiao, through the screen, saw the entire sequence of events clearly. Just now, the enemy that shot down Fidel's prototype Savior Plus 11 existed in multiple forms. They were about 18 meters tall, with a general framework resembling tactical mobile suits. But their appearances were vastly different. Its head possessed an insect-like compound-eyed structure, its body a flesh and blood exoskeleton, and sharp bone blades extended from its wrists, resembling a mutated mantis that always stood upright. The weapon racks on its back were two scarlet arms, and the weapons they held appeared to be some kind of variant of a beam-type weapon. It was this grotesque creature that had just unleashed a laser, shooting down Fidel's Savior Gundam. And could this enemy, with such an appearance, be the so-called Tactical Mobile Suit Beta? Chapter 104. Tactical Beta. They are also one of the new enemies encountered by humanity after venturing into space, according to the established lore. However, because they used the same weapons as humans at that time, their origins are obscured. One theory is that they were pseudo-beta tactical machines created by humans with ulterior motives. Another is that they were beta tactical machines created by the beta to better fight against humans. And it seems that MechWarrior VS provides the latter answer. Using their own secreted flammable chemicals as propellant to gain lift, employing living laser weapons modified from the Ray class, and possessing side-shaped armor-like organs similar to the Strike class. Undoubtedly, they are biological weapons that embody all the essence of the beta. At this moment, Yu Xiao belatedly remembered something. What had become of the prototype Savior Gundam Plus 11 that had been shot down? Fight? Damn it, those guys dared to. Luo Dongchuan's voice, hoarse with anxiety, came through the communication channel. Calm down, Luo. The identification signal is still alive. Losing your composure will only play into their hands. But as Wolf had said, the radar still showed the signal for the prototype Savior Gundam Plus 11. Moreover, a pinkish-purple silhouette stood steadfastly guarding its side, the DI Short Sword. Switching the Wolfbreaker turret on its back into beam greatsword mode, it unleashed a dazzling afterimage under the propulsion of the radiant transmitter, repeatedly forcing back several tactical beta units circling around it, preventing them from pursuing the fallen Black Gundam. If this partner system is still functioning, it proves that the prototype Savior Plus 11's various functions are still normal. Therefore, the task at hand is obvious. At least, ensure his safety. Although he's just an NPC, he's the partner you spent the most time with in the game. If possible, Yu Xiao doesn't want to see such a character end up leaving the team in disappointment during this battle. So he pushed the joystick, and Dragon Knight 1 spread its wings and soared into the sky. The enemy's tactical beta units naturally rushed out to try and intercept him. But Yu Xiao's piloting skills were ultimately superior, and this time he was also prepared. Therefore, although several dazzling lasers shot after Dragon Knight 1's trajectory, they could only brush past Dragon Knight 1, hitting the snow-covered ground. And the scorching heat, upon contact with the snow, evaporated countless thick, white, misty vapors. It spread further, obscuring the vision of the tactical beta units. Alright. Let's break through now. Yu Xiao, of course, wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Using the drifting snow smoke as cover, Dragon Knight 1 charged forward, accelerating. Breaking through the endless enemy lines, it didn't take long for him to reach the ground beside the prototype Savior Plus 11. At this moment, Wolf and his tall geese also seized the opportunity to arrive at the scene. Fide. Are you alright? Answer me if you're still alive. After landing, the white-haired man, guarding the prototype Savior Plus 11, asked in a loud voice. He seemed quite worried about his companion's survival, but had simply suppressed his feelings. Wolf. Captain? Yes. I'm alright. I can still fight. With a somewhat shaken response, prototype Savior Plus 11 slowly, but resolutely rose to his feet. Communication was restored, and his image appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. Although, perhaps due to damage to a section of the cockpit from the earlier shooting, the brown-haired youth's appearance on the screen was incomplete. About half was obscured by black noise and static. But at least, it could be confirmed that the exposed right half of Fidel's body was unharmed. He seemed alright. This relieved Yu Xiao. Although a little late, the GM sniper K9, under the cover of his companion Amakusa, had painstakingly torn through the enemy lines with a beam saber and pistol to reach this area and rendezvous. He overheard the conversation, and facing his colleague who narrowly escaped death, Luo Dongchuan shouted with a hint of reprimand, "Don't talk nonsense. With that half-dead machine, what do you think you can do in the current battle? No. It's precisely because of now that I have to keep fighting, and I have a suggestion. Commander, and Captain Wolf and Mr. Luo, please help me draw the enemy away." Draw the enemy away? Those tactical betas? Even if you manage to do that, what then? Victory is assured, Fidel declared decisively. His impassioned attitude surprised even Luo Dongchuan. He then explained his reasons. That worm's mouthparts. It will take some time to fully merge. I want to take this opportunity, separate the Plus 11A's backpack, and then crash into it. If we use the nuclear fusion reactor explosion within the Rebirth Gundam's core components, even that thing won't be able to stop it. Hey, that's too much of a stretch. No. This is a perfectly reasonable solution under the current circumstances, boss. What do you think? Along with Wolf's question, a pop-up window appeared on Yu Xiao's screen. Accept Fidel Yashima's operational proposal? There's no other way. At this moment, there's no more suitable solution. He thought. If that mothership-class vessel isn't dealt with, it will always be a troublesome threat. Therefore, Yu Xiao clicked the yes button without hesitation. In the next instant, he took the lead, piloting Dragon Knight 1 directly towards the nearby tactical beta. His suggestion received a positive response from Red 1. Looking at the friendly units around him regrouping for battle, Fidel also shut down the communication. That's great. But as he expressed his joy, he inexplicably let out a long sigh. Then he pulled down the mechanical keyboard on the side of the cockpit and began typing furiously. Then, by spreading the quantum virus, we can reverse engineer the system, thereby transferring the control of the machine from the hardware inside the cockpit to the machine's OS itself, complete. That way, without pedals and levers, Just inputting commands using this thing inside the cockpit will at least allow it to continue operating. Leaning his head back against the steel seat of the cockpit, Fidel smiled at the OS interface on the screen. Heh. You're really something, +11. Even something like this. He then looked up, muttering with a touch of nostalgia. This way, my life is complete. I never thought that in the very end, I could actually help. Help Mr. Red One. And then, the world from now on. A sense of satisfaction radiated from him. However, in contrast to this spirited Fidel, reality was cold and merciless. So, the remaining question. He lowered his head, looking at the body he had previously dared not look at. Clearly, his body had shrunk. From his left leg up to his chest, everything had vanished without a trace. The parts affected by the previous shooting had been easily vaporized in an instant by the high-temperature laser. The remaining part of his body was stuck to the cabin by charred flesh and steel. To be honest, the fact that he was still barely alive was already incredible. Fidel was also grateful that the cabin's cameras had been damaged in the attack. Otherwise, if they saw him in this terrible state, they would probably reject his proposal without a doubt, he thought. But all of that was irrelevant now. What mattered to him now was whether this body can hold out until the mission is finished. It's true, as Mr. Luo said, it's a bit of a stretch, but please. Just a little more, just a little more, and you be brave with me. His voice grew weaker, but his eyes were clearer than ever before. Through the damaged cabin, a howling wind swept in. But Fidel was no longer cold. Even the feeling of pain was gradually numbing. Up. +11. Against the backdrop of a clear, boundless sky, the Savior transforms and attacks once again. Chapter 105. The shift in the battle situation occurred suddenly. The Red One unit arrived on the battlefield, instantly striking deep into the enemy's rear. Following this, the enemy deployed an unprecedented new type of beta, which, after shooting down a black machine, dispersed to attack the Human Reform Alliance forces. With this new combat force possessing astonishing mobility and firepower, the already small infiltration force was further decimated. But for the red-haired girl named Canon Meffens, since the orders hadn't been updated, her task remained unchanged. That is, to defeat as many enemies as possible. Fafnir Red, which type nimbly moved through the enemy ranks, always maintaining a direct line of sight with the new betas, preventing them from launching beam attacks from within Fafnir's blind spots. Her gaze nimbly followed the enemy's movements with lightning speed, yet Canon's azure eyes remained utterly calm. Upon closer listening, one could hear the girl reciting, "Blessed ones will avoid hordes of wicked people. They will not tread the path of sinners, nor sit in the seat of mockers." This seemed to originate from a Catholic prayer. In the battle against Fistrum, any moment of mental lapse made it easy for the pilot to seize the opportunity and assimilate into one's mind. Therefore, the ace pilots, who survived countless battles, all possessed, to varying degrees, the secret to maintaining a high level of mental concentration for extended periods. In Canon Meffens' case, it was reciting a prayer. This behavior brought her a moment of peace, and gradually became a habit she developed while piloting Fafnir. Even when her opponent changed from Fistrum to Beta, this didn't change her approach. The reason for this might be related to her background. She was born on the continent of Europe, but was a war refugee who lost her family due to the Fistrum invasion. She was saved by Hino Michio, who was dispatched to EU as part of an aid force, and thus joined the Human Reform Alliance. Originally, she should have been a girl living a peaceful daily life in a seaside town. But let's not digress. Seemingly realizing that this standoff wouldn't find a weakness in her opponent, the tactical beta suddenly charged forward. She was trying to break the stalemate with close combat, Cannon judged. So she raised the Scorpion submachine gun in her left hand, and began firing in the direction her opponent was coming from. But her opponent dodged the incoming bullets, and upon approaching the red witch type, her sides flashed down. In an instant, Fafnir's wrist was severed. A liquid resembling human blood spurted from the cut, a somewhat gruesome sight. Through the synergistic circuits necessary to control Fafnir and maintain the fusion of human and machine, this pain was instantly transmitted to the red-haired girl. The villains are like chaff flying through the air. But she seemed oblivious, as if the pain had numbed her, continuing to recite the poem. After all, the current situation was entirely within her expectations. And the red-clad witch-like figure gripped the Ruger spear in her right hand even tighter. Under God's judgment, before the righteous, utterly vulnerable. Immediately following, facing the tactical beta unit that was still in attack stance at close range, Cannon decisively thrust her weapon forward. The next second, the crimson spear pierced through the hideous monster. Phew! Cannon let out a long breath. However, the next second, a new alarm suddenly sounded. She turned her head, and there was a strike-class weapon. And it was right there, inches away. It seemed that Cannon, preoccupied with fighting the tactical beta, had overlooked the fact that there were still many beta remnants on the ground. And now, she was about to pay the price. The strike-class weapon swung its side-like arm, slashing through the air towards the legs of the red-clad witch-type unit on the ground. Sizzle! With a piercing tearing sound, Fafner's left calf was severed. The resulting loss of balance caused the red witch-type to stumble backward in surprise. Seeing this, several tank-class creatures nearby bared their teeth and accelerated towards her. Presumably, once Fafner's massive body hit the ground, they would swarm and devour it. Of course, Cannon wouldn't stand idly by. Using the thrusters on her back to propel herself forward and maintain her balance, delaying her fall, Cannon pondered a solution to the immediate problem. But the answer came faster than her thoughts. A raging emerald beam of light responded, mercilessly wiping out the alien insects surrounding the red witch-type without harming Fafner in the slightest. Using her spear as a crutch, the red-clad witch-type machine struggled to its feet. Cannon turned to look at the source of the beam. In the distance, the machine, its massive weapon raised, having just fired, was a type she had never seen before. Its streamlined shape and outstretched wings, its red, blue, and white paint scheme, shone brightly in the sunlight. The sharp, hawk-like main monitor turned towards her, seemingly to simply confirm her safety. Then, it turned and flew away. The steel body gradually disappeared in the sunlight. And, staring at this sight, for some reason, she was somewhat stunned. Cannon! The plan has changed. Lead the troops to retreat. Staying within the enemy's lines will be dangerous. Did you hear me, Cannon? The silence was broken by a new communication. It was Daoxing's voice. It seems this commander, usually so carefree, still cares about his subordinates in crucial moments. Cannon's daze was brief. A moment later, she looked up and replied, received, 666. But the experience just now. Perhaps it truly left an indelible mark on this young girl's heart. Dragon Knight 1, having defeated the enemy in one strike and then sped away, seemed glorious. But the pilot who controlled it didn't seem to think so. A little difficult, isn't it? There's nothing I can do. Yu Xiao, her face somewhat grave, lowered her crossed legs and scratched her hair with a troubled expression. The energy consumption of the weapon used this time, the photon rocket launcher, was incredibly high. In just a few minutes, the weapon's internal energy reserves had been completely depleted. To continue firing, the machine's own power would be required to recharge. But that would make prolonged combat impossible. And the number of enemies. Yu Xiao checked the radar. Above, there was a signal from the highly threatening tactical beta units. There were at least 15 units nearby alone. That's equivalent to a squadron, not something that could be dealt with quickly. So Yu Xiao simply discarded the photon rocket launcher. Instead, he drew 2 laser swords from his waist, one in each hand, intending to deal with the enemy in close combat. During this time, the 15 tactical beta units also gathered around, as if realizing that this Dragon Knight 1 was the most troublesome enemy at present. They attempted to surround him in a circular formation, creating a net around him. A good idea. But, I won't let you succeed. Muttering to himself, Yu Xiao steered Dragon Rider 1 forward in a charge. He was determined to disrupt their formation before they could complete their encirclement. Chapter 106. Naturally, in this situation, long-range firearms would be the first to prove effective. On Yu Xiao's mainframe screen, a prominent crosshair aligned with the 15 enemy aircraft, indicating that the lock-on was complete. Yu Xiao, without hesitation, pulled the trigger, firing all the ammunition from the Dragon Knight 1's wing-mounted missile pods. Tracing unpredictable trajectories, several micro-missiles hurtled precisely towards the locked-on enemies. For ordinary betas, this would likely inflict fatal damage that was difficult to dodge. But for the tactical betas, the result was different. Thanks to their sensitive sensory organs, they detected the missile's trajectory at the moment of launch. Then, the laser weapons, modified from beam-level lasers and held by their extra arms on their shoulders, opened fire. The dazzling lasers formed a fire net, intercepting almost all of the incoming missiles. Although 3 beta tactical units, positioned closer and reacting slower, were hit and perished in the lavish fireworks, their sheer numbers remained overwhelming. This scene, however, did not surprise Yu Xiao in the slightest, because he had anticipated this. Therefore, his primary intention in launching the missiles was to use them as decoys and create disruption. Using the spreading fog and smoke, Dragon Knight 1 stealthily slipped in. Although this cover was brief, it was sufficient for him. A blade of light sliced through the gray smoke. Following it, falling from the fog were the 4 bodies of 2 beta tactical units, instantly severed. The Dragon Rider 1 showed no sign of stopping. It twisted in midair, advancing towards the other tactical beta units. The same thing repeated itself, and 2 more souls perished in the blink of an eye. Then 2 more, then 2 more. However, the tactical beta units wouldn't remain passively attacked indefinitely. They were also waiting for the right opportunity. Finally, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the laser weapon's cooldown time was over. Then, they launched their attack, firing in unison towards the Dragon Rider 1. While most of the shots were likely harmless thanks to Yu Xiao's swift response, one beam was particularly tricky. Its angle and timing were perfectly controlled. If it were fired, even Yu Xiao wouldn't be able to completely avoid it. Is that it? Fortunately, Yu Xiao's keen, almost precognitive intuition told him where the enemy's attack would come from. He also estimated that he had no way to avoid it. Instead of dodging, Dragon Knight 1 swung its lightsaber, parrying the beam at its front. The next second, the lightsaber held in front of it perfectly met the beam attack from the tactical beta, and ultimately sliced it apart. Yu Xiao maintained the stance, facing the tactical beta that had fired, and accelerated towards it in a dive. At the perfect distance, he unleashed a strike. In an instant, the tactical beta was cut in 2 by the single blow. But another tactical beta, lurking nearby, chose this moment to attack. Wielding its arm-mounted blade, it slashed at Dragon Knight 1. Yu Xiao swerved to dodge. But too focused on the attack, his movement was too late. A clang rang out as Dragon Knight 1's arm was slashed. Thanks to Dragon Knight 1's evasive maneuver, the attack was changed from a slash to a horizontal strike, preventing fatal damage to its wrist. However, the combined laser sword was jolted out of its grasp by the impact. Dragon Knight 1's stance and balance crumbled. Seemingly seizing the opportunity, the tactical beta accelerated violently, its massive blade swinging, this time aiming for Dragon Knight 1's chest, the cockpit area. But Yu Xiao wasn't about to let it succeed so easily. Using the reverse thrust of the thrusters, Yu Xiao forcefully pulled Dragon Knight 1 back from the brink of collapse. He then followed up with a spinning kick, striking the humanoid frame of the tactical beta mech squarely in the waist, forcing the emboldened monster back. He then retrieved a disc-shaped explosive charge stored in its shoulder, and swiftly hurled it at the creature. Boom! A thunderous roar followed, a blinding flash, and a wave of scorching smoke and heat swept over the target. Of course, this is just a figure of speech. It's just a game on an old console. It won't give you the experience of a 4D movie. But what's certain is that the tactical beta mech was undoubtedly blasted into pieces by the single blow. It also destroyed one of its companions, which was veering through the air, attempting to coordinate an attack. Yu Xiao then turned to look at another tactical mech, Beta, not far away. With more than half of its companions likely dead or wounded, it appeared somewhat alone. But Beta showed no fear despite being outnumbered. Perhaps it had learned from the previous battle that long-range fire would be easily evaded. Therefore, it activated the tactical mech's jump unit at maximum power, its internally secreted flammable chemicals propelling it like a rocket booster, sending it soaring through the air. It brandished its long bone blade, directly connected to its wrist, and launched a close-quarters attack on Yu Xiao. In response, Dragon Knight 1 fired continuously from its wrist-mounted machine guns, forcing Beta to evade and buy time. Simultaneously, the structure behind its lower legs unfolded, ejecting a concealed combat dagger and placing it in its hand. Clearly, this weapon, in terms of both firepower and blade length, was far inferior to the original laser sword. But as a temporary substitute, it was sufficient. Clang! The next second, a sharp, almost ear-piercing sound of clashing weapons exploded out of nowhere. Facing the approaching tactical mech Beta's long blade swinging again, Dragon Knight 1 parried with its combat short sword. Despite their different sizes, the alloy material of the short sword was just as hard as the Beta's biological structure. Therefore, in their initial exchange, they were evenly matched. Then, with Dragon Knight 1 accelerating again, the combat short sword actually sliced through the tactical mech Beta's long sword-shaped wrist. Seizing this opportunity, Yu Xiao retaliated by plunging the short sword into the chest of the tactical mech Beta before him. The short sword was deeply embedded, with only the hilt protruding. But that alone wasn't enough to inflict a devastating blow on the enemy. The pair of crimson arms writhing and struggling on its back revealed that it was plotting something. Therefore, Yu Xiao decisively delivered the finishing blow. Dragon Knight 1's other hand, wielding a combat dagger, swung it horizontally after its initial thrust, giving the Beta no chance to retaliate, cleanly severing its neck. The strange head with compound eyes crashed to the ground with a thud, propelled by gravity. Then, all around Dragon Knight 1 fell silent. It was only then that Yu Xiao realized, no way. That's over? The fact that he had just killed the beta was the last one to attack him. Chapter 107. However, the overall battle was not over yet. So Yu Xiao turned his head to look at the other side of the battlefield. There, although slightly outnumbered, his companions were also dealing with a considerable number of tactical beta units. If they were in danger, never mind. No need for such high-sounding excuses. Yu Xiao shook his head, then admitted to himself. He just wanted to continue fighting. A certain feeling, a sharp intuition, that had appeared in him shortly after experiencing the realistic battlefield mode of Mech Wars vs. From the beginning, it had been conveying to him an unsettling sense of danger. He wanted to suppress this feeling, but couldn't find a good outlet. So in the end, his choice was simply to join the battle. But unfortunately, the current situation probably didn't require his intervention. Currently, aside from the prototype Savior Plus 11 rapidly advancing towards the Mothership class Beta, and the loyal DI Dagger guarding its flank, the other mobile suits in Yu Xiao's unit are all engaged in combat with the tactical Beta mobile suits. However, without exception, their battles are developing favorably. The first to catch the eye is Amakusa. The simple, gray-green mobile suit is using the simplest yet most efficient movements to evade attacks, manipulating the 5 tactical Beta mobile suits it is fighting. At times, while dodging, it will strike back with its gun, easily piercing through the body of a tactical Beta mobile suit. After repeating this several times, only one enemy mobile suit remains to fight it. Amakusa swung his hand back, sending the meteor hammer embedded in his shield flying vertically, slamming the mid-air tactical Beta machine into the ground. Using the combined force of gravity and pressure, he crushed it into a bloody pulp. As expected of a bio-brain that inherited Amuro's piloting technology from 1979. He's ruthless. Seeing this, Yu Xiao's lips twitched. And on the other side? Ryuki 1 turned its head, casting its gaze towards the GM Sniper K9's combat area. Its pilot, Luo Dongchuan, once again, disregarded the sniper in his machine's name, maneuvering it with a beam pistol and lightsaber, engaging in guerrilla warfare with the tactical Beta machines. Yu Xiao had a headache. Who on earth did I just randomly recruit as a sniper back then? However, originally, the GM Sniper Type 2, its modified prototype, wasn't specifically built for specialized sniping capabilities. Rather, it was considered a well-rounded, all-around machine. From this perspective, perhaps this fighting style is a return to basics. Consoling himself with these reasons, Yu Xiao simply began to observe his battle. Success? These words came through the communication band. The GM Sniper Type K9, having found its opportunity, leaped into the air using its propulsion, wielding its beam sword to stab a nearby tactical Beta, successfully shooting it down. But another tactical Beta, which he was fighting, circled behind him, its hands behind its back raising the bizarre bioweapon mutated from a beam-class weapon, ready to fire. Despite the imminent threat of being burned beyond recognition by a laser attack, the GM Sniper K9, sensing the danger, didn't turn back. Because Luo Dongchuan, piloting it, was confident his loyal assistant would intervene. And indeed, the tactical Beta, having just completed its flanking maneuver, was pierced through by a pink particle beam. The one who delivered this precise support shot was its Hound Pack. It had separated from its main body and left the battlefield sometime earlier. It had been waiting on the sidelines, only now firing in coordination with Luo Dongchuan's actions. It seems that although you evolved into a slightly more combat-capable form, your brains haven't improved much, but personally, I still hope you maintain this level. After the dust settled, Luo Dongchuan, leisurely with his arms crossed in the cockpit, commented with a hint of mockery. He was quite content with his leisure. Yu Xiao thought to herself, seeing his current state on the screen. So, what about the Tallgeese piloted by Wolf? No need to think about it anymore. He should be fine, right? Yu Xiao thought, already feeling rather bored. Admittedly, upon first acquiring it, the Tallgeese was considered by Yu Xiao to be not very suitable for fighting Beta due to its lack of ability to wipe out large groups of enemies. But that referred to the demanding situation of fighting against multiple Beta armies. Now it's different. To fight these elite, tactical Beta units, Tallgeese was the perfect target. At this moment, with mobility far surpassing that of the tactical Betas, it left them far behind. Then it raised the Dover cannon on its shoulder, unleashing steady and accurate bursts of both beam and live ammunition. After pulling the trigger a few times, several tactical Betas fell to the ground. After shooting down the 4 tactical betas, it was engaged in combat with. Wolf turned its gaze to the last tactical beta on the battlefield. Having lost all its companions, it brandished its bone blade and chose a desperate close-quarters battle. Tallgeese could have sent it to its doom with a single shot, but Wolf did not. Abandoning the long-range attack of the Dover cannon, it instead maneuvered its machine to draw the twin sword stored inside its shield. It seemed that even if the opponent was not a sentient human, Wolf was willing to pay homage to this courageous, almost reckless, action. The 2 aircraft then clashed in midair, and the brief exchange ended abruptly. The victor remained unharmed, while the loser, the tactical beta, was split into 4 equal pieces in midair and crashed heavily to the ground. You shall still remember this move. It was a technique that had appeared in the anime. A cross-shaped slash. Years before arriving in this world, it had been named by Wolf as, it was called Wolf Fong, wasn't it? Really, it suits his personality quite well. You shall recalled, resting his chin on his hand. With this, all the tactical beta aircraft deployed on the battlefield had been shot down. The prototype Savior Plus 11 seemed relieved and accelerated further towards the Mothership class. If he could just get a little closer to the Mothership class battleship, separate the Rebirth Gundam's core component from its backpack, and detonate it inside that behemoth's mouth. Even if he didn't kill it, he could at least completely seal off the remaining beta's entrances and exits, suffocating them alive within his transport ship. No matter how he fought, victory was within reach. Fidel. But for some reason, Yu Xiao subconsciously murmured the young man's name. At that moment, his intuition seemed to tell him that what was about to happen would be a somewhat sorrowful farewell. It was nearing sunset. Amber sunlight illuminated the jet-black MS's fuselage, paired with a giant insect in the distance as a backdrop. For some reason, Yu Xiao felt that this scene somewhat resembled Don Quixote challenging a windmill, a figure he had seen in a middle school picture book. Chapter 108. In the air, the prototype Savior Gundam Plus 11 gradually approached the direction of the mothership. You did it easily, everyone. As expected of you. Thank you. Next. Sitting in its cockpit, Fidel, whose injuries were now almost beyond saving, spoke to himself with a relaxed expression, his face serene and unwavering. His life, like a candle flickering in the wind, was clearly slipping away at this moment. But, inexplicably, Fidel felt that this was good enough. No disgust, no fear, no injustice, and no regret. All that remained in his heart was an extraordinary peace. A feeling he had searched for 10 years in his previous life, but had never found. My body has become much lighter. How come? I feel heavier and heavier. This is not good. At this moment, he even had the leisure to make his usual Luo Dongchuan-style joke with a teasing tone. Yes. Why is that? With his vision blurring and the flow of time seemingly slowing down, he felt he had enough time to think. Is it because he has already died once, so he has nothing to fear? Of course not, right? Fidel thought. In his previous life, he had experienced death once, and the feeling was definitely not pleasant. Even if he brought it up again today, he probably wouldn't feel at ease. So, is it because he already has everything he wants? He thought. But that didn't seem to be the case. He couldn't become a super coordinator, nor did he achieve the super pilot he promised. The set goals hadn't been achieved. Then, what was it that allowed him to face death with such composure? At that moment, several familiar scenes from the past flashed before his eyes. Those were the reasons that had sustained him throughout his past life. His father's tireless toil day and night. His mother's weary yet gentle smile. So that's it. So, that's how it is. Fiddleton understood. So, he wasn't afraid of death. He was simply afraid that after he disappeared, the proof of his past existence wouldn't exist anywhere in the world. So, even though he had lived for over a decade in his past life, he hadn't felt any satisfaction. Because he didn't want to die without accomplishing anything. To achieve this goal, he was willing to die for that mirage-like destiny plan. And it was precisely because of this that, after gaining a second life in this world, even though it only lasted a short 10 days, this period, for him and for this world, was an eventful and turbulent journey. That's why Fidel had no regrets. Because he knew that even if he fell, his battle would ultimately be something that would be remembered. So, if that's the case, now, let's put a brilliant period to this unexpected and extraordinary chapter in his life. He thought. That's right. This is just the beginning. The climax of my life. His attention returned to reality. Fidel gasped for breath, yet his face radiated fighting spirit. Despite gasping for the life-sustaining cold air, he could only exhale a meager amount. This was a sign of organ failure, including his lungs, due to massive blood loss. At the same time, Fidel looked at the mothership-class battleship that was now almost within reach. With a surge of strength he didn't know he possessed, his fingers, now stained with crimson blood, deftly and swiftly tapped the preset key combination on the keyboard. Thus, the +11's backpack, the core component of the Rebirth Gundam, decisively separated from the main body. Ejecting dazzling propellant, at the last second, its backpack component finally managed to enter the almost closed mouth of the mothership-class Beta. Then it detonated. The next second, seeing the white light gradually emanating from the mothership-class vessel's mouth, Fidel smiled with satisfaction. The nuclear fusion reactor had exploded directly inside the mothership-class vessel. The effect was even more significant than expected. A deafening roar erupted from the massive worm's maw. Then its entire head was completely shattered by the attack. But driven by the tenacious vitality unique to betas, it did not die immediately, but instead continued to struggle for a moment. Its body, which had only partially protruded, uncontrollably burst from the ground, writhing and thrashing in agony on the surface. The massive body's violent movements engulfed the smaller betas around it, crushing them into gruesome shapes by its own weight. Yu Xiao suddenly felt a surge of relief. The Human Revolutionary Alliance's assault units he had seen earlier had ultimately chosen to retreat to the rear. Otherwise, they would likely have been caught in its death throes, becoming one of the sacrifices the mothership-class Beta was taking with it before its demise. However, this near-death frenzy couldn't last long. The mothership-class Beta only struggled for a moment before ceasing its movements, its entire body collapsing completely and silently. And its severed half, due to the destruction of its previously stable structure, caused its entire body to collapse completely, like a dilapidated building with a collapsed foundation. Even more devastating than that analogy. Thus, the vast space within the mothership class, originally intended for the safe transport of betas, now became a graveyard for the betas contained within. Almost simultaneously with determining that enemy reinforcements were unlikely to arrive, Yu Xiao pressed a preset button. The containers previously positioned across the battlefield opened, releasing their concealed weapons, the bug-like machines. Then, just as he had witnessed in the Nilgirai Hills that day, the spinning, spiked discs once again began their highly efficient and precise hunt for the betas on the ground. Whether tactical betas or beam-type betas, any beta individuals with interception capabilities were unable to appear here. Therefore, the bugs were completely unhindered. The battle was likely over. That was Yu Xiao's assessment. So he piloted the Dragon Knight 1 and quickly disengaged from the combat zone, simultaneously issuing the retreat order to the entire team. Therefore, he didn't notice. Not far away, that jet-black machine. The prototype Savior Gundam. The moment after seeing Dragon Knight 1 leave, it seemed as if it had been relieved, and like a bird with broken wings, it plummeted heavily from midair. Chapter 109. Although the order to retreat had indeed been received. Fied? No way, could it be? But looking at the suddenly vanished friendly force identification signal on the radar, Luo Dongchuan abruptly turned his head, his face filled with shock. Captain Wolf, Fied, he? Then, he shouted to Wolf, who hadn't yet retreated. The other responded with an equally grave expression. I saw him too, that bastard. He must have been showing off from the very beginning. I take charge of clearing the way. Hurry up and rescue him, Luo. That's an order. Understood. For the first time, Luo Dongchuan was so grateful that his superior was someone who would put personal feelings before orders. Thus, under the cover of Tallgeese and the released bug bag, the GM sniper K9 charged back into the enemy lines, risking his life to rescue the prototype Savior Gundam trapped within. Perhaps because its phase transition armor was still activating, although it was attacked by some betas after landing, its surface layer did not suffer further damage. Then, the GM sniper K9 towed the prototype Savior Gundam, and after leaving the designated battlefield area, activated its space teleportation function, returning to the satellite that served as its base. Upon returning to the satellite, Luo Dongchuan immediately used the lift to transport himself towards the prototype Savior, and semi-forcefully opened its hull from the outside. Then he saw his companion. Or rather, the thing inside, which should be his companion. It was ironic. He saw a familiar face. But the first feeling that welled up in Luo Dongchuan's heart was a cold, uncomfortable sensation, like seeing a foreign object. His body was very small. About half of it had disappeared. In its place were charred and crimson burn wounds. And probably because he had forced his severely burned body to fly at high speed. His wounds were reopening inch by inch. Such injuries would make anyone shake their head and sigh. Fidel? He didn't care that the dark blood, already beginning to oxidize, would stain his sleeves. Hang in there. Calm down. You be alright. You be alright. Believe in yourself. Taking the other's already somewhat cold hand, Luo Dongchuan hastily composed words of encouragement and spoke them abruptly. Mr. Luo? Fidel opened his eyes again with difficulty, his lips moving slightly in response. Can you still move your body? We're back at the base now. These injuries. TSK, these injuries, they should be treatable here. Mr. Luo. The worst case scenario. Even if you disappear. Even if you disappear. You might be summoned back by Red One. After all, we all had similar experiences, haven't we? So, Fidel, now you. Mr. Luo. Only when Fidel called out to Luo Dongchuan for the third time in a weak voice did he seem to wake from a dream and stop the string of uncontrollable words that had just spilled out. Fidel then spoke softly, in a hoarse voice, It's all right now. Don't worry about these things anymore. I know my condition better than anyone else. Even if you gave me the highest level of medical care now, I'm afraid I couldn't be cured. He then pointed to his body. His torso was a mixture of melted and reconstituted metal and flesh, firmly glued to the cockpit. If separated, the ensuing hemorrhage would likely claim his life. Fidel? Luo Dongchuan simply repeated the other's nickname, as if he himself didn't know what to say. He was well aware of the severity of Fidel's injuries. But from the beginning, he had simply refused to acknowledge it. That's why I said, don't worry about it. And don't be sad for me. Being here, cough, cough, being able to meet you, Captain Wolf, and the commander. For me, this time has been enough. Even if you say that? Damn it, don't put on that relieved look, Fidel. If you keep this up, I might. What might happen, Mr. Luo? I might cry, you bastard. But for Luo Dongchuan like this, Fidel choked him with just one sentence. I said, Mr. Luo? Before the sortie. In the final preparations. What was that sentence you couldn't say? Turning his head, he forced a smile. Before the sortie? Yes. Possibility is too romantic a word, but, and then? Captain Wolf interrupted me, so I didn't finish. Wasn't I? Ah. That sentence. Luo Dongchuan remembered. But, then, he lowered his head. Something fell from his face, dripping and wetting the silver pendant on the man's chest. Those were a string of military tags. They were clearly mass-produced, the lettering rigid and the design simple. Engraved on them were the blurred markings of EFGF Earth Federation Army. Their original owner had laughed, lived, and fought alongside him. But those people were all gone now. In a skirmish, surrounded by a Xeon force several times their size. A fierce victory was achieved at the cost of almost their entire force. And Luo Dongchuan was one of the survivors of that battle, and the only one. After that, Luo Dongchuan became a loner. He then became a special agent for the Far Eastern Front, directly under the mechanized mixed battalion, specializing in carrying out shady and clandestine tasks. He thought that if things continued this way, the weight of these tags would never increase again. Unexpectedly, after his sacrifice today, that estimate was shattered. For Luo Dongchuan, this was not a pleasant revisiting of the past. And now, but then again, only someone like you would have such thoughts. Right? From now on, you just need to continue like this. Right, Fidel? After uttering these words haltingly, Luo Dongchuan finally looked up. The man he could see, named Fidel Ashima, was no longer there. His eyes were unfocused, and his chest no longer rose and fell. Fidel? Even when he softly called the other's name, there was no response. It seemed that death had already cruelly swung its scythe down upon him. So, had his last words reached him? Luo Dongchuan didn't know. He only looked at the brown-haired youth before him, at the somewhat relieved smile on his face. His fingers, gripping the cockpit wall, convulsed. His expression was contorted with uncontrollable pain. However, in the end, good night, comrade. The man's words were as casual as a farewell before sleep. He stood up, wiped away his tears, and saluted in the direction of the fallen soldiers. I will live well from now on. With your potential. Chapter 110. But after exiting the emergency mission instance, Yu Xiao saw a strange, blood-red message. Pilot change. Fidel Yashima, killed in action and separated from the team. Huh? How could this be? Yu Xiao was momentarily stunned. Up until Fidel's last communication, he seemed perfectly fine. How could he have so abruptly left the team after the battle? While Yu Xiao was filled with such doubt, a new pop-up appeared. Watch the battlefield replay. Yu Xiao naturally chose the affirmative option. Then, the scene from the battlefield was displayed in detail. From the moment Fidel was injured by the Tactical Class Beta's attack until he launched his final attack and closed his eyes, with a peaceful expression. His satisfaction, his regret, and his realization were all vividly conveyed to Yu Xiao in front of the screen. Yu Xiao remained silent. A long silence followed. Then he quickly searched for a way to revive the fallen squad members. After all, even from the beginning, he didn't want Fidel's story to end so abruptly. Even more so now. However, the feedback Yu Xiao received was undeniably negative. It turned out that if a character suffered a fatal wound in the Mech vs. Real Battlefield mode dungeon and failed to retreat or receive timely treatment, then that character would completely disappear from the team's roster. Given the built-in save system, it was practically impossible to recover them. This was somewhat similar to the sunken ship mechanic in a military anthropomorphic browser game from his past life. Even if he bought data for a new ZFT green-clad pilot from the shop and recruited him again, he would likely never get the same character. After all, there were countless nameless and faceless soldiers in the original work. How could he possibly find them all? So, once gone, gone. There was no way to remedy it. A sudden emptiness welled up in Yu Xiao's heart. Not because his highly skilled character had suddenly been wiped out. Ultimately, as a game with almost no quantifiable data, the skill level of companions in MechWarrior VS was inherently ethereal. The reason was simply that this NPC, who had been with him for quite some time, would be completely gone. As a seasoned gamer, it was true that Yu Xiao easily developed feelings for the characters in games. Sigh. So he sighed softly. After taking the disc and shutting down the machine, he got up and left. He thought, today, he probably wouldn't feel like opening MechWarrior VS again. Meanwhile, in the direction of the Human Reform Alliance research base, where the battle had just ended. Hey, Cannon. You haven't said a word since earlier. What's wrong with you? Are you still thinking about what happened during the simulation battle? After changing into a standard Human Reform Alliance uniform, in the huge hangar, the man wearing a red headscarf. Hino Michio, speaking somewhat indirectly. Or, are you concerned about the person who saved you on the battlefield, that red number one? At this point, the girl with messy, crimson hair, Canon Mephinth, finally responded in a muffled voice. I see. Huh? What's so surprising, 666? I'm just stating a fact. To this, Michio's initial reaction was one of surprise. It wasn't for any other reason. It's just that, in a sense, he had always regarded Canon as a younger sister, a few years his junior, without blood ties. Therefore, it was understandable that he was surprised to hear her care about someone she had never met. On one hand, there was a sense of joy, like, this blockhead, has she finally come to her senses? On the other hand, there was a worry that the person she cared about was far too distant and unattainable. If she were to fall in love with such a person, Daosheng feared that her budding girlish heart might grow colder than the Siberian landscape within 3 months. But unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, the girl's next words were enough to dispel all of Daosheng's worries. Originally, I thought that red number one and such were at most just rumors circulating on the battlefield, or deliberately fabricated propaganda. I never imagined they actually existed. Warriors using power beyond our current understanding, rushing to the front lines day after day. Cannon shook his head. His usually calm face was now filled with confusion. I don't understand. What is he fighting for? Whose orders are they? And what does he ultimately gain from this? Okay. She still sounds like that indifferent girl who knows almost nothing about matters of the heart. So just now, wasn't I just getting false hope and worrying for nothing? Daosheng thought with a headache. But despite these thoughts, Daosheng felt it necessary to answer the girl's question. As a somewhat unreliable guardian, I guess it wasn't anyone's order. He wanted to do it himself. From his own initiative? But, if he only exists in the world as a code name, there shouldn't be any real-world benefit, right? Oh dear. There are people in the world who only seek to give without expecting anything in return. Maybe it's to satisfy their own desire to save the world, or maybe they simply despise fame and fortune. Anyway, we usually just call these kinds of people idiots. But they really are remarkable idiots. At least they deserve respect. While dealing with the red-haired girl, who seemed to be turning into a million questions, Daosheng stood up. What are you going to do, 666? To Cannon's somewhat puzzled question, Daosheng casually waved his hand. I'm hungry. So I'm going to eat. That's all. 666. We're still on duty, according to the schedule. This undoubtedly drew criticism from the girl, who always followed order and military regulations. Weren't those schedules all disrupted by the sudden attack? That excuse, even my direct superior wouldn't easily accept that. Is that so? That's a bit of a shame. I heard today's soup is a precious stewed mutton. If we don't go early, we might only get a few pieces of potato or ginger. But Daosheng had his own solution. Stewed mutton? Perhaps thinking of the familiar dish from her hometown in a small European town, with similar preparation and ingredients, Cannon's pupils dilated slightly. At the same time, the flavors of the dish that swept through her memories seemed to reappear on her tongue. What do you want to do, Cannon? Are you coming with me to the cafeteria now, or? Faced with Daosheng's further question, Cannon swallowed hard. Okay. Alright. If this is an order. She stood up, seemingly reluctant, but followed Daosheng's footsteps, walking briskly away. Ultimately, when someone is truly happy, they can't hide it. Inside the base, in the manufacturing workshop for the Savior-type Fafnir, Hino-Yoji was reviewing a data list of the mecha, reconsidering its manufacturing plan. At this moment, no one should have disturbed him. After all, it wasn't strictly working hours. But, thud thud. Accompanied by resolute footsteps, a man stepped in and stopped. Oh! Captain Yoon. What brings you here? Yoji raised his gaze, which had been focused on the charts before him. Then, with slight surprise, he named the visitor. Without further greetings, Yoon Tae-hwan simply, Mr. Hino. I have a conjecture. He succinctly stated his purpose. Chapter 111. Oh, tell me about it. Hino-Yoji initially showed a hint of surprise. But then, he nodded with interest. It seemed he was different from those pedantic scholars, readily considering the opinions of frontline soldiers. But first, I'd like to ask you a few questions related to this. No problem. Go ahead, Captain Yoon. Having received permission, Yoon Tae-hwan cleared his throat and then asked seriously, is it correct that the betas don't consider humans as intelligent beings, but rather as something akin to minerals? Yes. Currently, that's the mainstream view in academia. Furthermore, the beta's consciousness and actions exhibit significant purposefulness and a high degree of monotony. In this respect, rather than being a kind of living being, they might be closer to a pre-programmed biomachine. Yoji then proceeded to explain the relevant information. He was naturally a kind and patient person. And now, he was genuinely curious about what this young officer wanted to tell him. It seems it's the same as what I sensed. So, the second question, Fistrum, it is indeed a life form made of silicon, right? That's right. A life form made of silicon, and a pure high-energy condensate, the so-called star core. Together, they form a kind of interdependent symbiotic relationship. Captain Ian, are you mentioning this to explain? Please forgive me. It was simply for my personal reasons that I wanted to gain the approval of some professionals before speaking. But now, it's time for me to share my humble opinion. Those beings called Beta are outsiders, who were transported to our timeline after the dimensional quake. They're like machines that suddenly lost their masters. And as things that won't act without orders, their primary command should be to find someone who can give them commands. Naturally. In our timeline, they can't find their original masters. But perhaps some beings share almost the same identity as their original masters. The ability to develop carbon-based machines like Beta, and to endow them with the concept of carbon-based structures lacking life characteristics. Their original masters must have been creations unlike any known carbon-based life form. You mean, as silicon-based life forms? Fistrum? Yoji's pupils dilated slightly. That's right. And I suspect that their actions so far, perhaps, aren't ultimately aimed at exterminating humanity. Yoon Tae-hwan's gaze sharpened. But rather, they aim to make contact with their creators, who are like gods to them. Namely, the Fisterms. Since the Betas migrated to this world, their northward advances and southward voyages have all been to reach their final destination, the Arctic. Mr. Hino, you should also know. The Fisterms also possess the ability to invade minds. And if they were to make contact, their master-servant relationship would likely become completely bound. At that time, facing the Betas who have evolved again with the power of the Fisterms, and the Fisterms who have acquired the formidable force of the Betas, we humans would probably lose all our fighting power. What do you think, Mr. Hino? An interesting idea. Yoji was somewhat moved by this. Although studying the ecology of the Betas wasn't his area of expertise. But what the other man said did make some sense. But is there more evidence? The evidence is today's battle. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had this idea. In our previous conversation, you told me that the Savior-type Fafnir used a core extracted from the core of Fistrum. I don't know if this means blasphemy or something else to them. Yoon Tae-hwan shook his head. But I think it's certain. It attracted them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many new forces at once, crossing the defenses and facing the danger of being surrounded from both sides, to launch a forced attack on this base. At this point, Yun Tae-hwan's explanation completely convinced Yoji. I see. It seems that truth may not always be found in laboratories. So, Yun, are you going to report this information to headquarters? With my authority, I can certainly help you establish a communication channel. No. I hope that, Mr. Hino, you can report this to operations headquarters in your name. I have no problem with that, but is that really alright? This is a conjecture that could potentially affect the future of humanity. You know what an important thing you're taking away, don't you? To this, Yun Tae-hwan calmly replied, fame and fortune are irrelevant. I'm considering this from a practical perspective. As an ordinary frontline sergeant, my voice carries little weight, but if you, as a key technology developer, offer your advice, its significance will be different. That's why I need you, Mr. Hino. I see. Hino Yoji rested his chin on his hand, his eyes filled with admiration and respect for the young officer. Perhaps this was the feeling of the younger generation surpassing the older? He thought. However, Captain Yun, before that, I want to know. What is the source of your confidence? But then, he abruptly changed the subject. Confidence? That's right. My purpose in developing the savior-type Fafnir is simply to bring hope to humanity on the verge of despair. Hino Yoji paused here. But in you, I see something I saw it from this machine. A feeling of hope. Where does this spirit of yours come from? If there's anything that sustains my confidence today, it's what you saw on the battlefield today. Today? Was it Red One? That's right. Yun Tae-hwan nodded. He always appears precisely at crucial turning points in history. Tianjin, the 23rd base, the Nilgirai Hills. It's as if he's trying to single-handedly reverse humanity's fate of destruction. And he certainly did. Including today. I'm not a believer in some metaphysical heroic view of history. But precisely because of this. That's why I believe we can't just watch him. It's time for me. No, for us to take action. If we can't keep up in time, no matter how hard that Red Number 1 fights, he won't be able to change the tide of history, will he? At this point, Yun Tae-hwan saluted and turned away. My visit was truly abrupt. I apologize for taking up your time. Well then, I leave the rest to you, Mr. Hino. Chapter 112. 12 hours later. Human Innovation Alliance, headquarters. A white-haired man, impeccably dressed, sat deep in thought, eyes closed in a simply furnished room. The arduous work-day and night had etched deep lines on his face. This old man was none other than Bai Qinrong, the current leader of the Human Innovation Alliance. At 73 years old, he still shouldered heavy responsibilities in the face of the current predicament, persevering despite the difficulties in his position. But age ultimately limited his willpower. Therefore, at this moment, he also needed some extra rest. Commander, may I come in? I have 2 important reports to submit to you. But reality is always accompanied by disappointments. A gentle knock sounded, and suddenly someone's voice rang out. And Bai Qinrong recognized the owner of that voice. Is this Takatsugu? Come in. So he reluctantly opened his eyes, rousing himself from his half-asleep state, and spoke after mustering his energy. The man with shoulder-length, short, blue hair appeared to be in his late 20s. He had a thin face and sharp eyes. His name was Ikaruga Takatsugu. He came from one of the 5 traditional military families of Japan, and was now the chief aide to the leader of the Human Reform League, responsible for providing reports and advice on military affairs. To hold such a high position at such a young age was quite remarkable. However, his meteoric rise in the political arena was rather controversial, because he rose to fame with his exceptionally strong pro-war views. At several Human Revolutionary League conferences, his speeches consistently argued that both the Festum and the Beta should be annihilated without question as enemies of humanity. Dialogue and exchange were unnecessary in warfare and must be discarded. After all, they were simply incapable of understanding this. Although this contradicted some facts that had gradually become clearer in recent years. For example, the coexistence faction advocating mutual understanding had discovered the possibility of mutual exchange and learning between the Festum and the Beta. However, due to years of fighting, exhausted and filled with hatred, people were often more willing to accept the propositions put forward by Ikaruga. In fact, within the Human Revolutionary League's high command, his evaluation was thus polarized, showing both praise and criticism. But because he now possessed considerable influence, no one dared to criticize him directly. Furthermore, aside from this, Ikaruga Takatsugu's talents in various aspects were actually quite convincing. Therefore, from Shiraharu Eiji's perspective, he was indeed a trustworthy subordinate. Specifically, what kind of report is it? Without offering any further greetings, Bai Qingrong frowned and asked as soon as Banjie Chongji entered. I report now. The first report is from the top martial forces. A new type of beta has appeared during the battle, likely possessing an exceptionally large physique and combat capabilities beyond its specifications. The sample has already been handed over to the relevant agency for retrieval. Banjie said seriously, holding up the document in his hand. Also, Super Soldier 1 has finally achieved the desired results in the mission. Communication with that mysterious visitor, Red One, has been established through her. I understand. What was the result? Yes. Based on the scene, their intentions seem friendly. Also, the one piloting the machine appears to be a teenager. But the possibility of disguise cannot be ruled out. The complete transcript of the conversation has also been handed over. Would you like to review it? Here you go. Bai Qingrong held out his hand. Ikaruga then promptly handed over the report. While called a complete report, it was actually just a concise excerpt of the conversation, easily summarized in a few words. It was easy to read to the bottom, so after a short while, Bai Qingrong finished reading it and looked up to ask, so what about the second report? The second report comes from Dr. Hino Yoji, the head of Fafner's development department. This report records the battle that occurred near the Siberian research base, and some important conclusions drawn from this battle. Ikaruga then began to narrate the contents of the report. That was precisely the idea that Yun Taehwan had previously proposed to Hino Yoji regarding the origins of the betas, their racial nature, their objectives, and the dire consequences that would ensue after their contact with Fistrum. A new type of beta is gradually emerging. Their attacks are becoming increasingly fierce. And if they break through the defenses and unite, the most desperate thing will happen. Right, Ikaruga? Given the current situation, what do you think we should do? Initiate the final stage of Project AL4. Now, there is only one option, war. The question was swift, the answer concise. But the amount of information contained within would likely have astonished anyone else present. The final stage of Project AL4 is a complete decapitation strike against the beta's currently identified leader, the Heavy Brain. This involves eliminating them without a trace, thus rendering the betas operating under the Hive's consciousness completely ineffective in their coordinated deployments. A desperate, all-or-nothing special military operation. Originally, the operation was planned to be launched only after the completion of both the Savior-type Fafner developed by Hino Yoji and the XG-70 Kazuki Misaki Air Fortress researched by Dr. Kazuki Yuko at the Yokohama base in Japan. However, due to the escalating situation, it has to be put on the agenda at a time when preparations are not yet complete. After all, if the operation is not launched now to stop the betas, their increasingly evolved forces will likely break through the defenses and merge with the nuclear power of the Arctic star Fistrum before the research is even completed. But this does not mean that it can be ignored. Admittedly, the success of this operation would bring immeasurable benefits. However, its unknowns are equally immeasurable. To carry out a decapitation strike with only the current military strength, leaving aside the potential casualties, even the possibility of success is a concern. After all, even with the development of the Empress and the Savior-type Fafner, there's no guarantee of success. Especially now. Therefore, Bai Qingrong responded to the suggestion with silence. He simply turned his gaze to the rising sun outside the window, a fleeting look of worry on his face. After about 5 or 6 minutes of thought, he finally uttered a sentence. All right. Chongji, connect me to the dedicated line. I need to communicate with the current president of the U.S.N. Hearst Gallup. Chapter 113. U.S.N. That's the abbreviation for the United States of the New Continent, used internationally. Upon hearing Bai Qingrong's order, a slight smile appeared on Banjie's face. This proved that the other side had made up their mind to launch the final phase of Operation AL4. Yes. Proceed immediately. But only for a moment before his expression returned to calm. While responding in a flat tone, he deftly took out a mobile terminal and set it up in front of Bai Qingrong. Although, with the Festum invasion and humanity having almost lost all control over the universe, long-distance satellite communication was no longer possible. However, thanks to the previously established Asia-Pacific direct submarine fiber optic cable system, cross-border communication was still functioning normally. Before him appeared a projection of a middle-aged woman. It's been a long time since we last spoke. Commander Bai. Since that red number 1 appeared, our communications have increased considerably. So what brings you here now? The woman offering this greeting was Hearst Gallup, the person Bai Qingrong was trying to contact. Although she appeared to be just an ordinary white woman, her true nature was far from what she seemed. the first female president in the history of the United States of the New World. Future historians will likely use such a prefix to describe this powerful woman. And within months of taking office, she had swept away all opposition with ruthless and decisive measures, unifying the previously loose and even somewhat divided northern and southern parts of the New World. She possessed the skill and charisma befitting that title. Although over 60, her skin showed no signs of aging. And despite the ravages of time on her face, her sunken eyes still held the sharp, eagle-like gaze of a sea eagle. This was a major reason why many who hated her called her old hag. Enough of the digression. Bai Qinrong's purpose in contacting them at this moment was singular. We are about to launch an attack on the Beta's primordial lair. We hope to receive your assistance in this matter. Assistance? I don't think the USN has anything to offer in terms of assistance to you, who have been fighting bravely on the front lines for so long. Unless. That's right. It's that unless, Commander Hurst. I hope you can send the USN Space Force to support our operation. Of course, your efforts won't be in vain. We will also give you some feedback. That was to request the borrowing of the USN Space Force. Beta has already occupied a significant portion of the Human Revolutionary Alliance's territory. If they wanted to carry out a decapitation strike, advancing solely by land would be completely impossible. And using air transport. Unfortunately, under the intense defenses of the light class, it's likely there's no opportunity to exploit either. Therefore, the most direct and effective method of troop transport is to transport troops directly out of Earth, arriving above the target from space via orbital airdrop. The Human Revolutionary Alliance originally possessed considerable space combat capabilities, from orbital elevators to space-based satellites. Conducting orbital airdrop operations wouldn't normally be difficult. However, during Fistrom's initial invasion, those entities were already completely destroyed. The few remaining rocket launch sites were gradually erased from the map due to the subsequent arrival of Beta. Conversely, the USN, isolated overseas, retained a considerable portion of its space force. And several crucial rocket launch sites for launching re-entry-type armored spacecraft into space. Therefore, if the Human Revolutionary Alliance wanted to execute the AL-4 plan's decapitation strike, it would indeed need the cooperation of the USN. Hurst was well aware of this. Therefore, she smiled meaningfully on the screen. That's quite something. But Commander Bai, do you think we would agree to such a sudden request? You will agree. President Hurst. Bai Qinrong sighed. Because my condition is that after conquering the primal nest, we will grant you priority mining and research rights to it for 3 months. And we guarantee that during this period, we will not interfere with you in any way. What do you think of these conditions? What? This surprised even Banjia Chongji, who was listening in. Betas, though detestable, possess a precious energy source called G-element, which can only be mined from their nests, a unique resource that would make anyone envious. G-element can not only be used as a new energy source, but also to develop highly destructive strategic weapons. G-bombs. Even the Human Reform League had only extracted small amounts of G-element from 1 or 2 small nests they had conquered. Most of it was used for research on the flying fortress Kanano King. Now, they were actually going to share the mining rights of the primal nest, whose G-element reserves were many times greater, with the USN, with whom they had long been rivals? Heh. I didn't expect such a reward. Since that's the case, I can't refuse again. Hurst was clearly surprised as well. But she quickly recovered. Then, the USN Space Force will assist you in this operation. And not only that, we will also send a portion of our regular forces to assist you in the battle. Consider it a return on your offer. Bai Qinrong nodded. That's good. Thank you for your cooperation, President Hurst. Thank you for your generosity as well. I wish you good luck and survival. That's all. Hurst then closed the communication. Bai Qinrong finally let out the pent-up frustration. The planned assault on the primal nest. Target A1 is scheduled for 24 hours later. Is that acceptable? The dove stepped forward, asking with a tentative look and tone. Bai Qinrong nodded slightly. We should also request Dr. Hino to deploy the Savior-type Fafnir in battle. Meanwhile, he paused. In the battle at the Human Reform Alliance's 23rd base, did that Lieutenant Een transmit necessary intelligence to Red 1 via wide-area communications? That's right. Current reasoning suggests that Red 1 can analyze and interpret battlefield intelligence in real time through some means. That makes things easier. Before the operation begins, order all military bases to use wide-area communications to report our operational details while taking necessary precautions. This will increase the probability of Red 1 appearing. Bai Qinrong finally stood up. Stretching his somewhat weary body, he murmured to himself, I never imagined, Not only would we have to sacrifice for survival, but also entrust the fate of all humanity to a complete stranger. He then turned to the blue-haired youth beside him. Sometimes, are we too greedy, Chengji? Banji Chongji shook his head. The crimes committed for survival, no matter how many accumulate, are irrelevant. Guilty or innocent, history will ultimately judge us. Ha, well said, Chongji. Then, this battle that may stain us with countless sins, you give it a name? Please forgive my ignorance. I can't think of a good name. Banji Chongji was momentarily stunned. But his tone quickly returned to its usual calm. But if I must say something, this is a decisive battle that stakes on the survival of all humanity. But that doesn't justify such harsh naming. In my humble opinion, Cherry Blossom, how about it? A very unique name. Is it taken from the flower of your hometown? No, to be precise, no. Ikaruga Takatsuga hesitated, but ultimately said it all. It's from the lyrics of an old song. Cherry blossoms fall, only to bloom again, that's all. I see. Falling is for blooming again, that's a fitting meaning. Shiraishi Rong seemed thoughtful. Then he raised his arm. Then as you say. Now give the order, Operation Cherry Blossom, prepare to execute. Chapter 114. July 31st, 2305 AD, 9:26 AM. 22 hours until Operation Sakura begins. Shinjo Kingdom, Palai Island. Beep 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 beep. Accompanied by the piercing noise, a sleepy-eyed Yushao stretched his hand out from under the covers. Then, as if harboring deep resentment, he forcefully slammed the alarm clock shut. But his rare peaceful sleep was disturbed, and he couldn't fall back asleep. So, stretching, he simply got up and washed. The world where only the alarm clock silently worked as promised was now finished. After completing his usual tasks, he went to his study. As usual, he opened the Mech Wars vs Real Battlefield mode, routinely checked his gains, and prepared his troops. After some research, Yu Xiao finally developed Wolf's Tallgeese, which had undergone countless battles, into its direct descendant, the Tallgeese 3. As the mobile suit that replaced the EP101 Gundam in the theatrical version of Endless Waltz, becoming the vehicle of the protagonist's brother-in-law, Millard Piscraft, this striking blue and white MS is known as the Wild Horse. This refers not only to its tricky handling but also, in a sense, to its superior performance. Although on the software level, it still cannot match the EP101. After all, the Tallgeese frame never had room for the Zero system. However, on the hardware level, it is on par with the EP101, and perhaps even slightly superior. After all, compared to the EP101, which only had a beam saber and a heat whip as its weapons, the Tallgeese 3 also possessed the classic dual-purpose weapon, the Dover Cannon, capable of both projectiles and beams. However, the other mobile suits remained largely unchanged. Luo Dongchuan's GM Sniper K9, in a sense, had reached the upper limit of its development and research. After all, in the original work, its pilots, the Leonard brothers, subsequently switched to GNX Doom Series MS as their main mobile suits, thus ending the GM Sniper K9's tech tree. Even if they could develop those related to this mobile suit. For example, mobile suits from the Blue Destiny series that also possess the exam system. They would still be based on the ground-based Gundam framework, and probably wouldn't be much stronger than this K9, which was based on the GM Sniper 2. In other words, the GM Sniper K9 was already the final mobile suit that Luo Dongchuan could currently use. As for the two drones, Amakusa and Di Dagger, the former, however, had accumulated enough experience through continuous combat to develop the F-97, its prototype, the so-called Corsair Gundam series. But Yu Xiao was still unsure whether to develop it. After all, even though the Corsair Gundam's basic specifications were superior to the replica Amakusa Gundam, its actual performance would be limited by the pilot. Therefore, its ultimate effectiveness remained uncertain. As for the DI short sword, it could be said that, to some extent, it was already useless. Without the quantum virus hacking of the prototype Savior Gundam, and without the Destiny Impulse Gundam R's partner system linkage, getting it operational would be a very troublesome matter in itself. Speaking of the prototype Savior Plus 11, for some reason, Yu Xiao wasn't really keen on further development and research on it. Nor did he want to simply sell it off. He simply spent a sum of money to repair it, and then placed it back in the hangar. Perhaps, he wanted to use it as a memorial to the fallen team member. After all, the two NPCs still alive on the crew list were showing a generally depressed mood. Hiring new NPCs to pilot this mech under these circumstances would likely only further damage their morale. However, due to Fidel's departure, the unit did indeed have a significant shortage of combat power. It seems it's time to replenish the ranks. Yu Xiao thought. And right now, he still had a relatively large number of battlefield points. So after some consideration, he decided to obtain data on a few more elite pilots from the simulated battle mode to serve as partners. However, to his surprise, recommended simulated battle opponent, Char Aznable. After exiting the real battlefield and entering the simulated battle mode, this was the first pop-up window that appeared. This was quite unexpected. So, Yu Xiao tentatively found Char's name in the list and clicked to enter the mobile suit selection interface. But then he discovered something different. Normally, to obtain pilot data in simulated battle mode, one needs to win while using almost identical mobile suits. At most, only slight differences in appearance are allowed, such as the G-Titan Deos that Yu Xiao used last time. However, this time, Super Robot Wars vs. offers a very detailed list of mobile suits for him to choose from, although there are still some limitations. Yu Xiao, while browsing, confirmed this. For example, when his opponent, Char, uses his original mobile suit from the 0079 era, the MS-06S Char's Zaku 2. Yu Xiao can choose derivative or modified mobile suits with similar lineages, such as the MS-6K Zaku Cannon, MS-06FZ Zaku 2 Modified, MS-06F2 Zaku 2, later type, or even the Bogdanon from the Turn A Gundam universe, to deploy. This gives players more flexibility and allows for more strategic options. However, although these mobile suits have advantages over their original counterparts in terms of raw stats. According to the explanation, if these modified mobile suits are chosen, their performance will be dynamically balanced. Therefore, the possibility of winning by overpowering the opponent's mechs is virtually non-existent. Ultimately, it comes down to the player's raw skill and technique. As for why Super Robot Wars vs offers such a flexible selection option, Yu Xiao guessed it was probably because he already possessed Char's B-rank data, so the game gave him a hint after entering the simulation battle mode. Yu Xiao wondered. But whatever the reason, given such a favorable premise, it would be a disservice to the development team's rare generosity not to take action. So Yu Xiao decisively chose Char as his opponent in this simulation battle. Then, he considered how to choose between the opponent's selectable mechs and his own corresponding available mechs to maximize his advantage. Chapter 115. After some deliberation, Yu Xiao ultimately chose Char Aznable of Generation Z, or rather, Kovatro Bagina, the AUG's unit, as his first opponent. The mobile suit piloted by his opponent was naturally his signature machine from that era. The MSN-00100, the Hayakushi. With standard weaponry and a flashy appearance, its entire body sported a signature dazzling electroplated gold paint scheme to mitigate the damage from beam weapons. Even though it was a failed research project, this could be seen from its exposed lower leg bones. It still possessed performance that was enough to make it proud in that era. The mobile suit Yu Xiao selected from the corresponding pool of suits, in comparison, was not particularly eye-catching. Compared to the Hayakushi, it had a larger size and load capacity, and a more practical gray-blue paint scheme. This mobile suit was one of the Hayakushi's derivatives, designated MST-99A, the Strike Type 99. This is the successor to the Hayakushi, appearing in the UC Engage series of mobile games within the Gundam franchise. In terms of setting, this is a revamped and upgraded version of the already mature Hayakushi, developed by Anaheim a century into the Universal Century to compete with the then-dominant SNRI and regain its leading position in MS development. Its design philosophy and weaponry are very similar to the Flying Tiger that appeared in 0079. High-output thrusters were added to its legs to achieve excellent atmospheric and space flight capabilities. In addition to its standard gun and sword, it also features a 70mm Gatling gun in its hand as its primary weapon. Furthermore, a large container carrying various missiles was added to its back. This gave the mobile suit both powerful propulsion and overwhelming firepower. However, despite significant improvements over the prototype's performance, it was still far inferior to other mobile suits of the time that touted small, high-energy capabilities. While the future of this mobile suit wasn't extensively discussed, it's likely that if Anaheim Electronics had actually deployed it in the original timeline for a simulated battle aimed at securing the Earth Federation's next-generation main mobile suit status, it would have been utterly crushed in every aspect by SNRI's F-91 Gundam. But getting back to the point, even though it was unremarkable in the original timeline, in the present day, the Type 99 Strike Gundam seems like a perfectly suitable mobile suit. Its heavy reliance on live ammunition is indeed outdated for the space age a century later. But facing the Hayakushi with its anti-beam coating, this weapon might actually have unexpected effects, right? Yu Xiao thought to himself. Then he pressed the attack button. Free battle mode, settings complete. Based on the characteristics of both units, the battle location has been set to above the base. Strike Type 99 versus Hayakushi, Kovatro Bagina, simulated battle about to begin. The feel, so heavy. This was Yu Xiao's first thought after getting his hands on the Type 99 during the simulated battle. He wasn't unfamiliar with piloting aircraft capable of flight. In fact, the number is quite substantial. Starting with the Tallgeese, then the Epion Gundam, and the recently used Ryoki 1. Yu Xiao spends far more time in aerial combat than in ground combat in the game. However, the Strike Type 99 feels completely different from these other mobile suits. If the handling of those other mobile suits feels like soaring through the sky, the Type 99 at this moment feels like a brick strapped with a rocket to get it airborne. While it can cruise at high speeds, its turning and directional control are extremely clumsy. I wonder if this is the result of Super Robot Wars vs dynamically balancing the mobile suit performance. If not, then Yu Xiao can't help but question what's going on in the minds of Anaheim's higher-ups. Perhaps there's no need to question it. Considering their incomprehensible product line in the later Universal Century era, perhaps Anaheim's higher-ups have already gone mad long ago. In short, this unbearable feeling made Yu Xiao click his tongue in amazement. Whether he complained or not, the battle had to continue. So, with the Minovsky particle distribution and radar detection function ineffective, Yu Xiao rotated the Type 99's camera to search for enemy aircraft. And soon he saw it, a golden mobile suit flying towards him through the clouds. It was the Kovalo, and its Type 100. However, it didn't have independent flight capabilities. In aerial combat, it undoubtedly needed the assistance of SFS, or atmospheric flight ramps. Seeing the Type 100 crouching forward on its platform, Yu Xiao felt a sense of relief. This eliminated the difference in turning sluggishness. Meanwhile, a red light flashed behind the Type 100's black sunglasses, the glow from its unique target acquisition system, the laser camera of its image management symbolization device. This meant that the Type 99 was now within the opponent's firing range. So, in this situation, striking first was the best option. Both sides probably thought so. Thus, like a duel between cowboys in a movie, the Type 100 and Type 99 simultaneously brought each other into their sights, and both prepared to fire with their respective weapons. However, compared to the Type 100 raising its bazooka to aim, the Type 99, by simply opening its missile bay, was undoubtedly much faster. The next second, Yu Xiao decisively pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of fire from all the missile bays within the Type 99 assault rifle. Instantly, billowing smoke and colliding missiles filled the clear sky, marking the opening ceremony of the battle. However, in this area already permeated with Minovsky particles, missile aiming was a significant challenge. With skillful pilots focusing intently on evasion, even the mobile suit's flight pedals could find a way to win amid such a barrage of missiles. Yu Xiao understood this. So his real intention wasn't the missiles themselves. His purpose in unleashing all the missiles in one fell swoop was to gain the upper hand and force the opponent to evade. As expected, upon seeing this, the Hayakushi abandoned its aim at him, pulled up its nose on the flight ramp, turned, and used maximum speed to close the distance between itself and the incoming missiles. At the same time, it switched its multifunctional bazooka to a magazine armed with shotgun shells, launching a close-range counterattack, using a widespread barrage to shoot down the incoming missiles one by one. This action naturally suited Yu Xiao's intentions. So the Type 99 accelerated rapidly. Raising its Gatling gun and unleashing a series of suppressive shots, its left hand already drawing its sword. It wanted to use this opportunity to close the distance, leaving the Hayakushi, focused on intercepting the missiles, defenseless against a close-range slashing attack. Chapter 116. Shotguns and missiles clashed repeatedly, the spreading smoke quickly filling the entire sky. Completely out of sight, radar rendered useless by the Minovsky particles. But Yu Xiao could still determine the Hayakushi's location based on its previous movements and its faint appearance in the smoke. He activated the thrusters to maximum, wielding his lightsaber, and charged in that direction. However, in response, a blade-shaped, luminous object emerged from the thick fog. That dazzling golden hue. Clearly, it was the Hayakushi's beam saber. Whoosh! Enveloped in the eye field, the scorching beam particles clashed, producing an unbearably intense sound. The exchange lasted only a moment. Both were clearly moving at their maximum speed, so like an ancient cavalry duel, the two machines passed each other in the next second. Was he seen through? Witnessing this, Yu Xiao made a judgment in his mind. Truly worthy of being an NPC named after Xia, he possesses a matching level of troublesomeness. However, after missing its target, EP101 did not pursue. Instead, it used its thrusters to constantly change direction in the air. This was because Yu Xiao had a premonition. A premonition of being attacked. Sure enough, the instant he dodged, a golden beam of particle light streaked past from its original location. It seems that EP101 switched from sword to gun the very next second after the exchange ended, using its new type senses to fire in this direction. In response, EP101 chose to evade while quickly closing the distance. As the smoke cleared, the golden fuselage of the Hayakushi came into view. Seeing the distance closing, both naturally seized the opportunity. The assault used the Gatling gun in the right hand of the Type 99 to press against the opponent's waist. Simultaneously, the barrel began to spin and preheat, ready to unleash a hail of bullets, turning the Hayakushi into a honeycomb, but the Hayakushi reacted quickly. Abandoning the stalemate with the Type 99, he turned and delivered a spinning kick to the Type 99's gun barrel. This strike even severed the connection between the Gatling gun and the arm. Fortunately, Yu Xiao was not so easily dealt with. The Type 99's mechanical wrist spun at an angle impossible for a human, reversing the lightsaber, and he thrust forward. The thrust pierced the Hayakushi's joint, followed by a merciless severing. The next moment, both of them simultaneously retreated, regrouping. After a few lightning-fast exchanges, the Type 100 lost an arm, and the Type 99 assault also lost one of its important weapons, the Gatling gun. It seemed like both sides had suffered losses. But if one were to say who had the upper hand now, the second container on its back opened. The Type 99 gripped its second ranged weapon. A beam rifle, standard issue for Universal Century mobile suits. Clearly, the Type 99's damage was less severe. The two then engaged in a prolonged exchange of fire at long range. Their aim wasn't to kill each other with a single blow, but rather to find an opening and strike. After a long period of this repeated fighting, Yu Xiao finally found the opportunity he sought. While firing from both sides, blocking the opponent's movement trajectory, Type 99 held its beam saber horizontally, activating its thrusters at maximum power, instantly accelerating explosively. The target was the enemy, the Hayakushi's chest cockpit. But facing the charging Yu Xiao, Hayakushi's next move was unexpected. After slightly changing direction with its rear wings, it activated the thrusters on its back and lower legs. Then, it leaped up, detaching itself from its S-Fest flight platform. This allowed it to narrowly avoid this fatal attack. Type 99's beam saber blade merely grazed the Hayakushi's feet, not even causing the slightest injury. This was indeed a risky move. But what to do next? Hayakushi's S-Fest continued operating at its original power, flying forward relentlessly. And with the thrusters of a Generation Z humanoid mobile suit, let alone flying, even catching up with the SFS's straight-line speed, while briefly airborne would be difficult. Could it be that he intended to plummet without any resistance? The answer to this question surfacing in Yu Xiao's mind was the dull, heavy impact on the Type 99's body. That was Char's classic move, the flying kick. It hadn't stopped after detaching from the S-Fest and leaping upwards. Instead, it spun in midair, using the movable wings on its back to readjust its angle, then rapidly thrust downwards, using the combined force of gravity and its own thrust to deliver a flying kick to the Type 99. The damage wasn't significant, but the disruption was extremely strong. As a mobile suit that relies on lower body thrust for flight, once its posture is disrupted, it's difficult to maintain stable flight. And then, something even more outrageous happened. Hayakushi's goal seemed to be more than just disrupting Kujikuri's stance with its flying kick. It used the recoil from the kick to leap high into the air once more. Using this, it quickly approached its own flight platform and then accurately swooped down. The S-Fest, after only a few wobbles, like a small boat in a stormy sea, regained its balance. Hayakushi was able to continue its flight smoothly. No one was harmed. The only victim was, "Hey, you used me as a platform," Yu Xiao muttered in frustration. However, no matter how frustrated he was, he couldn't change the facts. Yu Xiao knew this very well. So, after adjusting his stance, he quickly rejoined the battle. Facing Hayakushi's raised rifle, he changed his course according to the direction the muzzle pointed, thus dodging the incoming beam fire. Kujikuri approached its opponent again. And upon approaching, it swung its blade again, severing Hayakushi's other wrist before it could dodge. To be honest, this move was rather abruptly successful. Even Yu Xiao himself hadn't expected it. He had only intended to force the opponent to dodge or parry before continuing his pursuit. Therefore, he felt no joy. Instead, he felt doubt and danger. And sure enough, this premonition of danger came true. The next second, Hayakushi lowered its height slightly, bringing its head close to the bottom of Kujukyu. In an instant, Yu Xiao immediately understood what it intended to do. It seems the enemy's AI has already analyzed the Type 99's weakness. Its ability to fly using its leg thrusters. This advantage can also become its biggest disadvantage at the right time. After all, if any one of its thrusters is destroyed, the Type 99 will likely lose lift and plummet. Of course, against a player of Yu Xiao's skill level, accurately hitting its legs at long range is unlikely. Therefore, the reason the Type 100 allowed its arm to be severed was to use this action to bring the Type 99 closer, thus exposing its weakness completely. And next, it will use its weapon. Judging from its stance, it's the head-mounted Vulcan cannon, a weapon almost every Gundam is equipped with. The Vulcan cannon is often overlooked, even ignored in MS battles, because although it's a ranged weapon, it's almost useless at long range. But in other words, as long as the distance is close enough, even a Vulcan cannon can inflict effective damage on a mobile suit, and that's exactly the situation now. Bang 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 bang. The Vulcan cannons on the Hayakushi's head fired incessantly. At close range, the projectiles veered towards the legs of the Type 99. Although the opponent's movements were anticipated. As mentioned before, the Type 99's movements within the atmosphere have always lacked agility. The force of its slashing attack hadn't dissipated, so evasive maneuvers were completely impossible in time. A 60mm live-fire gun quickly pierced and tore through the Type 99's armor. It hit the power unit of its leg thrusters, triggering a violent explosion. Of course, not just one leg was destroyed. The other was also caught in the blast. The Type 100's head was also affected by the shrapnel from the explosion. Its eyepiece shattered, rendering it inoperable. But this only destroyed the main monitor. In contrast, the Type 99's legs were far from useless. Having lost one crucial thruster, and with the other severely damaged, it instantly lost nearly half its thrust. With only what remained, the Type 99 was completely unable to maintain flight. Bound by what is called Earth's gravity, the gray mobile suit struggled a few times before plummeting downwards. Upon hitting the ground, it was instantly torn to pieces. Mission completed. Battle result. Failure? These words were also displayed before Yu Xiao's eyes. Should we attack again? Faced with this timely question, Yu Xiao naturally chose to confirm. After all, a single defeat cannot extinguish a player's fighting spirit. It will only make it burn brighter. Chapter 117. July 31st, 2305 AD, 12:31 p.m. 19 hours until Operation Sakura begins. Ah! Damn it! Yu Xiao, leaning forward as if his head were practically buried in the screen, stared at the words battle result, defeat on the screen and groaned softly. 3 hours passed. He had been repeatedly challenging Char. But he kept losing. He had tried many different mobile suits. From the Strike Type 99 to the Suzabi, he had basically tried everything. But unfortunately, not once had he achieved victory. Along the way, he had even entertained some wicked thoughts. Just now, for example, he chose MS-06F Zaku Raider, facing Char's Red Zaku 2, trying to escape to a location where the enemy couldn't see him, and then scatter a dense minefield on the space combat map. Then, using himself as bait, he lured the enemy into a trap, even if it meant mutual destruction. But as it turned out, the Xia AI here seemed to have retained the new type abilities from the original work. Even without visual observation, and with the radar blocked by Minovsky particles, it could clearly pinpoint Yu Xiao's location. Therefore, no matter how many times it was probed, it showed no sign of stepping into the minefield. Instead, it continuously used its rocket launcher to wage guerrilla warfare at the extreme distance where they could see each other. Yu Xiao, already slightly inferior in shooting skills, had no way to win in this situation. Not to mention, the Zaku mine-laying type had reduced its weapon storage capacity to make room for the mine-laying backpack on its back, leaving Yu Xiao unable to even take out the rocket launcher he could use to return fire at the same distance. So in the end, he met his tragic end, being kited to death by a rocket launcher within the minefield he himself had laid. But even so, Yu Xiao had no intention of giving up. The series of setbacks he had just suffered had ignited his fighting spirit to challenge any further difficulties. He even skipped lunch. He had decided that he would only lift his body from the back of his chair when he defeated Xia and recruited him into his team. And, reflecting on his previous failures, Yu Xiao also summarized his experiences and conclusions. First was the choice of opponent. Indeed, among the 3 time points in Xia's life, the opponent should be Xia in 0087. He thought. Xia in 0093, the mobile suits he piloted, such as the Sazabi and Nightingale, were mostly equipped with floating weapons. Since joining MechWarrior vs, Yu Xiao hadn't used mobile suits equipped with such weapons many times. Therefore, choosing Char Ezabel from this era as an opponent and selecting a similar mobile suit would clearly be a case of the weak facing the strong. However, against Char Ezabel from 0079, mobile suits, like the Zaku and the Warrior, would be too lacking in maneuverability. Thinking this through, Yu Xiao still chose the Ziera Kovatro as his opponent, and his mobile suit remained the Hayakushi. But regarding the choice of his own mobile suit, he felt he needed to consider it for a while. The Strike Gundam Type 99 was the one he used in the earliest battle. But the result of that battle wasn't very optimistic. This mobile suit had some problems from the initial design stage. He thought to himself. So, what about an enhanced version like the Hayakushi Kai, or the fully armored Hayakushi Kai? Yu Xiao silently analyzed again. That doesn't seem very feasible either. After the mobile suit's performance is dynamically balanced, specializing in armor and firepower, these mobile suits lacking mobility are likely to be kite and destroyed by the balanced Hayakushi, which uses its superior agility. The advantage of agility, huh? Yu Xiao suddenly realized this. That's right. Compared to Char, what he lacks is probably the ability to adapt in high-mobility combat. This was evident from his first combat experience, where his Strike Type 99 was hit by the Hayakushi with flying kicks and slashes. In other words, what he should be strengthening right now isn't firepower or armor, but mobility. Speaking of mobility, Yu Xiao seemed to understand which mobile suit he should choose. Browsing through the list of candidate mobile suits, Yu Xiao indeed found the one he wanted. With an appearance similar to the Hayakushi but drastically different in details, and the same dazzling gold paint. This is what the Hayakushi should have originally been, MSN-001 Delta Gundam. This mobile suit, while functioning as a transformable TMS, also prioritizes complete lightweight design. To this end, it not only retains the Hayakushi's basic frame with exposed lower legs, but also alters the overall tone of the limbs, with a major modification to the head. The Hayakushi's IDM detection function has been eliminated, replaced by the most basic and reliable binocular monitors. A Gundam-type head. If this mobile suit were deployed, the slight speed difference between himself and Char should be eliminated, no matter what. Yu Xiao confirmed. Then, he pressed the attack button. Free battle mode, setup complete. Based on the characteristics of both units, the battle location has been set to space, around the colony wreckage. Delta Gundam vs Hayakushi, Kaotro Bagina, simulated battle about to begin. Upon entering the battle for the first time, what Yu Xiao saw wasn't the enemy. But, in the dark distance of space, a massive structure silently stood in place. The wreckage of a colony. This was probably the origin of the map's name, Yu Xiao thought. Of course, only the main body remained in the distance. Drifting in space were also fragments of the shattered colony. These formed obstacles that obstructed vision or hindered maneuverability. So, then Yu Xiao looked away from the map. Where are the enemies? That's what he noticed. Logically, with its dazzling design, the Hayakushi should have stood out against the dark backdrop of space. So, was it hiding behind the wreckage of the colony before it? As Yu Xiao pondered this, he transformed the Delta Gundam into its mobile armor mode, carefully avoiding the drifting debris, and began flying along the main body of the cylindrical colony ruins. But it seemed there was no need to search intentionally anymore. A highly destructive jet suddenly shot out from inside the colony wreckage, completely destroying the debris and wreckage along its path. This forced the Delta Gundam to transform and turn, barely avoiding the sudden attack. And in the void that appeared after the shot was fired, Yu Xiao saw a golden Mississippi, the Hayakushi, and the silhouette of a giant cannon it wielded. That was the ultimate weapon used by the Hayakushi in the original work. The Super Mega Particle Cannon. Chapter 118. Seeing the Hayakushi enter with this weapon, Yu Xiao frowned. This was something that hadn't happened in the previous battle. After all, this thing was a truly devastating weapon. In the original work, it only fired one shot, wiping out nearly half of the Axis Forces MS units during the Grips battle, giving the AUG a decisive advantage. Regardless of the level of defense, it could almost tear through anything with a single hit. This Super Mega Particle Cannon was a target with such power. Even without considering the perspective of the Delta Gundam he piloted, which was specifically designed for maneuverability. Other heavily armored MS would probably not be able to withstand a single hit from this behemoth. Therefore, given their current strength, if Yu Xiao wanted to gain an advantage, he probably had to take down this thing first. Fortunately, while the Super Mega Particle Cannon possesses immense power, it also requires a considerable amount of time to charge and cool down. Therefore, this period of inactivity is the perfect opportunity for Yu Xiao to close the distance. Without hesitation, Yu Xiao immediately transformed the Delta Gundam into its MA mode, its thrusters streaking across the universe in a dazzling blue light, and began high-speed movement. However, his initial direction of movement wasn't towards the deep crater carved into the inner wall of the colony's wreckage by the Hayakushi. Instead, he feinted, continuing to fly along the outer layer of the colony for a distance before turning back towards the large hole. This was Yu Xiao's attempt to deceive the enemy's AI. After all, if the opponent used methods like pre-reading commands to anticipate his actions, he would likely be misled into moving his Super Mega Particle Cannon to the corresponding location. This would allow Yu Xiao to take advantage of the situation and more safely sneak up to the opponent's side. However, this plan was a miscalculation. When Yu Xiao returned to the location in the crater on the outer wall, what he saw was still that golden Mississippi. The Hayakushi not only hadn't moved, but remained calmly in place, waiting. The cannon's muzzle was still pointed towards Yu Xiao and the Delta Gundam. It seemed the opponent had somehow anticipated his intentions. But Yu Xiao didn't have time to be surprised, because a sudden, dangerous premonition flashed through his mind. Then, Yu Xiao instinctively manipulated the Delta Gundam, transforming it back into its MS form. Using the AMBAC maneuver, it moved away from its original location in space. The next second, a golden beam of particles pierced through it again from its original position. Judging by the momentum, if Yu Xiao's reaction had been a second or two later, the Delta Gundam would have been destroyed by that shot. But Yu Xiao wasn't thinking about the specifics of his narrow escape. He was instead astonished by the opponent's reaction. To recharge and fire a second time before it had fully cooled down, this action would undoubtedly shorten the lifespan of the Super Mega Particle Cannon. Just look at the sparks that were now occasionally erupting from the massive cannon. Under such circumstances, firing even a single more shot would inevitably cause the Super Mega Particle Cannon to overheat and explode, leading to its disintegration. However, the opponent's series of reactions seemed to have been precisely calculated from Yu Xiao's every move. From the initial induced displacement to the later deliberate return to the crater, preparing to launch an attack, all of this was observed by Hayakushi, or rather, by the AI of Kovatro Bagina. And perhaps, the overload firing just now was intentional. They wanted to take advantage of the opening exposed by his surprise, and end the battle with a single shot. For a battle where logistics were not a concern, it was truly a ruthlessly efficient solution. Yu Xiao shook his head. What was the point of thinking about such trivial matters now? He didn't need to think about unnecessary things. For him, focusing solely on victory was enough. Therefore, the Delta Gundam transformed again in the next second. In MA form, it pushed its thrust to the limit and sped towards Hayakushi. Finally, Hayakushi abandoned the Super Mega Particle Cannon. After all, it was nearing its limit. After releasing control and the connection to the giant cannon, its movable propulsion wing shifted a few times, and it pulled out a 300mm clay rocket launcher from its back. Aiming at the Delta Gundam, it changed direction and fired 4 consecutive bursts. The angle of fire was tricky. Yu Xiaoguang could tell from the direction Hayakushi's gun was pointing. This was a deflection shot that blocked the Delta Gundam's evasive maneuvers from all 4 directions, above and below, while simultaneously anticipating its approach. The timing and positioning were incredibly precise. But that didn't mean Yu Xiao was without a chance to retaliate. First, there was the almost exaggerated maneuverability. In MA mode, the Delta Gundam performed a series of rolls, narrowly dodging through the pierced passageway on the colony's outer wall. After dodging the first 3 shots, he suddenly pulled the engine to a screeching halt. In an instant, he transformed into MS mode and, with the beam rifle in his hand, fired at the final rocket that was about to collide head-on with him. A dazzling beam of particles shot out, making direct contact with the oncoming rocket. The outcome of a projectile weapon meeting a beam shot was predictable. Almost a hair's breadth, the rocket fired by the Hayakushi was shot down first. Raising his left-hand shield to defend against the spreading blast, and seeing the smoke billowing out, the Delta Gundam decisively drew its stored beam saber, and quickly used it to block the attack. The next second, a golden blade of light, equally gleaming, cleaved through the clouds and slashed vertically towards the Delta Gundam. Crack! Thus, the 2 equally dazzling and ornate mobile suits clashed with their light blades against the backdrop of the surrounding dusty, abandoned colony. This was practically a replay of the initial battle, the first clash between the Strike Type 99 and the Type 100. Except, the first striker had changed from Yu Xiao to Kovatro. Would this be a disheartening thing? From Yu Xiao's perspective, it didn't seem so. Because in a sense, it probably symbolized the difference in speed between the two had been leveled. Even so, the Type 100 had adopted a tactic of suppressing the enemy with firepower first, ensuring it could gain the upper hand. So now, perhaps, it was finally a fair competition in some sense. Chapter 119. Half an hour has passed since the simulation began. The battle continues, locked in a fierce struggle. Two dazzling golden figures, like shooting stars, race through the ruins inside the colony. Both mobile suits displayed incredible speeds, making them appear from a distance as mere streaks of blue-tinged gold. Bang! 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 The two beams of light then clashed repeatedly, sparks flying and explosions erupting at the points of impact. This was proof that they were using lightsabers to parry each other after contact. After this scene repeated several times, a hint of victory or defeat finally appeared. Boom! With a resounding crash, the opponent had found an opening. During the clash of blades, a sharp kick followed, and the force sent the opponent crashing heavily to the ground. Dust billowed from the spot where it landed. With the gravity control system gone, the wreckage inside the colony scattered everywhere. And there it was, the golden mobile suit that had been shot down. It was the Hayakushi, piloted by Cavalero's AI. It seemed the 3+ hours of fierce fighting hadn't been in vain. After diligent memorization and practice, Yu Xiao had finally mastered the opponent's movement patterns. With the Delta Gundam's slightly superior mobility, even Char's movements could be anticipated. Alright, that's it. Facing the Hayakushi lying on the ground, the Delta Gundam aimed at it in the next second, raising its beam rifle high. The crosshair on the screen gradually aligned with the opponent's chest. Victory was just a trigger pull away. However, only a faint glimmer of light gathered at the muzzle, then fell silent. Could it be that he was too focused on the battle and maneuvers on screen, so he didn't notice that the E-Pack, which powers the weapon, was depleted? Yu Xiao was slightly startled. Then he checked the mobile suit status in the lower right corner. The answer was indeed yes. An E-Pack, in a sense, is similar to a magazine for a beam rifle. It stores the weapon's energy, eliminating the need for the mobile suit's own power unit. When the energy is depleted, the E-Pack can be replaced for rapid recharging. From the Z era onwards, mobile suits, led by the Gundam 2 Malawing Quatches, almost all use beam rifles with replaceable E-Packs. This was originally for convenience. But now it has become the root of a fatal mistake. Seeing this, Hayakushi quickly performed a jet maneuver on the ground to escape the Delta Gundam's firing trajectory and regrouped. What a loss of composure. If the opponent weren't just an AI, Yu Xiao would have liked to make that joke. But there was no time to do so now. Facing the resurgent Hayakushi, Yu Xiao controlled the Delta Gundam, switching to the E-Pack. There was no time to draw the beam saber. So it stopped attacking and instead dodged. And sensing that the Delta Gundam's response seemed to reveal a sense of being caught off guard, the Hayakushi aggressively brandished its beam saber, launching 3 consecutive attacks. This forced the Delta Gundam to evade, seemingly struggling. And ultimately, it was driven into a tunnel in the outer wall of the colony. This tunnel was created by the Hayakushi's mega particle cannon at the start of the battle. Seeing this, it seemed the tide of the battle had turned. The Hayakushi continued its advance, while the Delta Gundam continued its retreat. It appeared they were about to shift the battlefield to space beyond the colony wreckage. But this action was halted when its back struck a solid object. That was the mega particle cannon that the Hayakushi had carried at the start of the battle, which it had later discarded. With nowhere left to retreat. Had Yu Xiao been driven to his death, regardless of the truth, it seemed that the Hayakushi's AI, mimicking Quattro Bagina, thought so. Seeing this, it moved forward at high speed, swinging its beam saber downwards, seemingly intending to deliver a fatal blow to Yu Xiao. However, watching the beam of light gradually magnify on the screen, a slight smile appeared on Yu Xiao's lips. Then, the Delta Gundam's speed suddenly increased dramatically. It lightly moved away from the mega particle cannon. Then it attempted to circle behind Hayakushi. Unlike its previous helpless posture, it seemed that this was its true strength. Hayakushi's sword strike naturally missed. It only left some melting marks on the mega particle cannon. And that's right. Ever since failing to shoot down Hayakushi, Yu Xiao had already formulated this battle plan. Instead of trying to gain an advantage through direct confrontation, the Delta Gundam decided to employ a different strategy. After all, in a large space, exploiting a weakness in Char's AI was unlikely to be repeated twice in a short period. Instead, it opted for a more cunning approach, feigning weakness to force Hayakushi into the vicinity of its initial weapon, the Mega Particle Cannon. Then, it would create a blind spot around Hayakushi in the tunnel. As expected, after dodging the attack, the Delta Gundam circled behind Hayakushi. While Hayakushi was still recovering from its sword swing, the Delta Gundam transformed into its MA form and charged straight at it. Like the Surfer Assault from the original work, or the so-called Watermelon Ice. The Delta Gundam's MA form, at full power, pinned Hayakushi to the Mega Particle Cannon with its nose, leaving it no room to maneuver. Then, the beam rifle, already loaded in the nose, fired a barrage of shots at Hayakushi's chest. A golden beam of particles pierced through his chest in an instant. At such close range, even the Hayakushi's anti-beam coating couldn't withstand the Delta Gundam's current onslaught. In a flash, the pink cloud from the Minovsky nuclear fusion reactor explosion filled the entire narrow tunnel. Mission completed. Battle result, success. Victory achieved in the scenario battle. Acquired the real battlefield mode exclusive item, Char Aznable simulation data, S-rank. Finally seeing these words displayed on the screen, an indescribable fatigue surged through Yu Zhao's fingers and into his brain. After all, this was almost 4 hours of continuous gameplay. The intense strategic thinking and concentration would certainly tire even the most seasoned player. However, along with the fatigue came an equally indescribable sense of joy. After all, he had obtained Char as his pilot. This would undoubtedly greatly enhance the team's combat capabilities. Moreover, he had a plan in mind on how to fill the other gap in the team's combat strength. Chapter 120. In Earth orbit, within the living quarters of the space station. Well then, should we pack up? The infrared censored sliding door to the narrow room opened automatically. A white-haired man with a somewhat somber expression slowly stepped in. It was Wolf, the MS captain of this unit. Previously, the mainframe controlling the base had sent him, as captain, a notification. It stated that Fidel Yashima's room would be cleaned out within 24 hours. This presumably meant that Wolf didn't need to worry about handling his affairs after death, as he could entrust the task to fully automated cleaning equipment. But Wolf clearly didn't want to be left to it. For him, saying a final farewell to his subordinate, his comrade-in-arms, was something he had to do personally. So, Wolf took a metal storage box to Fidel's room, intending to collect and preserve his belongings. He then looked around the room. Surprisingly, there was very little that required tidying up. Or rather, Fidel's room was so simple and austere that it contained almost no superfluous items. There was only the essentials of daily life. A bed, a wardrobe, a simple round table, and a chair with a backrest. The only decoration was a simply framed photograph displayed on the table. Wolf picked it up and examined it closely. It was a photograph of a smiling brown-haired boy with a couple behind him. Perhaps it was a family portrait taken of young Fidel with his parents. Decorations and entertainment items could all be easily obtained from the mainframe controlling the base. For example, Wolf had used the mainframe to recreate the MS racing trophies he won in his previous life, based on his memories, and decorated them in an extra cabinet. But it seems Fidel only recreated this one photograph. Really? I was hoping you could go even higher. After a long silence, Wolf let out a deep sigh. After carefully placing the photograph on top of Fidel's clothes folded among the others, Wolf carefully closed the metal case. Goodbye, Fidel. And after a somewhat lonely farewell, he turned and left. But what Wolf didn't expect was that in the long corridor leading from the residential area to the main area, he would brush past another new visitor. Huh? Seeing an unfamiliar face initially startled him. But considering this was likely the base's personnel replenishment process, Wolf quickly recovered. Oh! Sorry for the rudeness. Oh, a new face. You're a new member here, right? So he turned around, intending to at least greet the man as the team leader. The other man seemed to stop and turn around at the chance encounter. Wolf could then clearly see his face. A handsome man. At least Wolf genuinely believed so. But with an inexplicable melancholy hidden within him, a man with blue eyes. Golden hair falling across his forehead concealed a deep scar. Indeed. Hearing Wolf's greeting, the other nodded slightly, seemingly awaiting Wolf's next words. That makes things easier. I am Wolf Anayaker, the commander of the MS unit here. Why not? Tell me your name. It really is time. Decide my name. However, the blond man's response was somewhat enigmatic. Using the word decide, it sounded as if even he himself was unsure how to address himself. And indeed, that was the case. After all, he had many names. Char Aznable, Kovatro Bajina, Edward Moss, and Kas Al Remdekun. Behind each name lay a different definition of the same person. The Xeon Ace pilot Red Comet. A member of the AUG, and also the commander of a certain new type boy. The last surviving member of the Dakin family, driven by a thirst for revenge. So, in this new era, in this different world, how does he hope to be recognized? How he hopes to be called? Kovatro Bagina. After a long silence. And finally, the blond man made his choice. That's it. Just call me Kovatro. Meanwhile, in the hangar, sitting in the cockpit of the GM Sniper K9, facing the dazzling array of data displayed on the screen, Luo Dongchuan adjusted the machine's OS. Alright. Exam system. Limiter deactivated. Complete. Finally, Luo Dongchuan let out a soft sigh. The exam system. One of the systems on the GM Sniper K9 that he had shut down after sensing danger. Now, contrary to his usual behavior, he had turned it back on. There was a reason for this. Like you said, Fide, without going this far, you can't confirm your own potential, right? Luo Dongchuan murmured with a sentimental expression. Under the reflection of the mainframe screen, the iron-gray military tag pendant on his chest gleamed brightly. However, at this moment, he also noticed something unusual. In the monitor's view, in a corner of the hangar, there was a rustling figure. A thief? That was the first thought that surfaced in Luo Dongchuan's mind. This stemmed from his past experiences. In his previous life, while serving in a mixed mechanized unit in Southeast Asia, he would occasionally see 2 or 3 local residents sneaking into the base during his shifts, just to steal some rations to fill their stomachs. Back then, he usually turned a blind eye. After all, his unit's food reserves did indeed come partly from the requisitioning of local populations. Everyone has to make a living, after all. However, he shook his head, pulling himself out of those memories and dismissing the idea. This was a space-based orbital satellite. What thief could possibly have the connections to get here? So, he focused his gaze in that direction. The figure captured on the surveillance camera looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. He was small in stature, with a youthful face. He wore a khaki jacket and had short, light orange hair that covered his ears. What was noticeable was his sideburns, which were considerably longer than the hair at the back of his head. If it weren't for a deliberate styling, this messy look would really make one question the hairdresser's skill. Luo Dongchuan thought to himself. Then, perhaps, he was an escort created by some new partner? Luo Dongchuan remembered that, indeed, after arriving at this base, the mainframe controlling this place had mentioned that it could create any object based on its own memories, including even humans that could speak, move, and converse. However, those would at most be androids without real memories or souls. Therefore, Luo Dongchuan had never used this function. After all, to him, resurrecting comrades or relatives in this way was a form of disrespect. With a touch of curiosity, he turned on the external radio and simultaneously increased the magnification of the monitor. Wow! I never seen this kind of mecha before, but it's amazing. And this one over there. Is that Amakusa from the Jupiter Empire? I heard they were dismantled when the Callisto forces were destroyed. I never thought I'd see the real thing here. He finally figured out what this uninvited guest was doing. He was evaluating the mecha. He even started handling them while looking at them, exuding the atmosphere of a true mecha geek. Oh well. As long as it doesn't get in my way, I let him be. Luo Dongchuan shook his head, thinking with a touch of helplessness. But what happened next was exactly what he expected, and this. GM Sniper Type 2. No, a modified GM Sniper Type 2? This kind of old machine that should be in a war history museum. Why is it here? Could it be hiding some performance I don't know about? Alright, let's check it out now. The other party not only didn't back down, but instead climbed onto the scaffolding, nimbly leaping in front of the GM Sniper Type K9, seemingly ready to thoroughly inspect it. At this point, Luo Dongchuan finally felt he had to teach him a lesson. After all, things that belong to someone can't be touched carelessly. So just as the other party stepped onto the GM Sniper Type K9's chest cockpit, Luo Dongchuan timed it perfectly, and suddenly flung the hatch open. The impact caused the man to lose his footing. He floated into the air, spinning top-heavy in the artificially created low-G environment. Ugh! He let out a slightly surprised cry, struggling desperately with his limbs, but he couldn't regain his balance. Instead, it only made him spin more violently. It seemed the other person wasn't used to living in this low-gravity environment. Luo Dongchuan sighed softly. Feeling that the punishment was sufficient, he reached out and stopped him. With his large, adult body, it felt like he was lifting a kitten or puppy. That's the feeling, as he grabbed the other person by the collar and lifted him up. It felt lighter than expected. Luo Dongchuan leisurely lifted him up. Their eyes met. Then came a long silence. But before Luo Dongchuan could even prepare his lecturing tone, he wasn't good at this kind of thing, and the other person protested vehemently first. Hey! Lifting a girl like that, lifting your colleague, don't you think it's incredibly rude? Put me down. Huh? A girl? Luo Dongchuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he scrutinized her closely. Indeed, her skin was relatively delicate. Her face, upon closer inspection, was quite feminine, and her hair wasn't the length a boy her age would have. But judging from her actions just now, it would be an injustice if she didn't see him as that playful little boy. Besides, colleague, that's childish talk. Absolutely. So Luo Dongchuan shook his head. I really didn't see that coming. Never mind, listen. Kid. I don't care who you are, go back to where you came from. Don't worry your guardian, okay? This is a place where MS pilots come from. You're not that kind of person, are you? Unfortunately, this seemingly righteous argument only made the other person pout. So I already said, I'm your colleague, now put me down, okay? Huh? So you mean, you're a pilot? What else could it mean? My name is Faruti, and I'm a pilot assigned to this unit, just like you. Since you understand, put me down? Haha, I like listening to jokes, but this one you threw out is really off topic. Luo Dongchuan sighed. You know what? Even that pilot who could be considered the youngest in history, our Federation's White Devil, Amuro Ray, was already 15 when he became a MS pilot. It's true, you have to believe me. And I'm not just a pilot, I have a record, let me think. Counting before I came here, I shot down 4. I almost became an ace. Okay. You're an ace pilot. So what about your mobile suit? Don't be a perfectly good pilot without even an MS. I do have an MS. It's over there, look. Faruti pointed angrily to a spot not far away. Luo Dongchuan looked in the direction she was pointing. Huh? There really was a brand new MS. And its face was, this MS is a Gundam? Seeing the astonished expression on Luo Dongchuan's face, Faruti let out a smug snort. That's right. Surprised, buddy? This is the culmination of our Holy Military Alliance's technological prowess, a miniaturized, convertible, and highly productive machine. The LM312V04, the Victory Gundam. The laughter, anger, relief, and surprise on the other side of the screen were, of course, beyond Yu Xiao's knowledge. All he knew was what was happening on the screen. The last character Yu Xiao had envisioned was this girl named Faruti. Of course, that wasn't the point, because Yu Xiao had only casually recruited a pilot from the Holy Military Alliance. He initially thought it would just be an ordinary passerby. Who would have thought that in the era of V-Gundam, the Universal Century had become a twisted amalgamation under the malice of Tomino. Even underage girls were taking to the battlefield and making sacrifices. Truly worthy of the era of lightsaber-wielding older sisters. Seeing all sorts of characters is nothing new. Yu Xiao thought to herself. Getting back to the point. The key point is actually the mobile suit she was piloting. Victory Gundam, or rather V-Gundam. As a mass-produced model, it probably possesses the highest specifications of all mass-produced Universal Century mobile suits, bar none. Therefore, for performance reasons, Yu Xiao equipped this MS to the team. She then upgraded it to a model with 2 additional cannons on its back. The so-called V-Gundam. As for the other newly hired character, Kovatro Bajina. Or rather, Char Aznable. Yu Xiao equipped him with the Hayakushi's successor, the mass-produced Hayakushi Kai. Although the energy supply had changed, making it impossible to use special weapons like the high-energy Mega Particle Cannon, thanks to the addition of a Gatling gun to their shoulders, their conventional firepower had actually increased. This meant that the reorganized team now had both heavy hitters and versatile fighters again. Their combat strength was absolutely no less than before. Well then, Yu Xiao stretched. Let's end today's game here, he thought. Then he took out the disc and went to the sofa for a short rest. At this moment, there were still 17 hours and 59 minutes until the start of Operation Sakura. Chapter 121. July 31st, 2305 AD, 5:37 p.m. 14 hours until Operation Sakura begins. The northern front of the Human Reform Alliance. Inside the research base of Savior-type Fafnir on the Siberian Plateau. Father! The only person in the entire base who could address the research director, father of Fafnir, in such a tone was none other than Hino Michio, the white-haired researcher's son, codenamed 666. He strode in, glancing around. Then, he saw behind Hino Yoji. The hangar that should have housed the Savior-type Fafnir was now empty. This proved that the machine had been moved out. Seeing this, Michio frowned. But he suppressed his questioning emotions before speaking. I heard the order to deploy. The higher-ups ordered the unfinished existence to be sent to the front lines. Father, did you agree to that request? That's right. I made this decision after careful consideration. Existence is about 80% complete. Although it can't successfully undergo the savior transformation to achieve benign mutations, as a purely mobile weapon, it possesses performance surpassing all current human Reform League machines. Hearing this, Daosheng took a deep breath. I know. Father. But that's not what I want to know right now. Then, he finally let out the words that had been building up inside him for so long. What I want to ask is, why? Am I not the pilot? Michio. Yoji murmured gravely. You reached the age where you can pilot a core-equipped Fafnir. I can't let you take that risk again. That's still better than selecting from ordinary pilots of the right age. But this seemingly reasonable response was interrupted by Michio's words, tinged with indignation. You should know. No, you should understand better than anyone, Dad. For an ordinary person without the Fistrum factor, to activate a Fafnir with a built-in core, even with extremely high adaptability, and the injection of an assimilation accelerator to avoid immediate death, their lifespan afterward will still be greatly reduced. His voice even trembled with emotion at the end. Didn't you leave that island because you didn't want to see others sacrifice themselves on the front lines while you were the only one left to survive, Father? Why are you doing this now? Yes, that's exactly why I left the island. Yoji turned his head, a hint of sadness in his voice. But you're different, Michio. You're an exile I forcibly brought here. So what? I already accepted that, Father. But on the island, there are still people hoping for your return, waiting for your return, aren't there? That was the end of it. These words, more powerfully than any action, any argument, sealed Michio's fate. He opened his mouth slightly, as if to say something, but nothing came out. Yumiko. In the end, Michio could only murmur someone's name, then silently lowered his head. It seemed he had no motivation to continue arguing. Seeing this, Yoji simply patted his shoulder reassuringly. I'm sorry, Michio. Forgive me, your selfish father. After leaving behind this apology, he turned away, his steps heavy. Meanwhile, at the research base's testing grounds. Pilot in position, machine in good condition, Nibelungen system functioning normally. Fafnir existence, third activation experiment, commence. Looking at the pure white-winged giant standing in the arena. The savior-type Fafnir existence. The instructor calmly gave the order. Understood. Synergy circuit, link initiated. Simultaneously, the test pilot with beautiful long black hair responded loudly from the cockpit of Fafnir existence. That's right. Perhaps it was coincidence, perhaps it was fate. The final result selected from the eligible age range of 17 to 21 for becoming a savior-type Fafnir pilot was none other than Nan Wanqing, the acting commander of the top martial force. And the next second after her reply, the machinery around the cockpit suddenly sprang into action. Something was inserted into the deliberately exposed shoulders and outer thighs of the synergy suit. It was a special needle that penetrated the skin, reaching directly into the nerves. Fafnir achieved human-machine integration through this synergy with the pilot, allowing it to be directly controlled using human thought. Ugh! Naturally, such an action would be accompanied by intense pain. But Nan Wanqing only let out a soft groan, before falling silent again. Because something even more excruciating was about to happen. Crack! Emerald-colored crystal, beautiful yet dangerous. Starting from her 5 fingers, which were linked to the machine by rings, the crystal spread rapidly along the girl's arm, and throughout her body. Even Nan Wanqing found it difficult to bear. She gritted her teeth and lowered her head, letting her long, loose hair obscure her face, which was contorted with the unbearable pain. How could this be? The assimilation is even more intense than the previous 2 times. Seeing this scene, the instructor was also somewhat taken aback. But then he regained his composure and continued to direct the operation. Captain Nan, immediately halt the experiment. However, this proposal, made with her life at stake, was decisively rejected by her. No! Please allow me to continue like this. There's not much time left before the operation begins. When she looked up again, her pupils had turned a rose red. It was a sign of being initially absorbed by Fafnir. Proof of the so-called assimilation phenomenon. But the chilling aura emanating from those eyes, without needing any words, convinced the instructor. All right. Then good luck, Captain Nan. Thank you. Nan Wanqing replied with difficulty. The erosion by the emerald-colored crystals was becoming increasingly severe. She could feel that even her life was flickering like a candle in the wind. But she couldn't give up. This savior-type Fafnir was the so-called power to save humanity. So, please, even just this once. Existence. Unleash your power. And, as if responding to the girl's wish, the next second, Fafnir Existence's head monitor lit up. The emerald crystal simultaneously stopped growing. Nan Wanqing's vision broadened. She knew this was the world she saw through Fafnir Existence's eyes. That meant she had finally mastered it. This savior-type Fafnir Existence. Successful activation. At the same time, the instructor exclaimed in amazement. That's great. Now, no matter what enemy we face, we humans can fight back. That's great. Thank you, Captain Nan, thank you. In any case, your name will be remembered as a hero. Hearing the liaison officer's words, half surprised and half joyful, Nan Wanqing closed her eyes. Really? Whether it's gratitude or praise, it shouldn't be me. She thought to herself. Yes. Red number 1. She murmured softly. It was thanks to him that her life was preserved. And because of that. Now, even if she had to give these things away, she would do so without hesitation. But Nan Wanqing pressed her body against the back of the chair. If her existence were about to disappear from this world without a trace. In these short final moments before parting, I really want to see you one last time. With you. Indeed, there are still things she wants to do. Chapter 122. July 31st, 2305 AD, 7:16 p.m. 12 hours until Operation Sakura begins. Panama Spaceport, United States of the New World, equipped with a mass accelerator facility. It's finally come to this. Outside the launch base, Captain Yun Taehuan, a handsome young man with short black hair and belonging to the Human Innovation Alliance Army, silently thought to himself as he carried his slightly heavy backpack towards the interior. He was the one who had previously entrusted Hino Yoji with a report on the predicted movements of the betas, leading the command's higher-ups to decide to launch Operation Sakura. And this operation will inevitably involve sacrifices. Yun Taehuan understood this. Therefore, he absolutely could not bear to watch these people be driven to despair by his proposal. So Yun Taehuan proactively requested permission from the general staff to participate in this life-or-death operation, and it was successfully approved. Then, as he walked down the base corridor, he inadvertently brushed past an old friend he hadn't seen for several days. Heen? Captain Gordon? Almost simultaneously, the two turned around. The next second, Gordon quickly stepped forward and casually draped his arm over his old friend's shoulder. This is truly. I never expected to see you here again. To use an old saying from your land, a single meeting in the spring breeze and dew surpasses anything else. Judging by his manner, it was as if they hadn't seen each other at all. It's Jean Fong, Captain. And, having long been accustomed to his old friend's almost excessive enthusiasm, Yun Taehuan simply sighed. This line of poetry comes from Qin Guan's The Magpie Bridge Fairy. It's used to praise the steadfast love between a man and a woman. Before using this allusion, you should at least learn a little about its source, and its symbolic meaning, okay? Really? Oh well, as long as the meaning is conveyed, isn't that good, Yun? Slightly embarrassed, Gordon scratched his head, and finally released his grip on Yun Taehuan's hand. But then, he playfully nudged the other side with his elbow. And is it really alright to still call me Captain? Aren't you the same now? It's not the same. Promotions based on 1 or 2 extraordinary feats are nothing. If you ask me, a rank earned through hard work and battles, like captains, is more respected. I think the former is more enviable. Never mind. I know you're stubborn like that. But Yun? A lot must have happened during this time, right? Yes. A lot happened. Yun Taehuan let out a long sigh. To the point that even if I wanted to tell you now, I probably wouldn't have enough time. I have to rush to report for duty. How about we part ways for now? I see. But it's alright, after this battle, we have plenty of time to talk, won't we? I hope so, Captain. Also inside the base in Panama. Standing inside the hangar, gazing at the dark and slender mobile suit, was a handsome young man with blonde hair. His name was Graham Eckert. A young ace from the USN, and the test pilot of the aircraft before him, the Flag. I heard. Graham, you're volunteering for the Human Reform League's airborne operation against the Nest? His friend, the brown-haired youth Billy Katagiri, stood beside him, speaking with some concern. Yes. What's wrong, Billy? You look terrible. Turning to his friend, Graham's tone held a hint of curiosity. To this, Billy replied with a wry smile, of course. After all, the flag is just a prototype that's recently completed performance verification. To rashly participate in such a high-intensity operation? If we withdraw now, it might still be in time. Of course, that's the kind of advice a technician would give. Thanks for your concern, Billy. But don't worry about it. Graham chuckled confidently. It's precisely this kind of stage that allows this flagship to soar high. And even from a realistic perspective, as long as one achieves merit in such battles, the flagship's deployment will be a certainty, won't it? At this point, Graham abruptly changed the subject. Besides, at the end of this journey, I might even meet that person. No. My intuition tells me that we are destined to meet. You mean? Red number 1? Hearing this, Billy was somewhat surprised, but not unexpected. Yes. You know Billy? In the ancient mythology of China, there's the legend of the cowherd and the weaver girl. It's said that this deeply affectionate couple, because they anger the gods, were separated by the Milky Way in the sky, almost forever unable to meet. I have heard of that. You mean right now, you're like the cowherd, trying to cross the Milky Way to meet the weaver girl on the Qixi festival? Billy rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. But Graham simply shook his head in denial. No, Billy. I'm not asking anyone for anything. I'm going to rely on my own strength, using this banner to overcome all difficulties. Resolutely, thoroughly. That's right. Right now, I can even cross that Milky Way. This feeling is practically love. Don't you think so, Billy? At the same time, in the Human Innovation Alliance, at the headquarters, Ikaruga Takagi held a document, methodically reporting the current situation. The announcement declaring the start of the operation is ready. It's expected to be broadcast on the evening news of major television stations nationwide in half an hour. Bai Qinrong simply nodded at the report from his blue-haired aide beside him. Understood. How's the operation? Similarly, everything is normal. In 8 hours, the troops on the defensive line will launch an attack on the outer territories of Beta and attempt to advance towards several secondary nests to divert their attention and create opportunities for the orbital airborne troops. Meanwhile, the total combat strength of the airborne troops is considerable. We have deployed a total of 212 mobile weapons, including the Sager-type Fafnir, plus 36 units provided by the USN, totaling approximately 3 regiments. Is that so? What's the composition? Elite troops selected from various locations. And members originally from the top force. Excluding Lieutenant Colonel Sergei, who is still recuperating in the hospital and is injured, and the super soldiers recalled by the superhuman organization as valuable test subjects. Aside from Soma Pyrrhus, all the other members were included. Very well. Then, let's place our last remaining hope on those who have survived along the way. And Bai Qinrong's gaze then turned to the endless darkness beyond the high-rise building. On Red number 1. Chapter 123. It was 8 p.m., standard time for the Human Revolutionary Alliance. Originally, this was the time to broadcast the daily news. But today, the broadcast was different. The figure appearing on the screen was Bai Qinrong, the leader of the Human Revolutionary Alliance. As you all know, we have fought our way to this point, losing many precious lives. Many have perished, and the surviving warriors are exhausted. But look around you. He spoke slowly, with a sorrowful yet resolute tone. Look at this land beside you. Listen to the voices of those who lie buried here. Do they want us to give up the fight? Surely not, that's right. Facing the despair before us with unwavering resolve, this is the responsibility and obligation we survivors must shoulder. On the screen were the figures of several young soldiers walking towards the massive ships at the Panama base. The USN atmospheric reentry armor destroyers. Nan Wanqing, Cui Yifei, Yin Taihuan, J. Taylor Gordon. Members of the top martial forces were also among them. I hereby declare, in order to completely defeat the monsters that ravage our land, we will now launch a special military operation against the source of evil for the betas within our territory. The primal nest, H01. To achieve this goal, countless young people will embark on a journey. I hope you will all offer these young people, who carry our tragic aspirations and resolutely move forward, the respect and reverence they deserve. And here, there is another person we need to thank. The screen shifted. It showed the figures of different mechs struggling in the icy snows of the north, or in the towering mountains of the coast. These unfamiliar mechs had recently been given a unified name. That's right, it's him. Red number 1. This unknown warrior has always fought on the front lines. From Siberia to the Deccan Plateau, he has repeatedly become the key to turning the tide of battle. In fact, we want to know who you are. But we cannot know who you are. But even so, Even if you have never stepped onto the stage of history, we will forever remember your magnificent fighting journey. Your noble character, perhaps unknown to others now, will be passed down through generations in the memories of each and every one of us. Here, please allow me, on behalf of the entire Human Revolutionary Alliance, to say to you. Bai Qinrong exhaled deeply. Thank you. Human Revolutionary Alliance, India. In a temporary shelter erected for refugees on the outskirts of Bangalore. Though the house was low and rough, it was decorated with a strong sense of life. This alone showed the family's optimism about life. Sitara? If you look too close, you become nearsighted. Then it won't be easy to color the model with markers. Facing the television, a brown-skinned young man holding a serving of ice cream, his head pressed tightly against the screen, almost as if he wanted to disappear into the image on screen, gently reminded him. Kanashia Neon. Hey, brother. Don't suddenly talk like that. You scare me. Sitara responded, clearly a little startled. Sorry. But it's rare for you to turn on the TV at a time like this. Well, I'm refining the prototype. She was finally brought back to reality by her brother's words. Straightening up, Sitara scratched her head a little sheepishly. The prototype? Yeah. There's a special program about Red Number 1 tonight. You know about it, right, brother? Red Number 1. Navan had a strong recollection of that name. How could he forget? After all, it was someone who had saved their lives in Bangalore. But even so, what exactly was the prototype his sister was talking about? As if sensing her brother's confusion, Sitara proudly pulled out a small gray figurine from beside her and held it up in front of Navan. Tada! This is it. That's... Navan, a fellow model enthusiast, recognized it immediately. It was a 1:144 scale model, roughly HG size, of the mobile suit piloted by Red One. That devilish MS model? The general shape was reproduced. However, some details were still lacking. Perhaps this was why Sitara said she wanted to watch TV to refine the prototype. Don't underestimate this. I have a feeling. If we wait until after the battle, Red One's merchandise will definitely sell like hotcakes. As a hero of humanity, he certainly wouldn't ask for royalties from any specific character. That's right. That'd be the chaotic and competitive warring states period for models, from sculptors to manufacturers. After taking it out, Sitara spoke with even greater fervor. So, I must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a prototype master of large creatures. That's right, the navigator who ushers in a new era must be me, Kanashia Sitara. You silly child. Navan chuckled, playfully patting Sitara's head. However, he then looked up at the speech broadcast on television. Indeed, he needed to express his heartfelt gratitude to him. To Red Number 1. He thought to himself. After all, without him, he wouldn't be able to live a relatively peaceful life like this today. Wouldn't he? However, it seems that not everyone in the world will cheer for the deeds of these heroic young people. Human Revolutionary Alliance, Japan, Azalea City. In an apartment building in the city center. Bang! With a slightly clanging sound, an expensive computer was kicked to the ground, cracking the screen. It was an outburst of emotion. However, the person who committed such a capricious act was unexpected. Pink hair, red eyes. A cute face and a beautiful figure. To be honest, she seemed completely incompatible with her previous violent behavior. Seriously? Alexis? Why broadcast this kind of news now? Do you think I'd be happy? Even though the room was empty, she shouted in annoyance. Was she venting her anger on something unseen? Not at all. Because immediately, she received a response, "Ahaha. So you're angry after all? Sorry. Akane, I was wrong." But the one apologizing to her wasn't a real person. It was a creature appearing on the shattered screen, its face resembling an alien from some tokusatsu film. But I think it's really something I should inform you about. After all, if humanity wins this desperate operation, the betas will be wiped out. It seemed to be the being the girl called Alexis. The girl responded to its words with indifference. Well, let them be wiped out. I haven't cared about those things for a long time. Heh. How heartless, Akane. Just a while ago, you were enthusiastically designing several new monsters for them. And now you're just discarding them like trash? The words of the mysterious creature named Alexis on the screen stated a somewhat earth-shattering fact. Could it be that the recent proliferation of new mutated species among the betas isn't caused by the supposedly powerful brain-like entity? Instead, it's the work of this seemingly pitiful girl, but the high school girl named Shinjo Akane offered no response. She simply rested her slender, snow-white bare feet on the wooden table, hugged her knees, and rocked back and forth in her chair, seemingly bored. What can I do? After all, those betas are just insects. They completely ignore my instructions. Their minds only focus on heading north to reunite with those Festums. Even if I create a monster with the utmost care, I can't really utilize them properly. If I keep losing like this, I might as well just let them be wiped out completely. That's true, Akane. Since they're transferred from another world, useless and disobedient, it's really fine to discard them. With your abilities, you can always create original monsters 10 or even 9 times stronger than them. She seemed to agree with her. But then, Alexis's tone abruptly changed. But, is that really a good idea? If you do that, you'd be letting the guest who you hate the most take center stage. And this remark was quite effective. Upon hearing the word guest, Akane frowned. You mean that red number 1? Alexis continued, almost shaking his head. That's right. Unlike you, who likes monsters, he seems to really like robots that defeat monsters, and he always seems to appear out of nowhere, defeat your creations, and then turn and leave. That guy with his savior complex to the extreme. Ugh. It's infuriating, isn't it? Same as always. I leave the instantiation to you, Alexis. No formal response was needed. The girl's words proved her provocation had worked. She righted the fallen Ringo monitor. After putting on headphones and a broken pair of glasses, Akane Shinjo took a bag of clay and a craft knife from the drawer and began her creation. And if you looked closely, the clay sculpture of the monster was gradually taking shape. It has a size many times larger than her previous works, with multiple legs, like a Fortress-class vessel, and 3 heads with giant eyes, like a Beta Beam-class vessel. Oh! Well, I'm really looking forward to it, Akane. Alexis responded readily. At the same time, a mysterious smile seemed to appear on her expressionless face. Sakura Operation Command Center. You said that special personnel would be coming here for a so-called study tour at a time like this? The person pacing anxiously in the room was the direct commander of this operation. Yes. The personnel have arrived. And it was an order from Mr. Liu Haifeng, so I think it must be a direct order from higher up. His subordinate carefully explained the current situation beside him. TSK. To put it bluntly, some nepotism hire is trying to gain experience. After all, it's an operation that will make them famous in history if successful. Although inwardly disgusted by such behavior, the commander still waved his hand dismissively. All right. Let him in. As long as he doesn't interfere with the normal progress of this operation. Understood. The subordinate saluted him and turned to leave. A few minutes later, a lean, short-haired man entered first. Wearing a somewhat outdated combat uniform, he looked around warily. The person Mr. Liu mentioned who's coming to observe the operation, is that you? Me? Ha ha ha. No. You got it wrong. The short-haired man shrugged casually upon hearing this. The one observing and learning here is this man beside me. Please take good care of him. He beckoned. Emerging from the shadows behind him was a slender girl with long hair. No, a boy? The commander narrowed his eyes, confirming. The young man before him appeared to be about 14 or 15 years old. While his build and shoulder width still indicated male gender, his flowing flaxen hair was quite deceptive, causing the commander to have initially mistaken him. However, the most noticeable feature was a scar on his face, running from his eyelid to his cheek. That must have been from a cut he sustained as a child from a sharp object. Although it had faded with age, it had never completely disappeared, becoming a prominent and indelible feature on the boy's face. Humph. So just a brat. The commander then said, seemingly with some disdain. Listen carefully. I don't care about your identity, this is a battlefield. Your movements will be restricted inside this base. Furthermore, you must keep all information you possess confidential. Understand? Although, judging from his age, it seemed plausible that he was one of those who, through connections, managed to get here for this visit, yes. But for some reason, looking at the boy who bowed his head in understanding, the commander sensed something unusual about him. Cold, intelligent, and composed. It was the aura of a soldier, a quality shared by him. So, his expression turned solemn. All right. Tell me your name. Even if it's just a visit or study. Registration is necessary. Minashiro Suji. Upon hearing this, the boy in front of the commander took a deep breath. Although his expression remained serious, he unconsciously clenched his fist, seemingly trying to conceal the fact that he wasn't actually very good at socializing. That's my name. Chapter 124. August 1st, 2305 AD, 7 a.m. Operation Sakura enters its first phase. At the very center of the Panama base stands the base's iconic structure, a long, roller coaster-like track leading to a massive pylon. But in both scale and grandeur, this ironclad creation far surpasses the original in size and imposing presence. That is the so-called mass accelerator. Utilizing principles similar to railguns, it accelerates spacecraft step by step to cosmic velocity using Ampere's force, efficiently and rapidly sending large quantities of objects into space. It should have been humanity's first step into the vast galaxy. But this magnificent structure has been sealed away since the invasion of Festum. But today, this object, almost faded from view, is experiencing a second spring. Above them, lined up one after another, were massive ship-like objects being transported. Accurately named, the re-entry armored destroyer Demon's Light. And though it bore an ominous name, this time, they carried truly humanity's hope. Automatic systems activate. Demon's Light, liftoff preparation complete. At the same time, the base communicator's calm and composed voice echoed overhead. This may be humanity's last great struggle. Success or failure, history will remember you. So good luck. A moment later, accompanied by dazzling sparks and flashes of electricity, the Demon's Light accelerated dramatically along the mass accelerator's track. Then, leaving behind a trail of thick fog, it soared into the sky with a thunderous roar. Straight ahead, towards the dawn of space. Well, Minichiro? Even for all of humanity, this is quite a grand opening ceremony, isn't it? In the command center of Operation Sakura, witnessing the scene of armored destroyers activating their rocket boosters and rapidly flying out of the atmosphere, the commander of this operation, a young man named Lin Shun, turned around and, with a rather arrogant air, spoke these words to the boy behind him, Minichiro Tsuji. To this, Tsuji nodded, but a thoughtful expression floated in his violet eyes. Indeed, as Lieutenant Colonel said, this is a grand opening. But though magnificent, tragedy may be just a hair's breadth away. Although his words carried a hint of worry, Li Linchuan's response was surprisingly calm. Oh. Why? Rather, he was curious about the young man's reasons for reaching such a conclusion. After all, in the discussions that had continued since their meeting last night, Li Linchuan had already noticed something. This young man named Minichiro Tsuji, despite his young age, seemed to possess a tactical insight and military strategy that even a seasoned battlefield veteran like himself couldn't help but admire. Furthermore, his rational, rigorous, and orderly personality and temperament resonated with him. Therefore, even after only one night, his impression of this junior had completely changed. After all, although Li Linchuan was proud of his talent, he always looked down on those who were famous because of their family background or those he considered worthless. However, for those he truly recognized as equally talented, he treated them with the respect due to their status and age. He had also heard rumors that the military high command was researching enhanced soldiers with even higher abilities within the Super Soldier Agency. Perhaps this young man was one of them? Therefore, he was now discussing the changing battle situation with Tsuji as if the young man were an equal. Tsuji, meanwhile, silently manipulated the holographic data map in the operations room, showing Li Linchuan the battle situation unfolding across the Divine Continent. Look! In the previous feints launched in various locations, the detectable light class activities were extremely weak. In some places, they could even be said to have completely disappeared. Originally, the betas couldn't possibly have left light class units undefended on the outskirts of their territories, so Tsuji marked the routes with arrows. I believe they are consciously concentrating their forces in one location, building a fortified position there, or perhaps for other purposes. Naturally, that location is likely the destination of this operation, the Primal Nest H01. They might be using it to concentrate their firepower for a counterattack. Upon hearing this conclusion, Li Linchuan nodded slightly, acknowledging Minishiro's assessment. I see. Your grasp of the battle situation is quite meticulous. But then he changed the subject. However, if I may be frank, your concern is unfounded, Minichiro. According to Yusen reports, the armor of those Demon Light ships is specially designed, ensuring their safety for a considerable period even after being hit by most beam-class attacks. Moreover, at this moment, the communications officer interrupted their conversation with a somewhat surprised shout, reporting, Commander. A high-energy reaction has been detected directly below the invading cluster. A high-energy reaction? Is it light-based? So, as Jie Chung said, they gathered together to prepare for an attack, but they haven't even reached their theoretical maximum range yet. Li Linchuan naturally ended the conversation, tossed his military overcoat aside, and returned to his command post to perform his duties. Based on the number of heat sources, Can you confirm their approximate number? Report back to me immediately. Yes. Heat sources. Strange. Although the reaction is extremely violent, their number is quite small. It is estimated that there are at most 3 objects accumulating high energy. 3? With such a small number, even heavy ray-class objects wouldn't have any substantial impact. Are these brainless betas trying to use a feigned weakness to lure us in? Oh well, never mind. Proceed according to the predetermined procedure, deploy anti-ray warheads, and disperse a sedimentary cloud of heavy metals within the atmosphere to block their aiming and firing. Executing. Dispersion complete. Humph. That's settled then. They're just bugs after all, nothing to be afraid of. Li Linshun scoffed dismissively, seemingly twirling his hair with amusement. To him, who was always arrogant and self-important, betas were at most a slight numerical advantage. Everything was quite simple and straightforward, so even today, it's easy to see through. Right? It's bad, Commander. High-output laser beams have been detected around H01. One demon's light has lost signal. It's probably been shot down. The reality was likely far from what they expected. The communications officer's voice trembled as he reported this. What? Wasn't the dispersion of the reflective cloud complete? What about the USN's proud special armor? Li Linshun, his face filled with disbelief, slammed his hand on the command table and leaned forward. Due to the interference of heavy metal particles on communications, we cannot confirm the specific situation at the moment. However, the fact that one demon's light was directly shot down is certain. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There have been no reports of such laser attacks in any of our previous battles. The procedures for Operation Sakura should be strictly confidential. These bugs couldn't have overheard them. Under the fluorescent lights, Li Linshun's face had lost its luster, becoming pale like an old man's. And even if they discovered our movements, according to past patterns, doesn't the beta's learning and evolution take at least 14 days to complete? Please calm down. Unexpectedly, the one who stopped Li Linshun at this moment was the boy who had been considered insignificant. Li Linshun turned his head in surprise. He saw the firm and unwavering eyes of Minoshiro Tsuji. This boy seemed to possess a mind far stronger than his actual age. The battle is far from over. Lieutenant Colonel Li. Just this one sentence was enough to bring Li Linshun back to his senses. Indeed. It seems I have to thank you, Minoshiro. The pale face regained its color, and pride and confidence returned to the face of this officer nicknamed Perfect. Now, tentatively, we identify it as the original Nest H01, which has created a new type of beam-class mutant. Record all data from the attack just now, and immediately upload it to the Strategic Intelligence Department for analysis. Simultaneously, every 2 minutes, initiate a call via open circuit to all units involved in Operation Sakura. Report to me immediately once communication is restored. He then raised his arm, and issued orders to the members in the command room. Use this battle to make these savage insects realize, no matter how much they mutate, the fact that the native inhabitants of Earth are far superior to them will not be shaken. Chapter 125. August 1st, 2305 AD, 7:23 AM. Punlai Island. Yu Xiao's home. There was no alarm clock, but Yu Xiao seemed preoccupied with something, abruptly getting out of bed. He didn't understand why he was up so early. After a long while, he vaguely remembered the reason. He had made plans to go see the island's annual Calming Lantern Festival with a friend that evening. That's why he remembered early. It wasn't for any reason other than making calming lanterns, but simply, he wanted to make up for the game time he had lost that night. So after getting dressed, he rushed to his study, opened MechWarrior VS, and entered battlefield mode. Final mission detected. Player detected, preparing to attack. Unexpectedly, this was the first notification he saw. Yu Xiao was somewhat surprised. So he began reading the in-game description. The final mission is a special stage that appears at the end of a specific phase. Literally, this is the final battle of a certain phase. Completing it will not only determine the amount of rewards received, but could even alter the entire world. Conversely, failing the final mission will likely cause the entire game's progression to relentlessly decline. And the stage before him was the final mission of the war against the beta route. Operation Sakura, however, unlike the previous emergency missions. It seems that this final mission will force entry into the battlefield after certain conditions are met. There is no choice. So quickly, a battlefield introduction for this level appeared before Yu Xiao's eyes. Map: Human Revolutionary Alliance, Shinjo, Western Plateau, Primal Nest H01. Friendly, Allied Airborne Forces, Human Revolutionary Alliance and New World United States. Enemy, Fistrum. Battlefield background. Frustrated by the increasingly fierce attacks of the Betas, and knowing that continuing in this way would only lead to their downfall, the Human Revolutionary Alliance has decided to join forces with the UN to launch a desperate final operation. Operation Cherry Blossom. This operation concerns the survival of all humanity. The courageous paratroopers, breaking through Earth's atmosphere and diving from orbit towards Hell, have arrived on the battlefield. However, what awaits them is the terrifying military power of the Betas, and their newly created secret weapons. The assault force is now isolated and without support. Now, the only one who can extend a helping hand and save humanity from this crisis is you. Go, Red One. For the future of our beloved Earth. Victory condition. Break through the encirclement, penetrate the primal nest H01, destroy its deepest core, the heavy brain class that controls the entire Beta population. Please select your team members, and the mobile suits you will deploy. It seems this is a crucial operation no matter what. Then, I should also fight without holding back. You shall make this judgment. So, on the mobile suit selection page, he moved the cursor over the Ryuki 1. Then, he selected the Gundam Type MS, which had been gathering dust for a long time. In the Red One base in satellite orbit. In the lounge, Luo Dongchuan and Ferruti sat facing each other, talking. The conversation seemed to have started because Ferruti wanted Luo Dongchuan, who had knocked her away with the hatch and then swung her around on their first meeting, to treat her to ice cream as an apology. But in reality, spending money here didn't require any money. So, for the girl, with an unlimited supply of iced drinks, all past and present grudges were wiped away. The two of them simply chatted about the stories that happened in the era they lived in. And then, is that so? After the Cosmic Babylon, it was the Zanskal Empire. I never expected this. Even after defeating Zeon, so many disloyal forces have emerged one after another, to the point where the militia has to step in. I never imagined my world would turn out like this. It's truly appalling. Naturally, this situation unfolded. That's how it is, Uncle. You seem quite disappointed. Huh? Of course. Lowering his head, Luo Dongchuan's expression held a hint of sadness. Although I knew the corruption within the Federation had quietly spread, I never imagined it would escalate to this extent. Even with someone like General Rayber, is it possible that he is powerless to reverse the tide of history? It has nothing to do with that white-bearded old man. At this moment, a steady voice broke the silence. A blond man wearing sunglasses stepped forward with a voice. Luo Dongchuan remembered him. He was one of the companions summoned here yesterday. They hadn't even exchanged more than a few words yet. He was an excellent soldier who always devoted himself to the Federation. But it was precisely this dedication that cost him his life. In the final moments of the 1-year war. It sounds like you know the general quite well? Hearing this, Luo Dongchuan asked with some doubt. The blond man silently adjusted his sunglasses. Not really. We just met once. But then, his words suddenly carried a hint of apology. Aw, I'm sorry. I just realized now, was my behavior a bit abrupt? No, big brother. It was Ferruti who waved her hand, indicating it wasn't important. However, that casual address drew dissatisfaction from someone present. Wait. This guy and I are about the same age, right? Why am I the uncle, and he's the big brother? I don't know the reason either. But this feels the most appropriate, right? Ah, speaking of which, the blonde big brother is Kovatro Bagina? After casually dismissing Luo Dongchuan's complaint, Ferruti rested her chin on her hand, seemingly deep in thought, and said, Indeed? What's wrong? Although half of his sunglasses obscured the blond man's vision, the relaxed smile on his face was still visible. I don't know if it's Felty's lively personality that naturally brings her friendliness towards strangers, or if Kovatro genuinely likes children. Perhaps it's a combination of both. In that case, aren't you that one? That's ya. Buzz. Buzz. Inside the satellite, the alarm sounded repeatedly, interrupting the orange-haired girl's unfinished words. It's sortie order. Time to move out, you two. Shaking off his previous relaxed mood, Luo Dongchuan's face turned serious as he addressed the two. Understood, uncle. Felty Shesta, time to prepare for sortie. Felty responded cheerfully, seemingly young but not afraid of battle. Yeah. Let's go. Kovatro nodded, responding calmly. How strange. Walking towards the hangar, Kovatro thought. He himself had once been the one most eager to destroy this planet, along with the humanity imprisoned upon it, through drastic actions. Who would have thought that today, he would be involved in the effort to save this planet, and, surprisingly, He felt no aversion whatsoever. The reason must be the experience from back then, Kovatra recalled. It was the scene his destined nemesis had shown him at the end of his life. A shimmering, dazzling light of humanity. Even in his despair, something had been silently changed after witnessing that radiance. Amuro, he murmured unconsciously. You are truly an inescapable man. For me. Chapter 126. August 1st, 2305 AD, 7:34 AM. Operation Sakura, Phase 2 in progress. The primordial nest H01, surrounding area. Humans are few in number here. However, their thoughts are now highly unified. That thing, what exactly is it? Due to the sudden attack, the Human Reform Alliance forces were forced to conduct an early airdrop. Unable to carry out pre-planned orbital bombardment, and losing contact with headquarters, the balance of the battle seemed to shift dramatically in an instant. And, due to her human-machine integration, Nen Wanqing, whose entire body was affected by the amplified impact of the landing, only now managed to lift her head with some difficulty, looking at the colossal object that had launched the attack. It was approximately 100 meters tall, with 3 protruding giant heads. Countless eyes were densely arranged on them. These were laser-generating organs unique to light-based targets. The terrifying attack that just vaporized an entire giant ship must have originated from here. The mist emanating from the holes on its sides filled the sky like chemical plant fumes. Nen Wanqing deduced that this black smoke was likely the root cause of their inability to contact headquarters from the beginning. That ominous form was a terrifying existence far surpassing even a heavy ray class. But, in the current situation, even facing such an unknown enemy, there was absolutely no reason to retreat. Notify all units. Although this sudden situation was beyond our operational expectations. Now, we have no way out. Temporarily name this new enemy Super Heavy Ray Class. Let Savior-type Fafnir find a way to deal with it. Even if we can't kill it, at least we divert its attention. Therefore, after regaining her senses, Nen Wanqing opened the wide-area communication channel and issued orders to the troops. At the same time, Fafnir Existence slowly stood up, and the multi-directional beam emitter on her back instantly deployed. From it, a red energy glow emanated. Then, countless beams of crimson photons, as if possessing intelligence, traced unpredictable trajectories, relentlessly bombarding the surrounding Beta group, halting their assault on the orbital paratroopers' landing point. And taking this opportunity, all aircraft advanced towards H01. If we enter the area surrounding the lair, even the super heavy Ray-class aircraft won't be able to fire easily. The fate of our nation rests on our shoulders. Only by advancing can we have a chance of victory. Understood. We set up a fire network here. So, the assault force, I'm counting on you. After a steady reply to Nen Wanqing's order, Yin Taihuan, piloting the behemoth-type Fafnir, stood at the forefront of the battlefield, holding an electromagnetic rifle in each hand. Along with several Type 14 Dragon Slayer heavy attack aircraft beside him, they unleashed a hail of bullets. The plasma jets fired in rotation from the behemoth's muzzle, the 36mm rotary cannons on the Dragon Slayer's shoulders, and the metal storm spewed from the large-caliber squadron support cannons in their hands. The combined power of these weapons carved a bloody path forward amidst the surging tide of Beta. Can you do it, Gordon? Looking at his friend beside him, who was already poised for action, Yun Taehuan lowered his voice and asked in his usual calm tone. Of course we can do it, Ian. Go, guys. As always, kill them all with legs above 2, understand? Gordon shouted in response. He then maneuvered his aircraft into a dive, accelerating forward. However, a part of his morale-boosting shout caught the attention of someone present. While it's a good declaration, don't forget we're still on the battlefield, Captain. It was Cui Yifei, also piloting a J-10. Utilizing her expertise in close combat, she swung her large sword, hacking at the heads of the multi-legged monsters that kept lunging at her. Parallel with her J-10 was Gordon, piloting a steel-gray aircraft, one of the new US-made aircraft, the F-15 SE Silent Eagle, a modified version of the F-15 Eagle tactical aircraft. The Human Reform League codenamed it Prototype 02 Moonbow. This machine was nominally a free, friendly aid from the United States of the New World, but in reality, everyone knew it was just a seemingly noble excuse to obtain valuable combat data. This blatantly obvious scheme was likely approved because the Human Reform League urgently needed to utilize the USN's mass accelerator and Devil's Light for orbital descent operations. But whatever. After modifications to suit the combat habits of the Human Reform League's frontline warriors, removing joint restrictions during vigorous movements, and equipping it with a reactive armor shield and a heavy slashing longsword made of E-carbon steel, In Captain Gordon's hands, it could unleash astonishing performance. The assault guns on its left fired in rapid succession, while the jump units behind it continued firing without pause. Moonbow weaved through the enemy ranks, ruthlessly and efficiently claiming lives while rapidly advancing towards the lair. What an astonishing momentum! Meanwhile, Graham Ika, the leader of the flagship fighters, a unit not affiliated with the Human Reform League's command structure, exclaimed in admiration after witnessing the scene before him. But precisely because of this, we cannot afford to lose men. The time has come to show the dignity of soldiers of the United States as flagship fighters. Follow me. Then, he gave a stern command. Flying at low altitude in MA form, the jet-black flagship formation roared past. Able to fly with a more aerodynamic posture, they advanced towards their target location at a speed faster than tactical formations. Seeing this, Nan Wanqing let out a long sigh of relief. She understood that what remained was something she could only accomplish alone. Controlling Fafnir existence, Nan Wanqing arrived at a place engulfed in flames behind her. It was the wreckage of the Demon Light, a ship that had been affected by the earlier ray attack. Although it hadn't been destroyed in one hit, it was still severely damaged and had unfortunately crashed. Besides the mechs of her companions, spare weapons were also stored within. From the weapon cabinet in the ruins, she retrieved a still usable giant gun's word used by Fafnir, armed it with the Ruger spear, and then gripped Fafnir existence tightly in her hand. Its other hand wasn't idle either. Reaching forward, it forcefully tore off a piece of armor plate from the crashed transport ship, a piece that was charred black and nearly useless. What could be done with such a thing? The answer to this question appeared almost instantly. Countless emerald crystals sprouted out of thin air, rapidly enveloping the armor plate completely. An assimilation phenomenon. This was originally a method used by the Fistrum to eliminate enemies, but in the hands of Fafnir existence, its nature was slightly different. Then, the crystals shattered, revealing not the tattered armor plate, but a newly forged, stronger, and newer metal shield. That's right. This is the power of the Savior-type Fafnir. By converting the enemy's power into her own, her abilities can even alter and strengthen existing creations at will. However, to obtain this power, a corresponding price must be paid. Looking at Nan Wanqing, who was breathing heavily inside the cockpit, it was clear this function consumed the pilot's life force. Raising her shield, Fafnir existence soared through the sky, gun in one hand and shield in the other, charging fiercely towards the new Ray class like an ancient cavalryman. Seeing this, the Super Heavy Ray class abandoned its initial power building process and instead turned around, using a lower power output to activate all the eyes on one of its heads, firing relentlessly like a Gatling gun. Although the power output was lower, judging from the thickness of the beams, each shot possessed power exceeding that of a full power shot from a Super Heavy Ray class. For an ordinary mech, a single hit would likely be fatal. However, Fafnir's existence showed no fear. She held up the armored shield created through assimilation, deflecting the incoming laser beams one after another. Surprisingly, she managed to keep her main body intact amidst this barrage of attacks. Just get closer. Nan Wanqing made her decision. Having fought on the front lines for so long, she knew the Beta's structure intimately. Being a beam-type mech like this usually sacrifices physical strength to evolve the ability to fire beams, making its main body extremely vulnerable. So, as long as she got close, it would definitely work, but this time, her thinking was flawed. The mech's alarm suddenly sounded. Driven by reflexes, Nan Wanqing instinctively raised her assimilation shield, deflecting the beams downwards. Then, with a loud bang, the seemingly indestructible shield, which should have been impenetrable even under the laser beam, showed a visibly dented surface. Nan Wanqing stared in astonishment towards the source of the attack. The attacker was a tentacle-like appendage on the Super Heavy Ray class, several thousand meters long, with sharp ramming horns extending from its ends. It appeared to possess melee weapons similar to those of the Fortress class. Moreover, there was more than one. Countless tentacles extended from the front of this Super Heavy Ray class in an instant. Then, with lightning speed, they attacked the being. Gurgle. With a reluctant groan, Nan Wanqing changed her course, instead leaping and dodging through the air. Despite its enormous size, Fafnir was surprisingly agile. It evaded the attacks with considerable ease. It could even counterattack using its multi-directional beam emitter with automatically guided, trajectory-changing beams. Within minutes, nearly 10 tentacles had been blasted off by its counterattacks. However, the Super Heavy Ray class offensive was not limited to this. Its energy-generating organs began to glow with a fluorescent blue light. And its three bizarre heads gradually drooped downwards, several enormous eyes silently locking onto a certain direction. On the ground. This is bad? Seeing this, Nan Wanqing's crimson eyes widened slightly in surprise. It wanted to take this opportunity to wipe out the friendly aircraft approaching its nest in one fell swoop. To achieve this goal, it didn't care about sacrificing the other betas on the ray axis. These alien insects were truly ruthless and heartless. But, even with such prior consideration, Fafner's current existence seems unable to completely prevent it. No, stop! She raised the Ruger's spear, its power amplified and now far beyond its former glory. She unfolded the cannon within the blade, aiming at the direction of the super heavy ray, preparing to fire, but the opening she made in that instant of aiming allowed Fafner to be targeted. The tentacle with horns at its tail seized the opportunity, striking her wrist directly, causing the spear to fly from her hand. Ugh! The synergistic circuit transmitted an equal amount of pain to the girl's nerves. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and let out a soft groan. It seemed they were still relentlessly pursuing her. No matter how she maneuvered or retaliated, she wouldn't be able to escape for the time being. And then, something even worse happened. Emerald-colored assimilation crystals gradually appeared on the girl's body. This backlash, unavoidable for anyone piloting a core-equipped Fafner, was gradually eroding the girl's body and spirit. No! If only I had a little more time. Damn it! But lamenting seemed powerless to change reality. The head of the super heavy ray-class weapon blazed with white light, about to unleash a sweeping barrage of fire upon its foes. Humanity's last stand might end because of this suddenly appearing mutated beta. Even Nan Wanqing couldn't help but think this with a touch of pessimism. But at that moment, another high-energy reaction from above? An alarm sounded. She turned her head again. Through Fafner's gaze, Nan Wanqing saw a sword. A massive sword. A gleaming sword. An emerald-green blade of light, cleaving the sky. With the force of splitting mountains and shattering the earth, it cleaved the terrifyingly powerful ray fired by the super heavy ray in two. The beam weapon's attack cancelled out, causing countless streams of light to spread out from the point of impact. Spreading out, obscuring vision. Until the super heavy ray finally exhausted its accumulated energy, and the laser was depleted. The light gradually faded. The newcomer gradually revealed itself. In the sky, beside the pristine white giant, stood a winged demon of jet black and crimson. That form, though Nan Wanqing had never witnessed before. Even so, who exactly is he? The answer to this question was obvious to her at a glance. Red. Whether from excitement or joy, the girl's voice choked slightly. Red, number 1. That's right. At this moment when humanity has once again fallen into despair. Amidst the blazing, fiery dawn. It was as if it were a cliché, a common trope in drama. A hero in full armor. Wielding a longsword called Hope, with a power akin to a deus ex machina, he tore through despair, descending from the heavens. Chapter 127. That's right. The figure who cleaved through a super-heavy laser beam with a single sword strike, and then descended onto the battlefield. It was Red One, or rather Yu Xiao. And the Epion Gundam he piloted. This mobile suit, which he had once shelved in his hangar due to the instability of the Zero system, was now being reactivated. Naturally, this mission would likely determine the fate of the entire game. Therefore, even someone as confident in his skills as him had to carefully consider his options before choosing this dangerous machine for the attack. Looking down at the current situation from above, Yu Xiao analyzed the situation while muttering to himself, "This is where they landed." Unsurprisingly, the troops are right in the center of the enemy. They're trying to break into the lair to avoid the super heavy laser beam. For an NPC, this judgment was indeed quite wise. At least it saved him the trouble of figuring out how to protect the main force. Yu Xiao thought. However, although he had already learned this from the mission briefing, the betas had deployed new combat forces to intercept the airborne troops, achieving remarkable results. He still hadn't expected that so-called new combat force was actually a super heavy ray class. He clearly remembered that this beta was a decisive weapon created by the heavy brain class on Earth in the original work to counter the human heavy air fortress Kano. In other words, it was a beta that could only have been born on Earth. Built from countless fortress class and heavy ray class materials, it possessed outstanding combat capabilities in both long-range shooting and close combat. Furthermore, it could secrete substances resembling heavy metal particles from its body, which, through the vapors released during heat dissipation, spread across the battlefield, isolating the area from outside communication. It could be said that even among all known beta species, it was one of the most formidable enemies. Fortunately, it was stopped before reaching its firing position thanks to the heroic sacrifice of the protagonist of the side story, Yu Bridges, and countless other nameless guardians. But now, not only had it appeared on the battlefield prematurely, but it had also reached its original lair, H01, blocking the path of the airborne troops. Could it be that his previous assumptions were still wrong? In this world setting, the betas weren't directly transferred to Earth from pre-existing lairs on other planets. But had they been constantly evolving based on the battle situation? Yu Xiao pondered. But reality didn't give him time to think it through. The scene before him suddenly changed, showing the Epion Gundam being pierced by a super heavy ray-class attack. Could it be that in those few seconds he was distracted, the opponent had already completed the operation? No, that's not right. This is a possible illusion presented to him by the Zero System's future prediction. Yu Xiao stared intently at the screen. Sure enough, the next second the scene returned to normal. And based on the direction the tentacles had come from in the previous flash of light, he consciously dodged. As expected, this caused the opponent's attack to completely miss. This will continue. Yu Xiao thought with satisfaction. The Zero System, at best, is just a pre-programmed, mechanical function in a game. As long as it's used effectively as a tool, there's nothing to worry about. Thus Yu Xiao, now completely oblivious to the potential side effects of the Zero System, issued the order to begin the operation to his troops. The instructions were highly consistent with those previously given by Nan Wanqing to the Revolutionary Alliance forces. He was to lead the troublesome enemy, namely, the Super Heavy Ray class, to him, while ordering them to advance rapidly towards the lair. Roger. Hey, did you hear that? Wolf Team, all of you, charge towards that thing in front of you. Towards the enemy's lair. This is a major operation that could affect the fate of the world, so get to work. And so, accompanied by Wolf's shout over the communication channel, the operation began instantly. The next second, slightly crouching behind him, with what could be described as out-of-control speed, the Taruki's 3 transformed into a blue-white lightning bolt, speeding across the battlefield. What a wild horse, even more ferocious than its predecessor. But that's what makes it interesting. Feeling the heavy G-force surging through his body, Wolf sighed, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Waving his thermal whip, it precisely struck down one beta after another, as they charged towards the advancing human Revolutionary Alliance forces. His other hand, wielding the Dover cannon, switched to live ammunition mode. When it encountered targets that couldn't be killed instantly with the thermal whip, it would fire, immediately sending those surviving monsters to their doom. This is the Kovatro unit, mission accomplished. Similarly, the mass-produced Hyakushikai also launched its attack. I can't sense any hostility. But I do my best. Its shoulder-mounted 6-barrel beam Gatling gun began to spin, unleashing a golden rain of light that harvested the lives of the betas like a lawnmower. But the mass-produced Hyakushikai was clearly not content with simply standing still and firing. Utilizing its thrusters, which, although less powerful than the prototype, were still agile, it leaped, jumped, and somersaulted. While it couldn't match the speed of the Talties 3, it was much more agile on the battlefield, constantly shifting its position. While skillfully dodging the beta's attacks, its clay rocket launcher in its left hand, and its beam rifle in its right continued to fire relentlessly. Physical bullets and beams mingled, creating a storm of death among the enemy ranks. At the edge of this storm's advance, Kovatro saw a figure, Amakusa, a mobile suit resembling a Gundam, who, like him, had chosen to charge into enemy territory. The gray-green machine stood still, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Previously, Kovatro only knew that it appeared to be an unmanned type. So, it should only move when receiving commands. So, why is it here? This question arose in Kovatro's mind. But the very next second of contact, he immediately sensed the truth. So that's it. It's you? A jolt ran through his brow. The unique sensitivity of a new type instantly informed the blond man of the truth. With a relieved expression, he muttered to himself, in that case, I have to go all out. So you won't laugh at me? The two machines then separated, returning to their respective battle zones. What Kovatro felt in that brief moment of contact was probably only known to him, a new human. However, judging from the satisfied smile on his lips, his current mood might be a long-lost sense of ease. Compared to Kovatro, the battle on the other side was undoubtedly much more brutal. Disgusting. Even if they're all insects, their aesthetic sense is far inferior to those guys from the Zanskar Empire. Looking at the dense swarms of insects reflected on the screen, Feruti's face contorted with the same unpleasant expression as seeing a carrot she disliked in her lunch. Although she complained, her actions didn't stop. The V-Gundam raised its two suspended beam cannons on its back and simultaneously raised its intelligent beam cannon, pink light steadily gathering at the muzzles of the three cannons. In your next life, even if you can't be reincarnated as humans, please, at least be reborn with a better appearance. The next second, a roaring particle beam swept across the vast battlefield. Countless beta swarms were reduced to ashes by the fatal blow from the three cannons firing simultaneously. It seems this V-Gundam is exactly like its master. Despite its small size, it undeniably possesses power that no one dares to underestimate. However, the power also had its drawbacks. After firing a full-power shot, the V- would inevitably linger briefly in the enemy ranks. This allowed a surviving Ace-class Strike-class pilot to stealthily approach the V- under the cover of smoke. "Hey! Isn't that a bit too underhanded?" Faruti exclaimed. But there was little element of fear in her voice. She smoothly maneuvered the V-, raising its right arm and activating the beam shield to block in front of her. This weapon, essentially a beam saber, was enough to slice the Ace-class Strike class before it could pounce. But it seemed she didn't need to bother, because the next second, a pink beam shot out of nowhere, completely piercing the Ace-class Strike class's body. "Hey, Faruti. Since you call yourself an ace pilot, you better pay more attention to the battlefield situation. I don't always have time to watch your every move." Accompanying this was a somewhat lecturing communication. "Hey, actually, it's nothing serious, but thanks anyway, uncle. How many times do I have to repeat myself? I'm not an uncle. I'm only in my 20s. Luo Dongchuan, on the other end of the line, scratched his head with a slightly annoyed expression. However, his expression quickly returned to seriousness as he continued sniping from the rear of the battlefield. He knew that although his GM Sniper K9 had undergone special modifications, its performance was still somewhat inferior to these future elite mechs. Therefore, he didn't choose to launch a joint assault with his comrades. Instead, he chose to rendezvous with the Human Reform Alliance's fire positions and provide support from the rear. Using the Hound backpack and his own mech's combined firepower, he could not only coordinate with the Behemoth Fafnir and the Dragon Slayer attack mech to suppress the enemy's movements, but also concentrate on supporting his comrades, clearing out the betas scattered along their advance route in advance, improving their assault efficiency. It seems that this newly formed wolf team, despite lacking much practice, is already a formidable force on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the EP101 above has transformed into a two-headed dragon-shaped mobile armor, gradually approaching the Super Heavy Ray class. It appears that the most crucial battle on the battlefield is about to erupt. Chapter 128. Since EP101 had already unleashed a powerful attack at the start of the battle to neutralize the Super Heavy Beam's blast, it would need to wait for the power reactor to cool down and be recharged before it could use its beam greatsword again. The Super Heavy Beam was in the same boat. Having just completed a full-force attack, it would require a cooling-off period to restart its head's ray organs. Therefore, this was an opportunity not to be missed. Yu Xiao chose to use his MA form for a rapid, close-range assault. The Super Heavy Beam, of course, wouldn't sit idly by. In fact, it clearly valued destroying EP101 more than the current battle situation. After all, that was precisely why it was created. Using all the sharp tentacles in its lower pouch-like organs, it unleashed a dense, terrifying barrage of attacks on EP101 in its MA form. But, dodge, and dodge again. Faced with attacks that would be troublesome for anyone, EP101 effortlessly dodged them all without a scratch. One might even mistake it for a rehearsal. This was certainly not luck. It was an overwhelming truth made possible by EP101's machine performance, the Zero System's future predictions, and Yu Xiao's piloting skills. However, this also took a toll on Yu Xiao the player. To distinguish between reality and prediction from the constantly flashing images provided by the Zero System, he needed to maintain unwavering focus on the screen and remain highly concentrated. So his plan was naturally a swift and decisive victory. The EP101 suddenly accelerated. Behind it trailed a heat whip, like a dragon's tail, its color suddenly turning a fiery red. Then, dodging countless tentacles and spikes, it finally reached the vicinity of one of the Super Heavy Ray class's head segments. It skimmed close to its head. Then, thud, the sound of its head segment crashing heavily to the ground. The answer was clear. The EP101 in its MA form had used its heat whip tail to sever its neck in an instant during its high-speed flight. Then, without pausing, it continued towards another nearby laser head segment, preparing to repeat the same tactic. But then, Yu Xiao's intuitive alarm, and the prediction displayed by the Zero System abruptly halted its movements. EP101 reverted to its MS form, using it to redirect its thrusters from rear to top, and then accelerated sharply towards the ground. The next moment, a terrifyingly high-temperature laser beam swept across Epion's path. Clearly, thanks to its massive size and cooling system, the Super Heavy Ray class had recovered from the full-force laser attack before Epion could unleash its signature laser attack again. This was bad. Yu Xiao frowned. Although removing one of its head segments had reduced its threat, a second full-force laser attack would still pose a significant threat to the current forces. Therefore, under his control, Epion quickly flipped over upon approaching the ground, rising back into the air. Simultaneously, its light blades unfurled, aiming directly at the second head segment that was charging up. However, the Super Heavy Ray class employed a diversionary tactic. Without ceasing the charging of its second head segment, it unleashed its final laser head segment, firing a barrage of lasers at Epion in a manner previously demonstrated as a laser Gatling gun. With the onrushing tentacles, the attack became increasingly difficult to manage. Even Yu Xiao and Epion were ultimately unable to dodge in time, their left wrists grazed by a sudden spike. Although there wasn't much substantial damage, the heat whip still flew from their hands and fell to the ground. But this finally paid off. Epion Gundam continued its relentless charge, reaching the central head segment of the Super Heavy Ray class, and then, with a swing of its blade, the emerald green light blade mercilessly severed its grotesque head. So, only the last one remained, and that would be enough to completely blast this most troublesome monster down. However, as Yu Xiao turned his head, what he saw was the final head segment, almost fully charged. How could this be? While continuously firing short-interval Gatling-style beams, it was also charging up a high-output ray. Concentrating such heat should, according to the program, burn it up. That's right. Yu Xiao suddenly realized. Although he had destroyed 2 of the Super Gravity Ray class's head segments, he hadn't damaged the cooling organs on its sides. In other words, the Super Gravity Ray class could now use the power to cool 3 laser head segments to focus on this one laser head segment. A truly formidable opponent. Yu Xiao gritted his teeth, preparing to take the attack head-on with the Epion's mobile suit. According to the original work, Gundanium alloy could survive a direct hit from a satellite cannon. In the current situation, it should be able to withstand the attack. But fortunately, Yu Xiao didn't have the space to test this capability. A burst of scorching white light shot out, but before it could reach Yu Xiao, it was dispersed and blocked. Holding the shield, protecting Yu Xiao with its massive body, was the Savior-type Fafnir. Fafnir, present, it had finally intervened in the battle from the beginning, using its shield, strengthened by the assimilation phenomenon, to help the Epion Gundam block the attack at the last second. However, after blocking the attack, whether due to the mobile suit's overload or the pilot's excessive strain, its monitor lost its luster, and then its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Yu Xiao remembered that he had been deployed to protect it during a previous emergency mission. Could this be considered a reward for his efforts in the game? But who was piloting it? If it were the protagonist from the original work, Mech Kazuki, it should have evolved into a sharper form with biological characteristics. And it wouldn't have experienced this battery depletion-like situation. But its current form only retains its initial appearance, still looking like an ordinary machine. Never mind. There's no use being curious about such questions now. Yu Xiao knew that the opportunity was now. So the Epion Gundam accelerated with an almost tearing through everything momentum. Charge, close, slash, snap. With a merciless sound, the last section of the Super Heavy Ray class's head was severed. Yu Xiao thought it was over, but to his surprise, a violent blue light suddenly erupted from within the Super Heavy Ray class. Yu Xiao's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. Given these signs, there's only one possibility. Could it be? It's going to self-destruct? Chapter 129. The reason why Ray-class lasers are relatively rare among the beta population is precisely because their creation requires the consumption of precious G-elements. These G-elements accumulate in their internal bioreactors, serving as an energy source that allows them to fire laser beams for attack. As their superior form, the Super Heavy Ray class naturally possesses the same structure, and is only larger, stronger, and more complex than ordinary Ray-class lasers. In other words, the blue light emanating from the Super Heavy Ray class at this moment is the glow of G-elements. Yu Xiao remembered that in the original work, the humans also used G-elements to create so-called G-bombs. Their power could level an entire high-level nest in an instant. And the amount of G-elements used was not even that much. At least, definitely not as large as the area emitting blue light within the Super Heavy Ray class. Based on this reasoning, the self-destruction power of a current Super Heavy Ray class weapon, even if it doesn't surpass that of a human G-bomb, would likely be close. If detonated, Not only would the human mechs be destroyed, but even the surface portion of the nest would probably be completely obliterated. Would they sacrifice their entire race and base to defeat him? This doesn't seem like the behavior of a mining machine. It's almost as if someone is manipulating things behind the scenes. Yu Xiao frowned slightly, pondering the situation. However, faced with such a dangerous situation, his next move wasn't to avoid or distance himself. Instead, the opposite. It accelerated towards the still standing remains of the Super Heavy Ray Class Gundam, without looking back. After all, even if EP101 himself could escape the blast radius, his NPC teammates still fighting on the front lines, and the crucial Savior-type Fafnir on the ground, would all be affected. Losing these combatants would likely make the upcoming battles much more difficult. And the Fidel incident was still fresh in his mind. If a character dies in a mission, they disappear from the game forever. Yu Xiao didn't want his newly built team, which he had put so much effort into, to be scrapped and started all over again the next day. Besides, what kind of mobile suit was the EP101 Gundam? It was the final villain mobile suit in New Mobile Report Gundam Wing. Gundam Wing, also known as the New Self-Destruct Chronicle, was a series that practically embodied the self-destruct spirit in its early Super Robot Wars installments. In other words, the Super Heavy Ray Class actually dared to attempt a self-destruction in front of Yu Xiao, who piloted the EP101. This behavior was utterly absurd. Now, this machine, a master in the world of self-destruction, was about to deliver a heavy blow to the boastful newcomer. The EP101 Gundam raised its beam sword, increasing its energy supply. Instantly, the emerald green beam blade swelled several times in size. Upon approaching, it swung the blade wildly. While not yet at full power, it was enough. After several swift strikes, the EP101 Gundam carved a hole through the Super Heavy Ray Class's torso. And at the end of this blood-soaked tunnel, strange objects, emitting a dangerous glow and pulsating like a heart. A G-element reactor of super gravity beam level. Approaching the hopping creature, EP101 reached out and grabbed the outer wall of the bioreactor, then pulled forcefully outwards. After ripping off countless thick, blood vessel-like structures attached to it, it firmly grasped the object, which was half the size of a mobile suit. Crimson liquid gushed out like a fountain, adding to EP101's demonic appearance and, just as its name Red One symbolized, coating its fuselage in crimson. Then, gripping the reactor tightly in one hand, EP101 turned and flew. Soaring upwards. Yu Xiao's intentions were now crystal clear. Before the Super Heavy Ray Class reactor went completely out of control, he would move it to a location that wouldn't affect most of his allies, and then detonate it. From a decision-making standpoint, this was the option that would minimize casualties. The rest depended on how well Yu Xiao could execute this plan. A reading appeared in the lower right corner of the screen in front of him. That was likely the Zero System's prediction of how long until the Super Heavy Ray Class reactor would self-destruct. The image flashed back, showing calculations of the damage that would occur if it exploded in this location. 10987. The EP101 Gundam's altitude gradually increased. The readings grew increasingly urgent. 654. Logically, he should have thrown it out at this point, and then turned to retreat. This would have allowed him to escape to the epicenter of the explosion. But that wasn't enough. Yu Xiao, using the Zero System, determined that if he released it now, the aftershocks of the explosion would still reach the ground. So he controlled the EP101, raising it even higher. Only when the countdown reached 1 did he suddenly throw it out. The hideous power unit flew straight into the sky. And then, a brilliant light erupted. Accompanied by a massive sonic wave, terrifying heat and shockwaves spread out instantly, seemingly engulfing everything around it. The EP101 Gundam, unable to escape the epicenter of the explosion in time, was gradually swallowed up and engulfed. On Yu Xiao's screen, a dazzling white light enveloped everything. It dissipated after a moment. And the EP101 that appeared on it. Surprisingly, although its entire body was charred black, its once sturdy chassis showed signs of battle damage, and sparks occasionally flew from its joints. It remained relatively intact. Not a single arm or leg was missing. As mentioned before, a mobile suit made of Gundanium alloy possesses the defensive capability to survive a single shot from a satellite cannon. So, Yu Xiao continued to look at the scene before him. The Super Heavy Ray Class, completely lifeless, crashed to the ground. However, the battle seemed rather stagnant. Apart from Wolf's Talgis 3, Kovatro's Hayakushi, and Amakusa, the other mobile suits' advance was somewhat strained. Especially the Human Reform League's forces, they seemed to be blocked on the outer perimeter by the Beta's astonishing sheer volume of supplies. At this rate, forget about charging into the tunnels for a protracted battle. Even getting inside might be a problem. What should be done? Suddenly, A flash of inspiration struck Yu Xiao's troubled mind. It was a bold idea, but very feasible. And Yu Xiao immediately put it into practice. The Epion Gundam, powering its newly cooled reactor, once again entered a dangerous overload state, even with its body already damaged. The length of the beam saber in its hand also increased dramatically. From 1 meter, 10 meters, then 50 meters, 100 meters. Finally, it settled at an astonishing 300 meters. Such a massive beam saber, even for dealing with a super heavy Ray-class enemy, was somewhat overkill. On the field, which beta would be worthy of being a match for such a beam saber? Unless it's the beta's lair, H01. Its outer layer, rising above the ground, is nearly 1,000 meters high. And yes, Yu Xiao's goal is precisely to cleave through the outer layer of that primordial layer standing on the ground. This would expose the layer's main passage, making it easier for troops to enter, and allowing them to reach the deepest part of the layer more directly, destroying the heavy-headed beast. If you don't want people to use the main entrance, don't blame me for tearing your roof off, Yu Xiao said jokingly. But Epion's actions at this moment were incredibly powerful. Dive. Slash. Cleave. With Epion's movement, the massive beam saber mercilessly tore apart the tower-like outer layer of the lair exposed above the ground. And finally, with a single strike, cleaved it in two. Chapter 130. For the Human Revolutionary Alliance, the battle situation had reached a critical point. Although, thanks to the efforts of Red One, they had successfully killed the enemy leader, the Super Heavy Ray class. The sight of that massive body crashing to the ground indicated that the greatest threat on the entire battlefield had been eliminated. However, for the assault troops, the Beta's offensive remained relentless and fierce. Countless Betas, oblivious to death, charged forward, over the corpses of their fallen comrades, launching a frenzied attack on the human army. At this moment, their opponents no longer seemed to be individual Betas, but rather, a bottomless swamp. A swamp from which no matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape. Yin Taihuan, who had been providing fire support from the rear, felt this acutely. The direct commander of the troops, Captain Nan Wanxing, piloting the Savior-type Fafnir, had probably lost contact with them earlier due to the excessive load on the machine. Even when Yun Taihuan tried to call out, there was no response. Now, the firing positions had been scattered. Including the dark green mech that had been provided by Red One unit, everything had been cut apart by the swarm of insects, disappearing into the vast enemy ranks. Therefore, he no longer fired from his spot, but was now piloting the Fafnir behemoth, traversing the battlefield. His electromagnetic rifle had been sheathed on his back, replaced by a long sword. The iron-gray giant wielded this long sword, slicing one attacking beta after another into pieces. But then, even more betas would suddenly appear from nowhere, causing considerable unease. In this situation, let alone advancing the battle line, even maintaining a foothold was difficult. During lulls in the fighting, the behemoth type also raised its gaze, scanning the situation of its comrades. Before it stood a dragon slayer, its upper body now limp and slumped on the ground, still frantically unleashing its last ammunition at the enemy. There was a J-10 wielding its dulled long sword, slashing again and again at the betas before it. And, boom! A blinding white light and shockwaves suddenly spread. That was Fafnir intelligence type, knowing it could no longer fight, activating its built-in vaporized explosive Fenrir, determined to perish together with the enemy. TCH. Seeing this scene, Yun Taihuan lowered his head in resentment. Damn it! Even if Red Number 1 came to help, is this the only outcome? We. After slicing through the last, menacing strike-class enemy with her long sword, the behemoth collapsed to one knee, exhausted. It was only by embedding the long sword in the ground, using it as another fulcrum to support its body, that it didn't fall. It seems the long battle, the burden on the pilot of Fafnir herself, and the intense pressure of the battle had pushed the pilot's mind and body to their limits. All of this was reflected directly in Fafnir's human-machine integration achieved through the coordination circuit. Even more drastically, as if reflecting the mental pressure on its pilot, the behemoth's monitors gradually dimmed, a sign that it was about to shut down. The betas that followed seemed to realize the behemoth's poor condition and swarmed forward, seemingly trying to overwhelm it. However, at that moment, "Hey Yun! Cheer up!" It was his friend, Jade Taylor Gordon's voice, breaking his daze. He had noticed his comrade's poor condition and abandoned his assault, turning back. Then, piloting the Type 02 Moonbow, he shielded Yun Taihuan, unleashing a barrage of fire from his assault cannons, riddling the attacking betas with bullets. "Is that the captain?" Yun Taihuan murmured. "Why worry about me now? This battle is probably hopeless. You should try to escape to the outer perimeter while you can. That's why I came back specifically. Hey Yoon. Look up. Up, in front of me. What else could it be? What is this? But the next moment after looking up, Yoon Tae-won exclaimed in surprise. Yes. What he saw, a bizarre structure soaring into the clouds. The primordial lair H01. An ominous tower, the stronghold of monsters, a symbol of the invaders, who had entrenched themselves on the homeland for years. Humanity's shared nightmare. Today, at this moment, by a legendary hero. With a single stroke, it was cleaved in two. The jagged structure collapsed with a deafening roar. Exposed from the two halves of the lair's outer shell was a convenient passageway leading quickly into the main underground tunnels of the lair. To think he could do something like that? Yoon Tae-won's reaction was, eyes wide with disbelief. His slightly parted, chapped lips. A brief silence. Then, holy crap. Awesome. Rough words, a beast-like roar. Completely different from his usual calm and cautious demeanor. But few would be surprised. Because that was, the roar of knowing his 20-year-long wish was about to be fulfilled. I told you so, troops, advance. Humanity's greatest opportunity is before us. We cannot let this moment slip by. Even if it's just 1 centimeter forward, charge forward. Then, accompanied by a shout that resounded across the entire frequency band, the gray giant stood up and began his attack again. But was such a message really necessary? Probably not. Because, the next second, the scene, etched deeply into the retinas of everyone present, became a bugle call louder than anything else. A sea of fire. A cacophony of gunfire. Shouts of battle. A spray of blood. The 57 surviving Mechs of the Human Revolutionary Alliance, whether advancing in threes in parallel or forced apart by the previous attack. Despite their battered bodies, they unleashed unimaginable fighting prowess. Like a sharp dagger, they plunged straight into the enemy's chest, into the deepest recesses of their lair, without looking back. Now, they no longer feared even death. Even if they fell exhausted, what did it matter? As long as the flame of life burned brightly in their final moments, bringing hope for tomorrow to their homeland and the world, that was enough. And the warriors would never forget the name of those who gave them this precious opportunity, who bestowed upon them fighting spirit and hope. Yes, that was it. The name read number 1. Chapter 131. Naturally, the act of cleaving the entire nest in two, with a single stroke shocked not only the original inhabitants of this world. Wow. As expected of the boss. He went overboard as always. Sitting in the cockpit of the Talgis 3, Wolf clicked his tongue in admiration. Well then, since this opportunity is rare, I go crazy too. Furthermore, spurred on by this action, he deployed the super accelerator on his back and charged forward at full speed. He had already cleared out many of the surrounding betas, and the remaining species were now retreating and concentrating further into the nest. This made his path smooth. However, a new obstacle appeared. It was a Blackame. No! It then transformed and landed, blocking the way for the Talgis 3. It was a transformable MS. Out of caution, Talgis 3 neither bypassed the attack directly nor brought it to a sudden stop. Instead, it rotated halfway in place to dissipate the acceleration before landing. Otherwise, even if the mobile suit was unharmed, the pilot would be crushed into a pulp by the terrifying G-forces. After stopping, Wolf examined his opponent. He had some prior knowledge that the transformation mobile suit technology in this world wasn't particularly advanced. Generally speaking, it was impossible to transform after deployment. In other words, this pilot's skills must be quite remarkable. Why would such an elite suddenly approach him? Could he be planning an attack amidst the chaos? Recalling his previous experience, Wolf frowned slightly. But the opponent's mobile suit simply stood still, the indicator lights on its helmet flashing continuously, seemingly transmitting something. Could it be attempting communication? Wolf muttered to himself. However, he had already inspected his mech. Perhaps for secrecy, all means of communication with the outside world had been blocked long ago. Aside from the team's private channel, there was absolutely no way to call out on public channels, not even international distress calls. That was what he initially thought. Until the other party made a surprising move, opening the cockpit. Then, slowly stepping out, waving, and removing his helmet to reveal a handsome, blonde-haired, blue-eyed face. What? This guy, just how incredibly stupid is he? Wolf exclaimed in astonishment. Admittedly, although the outer perimeter of the battlefield was almost calm, what was this young man trying to do by deliberately exposing himself, however? A slight smile appeared on Wolf's lips. This unexpected and audacious young man, in a way, suited the wild temperament of this man. So he followed suit, opening the cockpit, removing his helmet, and speaking to the other in a half-smiling, half-mocking tone. "Hey, kid. Are you stupid? So be it. Besides, even if I am stupid, it's because I wanted to see you that I fall into this state." Wolf's question was met with a response tinged with romanticism. "And you did come out to meet me. Isn't that proof that my foolishness has been rewarded? Heh. An interesting fellow. So? Who exactly are you? Thank you for the compliment. Well, let me tell you. I am Graham Eckert, a Usain soldier. A man who, on his own initiative, traveled tens of millions of meters to this place to meet a hero. And presumably, you are Red Number 1, aren't you?" But Wolf's expression faltered slightly at Graham's excited words. "No. This is a bit of a problem. Anyway, you mistaken me for someone else, kid." What? This single sentence left Graham momentarily stunned. "Isn't that right? But I clearly remember, Red Number 1 in the video footage was piloting this type of machine. That might have been true initially, but not anymore. At least this guy has been my partner in this unit since I can remember." A silence fell over the conversation, until Graham spoke again. "Is that so? I understand. Well then, sir, if possible, please tell me your name." "Humph, that's interesting. Knowing I'm not the person you're looking for, you still want to know the truth about me?" Wolf retorted. Graham nodded firmly. "Of course. If fate has ordained that we two were destined to meet here by chance, then this red thread cannot be severed, can it? Such a connection is more precious than anything else." "You're even more interesting than I imagined. Well then, I tell you. My name is..." Wolf then gave himself a thumbs up. "Wolf Aniaker. Also known as the White Wolf. Call me whatever you like." "Understood. Well then, may we meet again, White Wolf." "You too, Graham. Just hope it's not on the battlefield where we're facing each other." Back in their cockpits, the two greeted each other. Then, the black and white mobile suits parted ways, each charging towards the enemy along its own trajectory. Damn it, did I faint from the impact? How much time has passed? 3 minutes? On the other side. And I'm still alive? Luo Dongchuan, who had fainted from the impact of being hit by an assault-class machine, uttered these words of surprise. His question was understandable. After all, even a second of distraction on the battlefield could be fatal. Let alone 3 whole minutes. So Luo Dongchuan, filled with doubt, turned his gaze to what was before him. There it was, wielding a beam javelin, fiercely guarding his path. It was Farudi's V-Gundam. "Yo, uncle. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. But dozing off on the battlefield isn't good. After all, I wasn't always watching your direction. Right?" Sensing that the GMK-9 sniper rifle had resumed operation, the girl's energetic voice came through the communication channel. However, judging from that last sentence, it seemed she still harbored some resentment towards Luo Dongchuan's earlier lecture. Really? Such a childish mentality befitting her age. Luo Dongchuan thought to himself. "I didn't expect to be saved by you, little brat. Thanks, Farudi." However, regarding being saved, he certainly needed to respond sincerely and earnestly. "But you don't need to worry about what happens next. I handle it all myself." Then, his tone shifted. Really? Uncle?" Felty responded, somewhat taken aback. "Of course it's true. It's an adult's promise. That kind of thing is the most unreliable. But, since my comrade said so, I believe it for now. Don't go back on your word." And so, under Felty's control, the Minovsky flight device activated, sending the V-Gundam soaring into the air, soaring over the horde of monsters towards the lair. "Comrade, huh? That's true." Reflecting on the girl's last words, a satisfied smile returned to Luo Dongchuan's weary face. Watching his companion depart, he took a deep breath. Yes. Now. It was time to liberate that. On the control panel in the cockpit, he gently entered the preset shortcut command. "Exam system stand by." Then, accompanied by a strangely mechanical announcement, a sudden mental burden swept through Luo Dongchuan's entire body. "Ugh! What is this pressure?" He gasped for breath. A phantom seemed to float before his eyes, along with a muffled, somewhat melancholic voice. Luo Dongchuan vaguely felt that it seemed to be a blue-haired woman. "I see. Are you the lingering thoughts trapped within this system?" Driven by some inexplicable intuition, Luo Dongchuan suddenly realized the truth. But unfortunately. However, to this surreal scene, Luo Dongchuan responded with a confident, light laugh. I'm used to it. Living alone, carrying the souls of others. Whoosh whoosh. As Luo Dongchuan gripped the control stick tightly again, the iron-gray military tag pendant on his chest swayed incessantly. Adding you now wouldn't matter. So right now, please, lend me your power, exam. Perhaps the blue-haired girl heard his pleading cry. The next second, the immense pressure on his body stopped. The monitor on the GM sniper's head gradually turned from green to red, and the floating phantom of the blue-haired woman in front of Luo Dongchuan vanished. The exam system activated at full power on the GM sniper K9. Very good. Bullets are our lives. Then, Luo Dongchuan abruptly raised his head, pushing the control stick all the way down. Go K9! This is our final sniping. The joints, strained from the overload, creaked under the strain. The GM sniper K9, at this moment, displayed a mobility almost unmatched by the V-Gundam of several generations later. The propulsion flames, turning crimson from the increased power, trailed deep red lightning across the battlefield. Holding two lightsabers, one in a forward-facing position and the other in a reverse-facing position, he followed the V-Dash's pace, charging into the enemy ranks and beginning his kill. Meanwhile, Luo Dongchuan wasn't the only one awakening on the battlefield. Wanqingjie. Wanqingjie. Please answer. How are you? Yifei? Nan Wanqing opened her eyes again from inside the crashed Faughter-type aircraft. She answered with difficulty. Previously, due to the excessive load from the Faughter-type, the assimilation process had intensified, almost causing her to lose control of her body. Until just now, when she had barely managed to recover. And now, the image reflected in Nan Wanqing's blurred vision was Cui Yifei piloting the J-10 tactical fighter jet. With her small fuselage, she continuously dispersed the approaching betas, protecting the white giant. Ah! You're finally awake, Sister Wanqing. I was so worried. This machine, although powerful, is... Her voice trembled slightly. Perhaps it was out of fear of this core-equipped Fafnir, its philosophy of practically using pilots as batteries. It's humanity's hope. Yifei. Just believe that. However, Nan Wanqing, its pilot, remained calm and composed as she spoke. Naturally, as the unit leader, if even she harbored doubts about this savior-type Fafnir, it would surely shake the morale. And then? Could you report on the current situation? Now! Now! Cui Yifei then recounted Red One's battle history in detail. Because Nan Wanqing's unconsciousness was only momentary, relaying it was extremely easy. Not to mention the cleave nest before them, such living evidence. Is that so? Red One. Nan Wanqing pondered. Is it really like this? Even with the power of the savior-type Fafnir, it could only help him a little. If she wanted to catch up with him, it would be a very, very long way off. But she didn't have much time to be melancholy. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by a somewhat noisy sound, something burst from the ground. Crimson hue, imposing pincers, a massive body. Nan Wanqing recognized it. This was the same strike-class mutant that Red One had killed before. The savior-type Fafnir gripped its Luger spear tightly. Although the pilot's condition had reduced the Fafnir's combat power and combat time, facing this enhanced strike class. However, before Nan Wanqing, who was thinking this, Cui Yifei's J-10 tactical fighter jet stepped forward first. She gripped her long sword, discarding the now obsolete reactive armor shield, and leaped forward, engaging the enhanced assault-class melee fighter in close combat. In a lull in the fighting, she switched to her comms, and called out to Nan Wanqing, "Leave this guy to me. Wanqing, go forward. Towards the lair. Time is running out. If it's that machine, it can clear a path for our comrades, right?" As if afraid her close colleague wouldn't agree, Cui Yifei added, "Besides, you still have something to say to him, right? Then don't hesitate." And since things had come to this point, Nan Wanqing couldn't say anything more to her comrade's suggestion. "Thank you, Yifei." She simply whispered her thanks. Then, Fafnir's back thrusters emitted a blue glow, propelling the machine forward in a strange, almost anti-gravity manner. Yes, it wasn't just about clearing a path for her comrades. She also had something she absolutely had to say to Red One. "So, please, just a little more time." On the girl's slender arms, emerald-colored assimilation crystals continued to spread and grow. But she simply bit her lower lip tightly, suppressing the gradually numbing pain in her heart, and single-mindedly thought this. Chapter 132. There was practically no place to land. The tunnels inside the nest were teeming with swarms of insects. Crawling, wriggling, constantly seeking to attack the invaders. Namely Yu Xiao, and his EP101 Gundam. Meanwhile, the EP101 Gundam, equipped with its head-mounted Vulcan cannon, one of the additional weapons the EP101 Gundam used during the Eve Wars era, which Yu Xiao had also equipped before this sortie, swept away the insects, flying at its top speed through the main tunnel of H01. How long had passed since he entered the nest's tunnels? In the dark, sunless nest of the game world, Yu Xiao naturally couldn't determine the time. However, for Yu Xiao in the real world, a simple glance at his watch would suffice. It's already been 3 hours? After confirming the time, Yu Xiao said with a slight headache. While the main tunnel exposed after breaking open the nest is indeed the fastest way to reach the deepest reactor core where the heavy brain class is located, it's only relative. The underground stem of the original nest is over 4,000 meters deep, and with the swarms of insects encountered along the way, it's normal for it to take even longer. However, this journey is nearing its end. On Yu Xiao's screen, a blue glow suddenly appeared in the passageway before him. That was the glow of G-elements emanating from the reactor of the beta nest. Sensing this, Yu Xiao followed the source of the light. However, just after entering the underground hall, at the corner of the passageway, he was first greeted by ramming tentacles as agile as giant snakes, twisting and turning as they attacked. TSK! Yu Xiao reacted swiftly, maneuvering the EP101 Gundam to the side to dodge. Attacks of this magnitude were usually nothing to him. However, Yu Xiao felt a sense of unease, although it was an assault. Why wasn't the Zero system reacting? This question was quickly resolved. Because, looking around, he saw that the attack had originated from the very top of the reactor. The brain-like entity controlling the entire nest, and even the entire beta population. That eerie blue thing stared at Yu Xiao with its lifeless, jet-black eyes. It gave him a slightly chilling feeling. Yu Xiao remembered that this thing, as the supervisor of all betas, possessed terrifying computing power. If it were used at full power in battle, it could not only analyze the enemy's movements, but in the original work, it could even calculate the structure of the defensive field researched by the human side in an instant and easily dismantle it. Similarly, the Zero system also relies on extremely powerful computing capabilities to analyze the battlefield situation in real time, enabling it to predict future effects. If these two computers were to predict each other's action templates and continuously perform calculations, they could indeed fall into a stalemate of "I predicted your prediction," causing both their predictive functions to fail. Attack behavior. Confirmed. Defense program initiating. And then, although the tone was peculiar, a human language came through Yu Xiao's headset. Yu Xiao looked around in surprise, and what he saw next were several J-10 tactical aircraft. No, not just J-10s. Dragon Slayer, Iron Man, and even several flagship aircraft from the US were among them. Existence, verification, confirmation impossible. These are friendly units that have already advanced? Yu Xiao frowned, a sense of doubt creeping into his heart. But their behavior was strange. Their movements were stiff. They were practically like zombies from ghost stories. And what was even more suspicious was, if they were allies, why were they now raising their weapons and aiming them at him? But then, after seeing the objects linked to their backs, Yu Xiao understood. Those were the tentacles of the heavy brain class that had just attacked. However, their ramming tips were deeply embedded in the machines. And he remembered that the heavy brain class of Beta could indeed invade and control the systems of other machines through direct contact, even directly manipulating human nerves. Just like the brain worm in the Starship Troopers movie. In the original work, it was this ability that allowed it to suppress the actions of the decisive weapon, the Emperor of the Night, and force the invading forces to make the difficult choice of using a self-destruct attack. In other words, these Mechs weren't friendly forces at all. They were merely puppets, defeated and retrieved by the Betas, and now controlled by the heavy brain class. Obstruction, remove. And sure enough, like a hymn chanted in some bizarre cult, countless human mouths, controlled by the heavy brain class, spoke simultaneously, a chilling sound. And the next second, those zombie-like Mechs simultaneously raised their guns and launched an attack. A rain of bullets rained down. Not only did their accuracy not decrease due to the pilots being controlled, but under the heavy brain class's excellent control, they attacked in unison, forming a spiderweb that was difficult to dodge. But Yu Xiao was no ordinary pilot. Even without the Zero System's predictions, he possessed excellent on-the-spot reaction speed. The EP101 Gundam, dragging its battle-damaged fuselage, maneuvered and dodged, narrowly avoiding all the incoming bullets. And, at its high-speed end, it had suddenly appeared before the heavy brain class. That's right. He understood the principle of capturing the leader first. In the current battle, defeating this thing would secure victory. However, just as the Epion Gundam swung its beam greatsword, about to slash down the heavy brain class, the blade of the beam greatsword suddenly retracted and disappeared. Seeing this, Yu Xiao inwardly cried out in alarm. Was the energy consumption too high due to the continuous fighting and the two maximum power beam sword attacks? He realized this immediately. And when he glanced at the machine status panel, it was indeed so. Even though he had consciously conserved energy and only used the Vulcan cannon to attack along the way, it still. Yu Xiao felt indignant. The negative consequences of this event were immediate. Bypassing the controlled mobile suits, they now launched attacks on the Epion Gundam. A barrage of gunfire and artillery fire rained down on the already damaged Epion, exacerbating its precarious condition. Even worse, a flag-type mobile suit charged in MS form, wielding its plasma sword and thrusting towards the Epion Gundam. Suppressed by the hail of bullets, and with its power nearly exhausted, even Yu Xiao was completely helpless to retaliate. Could it be that all his hard-won progress was about to be ruined by this one mistake? Yu Xiao thought with a hint of resentment. But the next second, a surge of crimson beam pierced through the flag-type mobile suit. The pristine white giant that appeared before him was the savior-type Fafnir existence. An assimilation anchor flew out from her backpack. However, its target wasn't the enemy, but the Epion Gundam. It retracted, pulled back. But it didn't retract completely. Instead, upon contact, shimmering emerald-colored crystals appeared. And then, Yu Xiao heard a voice, finally. I can see you. It was a girl's voice, clear and melodious like that of a nightingale. Chapter 133. If it's like this, then we can talk. I understood long ago. Sitting in the cockpit of the savior-type Fafnir, Nen Wanqing wore a satisfied smile. Although the assimilation crystal's erosion continued to deepen, the pain was now numb. She was simply thinking. Now that she had this precious opportunity, what should she say? This was a chance to convey her feelings, a chance she had finally obtained by risking her life. Thank you. You worked hard. These words seemed too understated. Yet the deeper feelings buried within seemed inappropriate to mention at this moment. Nen Wanqing struggled with her words. But then, she accepted the truth. That's right. Expressing feelings doesn't necessarily require words. Just actions can be sufficient proof. Here. It's all for you. She raised her gaze again, manipulating Fafnir existence, and gently raised her hand. She placed her hand on Epion Gundam's shoulder. Life. Power. Existence. I give you everything I have. Crack. Crack. Emerald crystals continuously appeared on Epion Gundam's body. It was an assimilation phenomenon, but there wasn't a trace of danger emanating from it. Because this was the girl's way of conveying her entire heart. Love, gratitude, hope, everything was entrusted to this. So, now, Nen Wanqing took a deep breath. Please end this tragedy. Red number 1. Bang! Shattered crystal fragments scattered and fell haphazardly. The Epion Gundam that emerged from them had its eyes shine brightly once more. Proof that its power had been restored. That's right. Through the assimilation ability of the savior-type Fafnir, Nen Wanqing had restored his fighting ability. After performing this action, a powerful sense of exhaustion returned. The girl's vision then completely sank into darkness again. Even so, a satisfied smile lingered on her lips. Because she saw, in the end, the Epion Gundam, stepping forward again, facing countless enemies. That's right. She thought. Yes. That's how. The hero she had always hoped for and admired should be like this. What is this? A cutscene? Or more than just words? Dimly, Yu Xiao felt someone's face flash before her eyes. Though blurry. However, he could still confirm that it was the face of a girl with black hair and red eyes, not much older than himself. But regardless, Yu Xiao's gaze returned to the image. After the assimilation just now, the Epion Gundam had, astonishingly, regained all its power. Moreover, its values were even higher than before, reaching an overflowing level. Regardless, he knew what he should do now. That was to go into battle. To fight the leader of that intruder, the heavy brain class Beta. Beam sword functioning normally. Restarting at maximum power. However, the blade that emerged was no longer composed of beams of light. First, countless objects, resembling the assimilation crystals of the Fistrum, appeared. They eventually merged together, then condensed. Ultimately forming a solid, emerald green longsword, twice the length of the Epion Gundam. This was likely due to some mutation caused by the infusion of the savior-type Fafnir's core power, Yu Xiao deduced. And these mutations, naturally, only made the Epion Gundam stronger. Stronger than anything it had ever reached in the original work, an unparalleled strength. Danger? Violation of the rules detected. Stop immediately. Otherwise, it will be eliminated. At this moment, the heavy brain class once again manipulated the machines controlled by the tentacles, quickly launching a counterattack. Violation of the rules. This statement seemed meaningless at first glance. Actually, if you stop and think about it, it's not hard to understand. The essence of betas is, after all, industrial machinery. When they were created, principles similar to the 3 laws of robotics were ingrained in their minds. For example, the law a robot may not harm its creator. In the eyes of the betas, humans, being carbon-based beings, are just like them, created industrial machines. However, the Savior-type Fafnir, due to its internal fistrum core, is considered the creator of silicon-based lifeforms. Therefore, the phenomenon of humans, as industrial machines, controlling the power of lifeforms, a situation akin to an omnic crisis, undoubtedly infuriates the heavy brains. But unfortunately, Yu Xiao had no time to stop and think. Given a brief respite by the assimilation phenomenon of Fafnir's existence, he now needed to finish the battle quickly. First, he swung the sword horizontally. Then, Epion Gundam unleashed its first strike. The massive emerald blade swept out. In an instant, it sliced over 80% of the controlled mobile suits in two. Then, countless assimilation crystals appeared, enveloping the remains of the mobile suits before pulverizing and disappearing. Those pitiful souls, manipulated by the heavy brain class and long since freed, were sent to the other side of the underworld. Violation of the rules. Power, incomprehensible. Annihilate, 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 the heavy brain class roared. It could no longer speak using its human bodies, but instead used its own hoarse and strange vocal organs. The blade suddenly unfolded, the luminous crystals forming a shield in front of it. The heavy-headed Gundam's ramming tentacles attacked violently, but all to no avail. The moment they touched the barrier, they were devoured and shattered by the assimilation crystals. Seeing this tactic fail, the heavy-headed Gundam abandoned its attack. Then, the Epion Gundam transformed its shield back into a long sword, holding it upright in front of it. Both seemed to be waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to kill their fragile opponent with a single blow. Indeed, although it hadn't suffered any damage, the Epion Gundam's condition was far from good. The lights on its eye monitors flickered, and the joints in its body emitted laborious cracking sounds, as if they were about to explode at any moment. After all, the assimilation of Fafnir's existence had only replenished its power and altered its energy. It hadn't repaired the Epion Gundam's riddled body. Meanwhile, most of the heavy-headed Gundam's tentacles had disappeared. Once they were removed, the main body's defenses would become extremely vulnerable. The current situation resembled a duel between masters in a martial arts novel. The one who strikes first doesn't necessarily gain the upper hand. In fact, they might expose all their weaknesses to the opponent. But someone has to break the stalemate. The Epion Gundam took a step forward. Since someone has to break this deadlock, I do it, Yu Xiao decided. Then the thrusters instantly activated, accelerating to their maximum limit. The demonic machine, at this moment, was about to launch its attack on a new chapter in the history of humankind, ushering in a new dawn. Chapter 134. August 1st, 2305 AD, 3:47 p.m. Operation Sakura, entering its third phase, inside the lair. What? A retreat order? Led by a stunned wolf, all members of the Red 1 unit received the order to retreat. Although it came suddenly, they had never hesitated to follow orders from higher command. TCH. I thought we could have a little more fun, but oh well. Wolf Squad back. Therefore, although they hadn't participated in the battle to subdue the deepest enemy leader, they could roughly understand that this was because Red 1 had already defeated the enemy. So they all turned their aircraft around and headed out of the designated operational area, then were teleported back to the satellite. But before leaving, Kovatro, piloting the mass-produced Hyakushikai, seemed to have foreseen something through his new type senses. I see. The world, no. It seems we're about to face another major upheaval. He murmured this to himself before turning and following the troops away. In a short moment, something quite strange happened before the advancing Human Revolutionary Alliance army. First, the Red 1 unit suddenly stopped advancing and began to retreat. Second, the betas. For some reason, they became like inanimate objects, abruptly ceasing all movement. No matter how the soldiers tried to kill them with their weapons, they remained unmoved. It was as if they had lost their souls. Puzzled by this phenomenon, the warriors continued their advance along the predetermined route. And at their final destination, they found the answer to their questions. It was Red Number One's mobile suit. The black and red MS he had once piloted, fighting in India. It held a sword in its hand. Leaning forward, it seemed to be fighting someone even in its final moments. And its chest was pierced. The internal cockpit structure was similarly destroyed. Conversely, no enemies could be seen. Only a blue glowing object existed before them. That was the reactor core of the beta nest. So the answer was revealed. There was only one answer. Red Number One. Fighting the beta monsters of this abyss even in its final moments. And ultimately, at the cost of its life. For victory in this battle, for humanity. Witnessing such a scene firsthand. Now, all they could do was gaze intently at the machine that had transformed itself into a monument. The soldiers in the cockpit, without prior agreement, raised their right hands, level with their temples. A salute. It was the same salute offered by soldiers from all corners of the world, of different skin colors, languages, appearances, and cultures. To that courageous warrior. And this was, at this moment, their best reciprocation to Red One's selfless dedication, the best they could do in return. Then, the tenth search resumed. But this time, it wasn't for anything else, but to find the acting commander of the elite force that had broken in earlier. Fafnir of Nanwan Star. Even deep within the enormous lair, the white giant's figure was conspicuous. The battle with the enhanced strike class was successfully concluded with the heavy head class being killed. Cui Yifei, who had also descended underground, quickly found the machine lying supine on its back. Sister Wanqing? Sister Wanqing? She called out anxiously. Cui Yifei's J-10 established a communication link with Fafnir existence. However, there was no response. Frustrated, she simply reached out and semi-forcefully opened the cockpit section of Fafnir existence from the outside. Then, Cui Yifei also opened the cockpit of her J-10, jumped out, and intended to directly check on her best friend and superior's condition. Fortunately, this action finally elicited a response. Yifei? Nan Wanqing in the cockpit. She had awakened. Although she looked extremely exhausted. It's me. It's me. Sister Wanqing, it really is me. But she was still breathing. She could still speak. This fact invigorated Cui Yifei once again. Until she saw the eyes of the girl before her. The crimson eyes were now empty and unfocused. No light shone through. They appeared hollow and devoid of life. And she? Though speaking, her gaze was clearly not fixed upon her. Could it be that while the assimilation phenomenon ultimately didn't take her life, it still took away a part of her senses as the price for using her power? Sister Wanqing. Your eyes? That's not important. Yifei. But facing her friend's concern, Nan Wanqing only said softly. At this moment, all she cared about was, tell me. Red One. No. Did we win? Yes. Sister Wanqing. She forcefully held back the tears that almost spilled from her eyes, even though the other couldn't see them. Holding her hand, Cui Yifei said haltingly. We. Red One. He truly won. Right up to the very end. But whether it was joy, admiration, or sorrow, none of it could linger for long here. After all, this was a battlefield. Any further delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Therefore, after completing their on-site recording and data collection, the Human Reform League's assault force began the final fortifications of Operation Sakura. That was installing Fenrir vaporized explosive bombs embedded within each mobile suit around the reactor. These were high-yield bombs prepared under the premise that, even if only one arrives, it will be able to destroy the nest reactor. The total number of surviving mobile suits was 37, far exceeding the expected number. So, the installation of Fenrir was completed quickly. The fleet returned along its original route. Alright. Everyone evacuate. Now, Fenrir is to be detonated. Gordon, temporarily taking command of the force after replacing the unconscious Nan Wanqing, opened the communication channel to issue orders after confirming that all 37 mobile suits had safely evacuated and that Red One and Savior type Fafnir had been recovered. However, this action was interrupted by someone he hadn't anticipated. Wait a moment, Captain. It was Yun Tae-hwan. He opened the communicator, his face serious and focused. What's wrong, Yun? Detonation button. Can I press it? Sure. But why? I can't help it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I want to play the hero. I see. Then it's yours, Yun. Gordon readily agreed to his friend's rare request. Farewell. Detestable memories. Having received permission, Yun Tae-hwan let out a soft sigh. He then took over the detonation program and pressed the activation button. Finrer activate. Accompanied by a clear electronic voice, a deafening explosion, and the sound of collapsing structures rang out simultaneously. It was a brutal yet remarkably beautiful sound. Hey. Let those Yusin guys handle the mining for now. Hey, communications restored? While marveling at this, Gordon noticed something amiss. This is headquarters. Communications finally restored. Combat units. Report your situation. Situation? The situation is... Gordon laughed heartily. We won. Over. WH, what? Combat units, please repeat? I said, we won. Great, great. Humanity has won. Hooray. We won. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Mother, can you see this from heaven? We've finally driven the beta out of Earth. Upon hearing the news of the successful operation at the front, even the communications officers in the operations center couldn't contain their elation, shouting with joy. Perhaps victory truly is an irresistible stimulant. But amidst the celebratory atmosphere, two people remained unaffected. One was Li Linshun. He was always accustomed to analyzing problems with a calm, almost ruthless perspective. To him, a victory with more than half the casualties was statistically nothing to celebrate. Moreover, the fate of Red Number 1 was still unknown. Although Li Linshun had no interest in this kind of person, whom he considered a show of deception, he had to admit that without him, the upcoming operations would become extremely difficult. So, instead of being happy, he now had a hint of worry about the future on his brow. The other, unexpectedly, was the mysterious young man, Minashiro Tsuji. He turned his back to Tsuji, seemingly intending to leave. Are you leaving already, Minashiro? Li Linshun didn't turn around, only asking briefly, without any intention of stopping him. After all, their meeting was merely a fleeting encounter. Yes. The relevant report will be submitted in a few days. Farewell, Lieutenant Colonel Li. The sergeant nodded. Then, he stepped out of the deep corridor connecting the base to the outside world. Father. I have witnessed it. Beyond peace. Blood, war, sacrifice. Walking in the dark corridor, a melancholic poetic feeling welled up in his heart, and the sergeant murmured to himself. And, a hero. At this point, he subconsciously raised his hand to cover his face. The scar at the corner of his eye seemed to throb again. It was because of this scar that he was destined never to become a hero in the battle to protect the people. So, the person the island needs. Someone who can fight like Red Number 1. Who is it? 1. And so, the boy unconsciously murmured the name of his childhood friend, with whom he hadn't spoken for over 5 years. Yes. The name of the boy who left this scar on his face. You can do it, can't you? Become a hero like that Red Number 1. Chapter 135. Mission completed. Originally, after defeating the heavy brain class monster 1-for-1, Yu Xiao should have seen this text, followed by a list of the battle's spoils. Then, he would naturally enter the preparation interface to strengthen and regroup his team. But this time, none of that happened. Only these 2 lines of text appeared before Yu Xiao. Warning. Important negative situation detected. For normal operation, support for real battlefield mode has been temporarily suspended. We apologize. Real battlefield mode is temporarily offline. Estimated reaccess time, 72 hours. Despite the brevity of the text, a strong sense of disappointment welled up in Yu Xiao's heart after reading it. He had never been defeated before, so he hadn't expected the penalty for defeating a monster in real battlefield mode to be so severe. Although it wouldn't necessarily mean a complete wipe and restart. But it turns out, we have to wait 72 hours, and there's no guarantee the game will restart. Really? I should have just played it safe. Yu Xiao sighed, rubbing his head, which was starting to feel dizzy from playing for so long. But then he shook his head, trying to shake off those feelings. Why? Because the agreed-upon time was almost up. Yu Xiao checked his watch. After finishing the accumulated chores and taking care of the meal, he'd go meet up with Brother Boo. He thought. The Calming Lantern Festival didn't really appeal to him. However, since it was something his old friend would be interested in, going along wouldn't hurt. For Yu Xiao, who was practically without desires, this was his way of life. On the other side, Polai Island, at the foot of One Man Mountain. Whoosh. Sound of wind, as shown above. Today is a perfectly sunny day. Yet, for some reason, a howling wind is blowing. Although not cold, after a while, it always brings a sense of unease. Standing at the foot of the mountain where the sea meets the shore, looking at the endless horizon where sea and sky meet, Bu Qing repeatedly lowered the brim of his hat. Beside him, tied with simple wooden stakes and ropes, A small boat? Who? Watching the wind-blown waves repeatedly crash against the shore, he let out a soft sigh. This vast, surging sea, at this moment, truly mirrored his emotions. Neither peaceful nor calm. Ninja sister. Ah Xiao. The stage, I prepared it for you. As he spoke to himself, Buqing's gaze into the distance gradually became serious. Like an obvious behind-the-scenes manipulator in a children's animation, he shook his head and muttered, "Whether it succeeds or not depends on you yourselves." At the same time, deep beneath Pumlai Island, in the command room of the underground facility Alvis. Requesting leave? Kalinin frowned, seemingly deep in thought, as his gaze swept over the application submitted by the red-haired, ponytail-wearing ninja girl. Yes. Because, well, I was invited out. After all, today is the Lantern Festival. Or something? Standing before the desk, which was completely empty except for documents, Asaka Raimi scratched her cheek sheepishly. Perhaps she felt this behavior violated her professional ethics as a so-called ninja, a job that always bore the sign 24/7, 365. Summoned at a moment's notice. But, the target is also the objective of this surveillance mission. Formally, it's a continuation of the mission. So it's fine, right? So she then adopted a confident demeanor, beginning to justify her actions. However, Kalinin remained deep in thought. Oh no! Could it be that she ultimately couldn't convince her employer? Looking at Kalinin like this, Kumi couldn't help but feel a pessimistic anticipation. If it really doesn't work out, I just continue my regular shifts. I won't complain. But looking at Kumi's somewhat dejected expression, Kalinin chuckled. No. You might have misunderstood something, Kumi. I have no intention of stopping you. In fact, your thoughts and activities actually put me at ease. Huh? Really? Really? I always worried that protecting this island would mean sacrificing precious time for children like you. Seeing you so lively is wonderful. And I also have something I'd like to ask the people participating in tonight's event to do. Then, please leave it to me. That would be perfect. Look. This is it. Opening the cabinet under the table, Kalinin took out a not too large object. At the same time, a slight look of distress crossed his face. I originally intended to release them myself. However, I had new documents to process that day. Since you're going, could you release these 2 lanterns into the sky for me? Of course. No problem. Leave it to me, Mr. Kalinin. She agreed before acting. Limey carefully accepted the item Kalinin presented. It was a calming lantern. Although crudely made, the numerous repairs on it showed that its owner had clearly put a lot of effort into it. On both sides of the outer flame-retardant paper, the script of the Kingdom of Winter was written in black ink. Generally speaking, this would be obscure and difficult to understand for people from Fusang families, who grew up in an environment using Chinese characters. But for Limey, understanding it was quite easy. After all, although she was called a ninja, she had actually undergone quite modern special agent training. Naturally, learning a foreign language was part of that. And even if she was a ninja, she couldn't be completely unrelated to the script of Winter. Rather, it's more accurate to say the connection is profound. It's said that during the Warring States period in ancient Japan, the once powerful ninja family Fuma was descended from the Cossack cavalry of the future Winter Kingdom. But I digress. Anyway, after stepping outside, Limey tilted his head, driven by curiosity, trying to decipher the names of the people corresponding to the characters in the man's neat handwriting. One was Irina Karenina. Looking at the surname and combining it with the various rumors he had heard about Mr. Kalinin, Limey roughly understood. This is probably the name of his deceased wife. Releasing this calming lantern here today is perhaps a way of remembering her. Even if Limey wasn't a devoted reader of romance novels, he could feel a melancholic yet romantic atmosphere at this moment. But at the same time, the other side of the writing was strange no matter how he looked at it. Although it's written in a Western style and represented in Russian, no matter how I read it, it sounds like a very typical Japanese name. And if it were transcribed into Chinese characters, it would probably be written as Sosuke Sagara? Chapter 136. August 1st, 2305 AD, 6 p.m. Yu Xiao arrived at the agreed-upon location precisely on time. At the foot of Yuan Mountain. But what he saw was somewhat different from what he had expected. Kwai Mi. The person before him wasn't just Buqing. Also present was the red-haired, ponytail-wearing girl who called herself a ninja. Why? Are you here? He took a few steps forward, asking out of curiosity, without malice. This? It's because we happened to meet on the way. That's it, it's simple. It seemed like she was hiding something. Or perhaps not. Anyway, Buqing took a few steps forward and inexplicably winked at Kuai-mi behind him. He quickly changed the subject, and Xiao, you don't really care if there's one more or one less person, right? After all, they're all friends, right? Ah. Of course. Yu Xiao gave a matter-of-fact smile. It's a festival after all, that's true. The more people, the more lively it is. Then there's no problem, everything's okay, so Xiao, let's begin. Tonight's rides? What kind of rides would there be in a place like this? Yu Xiao wondered. But then, he looked in the direction Buqing was pointing. There really were some. There was a small boat with a capacity of about 2 people? I specifically asked my dad to make it. Hee on this island, going out to sea on your own isn't allowed, right? As he spoke, Buqing hooked his arm around Yu Xiao's shoulder. He said in a mischievous tone, as a young man, you should take advantage of tonight, while the adults are all gathered at the festival party, to do something that can only be done now, right? Ah. Of course. It'd probably just be a stroll along the shore. I don't want to be arrested and lectured after things get out. I see. Yu Xiao understood. This was the reason he specifically invited him. After all, that's just his personality. It didn't seem strange at all. I understand. Let's go then, Brother Bu. So he nodded in agreement. But the more readily he answered, the more confused the other man became. Huh? Ah? What? Weren't we going to take a boat out to sea? Ah. Oh. Having finally come to his senses, Buqing quickly withdrew his arm. His gaze wandered aimlessly. This? I can't. He then scratched his head. Because I'm a little seasick. And stuff. At first, I only wanted to give it to you, but... Oh dear. Look over there. Isn't there someone else who could be your accomplice? Just go with her. Whether seriously or jokingly, Buqing pushed Yu Xiao's back, making him face Limey. Sigh. Anyway, I already taken it all. So there's no way around it now. So Yu Xiao took a few steps forward. After a light cough, he spoke seriously, then. Limey. Then he held out his hand. Shall we go? The red-haired girl hesitated for a moment. But in the end, he gently placed his hand in the other's. Ah, yes. Okay, Yukun. A few minutes later, propelled by the waves and gently swayed by the oars, a small boat cruised along the shore. Yukun? Yes. Limey, what's wrong? If you're dizzy, take a rest. I row the boat back. No, just, aren't you going to say something? Ah, ha. There's nothing to say, is there, right now? Yu Xiao scratched his head. Then he looked around. The small boat sailed on the deserted beach at night. While this might sound somewhat wabi-sabi elegant, the surrounding scenery really wasn't anything special. There's no way around it. Pulai Island is just such a remote little place. Not only are there no famous scenic spots, but the scenery is almost everywhere. Even information is quite outdated, newspapers arrive 2 days late, and magazines are 3 days late. Ahem. I digress. After looking around, Yu Xiao finally found someone to start a conversation with. Oh. That calming lantern over there, is it yours? No. Someone just asked me to release it. Speaking of which, how about now? Yukun, what do you think? I'm fine with it. Do you need any fire? I do have some here. Yu Xiao took out a pack of matches. This was originally for the Lantern Festival, but then, unfortunately, something happened. A wave splashed some water, and, by sheer coincidence, it hit the matchbox Yu Xiao had taken out and quickly seeped in. In short, it was unusable. No way. So he sighed. This face. That's why I say ninjutsu is necessary for life, Yukun. Raimi, however, rested his chin on his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Huh? What does it matter? That's the thing. Look, Yukun, seriously, if you use this, you'd be able to use the metal-shelled liquid fire release scroll sold on .net. As he spoke, Raimi used his Doraemon-like abilities, pulling out an item from some unknown storage space. You wouldn't have this problem then. But, it's just a windproof lighter. Looking at the so-called liquid fire release scroll Raimi had produced, Yu Xiao couldn't help but cover his face. He had actually felt a moment of anticipation just now. He really was an idiot. Yu Xiao thought to himself. That's it. Next, I trouble you to hold the lantern for me. I be in charge of lighting it, okay? Ah. No problem. Returning to normal, Yu Xiao nodded. Then, as instructed, she lifted the calming lantern with both hands, holding it to a suitable height. Limey bent down, lit the wick, and then gestured for Yu Xiao to release it. Just then, their eyes met unexpectedly. But Yu Xiao was momentarily stunned. The scene that appeared before him. Under the night sky, sparks of light illuminated the girl's face. The shadows perfectly framed her beautiful almond-shaped eyes and delicate nose. And in the flickering light, her long, beautiful red hair seemed to burn like flames in the night. So, if she really wanted to, she was quite a beautiful girl, wasn't she? Yu Xiao belatedly realized. However, this realization didn't last long. Speaking of which, Yukun, it's said that if you make a wish upon a calming lantern at this time, any wish will come true. There's such a rumor. Why? Then let's make a wish. Together. After saying this, Limey didn't ask for Yu Xiao's response. He simply closed his eyes first. It was a very simple suggestion. However, upon hearing this, and watching the calming lanterns rise into the sky, Yu Xiao seemed momentarily lost. He was going to make a wish. But what was his wish? In his past life, he had only strived for a normal life. So, in this relatively relaxed life, after arriving at Pumlai Island, he seemed to have lost his clear goals because he had lost the pressure of life. He had become a person without dreams. So what should he wish for? Yu Xiao thought blankly. But then, in an instant, he understood. Yes, he wasn't without dreams. It was simply that his dream had come true. He never wanted to be a great hero. Thoughts like wanting to be a scientist or becoming a remarkable person were just things he wrote in elementary school to fill out assignments. For Yu Xiao, a peaceful and tranquil small-town life like this, with a few close friends, his own hobbies, and no worries about a turbulent future, was his dream. So, if we were to ask him what he hoped for in today's reality then, there seems to be only one answer. I hope it can always be like this from now on. He closed his eyes and clasped his hands. Yu Xiao silently prayed in his heart. This was perhaps the only wish he wanted to make at that moment. A moment later, he opened his eyes. He saw Limey, whose eyes held a hint of anticipation. What did you wish for, Yukun? This, it's simple. I wish for world peace. Huh? World peace? Why? Isn't it good enough as it is now? Limey seemed shocked by Yu Xiao's incongruous words, and said somewhat unpreparedly. Seeing her stunned expression, Yu Xiao smiled slightly. Just kidding. After all, saying it out loud won't make it come true, right? At the same time, not far away. Sigh, I wonder how those two are doing. Standing on the beach with his arms crossed, watching the small wooden boat gradually disappear into the distance, Bu Qing sighed with emotion. Although one guy is a reclusive self-proclaimed ninja, and the other is a stubborn blockhead. In this environment, in this atmosphere, in this alone time, if they were of the opposite sex, even if the conditions for a chemistry hadn't been met, shouldn't there at least be some sparks? Come on, Akatsuki. But, however, it was only then that he suddenly realized. Although he had indeed initially arranged the meeting between the two of them, and then meticulously arranged everything for them, when everything in the plan was going smoothly, he himself, without realizing it, seemed to have become utterly alone. In this bustling festival, all the entertainment he ultimately received was simply being able to sit alone on the beach watching the sea. This seemed somewhat ironic to Bu Qing. But then he shook his head, dispelling this dejected feeling. There's nothing I can do. Heroes are always lonely. Like Gawain, right? Looking up at the sky, he lowered his hat brim, softly comforting himself. If one didn't know his character and ways well, Bu Qing might truly appear like some tragic hero from who knows where, but even this hard-won emotion could only last a short time. Then, his sigh turned into a somewhat abrupt sneeze. Ah, achoo! Feeling the sudden drop in temperature and cold wind around him, Bu Qing ran a finger under his nose with a touch of melancholy. Strange. Is the weather getting colder too? And in the star-studded sky, the calming lanterns, soaring upwards from all over the island, gradually faded into tiny specks of light, barely visible to the naked eye. They drifted further and further away from the island. Will they eventually reach those who have left the island? Or is that boundless starry sky the destined destination for their longing? Chapter 137. United States of the New World. The Presidential Palace. In this pristine white palace-like building, an elderly woman, well past 50, was peacefully taking a nap. Judging by her serene face, no one would guess that this person was Hearst Gallop, known for his iron-fisted methods. But then, a call, accompanied by the ringing of a bell, jolted her awake from her brief sleep. Madam President, I have something to report to you. Accompanying the greeting was a blond, middle-aged man in a suit. He had the authority to bypass the president's assistant and meet directly with her to report matters. The visitor's status was clearly not low. "Oh, is this Mitsuhiro? Then please, proceed with your report." Hearst looked up with some surprise, then politely asked the visitor to report his matters. Mitsuhiro Badland. This man, who had only recently risen to a position close to Hearst, had always seemed relatively unknown to the public. However, had it not been for a series of unexpected events, he should have been, alongside Hino Yoji, hailed as one of the fathers of Fafnir. That's right. The technology of Fafnir was actually developed jointly by Mitsuhiro Badland and Hino Yoji. Originally, they were considered key technical personnel and selected by the Paradise Project, assigned to the first Alvis, Ryugu Island. But these two ultimately could not tolerate the island where they alone relied on their privileges to survive, while neglecting all of humanity. So, after a period of planning, the two of them left Ryugu Island. However, their differing beliefs ultimately led to their parting ways. Holding on to the belief that even one more soldier's life is worthwhile, Hino Yoji returned to the Human Reform League's army. But Mitsuhiro Badland, at that time, he was still called Visionary Mitsuhiro, had the opposite ultimate goal: to have soldiers defeat as many enemies as possible before they die in battle. Because of the implementation of the Paradise Project, he harbored a distrust of the entire Human Reform League. Therefore, even after leaving Ryugu Island, he did not return to the Human Reform League. Instead, taking with him the complete set of Fafnir development data, he defected to the Human Reform League's rival, the United States of the New World. With the full support of the USIN, he secretly began developing another Savior-type Fafnir. And he wasn't just a scientist, he also began to appear in military and political circles, actively serving as a right-hand man to Hearst Gallup, the leader of the United States. At this moment, he silently handed Hearst a document with illustrations. This is... Even Hearst showed a hint of surprise as he read the document. The image on it was the only satellite in Earth's orbit occupied by Yushao, or rather, Red One forces. Yes. As you know, after the Festrums attacked, all of humanity's space combat capabilities were destroyed. There are still many Festrums stationed in orbit. Short stays are fine, but satellites operating for extended periods will inevitably be shot down. However, the special forces participating in the Human Revolutionary Alliance's operation inadvertently captured an image of this normally functioning satellite space station upon reaching space. Therefore, based on my deduction, this satellite likely belongs to that newly emerging force that has been gaining momentum recently. Mitsuhiro paused. In other words, it's from Red One. And if that's the case? I see. I understand what you mean, Mitsuhiro. I grant you access to the mass accelerator in Panama, and the authority to organize an investigation team within the elite forces. Is that acceptable? Hearst, as expected of someone in a high position, understood the intentions of this technician's subordinate in just a moment. He simply wanted to uncover the truth about Red One. And, if possible, to utilize its technology for his own purposes. In response, Mitsuhiro bowed slightly as a gesture of gratitude. I'm truly grateful, Commander. And then, the Savior-type Fafnir. The development of Mark, Nick is also in its final stages. However, there are still a few shortcomings. As mentioned before, the star core fragment and Alvis's children? You are truly insightful. However, the star core fragment, as a power source, can perhaps be replicated using high-concentration G-element crystals mined with authorization from the Human Reform Alliance. But for the core-equipped Fafnir to fully unleash its power, it still requires children with the factor within them to be equipped. You don't need to worry about that, Mitsuhiro. Hearst narrowed his eyes slightly. It's almost here. The day when, more than a decade ago, our agents who infiltrated the Paradise Project at the Human Reform Alliance launched their operation. I see. However, if I may be so bold, Commander, can they really be trusted? Mitsuhiro initially appeared to suddenly understand. But then he said seriously, even with the corresponding training. Initially, they were just a group of refugees from a vanquished nation. The time spent on an infiltration mission to Alvis is too long. What if they were deceived by the island's false peace? That's precisely why they're trustworthy, Mitsuhiro. But Hearst only gave Mitsuhiro a meaningful smile at his suspicion, then replied, those who have once grieved for their homeland, who know the despair of being utterly alone, will understand the preciousness of a nation that can give them a sense of security. Not an illusory peace, but genuine peace of mind, like someone who has fallen into the sea from a ship, clinging tightly to the first thing they encounter. You mean? That's right. For them, this new world United States is their one and only paradise. Before arriving here, Whatever they were asked to do was a worthwhile sacrifice. I see. Heh. It seems I may have a slight edge in the field of technological research, but in understanding people's hearts, I am far inferior to you, Commander. Humans are creatures with diverse strengths, Mitsuhiro. Well then, let's move forward, Her said, turning his swivel chair back towards the commander's desk. His expression returned to seriousness as he clasped his hands together on it. Towards the end of countless betrayals and deceptions, there exists true peace and freedom. Chapter 138. In Earth's orbit, at the Red 1 satellite base. Unlike the usual relaxed atmosphere, the unit members were now gathered, sitting silently around a round table in a makeshift conference room. So, Captain. It wasn't until Luo Dongchuan spoke first. Since it's such a big deal, it can't be something that can be brushed off, right? Wolf nodded. He was the one who initiated this meeting. It seemed that his position as captain had given him prior access to the report from the mainframe controlling the base. That's right. Just as you expected, it's a big deal. Then, Wolf curled his lip. The base's mastermind seems to have sensed the approaching crisis through tactical prediction. So they're taking preemptive action to evacuate us. That's the gist of it. They asked me to gather everyone's opinions? Something like that. Anyway, that's the gist of it. In that case, wouldn't it be better for us to stay here? Luo Dongchuan raised his hand to ask. But Wolf simply shook his head. I considered that tactic too. But the mastermind rejected it as well. It seems he, or rather Red One, has his own plans and considerations. Alright. Then, he steered the conversation back to the main topic. The main topic of the meeting is where we go after the evacuation. The mainframe has given two options. One is to take your current machine and return to your past, to a few days before your death. But as a price, all memories from here will be completely erased. It's probably some kind of confidentiality agreement. Then, what about the second option? Ferruti, who had initially seemed somewhat excited, now appeared noticeably less enthusiastic, asking the question. Wolf, meanwhile, patiently explained the long-winded discussion he usually wouldn't even glance at. The second option is to temporarily abandon the Mechs. But the mainframe will eventually use its built-in teleportation device to assign us to any location on this planet, preparing appropriate identities and ample funds. Whether we go to the safe rear or continue fighting on the dangerous front lines, it's up to us. And after this crisis passes, the mainframe says we will be reunited in some way. At this point, Wolf looked up. Then, let's vote. Everyone. The final result will be decided by your judgment. That's what the mainframe told me. He scanned the members at the round table. And when his gaze met Luo Dongchuan's, he spoke. I choose to agree with the second option, Luo Dongchuan said resolutely. I don't want to forget Feed. And, on this planet, there are still possibilities he created. He sighed softly. So, at least I want to stay until the very end. For him. For this world. It's the same. The dozen or so days they spent together. Though brief yet, the camaraderie forged on the battlefield of blood and iron, fire and oil was stronger than any blood relation. Is that so? And what about the other two? Wolf turned to Cavallero and Ferruti. He had initially thought that, as newcomers, they might prefer returning to their original timeline. I stay here. But he was wrong. First, Cavallero silently shook his head, expressing his rejection of the first proposal. The one who creates a new era isn't an old man. Besides, in my original timeline, I was also a deeply sinful man. He then removed his sunglasses, revealing a scar between his brows and sharp, frosty blue eyes. The onlookers could see the melancholy in his eyes. No one will forgive me. Even if I could erase the memories of all the living, I still wouldn't forgive myself for the greedy things I did back then. So, this is for the best. Me too. I decided not to go back. Ferruti also raised her right hand. The sleeves of her oversized brown jacket drooped limply, with the movement, revealing slender, lotus root-like arms. Having drawn attention, she lowered her hands, then leaned on the table, resting her chin on her hands. This pose might seem a bit dejected for a young girl. But on her, it looked just right. Anyway, it's a tough world. Compared to over there, I'd much rather stay here. Then, she said wistfully, not only can I see amazing Mechs, but I can also meet interesting people like this old man. Hey! How many times have I told you I'm not an old man? Although this drew a somewhat vehement rebuttal from Luo Dongchuan, she deliberately ignored it and continued. Besides, although there are monsters and bugs everywhere, at least there's no. That ghostly guillotine. That's enough. Then came a brief silence, until Wolf gave his concluding remarks. Well then, the vote is complete. I go and report the conclusion to the mainframe. Please wait a moment, Captain. But Luo Dongchuan stood up at this moment. The vote isn't complete yet. We're missing one person's opinion. Whose? Captain Wolf, you yourself. Even if it's passed by majority vote, we can't ignore even one person's opinion. After all, we're a team. Right? Heh. You're something else, Luo. Wolf turned his head, a slight smile appearing on his face. I like interesting things. So naturally, I chose to stay in this world. During the previous battle, I made a promise with someone to meet again. I can't just break that promise so easily. And then, several faces reappeared before Wolf's eyes. A bewildered blue-eyed youth, a resolute-faced emerald-haired man, and his old flame. The woman he hadn't seen for over a decade, who had transformed from a somewhat shy communications officer into a remarkable captain. I believe in the guys from my original world. I think that even without me, they can do well. No. Perhaps it's precisely because I'm not here that they do even better. That feeling hasn't changed even now. So, if I went back now, I might feel like I betrayed that trust. He shrugged. Then he turned his back and waved. Well then. Parting for now, comrades. Let's wait until the day we meet again. Chapter 139. The next day. At Yu Xiao's home. Waking up way too early. Yu Xiao, getting out of bed, looked at the sun still low in the sky outside the window and thought silently. The reason, last night. He was invited out by Buqing, and then went boating with Limey. But after returning home, without the MechWarrior vs Real Battlefield mode for entertainment, he quickly laid down and fell asleep. His sleep schedule was perfectly normal. Well, it's for the sake of his health. Yu Xiao thought sullenly. But just then, there was a knock at the door. So early in the morning? He stood up, somewhat puzzled, and walked towards the entrance. Yo! Xiao! You know. But the moment he opened the door, Yu Xiao understood the other person's purpose. I know. Today is your birthday, right, Brother Boo? So in less than a half second, he blurted out the answer. Ah. You remember, Xiao? I don't have many friends. Remembering them isn't a big deal. Yu Xiao shrugged, answering as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Happy birthday. What do you want to eat today? I cook for you. After all. Hey. It's your birthday, Brother Boo, so you don't need to worry about ordering what you want. Cola chicken wings, sweet and sour pork ribs, or braised pork with potatoes. No. Aren't these all your favorite dishes? I can't stand anything sweet or savory. Never mind. Buqing waved his hand dismissively. You think I came here to make a big fuss about you? You're so wrong. Today I came to. Then he raised his arm, and pointed a finger directly at Yu Xiao. It's on you. You have time tonight, right? Come to my house and have a birthday dinner with me? I'd definitely go if I could, but is it really okay? I remember, Brother Boo, your father isn't? Yu Xiao hesitated. He was indeed quite surprised. He remembered that Buqing's father, while considered an enlightened parent, intelligent and skilled, had a somewhat eccentric temper. He wouldn't allow his children to stay too long in other people's homes, and he never allowed others to visit. It was as if his residence was some kind of secret base. That stubborn old man. But at this point, Buqing's face lit up even more. I hadn't even expected to invite you. In the end, he specifically asked for you. I don't know if it's because I nag him about it every day, making his ears calloused. Anyway, he then turned and waved goodbye as he left. Okay. It's a date. You have to come to my house tonight, that's it. After watching Buqing leave, Yu Xiao sighed softly. Tonight he did have something to do, but this meant the day would be very long. Well, he thought, maybe I should play some MechWarrior vs. Even if it's just a simulation, it kills some time. He decided to get started. However, in front of Yu Xiao, MechWarrior vs. suddenly displayed the message new version update detected, currently updating, and immediately after the progress bar finished scrolling, a new notification appeared on the homepage. Simulation Career, mode enabled. It seemed to be a new mode, different from the previous ones. After reading the accompanying description, Yu Xiao roughly understood. The so-called Simulation Career. From the introduction, Yu Xiao learned that this seemed to be a branch of the Real Battlefield world setting. However, unlike the Real Battlefield mode where you fight as a soldier on the battlefield, Simulation Career offers a more detailed and realistic experience. Players will play as an ordinary human, without a support base, without a maintenance interface. They can only survive and fight in the battlefield mode world, relying on their own strength. In this mode, not only can you not recruit companions from another world, but mechs can no longer be obtained directly through manufacturing. Only blueprints can be acquired. But even with these blueprints, you can't just create a mech out of thin air. You still need to collect materials, find a suitable factory, and slowly assemble it. There are many more details like this. In short, its main selling point is realism. Now it's really gone from Dynasty Warriors to Taiko Rishiden. Yu Xiao thought to himself. But he didn't dislike it. And new elements are always good to play. So, he decisively entered the simulation career mode, intending to kill some free time with it. Activating integrated camera function, using the player's face as the initial facial model for the game protagonist. Recording. The first thing that popped up was this text. Isn't this considered stealing player information? Yu Xiao thought to himself. He had initially thought that with his console's terrible integrated camera, the result would be a blurry mess of a model. But unexpectedly, the accuracy was pretty good. Yu Xiao looked at the 3D model of the character displayed on the screen. It was basically 80% similar to himself in real life. Recognition complete. Further character customization? After a moment's thought, Yu Xiao selected yes. It's a single-player game anyway, so the more immersive it is, the better. He thought to himself. Please decide on your character's traits. Then, this interface appeared. It was somewhat similar to those Otherworld reincarnation multiple-choice questions memes from his previous life. Traits had advantages and disadvantages. Choosing disadvantageous traits increases points, while choosing advantageous traits consumes points. After a moment's thought, Yu Xiao bestowed 3 additional traits upon his character: Exceptional Birth, Turbulent Fate, and Fortuitous Encounters. Exceptional Birth is a positive attribute, granting the character greater reputation, wealth, and stronger basic attributes. Turbulent Fate, on the other hand, is a negative trait. It determines that the player character story will unfold in a bumpy direction. They will encounter numerous difficulties and obstacles along the way. As for Fortuitous Encounters, it's a trait that relies heavily on luck. It neither consumes nor increases points. Judging from its description, this means the initial environment will not be peaceful, but will begin with a shocking development. Whether it's good or bad, and how it will affect the plot's development, depends on the player's choices and actions. After selecting and confirming these basic traits, a final pop-up window appeared before Yu Xiao. It read, "Please enter your character's name." This time, it wasn't a code name. It was his name. Since it was a character created by scanning his own face, his name should reflect his own characteristics, right? However, it seemed strange to just use his real name. So why not just remove the surname and use only his given name? He considered it. Finally, Yu Xiao entered Xiao on the screen and pressed confirm. Simulation life character created successfully. Next, another line of text popped up. As a bonus for new characters, please select a specific mecha series blueprint tech tree from 3 mecha anime worlds as your initial development path. Wow! Yu Xiao exclaimed. 3 mecha anime worlds? This initial bonus is really generous. Chapter 140. However, after a moment of joy, Yu Xiao's expression turned to deep contemplation. As mentioned before, this so-called simulated career mode couldn't be built with just blueprints. It also depended on whether he could collect the parts and find a good manufacturer with the corresponding technological level of manufacturing. So although the range of choices was wide, upon closer inspection, it might be a trap. Therefore, Yu Xiao immediately ruled out those mechs with strong unique characteristics in terms of power or armor. For example, the Mazinger series using super alloy as armor material, the Getter Robo series powered by Getter lines, the GGG series requiring G-stones and courage to move. Yu Xiao was certain that even with the corresponding blueprints, it would be very difficult to manufacture these mechs according to their original performance parameters. It was even possible that even if they were built, they wouldn't be able to operate. Thus, over 80% of the super-type mechs were excluded from Yu Xiao's selection. Of course, some realistic-type mechs were also excluded. For example, the Celestial Being Gundams of the 00 series use GN drives, which can only be manufactured in the environment of Jupiter. The main stage of the real battlefield mode is, after all, Earth. Therefore, it was decisively abandoned. Then, aiming to at least have a safety net, Yu Xiao first chose the tech tree of the Armored Trooper Votum series, specifically the Spectacled Dog series. Although its paper-thin armor earned it the nickname Iron Coffin, its unique pulley mechanism granted it agile and high-speed mobility. These small mobile suits, named it Armored Trooper, were designed for cheap, mass-produced weaponry. Not only were they inexpensive to manufacture, but maintenance and production were also extremely easy. In fact, the protagonist of the original work, Chirigakube's first mobile suit, was pieced together from parts collected from discarded mobile suits at a local recycling center. The convenience of such a feat is self-evident. Given the technological level of a real battlefield setting, which already allows for the mass production of tactical mobile suits and medium-sized mechs like the Iron Man, 18 meters tall. At least, in the worst-case scenario, you shall believe that even a mechanic with a welding torch could probably handcraft a spectacular fighting dog if given enough money and information. With this safety net in place, the remaining element was the upgrade. For this, Yu Xiao chose the most representative RX series mobile suits from the Mobile Suit Gundam series. And another development path, the GT series of mobile suits from Mobile Suit Gundam Seed. This includes the Gundams manufactured by the Earth Federation and the Dagger series. Both paths are broad in scope and span a considerable period. The former, needless to say, encompasses everything from the original RX-78-2 Gundam to the RX-105 Koshi Gundam. The latter's tech tree can branch out into the Astray series of mobile suits that stole Earth Federation technology, and further develop unique models based on them. If the blueprints for these two series of mobile suits can be completed, then they can at least be used until the end of this simulation story. Moreover, his choice of these two tech trees had another deeper meaning. At the end of the RX series lineage lies the technology of I-Field. Gundams in the GT series are basically equipped with PS armor, that's right. What he wanted to achieve was a scene that every Gundam fan had probably dreamed of. Combining PS armor and I-Field. The former, as long as there's enough energy, can negate all physical attacks. The latter, forming a defensive field, can neutralize almost all beam weapons. After all, simulation careers use blueprints. Based on this, some DIY is only natural, right? Yu Xiao leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and thought casually. Then, he finally pressed the confirm button. Initial character creation complete. Character is being generated. Estimated completion time, 6 to 48 hours. Please wait patiently. What? Why does it take at least 6 hours? Yu Xiao was a little taken aback. But then he shook his head with a wry smile. Well, maybe this is just how it is. After switching out of the career simulation mode, he returned to the training simulation mode. Several hours passed. Palai Island, at Buqing's home. It's already this late. Hasn't your classmate arrived yet? Stepping slowly out of the kitchen, Buqing's father turned to look at the ticking clock on the wall and asked. To this, Buqing, casually sprawled on the sofa, replied, Xiao won't be late, but he won't be early either. Heh, that's just how he is. He immediately waved his hand. Don't worry, Dad. I'm the one who invited him. If it were the guy, he wouldn't stand me up, no matter who else he stood me up for. Okay. With a brief reply, the man turned back. He had blue eyes that seemed identical to his son's, and a typical Chinese name, Butu. However, the man's appearance unexpectedly possessed a hint of Caucasian features. Perhaps this was also a sign of ethnic integration under the People's Revolutionary Alliance. But let's leave that aside for now. Buqing took a few steps forward, noticing his father's inexplicably deepened brow furrows, and asked with concern, What's wrong, Dad? You don't seem too happy. Did you just finish chopping onions? No. I just thought about how you've grown up so much without me even realizing it, and it's a little. Time really flies. Haha. Butu seemed to give a somewhat dry reply. Thankfully, the atmosphere eased just in time. Ding dong. It was the doorbell ringing. He must be the only invited guest. Yu Xiao. Looking at the clock, it was indeed the agreed time. Not a minute early, not a second late. Oh! Looks like your friend has arrived, kid. Go open the door for him. Okay, got it. Watching Buqing walk towards the door, Butu sighed softly. Then he went into the kitchen and opened the lining of his wallet. From it, he took out a photograph. Though old, it was well preserved. It was a group photo. The people in the picture were a blonde mother and daughter. And, standing beside them, a man named Butu. Wait for me. Celeste. Virginia. He then took a deep breath. It seemed he was trying to dilute the inexplicable sense of guilt in his heart. Soon, I bring you the tickets to paradise. Chapter 141. Several tens of minutes later. So Yu Xiao? Classmate, right? Around a small dining table, accompanied by the evening program, 3 men were eating a meal, seemingly in harmony. I heard about you from my child before. You seem to know quite a bit. About robots? As he picked up his bowl of porridge, Butu asked, seemingly casually. Uh-huh. I wouldn't call it knowledge. It's just, well, it's just a hobby, that's all. Yu Xiao scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. If that's the case, that's quite impressive. By the way, Yu Xiao, aren't you drinking porridge? Faced with the other's question, Yu Xiao seemed to have something to say, but was unwilling to speak. He picked up the bowl, then put it down again. Finally, remembering that the other person was Buqing's father, he dared to speak frankly. I don't know why. Of all the dishes on the table, only this bowl of porridge makes me feel unappetized. Haha, it's definitely not that your cooking is bad. It's just, maybe it's my fault. You, saying it so euphemistically, who are you treating as an outsider? I said, if you don't want to drink it, you don't have to. Xiao. Buqing tried to smooth things over. It seemed that Yu Xiao really didn't want to drink that bowl of porridge no matter what. Seeing this, Butu simply nodded. Alright. Oh, the last stew seems to be almost ready. I go get it, you guys wait a moment. Then he stood up and walked towards the kitchen. But after entering, he didn't actually serve the stew as he said he would. He simply sighed. He opened a drawer and took out a metallic object. Then he muttered to himself, I didn't expect to be seen through. Was it intuition? Or is this also a whisperer's talent? Oh well, I already agreed on an escape route with the other operatives. It's already tonight, there's no way to cancel the operation. His eyes sharpened. Then let's do it. Then, Butu put the object away and silently walked out the door again. He went straight to Yu Xiao's back. Yo! Dad, hey, isn't the food ready? Buqing asked casually as always. But his father didn't respond at all. Instead, thud! A violent impact rang out. Yu Xiao's world spun before his eyes. After a while, he realized he had been pinned to the ground by Buqing's father. His back was pressed against a knee, his throat was choked, and his hands were tied behind his back. Then, click! With the clanking of a metal lock, Yu Xiao felt her wrists, locked behind her back, become immobile. She must have been restrained by something. Probably handcuffs. What? What exactly is going on? She didn't even have time to panic. Yu Xiao was simply stunned. But if we're talking about stun, the other person present was the same. Xiao. Hey, Dad? What are you doing? Don't ask too many questions. Get ready. Child. We're leaving. Leaving? Getting ready, Dad. What are you saying? Why are you? Buqing's pupils swayed uneasily. His tone was also filled with panic and hesitation. It's all right, child. I know you're having a hard time understanding right now. But I haven't changed. We're taking your friend away from the island. I'm afraid he won't accept it. So I resorted to this. That's it. Leave the island? Leave the island, where to? Paradise. For you, for me, it's paradise. What is that? Hey, Dad. What are you doing? I explain the truth to you later. Alright, child. Let's not delay. Let's get going. You just need to know that you be alright. Butu patiently explained. But Buqing remained silent. Don't joke around. Don't joke around. The next second, he pounced forward, pinning Buqing, who was pinning Yu Xiao down. What do you mean I be alright? What are you planning to do to A Xiao? He's mine. The short boy and his tall father were locked in a struggle. Ah Xiao. Wake up. Then. Run. Ah Xiao. Run. Go outside, find any adult. Hurry. Someone help. There's. Ugh. You child. Butu gritted his teeth. Then thud. A sharp chop to the neck struck Buqing, knocking him unconscious. What? To arrest him. Even his own child? Yu Xiao's mind was a mess. But his body, driven by the will to survive, reacted immediately. Run. Taking 2 strides, Yu Xiao sprinted forward desperately. Crossing the entrance, running towards the door. Just a little bit more. He could step out. Whoosh. An almost inaudible buzzing sound. Then a burning pain shot through Yu Xiao's thigh, and spread. Thump. He collapsed to the ground. The door was flung open. The cause of all this was a gun. Yu Xiao turned his head with difficulty. There's no other way. I didn't want to do this. Butu, still holding the silenced gun, ran towards him, muttering to himself. He covered Yu Xiao's mouth as usual, preventing even a painful groan from escaping. Then he continued speaking. Whether to calm Yu Xiao or to reassure himself, it was unclear, but don't worry. I avoided your femoral artery, you won't die. And the United States of the New World is still quite reserved with the Whisperers. If you cooperate obediently, Both status and money will come easily. The United States of the New World? The Whisperers? Wait, no. No. What was he saying? Even though his mind, already clouded by oxygen deprivation, couldn't think clearly, Yu Xiao desperately tried to comprehend reality, but he couldn't find a way out. Then, something even more agonizing happened. Another figure appeared before him. Yukun? Was he practicing running, or taking a stroll to clear his head? The reason was unknown. Butu stopped speaking. He simply maintained his dominance over Yu Xiao while slowly raising the object in his hand. A gun whose model Yu Xiao didn't recognize. Then, a sense of panic seamlessly crept into Yu Xiao's heart. Stop! No! I don't care what happens to me. But don't drag others into this because of me. Even her. No, only her. Yu Xiao opened his already chapped lips, trembling as he tried to speak, but no sound came out. Nothing. His remaining strength seemed to have been exhausted along with the blood flowing from his thigh. The only thing he could do now was probably pray. Hopefully, this foolish girl in front of him would at least recognize what she was holding. And have the awareness that he should do something at this moment. Just negotiate with her. Then leave alone. It doesn't matter if his conscience bothers him, as long as he survives. No one will blame him. No one. However, right before Yu Xiao's eyes, what happened was completely unexpected, as expected. There was no fear. There was no escape. Limey simply lowered her head and softly said, I knew it. That's how it is. Snap. A faint, mosquito-like sound suddenly rang out. Yu Xiao knew what that sound was. So he then, in despair, quietly closed his eyes. But then, the expected thing didn't happen. With a hint of surprise, Yu Xiao reopened his eyes. And then he discovered the red-haired girl who should have been there. Her figure had vanished into thin air? Chapter 142. What? This reality not only surprised Yu Xiao, but also caused Butu, who had been suppressing him, to let out a low gasp of surprise. Then, perhaps realizing the situation was dire, he simply abandoned his restraints on Yu Xiao, instead standing up and warily scanning his surroundings. Rustle. It was the sound of leaves rustling. It came from the nearby bushes, where a faint figure stood. So Butu immediately turned around and pulled the trigger, firing again. But the bullet merely pierced through the leaves and missed. Instant teleportation? No. That's impossible. Even though Yu Xiao could no longer discern the true nature of his situation, he knew that such a thing was absolutely impossible in reality. So he strained to turn his gaze, the only thing he could still control, searching his surroundings. And perhaps, as the saying goes, those involved see more clearly than bystanders. Yu Xiao saw something set up in the bushes. A small, unassuming black box. And he instantly understood what had happened. It was the little magic trick the girl had once performed in front of him. Using something called urbanflow.net, a holographic projector-like tool. She seemed to have called it a ninja gadget, creating the illusion that he was still standing in the same spot. He thought it was just a joke. But, could it really do this? Yu Xiao was somewhat incredulous. In other words, while Limey wasn't there now, she should be nearby. Reality gave Yu Xiao a definite answer to this conjecture. Whoosh! With a piercing whoosh, something flew through the air. It was a shuriken. Yu Xiao had once glimpsed it at her house. Back then, he assumed it was just a prop made of sponge material, bought as a hobby by a young girl. But judging from the force and sound of it cutting through the air, it was undoubtedly a sharpened iron object. Yu Xiao deduced. However, this somewhat outdated flying device probably couldn't injure an elite agent in one go. Butu instinctively dodged to the side. The shuriken missed its target, instead embedding itself directly in the tree behind him. Then, Butu raised his gun, seemingly intending to aim it at the source of the shuriken, which he pinpointed by sound. Swoosh! A somewhat eerie sound rang out at that moment. Then something rapidly filled the air. Gray smoke. Released from the tip of the shuriken. Could it be? She never intended to use this shuriken to hit her opponent in the first place, and from the very beginning, she had this plan in mind. Damn it! Where did she go? He covered his mouth and nose the instant the smoke was released to prevent inhaling harmful gases, and after confirming that the smoke had no other function than to obscure his vision, Butu lowered one hand and whispered. The next second, as if echoing her hesitation, a figure emerged from the smoke, as nimbly as a lynx, darting through the air. Bang! A piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. It was the sound of the short dagger in the girl's hand clashing violently with Butu's pistol. It seemed that even with a lightning-fast surprise attack, Limey wouldn't gain any advantage. Right? The answer was no. Because what she then displayed was an unusually skillful fighting technique that left Yu Xiao somewhat astonished. Despite being far inferior to her opponent, a grown man, in terms of age, gender, and even physique, she was somehow able to maintain an even balance of power in such close-quarters combat. No! Even slightly superior. Because the outcome was decided shortly afterward. As the smoke cleared, the man was lying on the ground. Standing on the ground was the red-haired girl, now unfamiliar yet familiar to Yu Xiao. It was only then that he noticed. The girl's dowdy red and white tracksuit was gone. Limey was now wearing black, white, and leaf green. That was the strange ninja cosplay outfit Yu Xiao had seen Limey in once. No. Now that he thought about it, it definitely wasn't a cosplay outfit. It was genuine business attire. But perhaps it was precisely this attire that made Yu Xiao feel an unprecedented sense of estrangement. And what made him feel even more unfamiliar and terrified at this moment was what the girl was about to do. She put down her ninja sword. She bent down, subduing her opponent, while simultaneously snatching the gun from his hand. The next second, she skillfully gripped it in one hand, aiming it at the opponent, who had already been knocked to the ground. At this moment Yu Xiao, who had previously been exhausted, was able to open his mouth again, his voice weak and barely audible. No. But the sound was too faint to reach the ears of even a second person present. Who was this sentence meant for? For that man who seemed about to be taken from him? Frankly, absolutely not. As a victim who was inexplicably pinned down and ravaged, subjected to a barrage of incomprehensible explanations, and then shot. To put it darkly, Yu Xiao felt that someone with the guts to do such a thing didn't care if they died. As the old saying goes, he who shoots must first be prepared to be shot. He probably understood that too. However, the shooting. It doesn't matter who pulls the trigger. But no matter what, it shouldn't be her. Yu Xiao thought silently. Taking someone's life, if it were a girl named Inosaka Kurumi who did it. Yu Xiao's somewhat sluggish mind, though not yet able to grasp the source of this oppressive feeling. But he was certain. If he actually witnessed such a scene, then perhaps something deep inside him would truly shatter with a crack. Thankfully, reality isn't always that cruel. Sometimes, it does show those struggling in hardship a glimpse of something good. Like now. Raimi gently raised her hand. Then reversed the gun handle. Using it as a blunt weapon, she swung it down. A perfectly timed blow to the back of Ayumu's head. And a part that no amount of training could ever develop was struck. Actually, Ayumu instantly lost consciousness. Also lost was Yu Xiao's focus, which she had been maintaining since the beginning. Thank goodness. But in the last second before fainting, Yu Xiao only vaguely thought this. Her hands weren't stained with anyone's blood. That child was someone she knew, the innocent girl named Reimi Kagasaka. That's truly wonderful. Chapter 143. Pumlai Island. Underground at Alvis, in a small, enclosed interrogation room. There was no lighting. Only a beam of cold white light from outside shone down the wall, illuminating the metal restraint chair in the center, used to restrict the interrogation subject's movements. This maintained the prisoner's relative consciousness, while also exerting psychological pressure. And at this moment, a man was being held here. It was Butu, who had been subdued in the struggle. His blue eyes, with an indifferent expression, swept over the gray-haired middle-aged man of similar age before him. Then he spoke silently. "Are you going to interrogate me?" To this, the man before him, Andrew Kalinin, simply shook his head. "There's no need for that. Before you, your accomplices who were preparing the escape boat had already been arrested and confessed to your plans and arrangements." "Is that so? Then why bother asking me?" "Because I want to know the reason." Kalinin sighed at this point. Tuesday, 47 years old. From Shenzhou. Before joining the Paradise Project, he was a businessman engaged in the import and export of food. Now, he ostensibly owns a shop on Pumlai Island, but in reality, he's a member of the island's defense force. He paced back and forth in the small room, hands behind his back. "I see nothing suspicious in your resume. So, why did you do this? What is your motive for kidnapping a child who is suspected of having the ability to whisper? What is your ability to escape overseas? Because it's a false identity. The organization supporting me behind the scenes forged it long ago." To Kalinin's surprise, Butu answered readily. "I'm not from Shenzhou. My hometown is a destroyed city. You should know about it, right? The Republic of Reminisha." Kalinin nodded. "I know it very well. As an island nation in the Pacific, we always lived a peaceful life. But 16 years ago, It was precisely this kind of island that was chosen as the landing site for Fistrom's second star core. Recalling the experience once told by a silver-haired woman, Colleen sighed. At that time, the UN, to avoid becoming the main battlefield, reached an agreement with the Human Revolutionary Alliance and the EU, fearing a pincer attack. They used the new weapon, the G-bomb, to thoroughly scorch Reminiscia before the second star core could take root. Although they successfully prevented the second star core from taking root and obtained important star core fragment samples, it also caused the destruction of a nation. Many who couldn't evacuate died. The survivors became refugees displaced. In the absence of international cooperation and regulation, their resettlement gradually became a new problem, and therefore, internationally, this event is called the Reminician tragedy, right? Yes. Having said this, Butu resolutely closed his eyes. And it was after that tragedy in Reminiscia that I, my wife and children, along with a group of refugees, were taken in by the United States of the New World. Hey. At the time, the international community certainly celebrated it as a righteous act worthy of praise. And I believed it too. Ironically, those who always championed humanitarianism haven't actually treated us the way we deserve. To study the effects of assimilation on humanity, and the extent of damage G-bombs would inflict on the human body, some people contaminated by the Fistrum factor from the star core, and those injured by the G-bomb's blast wave, became UN experimental subjects. At this point, Butu's face seemed to be contorted with pain, as if attacked by some painful memory. And those refugees who pass the screening and verification, and whose conditions are deemed acceptable, also need to serve in the military. Only after undergoing military training, serving in the army, and achieving meritorious service can they obtain permanent citizenship and residency rights. I see. So you are? Yes. Based on my previous experience in Reminician intelligence, I volunteered to participate in the USN's infiltration of Project Paradise, which was recruiting people. The USN offered very generous terms. If I agreed to participate in this infiltration mission, my wife and daughter would be exempt from compulsory military service. Not only that, if I can successfully complete the mission and bring back a child from Project Paradise, a child who has undergone special genetic modifications, my whole family can obtain permanent citizenship in the United States of the New World. At this point, besides the conflict, a hint of nostalgia crept into Butu's voice. They are not suitable, nor can they go to the battlefield. So I have to take on the responsibilities of a husband. You can laugh at me all you want. But that's truly how I feel. Is that so? Then, Colleen continued to ask, you could have just taken the child you adopted. And Buchin back with you. Why did you change your target at the last minute? Is it because he has the qualifications of a whisperer? Or is it? There was no other way. At this point, Butu reopened his eyes. Then he smiled bitterly. Because, after all, Aching is also my child. I can't just watch him be treated like an experimental animal after returning to my homeland. So, if I bring a child of paradise with whisperer qualifications back to the U.S.N, the upper echelons will allow my recklessness, right? His limbs were firmly restrained, and he couldn't move. So, Butu could only use the only free part he had left. His neck. He leaned back against the cold steel backrest. He squinted, not in pain, but enjoying the blinding light streaming in from outside. How gentle. This island. He murmured to himself. What are you trying to say? Colleen asked thoughtfully, frowning at the seemingly casual remark. Upon hearing this, Butu smiled softly. That ninja's child. Is it genetic modification and postnatal hypnotic training? She seems to have reached perfection in every aspect of combat. But I can see, she hasn't learned the art of killing, has she? Because we assess the current risk level, it's far from reaching a point where we need to do that. I see, but this gentleness might just kill this island. Not long after. Now, if the world wants peace no matter what, it has no choice but to fight. I understand. Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered. That's why this island needs adults like us. Then, a dark, old-model human Revolutionary Army rifle was pressed against Butu's forehead. Everything was clear now. No one dared open their heart to a traitor a second time. Therefore, once a traitor was discovered, they had to be eliminated immediately, regardless of their reasons. Finally, is there anything else you'd like to say? But for Kalinin, it seemed there was still a sliver of mercy left. Yes. Please spare my child. Please spare Aching. Butu sighed heavily. All of this up to this point has nothing to do with him. I never given him any special education. He knows nothing about the actions I'd taken or their background. Despite knowing his life was nearing its end, his consciousness, and words remained completely calm. It seemed this was something he had wanted to confess all along. So, Aching is still yours. Still a child of this Alvis. No. In the end, he's also one of the victims of my conspiracy. He was used. You can tell him the whole truth. But I also hope that after that you treat him well. Butu lowered his head heavily, as if implying some kind of entrustment. That's it. Please. Okay. I promise you. Thank you. Bang. A soft gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced the man's skull. Then, the smell of gunpowder and blood spread simultaneously, filling the small, gray room. For family. He betrayed you. Kalinin murmured to himself, gently wiping away the blood that stained his body. How ironic. Perhaps the person on this island least qualified to judge you is this one, and I, a fellow unfit father, might not even be one of them. Chapter 144. After being unconscious for an unknown amount of time, Yu Xiao opened his eyes again, almost thinking he had stumbled onto the set of Evangelion. Before him was an unfamiliar ceiling. Cold, steel-colored lights shone on his face. He was wearing a hospital gown, and in foredrip beside him was held in place by a stand. Then, someone gently touched his palm. Yu Xiao turned his head. Sure enough, it was Limey. Awake? Yukun? Looking at Yu Xiao on the hospital bed, she spoke softly. Yes. I'm awake. No. What happened? I went to visit Ayuma's family. And then? Faced with Yu Xiao's question, Limey's brows lowered slightly for a moment. But then, she recounted the whole truth. This caused Yu Xiao to be instantly stunned. The Whisperer. A special agent. Black technology. The three great powers that control the world. The Human Innovation Alliance. The United States of the New World. The European International. And enemies threatening humanity. Alien insectoids called Beta, and the little golden man Fistrum. These settings. No. Could it be? Mech Warrior vs. This game he originally thought was just a slightly strange mech-like simulator. Could it all be real? The excessively high-definition graphics weren't from an updated texture pack. It was because they were actually captured from the present reality. Thinking this, Yu Xiao was a little stunned. But on the other hand, he felt the current situation was perfectly reasonable. After all, it was a game disc brought from another world. Perhaps having such functionality wasn't too surprising. With this thought, Yu Xiao had the leisure to turn to the next question. So how is Brother Boo? I don't know. Limey shook her head. As for Ayumi-senpai, he doesn't seem to have woken up yet. But there's no doubt that he was also involved in this accident. Alright. Then, I ask one last question, Limey. It took Yu Xiao a long time to finally pull himself out of his tangled thoughts. Turning towards the girl in front of him, he composed himself. Where exactly is this? His curiosity was understandable. The outside world was in such chaos, yet he had been able to live in this peaceful environment for so long. It was rather strange. Although, he had a theory about it. But if that theory came true, it might be much better than the illusion. He thought silently. To this, the girl answered crisply and decisively. Alvis. And those 4 words alone brought an unparalleled shock. Although Yu Xiao had anticipated this. His eyes still widened in an instant. Then, he froze in place again. This place. It's called Alvis. Yu Jun. It's also where you, no. We be working. No wonder Yu Xiao was so shocked. Alvis. That's a proper noun from Fafnir of the Azure. To understand him, one must first understand the so-called Arcadia project. Due to the meaning of the word Arcadia, in Chinese contexts, it's often called the Peach Blossom Spring Project or the Paradise Project. This project was created to preserve human culture and, in the worst-case scenario, to prevent humanity from being wiped out by external enemies. Its main components consist of 3 parts. First, it involves genetically modifying humans by artificially injecting a certain amount of Festrum factors, followed by training through sleep learning to create new humans with superior combat capabilities and resistance to Festrum assimilation. This way, even if Festrum factors assimilate the entire globe, these new humans can continue to survive in a polluted environment. Second, it involves creating new Fafnirs equipped with cores. In the original work, these machines, ultimately designated Holy Sword type, possess the unique ability to evade Festrum's mind-reading abilities, making them exceptionally superior weapons. And finally, and most importantly, is the creation of 3 Alvis. These are super-large fortress warships resembling artificial ecological islands. They utilize a fragment of a star core as their core, thereby obtaining a near-infinite power source and a perfectly self-sustaining ecosystem. Furthermore, it possesses complete stealth capabilities and defensive strength. Humanity's last paradise. Yushao remembered. In the original Fafnir in the Azure series, only 2 Alvis were emphasized. One was the first Alvis, Ryugu Island, where the protagonists resided. Although it underwent many changes, it ultimately managed to remain intact despite the hostility between humans and the Fistum, making it a remarkably lucky location. The other was the third Alvis, Poseidon Island. Compared to Ryugu Island, this island's experience was undoubtedly tragic. During their voyage, they were discovered by humans who coveted all its star core power. Then a horrific massacre ensued, and everyone on the island perished. The remaining cores awakened a hateful self-awareness as a result, ultimately turning into the final boss of the Fafnir in the Azure series. However, compared to these two, the planned second Alvis has always remained shrouded in mystery. In the first season, an island destroyed by Festrum appeared. It bore a striking resemblance to Ryugu Island in appearance, possessing a structure identical to Alvis beneath, and even having a fragment of a star core as its core. However, it was attacked by Festrum, and everyone was devoured and assimilated, with no survivors. The core on it was further fused and corrupted by Festrum, giving rise to a life form with a human appearance, but essentially Festrum. This creation forced the investigator sent from Ryugu Island to detonate Fenrir, sinking it. Some viewers speculated that this island was the second Alvis. However, in the second season, it was stated that the second Alvis, like Poseidon Island, was destroyed due to the invasion and occupation by the human army. This refutes the previous speculations. But if that's truly the case, then where did its core, the star core fragment on the island, ultimately go? This might be a retcon caused by a detail oversight during the more than 20 years of writing Fafnir of the Azure Sky. But regardless, all of this symbolizes a fact that sends chills down Yuxiao's spine. That is here. Pulai Island is probably this vaguely defined second Alvis, and if this conjecture is true, then this island will likely face destruction in the near future. Thinking of this, a chilling fear crept into Yuxiao's heart. Faced with such a tide of the times, was he destined to surrender? No. That's not right. Yuxiao suddenly realized. There was still something he could do. Yes. Mech Warrior vs. If it truly was a game that connected to reality, then perhaps he could change the island's impending doom. Thinking this, Yuxiao clenched his fist. The confusion and surprise in his eyes vanished, replaced by determination. Once you know the truth about the island, the abilities gained through sleep learning will gradually awaken. I say, Yukuen. It's okay. Even if you can't accept it right now, you can choose to actively forget this memory using the facts of this place. And then recall it again when the time is right. As Yuxiao pondered, Limey spoke reassuringly. It seemed that Limey felt quite guilty about bringing Yuxiao into Alvis's system, even though none of this was her fault at all. And to this, Yuxiao's response was, "Don't worry, Limey." He turned his head, looking at the dark, inky view outside the porthole. It wasn't the night sky, but the deep sea. I won't run away. Now that I know the truth. Then he swore with determination. In that case. In that case, that's great. To this, Limey, after a moment of surprise, showed a relieved smile. From now on, let's look after each other as work partners. Yukuen? Yes. Please take care of me from now on, Limey. Yuxiao nodded. But then he changed the subject. Speaking of which, I always felt this way. Isn't calling me Yukuen a bit too formal? It seems a little strange if I'm the only one calling you by your first name. Yes indeed. But Yukuen, what do you mean? I said. That kind of address is a bit too formal, isn't it? But, isn't it strange? We're just friends. For a moment, Limey's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. She quickly shook her head. However, the more she refused, the more convinced Yuxiao became. So, it's because we're friends, isn't it? Okay then. Well, Limey finally nodded. Then she took a deep breath. Xiao-kun? Since you're alright, stay here and recover. I head out first. That's right. Isn't this easy? Goodbye, Limey. Watching Limey gradually leave, Yuxiao's lips curled into a slight smile. Although he didn't know why, he always felt that Limey seemed a little shy. But what exactly was it? Yuxiao didn't want to think about it for now. He simply glanced at the empty 4-drip. Then, without anyone watching, he pulled out the needle. It seemed the time had come. So let's go. He made his decision. To where he should go. The link between northern Yinzhou and the westernmost part of Asia. A place often referred to as the Middle East in popular perception. Beyond the outskirts of the autonomous city of Kreese. On the vast, windswept desert at night, stood a mobile suit seemingly searching for something. It was a khaki-painted EB-04 Girl. It was an EU mass-produced MS, employing a new movable frame design and serving as a superior replacement for the Leo. However, that was all in the past. With the Gretz already in service, the Girl had naturally retired from frontline operation. Those who still possessed it were either rookies gaining practical experience in training camps, or seasoned and reliable individuals who, for various reasons, had no access to the military's latest and most advanced machines. Mercenaries, and judging from the unconventional modifications on this Girl, the additional twin missile bays on both shoulders, the hovering unit at its rear, and the wolf's head emblem etched on the shoulder armor, it was clear the person piloting this machine likely belonged to the latter type. Although the current era is rife with war due to alien invasions, this doesn't mean that human conflict has ceased. On the contrary, the scarcity of resources, energy, and even food, coupled with the unwillingness of nations to cooperate and harbor ulterior motives, has intensified these tensions. This is especially true in the Middle East, a region with a complex web of power dynamics, simultaneously controlled by forces supported by the EU, the Human Revolutionary Alliance, and the USN. To resolve these unspoken conflicts, the mercenary profession, which had almost disappeared, has revived and flourished in this region. Enough of the digressions. Guril's monitor spun in infrared detective mode, and finally, as if by divine intervention, it found its target. A flash of red light from the sunglasses-style head-mounted monitor signaled the end of the search. Now, the modified Garil, piloted by the mercenary, propelled itself forward using its rear-mounted hovering unit. And soon after, it reached the end of its journey. Surprisingly, it was an airplane, or rather, the wreckage of an airplane, lying supine on the sand, like a drunkard struggling to hold his liquor. Due to the damage to its engine, the fuselage was engulfed in flames. The metal frame was twisted horribly, and fragments of the structure were scattered everywhere. Looking at this scene, it wasn't hard to guess that the plane had crashed for some unknown reason while passing through this desolate wilderness. The mercenary may have received a mayday signal on the International Relief Channel, and, out of consideration for human relationships or personal gain, had come to carry out the rescue operation. But given the current situation, it seems that regardless of the motives, there's no way to get the desired reward. Inside the cockpit, the mercenary shook his head and sighed. Too late? For some reason, even in the cockpit, he was completely shrouded in a black robe, creating an image that was more enigmatic than mysterious. His voice, as he muttered to himself, "No." With a crash of this magnitude, arriving early wouldn't have made a difference. It sounded like the hoarse, deep voice typical of an older person. He continued scanning the scene before him, still trying to find one or two survivors. But apart from a dark liquid seeping into the sand, whether blood or engine oil, he couldn't tell. There was nothing else. No, it couldn't be said he found nothing, because he discovered it next. This plane wasn't a standard airline model, it was a custom-made one, found in various places. In other words, this was a so-called private jet. Those wealthy and powerful passengers probably never imagined their final destination would change to this place during their flight, and in the end, it was the mercenaries rolling in the mud who came to their aid. Thinking of this, the mercenary couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Oh dear. That's why the old saying goes, money is just an external thing. Initially drawn to the crashed plane, his gaze hadn't been directed towards the area not illuminated by the burning flames. So, he only noticed it now. Not far from the burning wreckage of the plane, in a corner of the spreading shadows, there was a figure, face down, prone on the ground. His clothes were tattered, and he appeared to have many wounds. If the outside was like this, one could only imagine the inside. There must be numerous internal injuries hidden from view. But despite this, he reached out a hand. Then, he moved forward, incredibly. Even if only a little. Even if it was probably futile. He still struggled forward. That is to say, this man was actually still alive? Chapter 145. Meanwhile, in Earth's outer perimeter, in satellite orbit, breaking through the atmosphere, a long, jet-black armored craft appeared in the otherwise silent deep space. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the Demon's Light in design, but was significantly different in every aspect, a re-entry-type armored ship. It seemed that the support the USN had previously provided to the Human Reform League was in its entirety beneath the surface. As the armored craft's cabin opened, several enormous machines flew out in an orderly fashion. With its enlarged shoulder armor and fuselage, it was a modified model that the USN had kept secret. The F-15 ACTV Active Eagle. In the public eye, It had always been considered a tactical aircraft operating within Earth's gravity. The ability to operate in space might seem strange. But in reality, it wasn't impossible. After replacing the weapon mounts on their backs with thrusters, and the turbine engines with rocket engines capable of operating in an oxygen-free environment, these reborn F-15s gained the ability to operate in space. Then, they scattered, seemingly searching for something. Clearly, this fleet of aircraft was likely the search force assembled by Mitsuhiro Batland after obtaining special permission, tasked with finding the satellite owned by Red One. If they could find their target, it might be an operation that would go down in history. No. No. Not here either. Ugh. This is so annoying. This kind of operation, which is like shooting slingshots in Japan, is so unreliable. Can't we get someone else to do it next time? I'd rather stay in the beta's lair and be quickly devoured by those bugs than wander around here trying my luck. However, it seems some people didn't see it that way. After a long and fruitless search, a low grumbling voice came from the cockpit of an F-15 ACTV. It belonged to a handsome, blonde young man. Naturally, these words drew the displeasure of his superior. Can you shut your complaining mouth for even a second, Cruz? If you could get rid of this habit, I wouldn't have to write so many reports to clean up your messes every time. It was a woman with rose-red cat-like eyes. Her name was Melissa Mao, the team leader for this operation. Ah, yes, Sergeant. Hearing the clearly murderous tone, the blonde young man couldn't help but feel a little. However, I think this might also be an advantage. What do you think, Susuk? The person he was addressing, Susuk, regarding this issue, calmly replied. His full name was Susuk Sagara. A black-haired boy, around 16 or 17 years old, with crisscrossing cross-shaped scars on his face. Similarly, he was also the infamous tough little Japanese guy of this bison squad. I maintain my negative opinion. The sergeant's suggestion is quite constructive. Euros 6. Euros. That's the Icelandic word for buffalo. Similarly, it's the name of this unit. The blonde Cruz Waiba was from the EU. His teammates, Melissa Mao and Sosuke Sagara, were both Asian. However, they weren't, as previously mentioned, a hastily assembled cannon fodder unit of foreign immigrants and refugees seeking citizenship. They were genuine elite special forces soldiers. Okay, I know I was wrong, boss. But I still have my doubts. Does that thing really exist here? The last satellite of humanity, storing precious data. It sounds like something out of a science fiction novel. Although looking at Cruz's nonchalant yet dejected expression, probably not many people would believe it. Asking that kind of question again. How would I know? But the big shots wouldn't just give orders on a whim, would they? Mal drawled out her words, sounding equally impatient. And there's the unit here, the Hounds. To send out this unit, whose true form no one has ever seen, means they're determined to succeed, right? But then she frowned. Muttering to herself, her gaze shifted to the distance. In the direction of that Hound team. Also piloting F-15 ACTVs, their movements were highly orderly, coordinated, and unified. But if you enter their communication channel, you discover a surprising fact. They aren't talking. As if they know each other's thoughts, they act as if they know what the other is thinking. Upon arriving at a certain location, they gather together. Then, an incredibly strong mental force, capable of even forming distorted ripples, spreads rapidly and imperceptibly. That's right. This Hound squad. Its members are probably no longer ordinary humans. Despite their human appearance, their blood-red pupils with cross-shaped markings, and that special mental sensitivity that shouldn't exist in humans. The so-called mind-reading ability. These characteristics seem to belong to those humans assimilated by the Fistrum, losing their own will and becoming puppets, manipulated by the will of the Star Corps. In other words, the so-called slave-type Fistrum. But they not only seem to retain a clear sense of self, but are also clearly acting according to the military's orders. This is clearly intentional. Has the United States of the New World been secretly conducting research in this area? Regardless of the reasons behind it, it's quite ironic that the UN, which loudly proclaims its theory of annihilating alien life, has secretly formed such a force. But despite the irony, it's also quite useful. Using their mental perception, they successfully located their target. It was disguised as abandoned debris floating in Earth's orbit using equipment similar to electromagnetic camouflage. All signals were perfectly disguised and shielded. If it weren't for the Fistrum's sensory abilities, it would likely be undetectable by any detection equipment. The Hound team then forcibly opened the outer wall and filed in. Once inside the satellite, they opened the cockpit and, without spacesuits, entered directly in their ordinary pilot suits. However, unexpectedly, the Hound team members looked around. Everywhere they looked was present. Although tidy, it exuded an atmosphere of desolation. It seemed the troops stationed here had already withdrawn. Except one place. It seemed to be a hangar or something similar. Standing there was a mobile suit, completely black, with antennas on its monitors. It seemed that, for some reason, it hadn't been able to obtain one of the legacies of Red One, which had evacuated in time. However, it didn't seem to be so kind. After the Hound team arrived, the gate was suddenly sealed off. A red alarm suddenly sounded, seemingly intending to trap them. In this worst-case scenario of being discovered, they would use this mobile suit as bait to gather the infiltrating forces, then detonate the entire satellite, wiping out all those in the know. The members of the Hound team seemed to have anticipated this. But they remained completely emotionless. The leader simply stood silently in front of the mobile suit. He reached out and touched it. Immediately afterward, emerald-colored assimilation crystals surged forth, enveloping its entire body. We understood it through me. A moment later, the crystal shattered, and the Hound team leader finally spoke. But what came from the exit was a peaceful yet eerily resonant sound. Go back. Go back to us. Then, boom! A sudden explosion rang out in an instant. Flames illuminated the once tranquil space, and the members of the Hound team perished in the explosion. Damn it! We've been tricked. At that moment, Mao, realizing something was wrong, angrily slapped the cockpit's instrument panel. Because what happened next? A portion of the remaining Fistrum, cruising in orbit, was drawn by the bright light and heat. And perhaps this is one of the reasons why Red One used explosives? Eurus 6, Eurus 7. Pick up your weapons, prepare for battle. Anyway, after calling out to their comrades over the communication band, the Bison Squad, along with other F-15 ACTVs deployed overseas, began their counterattack against the attacking Fistrum. And on Earth behind them, in a secret facility of the United States of the New World, the Cave of the Fire Stealers. Displayed within was a computer. However, its structure was slightly different. The central processing unit wasn't made of electronic components, but by a blond boy covered in various electronic devices. A living person. A life formed from fragments of a star's core. That's right. This was exactly what the USN had obtained after leveling the third Alvis, Sea God Island, just as depicted in the original story. The multifunctional computer transformed from the island's core. Prometheus. It was thanks to him that the USN could command those humans assimilated into companion-type Fisterms. On Prometheus's screen, a line of data slowly appeared. It was the data on the prototype Savior Gundam, scanned and transmitted back by the companion-type Fisterms of the Hound Squad. Looking at the displayed parameters, the man standing before Prometheus, Mitsuhiro Batterland, smiled. Amazing! With this data, the development of the Savior-type Fafnir will be much smoother. No, not just the Savior-type Fafnir, but we can also create weapons even more powerful than before. Then, he couldn't contain his ecstatic shout. Red One, you are truly a precious asset to humanity. Heh heh, heh heh ha ha. Chapter 146. An anomaly has occurred. Unable to connect to the real battlefield mode. Under maintenance, please wait patiently. But before Yu Xiao, who rushed back to his home, the first thing he saw was this message. Although he didn't know the reason, Yu Xiao frowned. He had originally wanted to first confirm whether the game truly reflected reality. Then, using the convenient development and design methods of MechWarrior VS, he could influence the world. It seemed that this path was blocked. However, correspondingly, Simulation Career Mode is now playable. Another new mode had been unlocked, opening up over time. Yu Xiao remembered the so-called Simulation Career. This was a mode played against the backdrop of a real battlefield. In other words, perhaps despite the word simulation, it could still have some impact on the real world, who knows? With this thought in mind, he opened the game. He selected Career Simulator and began playing. With a brief progress bar, a first-person game view appeared before his eyes. A desert night sky with dim stars. Around him were makeshift, crude settlements. And, yo, finally awake? Although the best treatment you could give for your injuries, your body, seems to be much more resilient than I imagined. Suddenly, a man dressed entirely in black robes approached his character. With a rather friendly and casual tone, he bent down and offered Yu Xiao a steaming cup of drink. Drink it. The desert night is a cruel thing. With these words, two different options appeared before Yu Xiao's eyes. Accept and refuse. Yu Xiao immediately understood. This was a choice for controlling his character to engage in dialogue. In this simulation mode, As a person rather than a warrior, interaction with others was unavoidable. As a solution, Yu Xiao was given this Galgame-like approach. After a moment's thought, Yu Xiao chose the former. Judging from the conversation, the other party had ultimately saved him. So for now, he would boldly choose to believe this man of unknown identity. Thank you. The character Yu Xiao controlled nodded. Accompanied by a remarkably accurate voice, he took the drink and swallowed it. Of course. The warmth didn't reach Yu Xiao in front of the screen. Okay. If you can still drink, it means you're not in any serious trouble. Listen, I won't say how great it is that you survived. Even though I don't know who else was on that plane. Your family, friends, or lover. But anyway, if you want to cry, do it now. The other person then stood up, uttering words that sounded like comfort. Then pull yourself together. Take responsibility as a survivor and keep living strong. For this mercenary, things were quite simple. He received a distress signal, and then, at the crash site, rescued this sole survivor. That's all. Therefore, from his perspective, offering words of comfort was quite necessary. However, this series of remarks left Yu Xiao, watching on camera, somewhat bewildered. Although he knew this was likely a manifestation of the misfortune and fortuitous encounters traits he had chosen for his character, he still couldn't accurately know what had happened before. Sorry. So, Yu Xiao chose confusion from the pop-up options of doubt and silence. I don't quite understand. What are you talking about? His character asked this question. This led to the mercenary man's confusion. What? No way. Even if it was due to the impact of an accident, it shouldn't have lasted this long. Or is it? He paced anxiously, slowly pondering the situation. Then, seemingly realizing a rather extraordinary possibility, he asked, So hey kid, do you remember your name? Xiao. I guess so, because that's all I remember. And Yu Xiao didn't even need to respond, the character he was controlling simply said this. Then, you don't remember anything else besides that? Proof of identity? TSK. My fault. After barely escaping from that accident scene, what documents could I possibly have with me? At this point, Yu Xiao roughly understood. Although he didn't know how it was done, Mech Warrior VS had probably created a man who had died in the accident and lost his memory, as his alter ego in the outside world, to correspond to the two conditions of misfortune and serendipity. Zhao's response left the other man somewhat taken aback. He probably hadn't anticipated this situation either. Logically, in this situation, he could have simply abandoned him. After all, that's how wandering mercenaries are. They roam freely for profit, and naturally, they can leave when there's no profit to be made. Alright. But perhaps conscience prevailed over greed, and he finally spoke slowly. You are called Xiao, right? Yes. Yu Xiao selected accept from the newly popped up options. Do you want to live? Yes. Yu Xiao repeated his acceptance a second time. Then come with me. I have a way out for you. It's terrible, but having food is better than starving to death in the wilderness. Maybe you can even find someone who knows the truth about your past. Thank you. Yu Xiao selected thank you. Then, facing the newly popped up options, he selected question. But sir? And who exactly are you? So his character tried to inquire about the man's true identity. Oh. Indeed. If I didn't know my true identity, I look like a creepy old man trying to abduct an innocent boy. As he spoke jokingly, the man removed the hood he had been wearing. The face revealed. Well, one could say a somewhat tired man. His unkempt black hair was streaked with strands of light blue highlights. And his eyes were a pair of expressions that were hard to describe as listless or poised for action. Age St. Claus. If you don't mind, just call me Gidge. Chapter 147. Edge? Yu Xiao rotated the camera, scanning the other person. He felt a sense of unfamiliarity and confusion towards both the name and the person's appearance. Speaking of the other Edge, Yu Xiao was quite familiar with him. That was the protagonist of Heroic Age, a character who could transform into a legendary hero to fight. However, Edge St. Claus. To be honest, Yu Xiao had no recollection of this name. This was understandable. After all, he had transmigrated 3 years ago. At that time, let alone Super Robot Wars 30, even its predecessor, Super Robot Wars T, had just been released. Before transmigrating, Yu Xiao hadn't even finished playing T due to his busy work schedule. However, even without knowing that the other person was one of the male protagonists of the Super Robot Wars series, Yu Xiao still chose to believe him. This wasn't just because of the other person's casual and approachable manner, and also because, after all, someone like him, with a voice typical of Tomokazu Sugita, known as the team leader in the voice acting world. Isn't it often the type who seems most unreliable, but is actually the most trustworthy? Controlling his character, following the other person into the cockpit of the modified Kinnear before him, Yu Xiao silently thought to himself. While it wasn't exactly time-consuming, the journey to their destination wasn't instantaneous either. Moreover, this period wasn't simply glossed over with the transitions common in games. This convinced Yu Xiao that the real battlefield, and its derivative modes in Super Robot Wars vs were indeed reflecting the reality unfolding before their eyes. Of course, he wasn't idle in the game either. Using the text-based dialogue system, he learned quite a bit about the other person. Edge was a wandering freelance mercenary. And right now, their destination was a place that could roughly be called a mercenary agency. This entirely privately run site had existed in the war-torn Middle East for nearly 40 years, quickly gaining a reputation in the surrounding area. And ultimately, it became an essential place for these freelance mercenaries, without government support or corporate backing, to make a living. From buying and renting various mechs to posting and accepting missions, everything could be conveniently done here. Some mercenaries who first stepped into this agency were unknown newcomers in the industry, but now they were renowned figures. Enough of the digression. Edge brought Yu Xiao to this place, and his intention was quite clear. He wanted him to become a freelance mercenary like himself. "I'm sorry. I don't know any other ways to survive." Edge said this with a hint of shame. However, even without his encouragement, Yu Xiao felt he would still have embarked on this path. "It's okay, Brother Edge. After all, I don't know any other ways to survive either." So at that moment, he simply manipulated his character to choose the thank you response. And soon enough, they approached the agency. The massive building stood in a vast wilderness, yet it was dimly lit, like a cave inhabited by some primitive savage. "Looks like not many people have come." "Well, that makes sense. It's this time of day after all," Edge muttered to himself. "All right. Xiao, come with me." As they followed Edge to the building, Yu Xiao recalled another piece of information from their earlier conversation. The manager of this agency was a veteran mercenary, old enough to be nearing retirement in any field. Although he probably never showed his true face or name due to numerous enemies, he was incredibly experienced and well-connected. Therefore, the manager was addressed with a mixture of respect and awe by the regulars and locals as Al-Hikmah, or, more simply, the wise old man. However, correspondingly, this old man's temperament was said to be quite eccentric. So one should be careful what one says when visiting him, right? Just as Yu Xiao was thinking this. But then Agi casually strode forward, entered, and, facing another closed wooden door behind the reception desk, loudly called out, "Grandma, Grandma. Hey, you should be careful with your words, right? Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not old enough to lose my hearing yet." This was followed by a leisurely voice, like that of an elderly woman idly sunbathing in a park. A hunched figure in a black robe opened the door. Judging from the way she used a cane to walk slowly, she was indeed quite old. "And, as I said before, how should I address you?" However, her words naturally exuded the authority of an elder that compelled one to look her in the eye. "Ah. Yes. I'm very sorry. I correct myself now. Elder Divinity." "No. Sir. It is I, A.G. St. Claus, who requests an audience." Seeing A.G. speak with an overly affected, obsequious manner, Elder Divinity couldn't help but sigh. "It wasn't said that you needed to do this. All right. Get to the point. Coming here at this hour, if you're trying to make fun of me, this place will be angry, you know?" Having received permission, A.G. naturally stepped forward. "You can rest assured. I, A.G., have absolutely no ill intentions towards you." He. "Actually, this gentleman beside me. This gentleman, Brother Xiao." Then he turned to the side, gesturing for Elder Divinity to introduce him. "But isn't the term Brother Xiao a little strange in the context of Chinese?" Yu Xiao thought to himself. He was originally a soldier in the Individual Revolutionary Alliance. However, during a mission, his unit suffered devastating losses, and he deserted. So, wanting to make a living, I recommended him to come here. As a mercenary. He agreed. Therefore, the registration process. I leave it to you. The wise old man replied briefly. But this didn't mean approval. Do you need a little more time? This hastily made lie doesn't sound very convincing. It was more of a sign of skepticism. Time? A lie? Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? Edge tried to continue feigning ignorance. But the other woman clearly wouldn't allow it. Stop playing dumb. Look at him. From his movements to his demeanor. He has none of the characteristics of someone who lives a life of constant danger. The wise old woman, leaning on her cane, approached slowly. And those eyes. Beneath the black robe concealing her entire body, the cold glint in her eyes sent a chill down Yu Xiao's spine, even through the screen. That's not the look of a soldier. No, in fact, it's not the look of someone who lives in this world. Edge. Who exactly did you bring? Then she turned, her gaze sweeping over Edge with equal sharpness. Tell the truth. Before I decide to kick you out. Okay. Actually, he is. Like a child scolded for doing something wrong, Edge lowered her head and began to recount her earlier experiences. After hearing the whole explanation, the wise old man in the black robe shook his head. So, you plan to have this person, who has neither identity nor memories, work as a mercenary? It's unavoidable, isn't it? For an undocumented person like him, surviving in a place like this is incredibly difficult. Since he doesn't even know if he'd be alive tomorrow, it's better to hold onto his right to live. At this point, Edge shrugged. Hey. Think about it, old lady. If the world really offered so many choices, I wouldn't be doing this, would I? Your mouth is still as eloquent as ever. Oh well. The wise old woman sighed. Whether tired of repeated corrections or simply oblivious, she didn't criticize the word grandmother that resurfaced in Eiji's mouth. Kid. You really intend to pursue this profession? Let me be clear, being a mercenary carries a heavy burden. It's definitely not going to be light, you know? To the yes or no option on the screen, Yu Xiao naturally chose the former. His character nodded slowly but firmly. Yes. And I never tried carrying anything before. So, how can I know whether it's heavy or light if I don't try? He said this calmly. Heh. That's an interesting response. Alright, kid. I process your registration now. The wise old woman's tone revealed a hint of surprise. After a moment's thought, she said, Come with me to the hangar. Consider it my help. Choose one you like from the mercenaries here. After all, to make a living in the mercenary world, you can't get anywhere without your own mech. Chapter 148. This seemingly generous proposal, bordering on the absurd, didn't initially shock Yu Xiao. What? What? It was Eiji, who had been observing the situation silently from the beginning. His voice trembled with astonishment as he slowly raised his hand, pointing at the two people talking before him. How could this be? That stingy old woman, actually. Could it be that you've taken a liking to my young brother's face, and are planning to do him a favor first, and then, in the future, take him as your gigolo? Your imagination really does leap to such a level, Eiji. Although he couldn't see it, the old man clearly rolled his eyes. However, do I look like the kind of person who would do such a thing? Besides, I haven't finished speaking. Of course, it's not going to be given to you for free. As a price, I will take an extra percentage from the rewards of each mission you accept, until the amount reaches 80% of the theoretical price of this machine. The old man paused here. And, to determine if you truly deserve this determination, let's do it tomorrow. I have two people conduct a mock battle with you. I don't expect you to win, just to see your performance. Is that alright? Yu Xiao didn't comment on this extra request. He simply chose the thank you response option. I understand. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Divine. In fact, the fact that the other party wasn't overly generous actually relieved Yu Xiao. After all, that's sometimes how relationships between people are. Seemingly enthusiastic goodwill often makes it difficult to determine the purity of one's motives. On the contrary, relationships that are straightforward and based on mutual benefit tend to be more trustworthy. Two people? But Edge frowned, a hint of hesitation in his expression. Then, as if pondering something, he spoke, Hey! Grandma, cough, old man of wisdom. You're not talking about. Those two, just as you think. The old man of wisdom nodded. This caused Edge's expression to contort as if he had a stomach ache. Really? If your first simulation battle is against those two, it'd leave a psychological scar. That's precisely why I called them here. With the two of them, even in a simulation battle, they can create a realistic battlefield atmosphere. But what about numbers? He's been all alone until now. What are you saying? You're here, aren't you? What? After all, I can't pretend I didn't hear that petty old woman comment earlier. If you refuse, that'd be the reason I put you on this blacklist, that's it. After ending his conversation with Edge with a light but malicious remark, the old man turned to Yu Xiao. Well, come with me, kid. The hangar isn't far from here, it won't take long. After selecting the yes option, Yu Xiao's character nodded and followed the man in black into the depths of the agency. On display in this hangar were mostly standard MS models. Aside from the Keener that Edge also owned, there was the goofy-looking Leo, the clumsy-looking humanoid long-nosed and legal MS, and the first transformable MS in this timeline, the USNS Training MS, and its tank-based land combat variant. Almost all the older, mass-produced MS from the three major powers of this world were prominently displayed. Besides these MS, other types of mobile suits also caught Yu Xiao's eye. For example, there was a small, short, chubby mobile suit lying prone on the ground in the corner, resembling a frog. That was an AS, arm slave/master slave follower mech system, RK-92, Barbarian. It seems there are elements from Full Metal Panic in this world too? Although somewhat surprised, Yu Xiao didn't have much of a reaction. After all, he had been piloting all sorts of MS and killing bugs for so long. He even won an Oscar, fought alongside Fafner in tactical mechs. It wouldn't be surprising if other works appeared in his collection. In short, in this hangar, mass-produced mechs from various works were neatly arranged side by side. For robot enthusiasts, this place was probably paradise. If I could ever leave Penglai Island and go out into the world, I really want to see it with my own eyes. Yu Xiao thought absent-mindedly. But then, he quickly returned his gaze to reality on the screen. After constantly rotating the camera, Yu Xiao finally locked onto his target, walked over, and pressed the confirm selection button provided by the system. What? You already decided? The old man of reason walked over and stood beside Yu Xiao, gazing at the mobile suit before them. It was a large MS, about 20 meters tall, displayed at the deepest part of the hangar, with a blue and white paint job and sharp, angular design. Yu Xiao remembered that this mobile suit was named Adler. It means eagle in German. Or more specifically, Gretz Adler. As a mobile suit appearing in Moonsteel, a spin-off of Iron-Blooded Orphans, this mobile suit, based on the Gretz's frame, armed only with a gun, a sword, and a shield with attached fighting claws. In the original work, it didn't actually have any particularly outstanding performances. But outside the series, its history is quite remarkable. Because initially, it wasn't created by a professional mobile suit designer. It was a winning entry from an amateur enthusiast in an official model modification contest. Perhaps due to its popularity, or perhaps due to the mission. In any case, this Adler ultimately managed to be officially recognized as one of the real MS in the Gundam Iron-Blooded universe. However, Yu Xiao's choice of this mobile suit was primarily based on practical considerations regarding its performance. After all, he had previously clashed with the Graz forces. He also knew that this mobile suit belonged to the EU's active service fleet. Compared to other MS that had been retired due to their outdated models, the performance of the newer mobile suits undoubtedly offered greater reassurance and reliability. In other words, he simply went for the powerhouse approach. Surprisingly sharp-eyed, young man. The old man, seemingly possessed by a divine mind, was visibly surprised by Yu Xiao's choice. His address changed from kid to young man. Perhaps this was a form of recognition? This mobile suit, Adler. It's a modified version of the recently recovered EU MS Gretz. While its performance was improved, to avoid unnecessary conflict caused by being discovered by EU's garrison, everything from its outer armor to its height was modified, making it vastly different from the prototype. Speaking of his treasured MS, this self-proclaimed divine old man, like any ordinary elder, recounted his past experiences with great familiarity. Ah, I forgot you lost your memory. So you probably can't understand. Until she remembered this crucial piece of information. It's alright. After all, for me, knowing more about my future partner isn't a bad thing. Yu Xiao simply responded frankly, controlling her character. You seem quite relieved. Unfortunately, this machine needs some adjustments before it can be operational. Come back for it tomorrow morning before the simulation battle. As for now, I'm going to sleep. Understood. Good night. And thank you again, Elder Divine. She yawned wearily. Perhaps due to her age. And then Elder Divine turned away. Really? It's been so long since I've seen a young person like this. Don't disappoint me too much. But before leaving, she murmured something almost imperceptibly. Chapter 149. I understand. Then I take my leave. After bidding farewell to the departing spiritual old man, Yu Xiao controlled his character to walk outside. He saw Eiji still lingering around the agency, occasionally kicking away pebbles in his way with a bored expression. It seemed he was waiting for him. He was probably still worried. Brother Eiji. After walking over and selecting the dialogue option, his character greeted him first. You're out. That old woman, she didn't give you any trouble, did she? Don't worry, Brother Eiji. Nothing like that happened. After this brief exchange, several more options appeared before Yu Xiao. Temporarily say goodbye, Ask him about the spiritual old man, ask him about himself, and ask him about tomorrow's simulated opponent. After a moment's thought, Yu Xiao chose the last option. Speaking of which, regarding the old man's request to me, the opponent I have in our simulated combat, age, is that someone you know? He was genuinely curious about what kind of person could make the seemingly carefree man so concerned. Yes. He does know him. Age paused, although there's some connection, if possible, I'd like to erase that experience as well. Is that so? What kind of person is he? Those two. Death, plague, guides to hell. That's what they're called in the mercenary world, I think. Although I think they're essentially good people. However, their personalities are really flawed. I wouldn't want to work with them a second time. Anyway, the specifics. We only understand after we see him. Or rather, we only understand after we see him. Is that so? Yu Xiao's character nodded. Speaking of which, if we're having a drill tomorrow morning, we'd probably meet here. As for your rest tonight, here's what you do. Go to the hotel about a block away from here, find the one around the corner, and just give them the name Edge St. Crouch. Don't let my appearance fool you, I have some connections in this area. See you later. After arranging Yu Xiao's accommodation for the night, Edge boarded his chenier and left. The other party's explanation was probably quite detailed for someone with amnesia. Yu Xiao reviewed it. However, it was still slightly insufficient for him. After all, the character in this world might have appeared in some mecha anime. If only he knew his name. As someone who had read most mecha works, Yu Xiao could roughly understand what kind of person he was just by knowing his name. Unfortunately, thinking about it now is useless. After successfully checking into the inn as instructed by Age, Yu Xiao logged out of the game. He wasn't worried about anything happening while he was away. The pop-up notification in MechWarrior VS told him that after logging off, an AI generated based on his choices would take over the control of his character. And most people here should be asleep during that time. So there shouldn't be any unexpected problems. Even if an accident did occur, the AI-controlled character should help him escape. However, he still had a lingering concern. Just who? Was this expert coming to spar with him, late at night? Also in the desolate wilderness outside Krasai. In the bleak desert, flames roared. Not from the previous aircraft, but from several humanoid mobile suits that had just been destroyed. The wreckage of MS. They were scattered haphazardly around the two MS that remained standing. Clearly, a small battle had just taken place here. Several MS, for some reason, surrounded the two remaining MS and launched an attack. And in the end, the weaker side emerged victorious. However, although they won the battle, there was a price to pay. As one of the victors, his MS, while not severely impaired, had suffered damage from the continuous attacks. Parts of the fragile cockpit had disintegrated and scattered, and metal fragments were deeply embedded in his wrist. He was currently tending to this wound. Without batting an eye, he pulled out the metal fragments and reached for his waist. He pulled out a bullet. After cutting the bullet open with his tactical knife, the man poured out the propellant and applied it to the wound on his right arm. The next second, he took out his lighter and lit it. The gunpowder instantly ignited, the resulting high temperature and burn completely eliminating the possibility of germs growing and massive blood loss. However, a searing pain swept over him. But the man remained unmoved. After confirming that the bleeding from his burned wound had indeed stopped, he stood up and looked in the direction of his companion, the victor who had also survived. The other party seemed luckier. He hadn't suffered too many injuries in the previous battle. Instead, he nimbly opened the cockpit and jumped out. He then rummaged through the wreckage, seemingly searching for anything useful to him now. Still like a monkey, as always. Hi Dong. After a disdainful snort, the man in the cockpit opened the communication channel and connected to his partner's personal radio. Aren't you going to apologize? It was an assassination mission, yet you brazenly barged in, triggered the alarm, and deliberately provoked the security cameras. It's all because of your meddlesome actions that we had unnecessary workload. Huh? Stop nagging. I'm reflecting on my actions, aren't I? If you have a problem with that, come down and help me look for it. Hai Dong, the burly man searching below, was clearly annoyed by his partner's criticism. Besides, weren't you having a lot of fun just now, Shinjo? I don't deny that. Then I take back what I just said. But I won't help you. You just stay over there, and keep working hard on your own. It teach you a lesson. To this, the cold-faced young man called Shinjo crossed his hands, closed his eyes, and watched from the sidelines. That's right. Kaidong Sword and Shinjo Ryo. These are their names. Mercenaries known in the industry as Hell's Guides. However, to this slightly sarcastic title, They preferred to respond with, "We're not guides. We are hell. TCH, pretentious bastard. Oh look! It's right here." After searching around, and then roughly prying open the cockpit of an MS from the outside, Kaidong finally uttered an unexpected sound. "Hey. Even though I got beaten up, at least, I still have my identification. If I take this back to my employer, I should get my payment without a problem. I just don't know if it cover my food expenses for the next few days." "Maybe you don't need to worry about that, Kaido." "Huh?" Facing Kaido's surprised expression, Masami picked up the communicator that had just started beeping, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "A new order. It's a simulation battle request. Let me see. The client is, that old man of wisdom?" Chapter 150. So, this is the internal facility of Alvis. Do you roughly remember it, Xiaokuan? Standing in the vast underground space, the red-haired girl, dressed in a blue and white Alvis uniform, Kurami Asasaka, walked around while earnestly asking the boy before her. This was already the second day. Kurami, realizing that Yushao had disappeared from the Alvis medical facility, frantically searched for him early this morning. Fortunately, she finally found Yushao fast asleep at home. Then, naturally, she led Yushao to the area beneath Horai Island, that is, the internal structure of Alvis, and explained the details to him. Yushao listened very attentively. After all, as she had said before, this was where he would be working from now on. So he nodded and replied, I think I remember. Come to think of it, he and Buqing had previously discussed the existence of the work factor in the Azure. Walking through the wide corridors of Alvis, he couldn't help but think this. Now, perhaps, he was right to insist that it didn't exist. However, he had indeed said it back then. He would probably really like this kind of development, with a secret base under the school. If he saw such a scene now, what would he say? The faces of his old friends flashed through his mind for a moment. Yu Xiao initially smiled slightly. But then, accompanied by the memories of the events of the past few days, a strong sense of guilt and bewilderment welled up in his heart. This caused him to unconsciously suppress his smile and stop in his tracks. That's right. In the 2 days that had passed, Yu Xiao hadn't had any further contact with Buqing. Although he heard that Buqing had been staying home these past few days, Yu Xiao hadn't tried to contact him. The reason was simple. Even if they met, Yu Xiao wasn't sure what to say. An apology? But he was clearly the biggest victim in this whole affair. Then blame? Yu Xiao could never do that. Not only was Buqing completely unaware of the situation, but he had also done his best as a friend, even at the cost of conflict with his father. As for playing dumb, pretending nothing had happened, Yu Xiao clearly couldn't bring himself to do that. Therefore, Yu Xiao was both doubtful and somewhat confused about whether their friendship could continue. This emotion had persisted all along. And now, it was keenly sensed by Lai Mi. What's wrong, Xiaokuan? The red-haired girl asked with a hint of worry. Nothing. I was just a little distracted. Yu Xiao, at that moment, forced herself back to reality. That's right, there was no time to dwell on these things anymore. The most important thing right now was to consider how to escape their doomed fate. Whether it was reality or Mecha vs, this should be the central focus. This was a crucial priority, both for herself and for the island, perhaps tinged with a sense of escapism. But anyway, that was what Yu Xiao was thinking at that moment. So he turned to Lai Mi and asked a more practical question. So Lai Mi, where exactly is my job? According to the setting of Fafnir of the Azure, every member of Alvis is given a dual identity upon entering. What is the work outside the island, in peaceful daily life? For Yu Xiao and Lai Mi, who are not yet adults, naturally, solving their high school studies is the priority. The other is the work within Alvis. For example, Lai Mi serves the intelligence agency within Alvis, secretly searching for enemy movements, a so-called agent. So Yu Xiao also wanted to know what role she would play in Alvis. The closer she was to the higher-ups, the easier it would be to save Penglai Island from its doom. Well, but it seemed that Lai Mi didn't know the answer to this question either. The red-haired girl simply looked puzzled. Fortunately, the person who could answer the question finally arrived in time. I answer that question. Tap. Tap. The rhythmic sound of footsteps approached. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with short gray hair and a resolute face. Even though it was their first meeting, the moment Yu Xiao saw his face, a name flashed through her mind. Could he be Andrew Sejevich Kalinin? That's right. At first glance, Yu Xiao recognized him. Mr. Kalinin. And Lai Mi's words became the strongest and most compelling evidence at the moment. The man named Kalinin was the commander of the Mithril mercenary unit in the Full Metal Panic. series operating in the North Pacific. It seems that in this timeline, he has become a high-ranking officer guiding the Alvis region, Pumlai Island. As a soldier, Kalinin is very capable. He is also shrewd and efficient, arguably the best commander. However, Yu Xiao was somewhat worried about this. After all, in the original work, Kalinin ultimately betrayed the organization due to personal feelings. If he were to repeat that mistake in this timeline, no matter how reliable his superior was now, it would be useless. This worry then changed the course of the conversation. Initially, Yu Xiao intended to reveal everything about MechWarrior VS after meeting his superior. After all, using Alvis's power to analyze this mysterious disc is undoubtedly superior to figuring it out on one's own through trial and error in the game. But now, shouldn't we be more cautious? Thinking this, Yu Xiao put aside what he had initially intended to say. However, Kalinin, naturally, couldn't see through Yu Xiao's thoughts. Instead, he continued speaking. Yu Xiao, come with me. I will pass you the key to contact everyone. The key? Mr. Kalinin, could it be that you want? But Limey reacted with some surprise to this question. That's right. Limey, Kalinin sighed softly. After analysis, what we entrusted to him is that Siegfried system. Chapter 151. The Siegfried system. While advancing towards the target location under Kalinin's guidance, Yu Xiao recalled its description from the original work. It was a multi-threaded processing system, its main body located within Alvis, directly connected to the operator's nervous system, functioning similarly to a warship's control room, used to maintain troop communication during combat. During the battle against Fistrum, all the Faulkner-type swords on the island could use their internal cores to form a mental barrier, blocking Fistrum's mind-reading ability. However, this also prevented communication with the operations headquarters. What was needed was an item that could bypass ordinary wireless communication and directly communicate with the crews of each Fafnir. That was the Siegfried system. The operator of this system was directly connected to the cortical nerves of the Fafnir's brain. This allows the system's operator to directly communicate and issue commands to the Fafnir's operator, maintaining the operational headquarters' control over the overall battle situation and ensuring readiness to provide weapons and other assistance. Of course, this isn't without its costs. Establishing direct neural connections with multiple Fafnir simultaneously requires operators with exceptional judgment and analytical abilities to accurately assess the situation amidst a vast flow of information. Furthermore, if any unit linked to the Siegfried system suffers damage, its pain sensations will be transmitted to the operator in real time. While convenient, it's also a dangerous double-edged sword. Therefore, at this moment, Yu Xiao realized a significant problem. Why would such a difficult and somewhat dangerous task be entrusted to him? A slight sense of confusion arose in his heart. In the original work, the boy in charge of the Siegfried system on Dragon Palace Island, Minoshiro Soshir, was appointed to this position because he was unable to pilot Fafnir due to a childhood injury and possessed a so-called genius syndrome capable of processing massive amounts of information simultaneously. He seemed completely unrelated. And, one could say, he truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned soldier. What's wrong, Yu Xiao? If you don't want to conduct the system activation test and practice today, you can do it in a few days. Even though Kalinin didn't turn around, he seemed to sense the question in Yu Xiao's changed pace. No, Mr. Kalinin. But Yu Xiao simply denied it lightly, then voiced his inner doubt. But why was such an important position given to me? Even if you call me a whisperer or something, it's just something I hear. I really don't have much confidence in this kind of thing. Kalinin nodded. Then, as if he had expected this question, he slowly began to speak. Actually, during the time you were unconscious, we conducted a comprehensive examination of your body. While most of the values were within the normal range, there was one abnormality. That's your nervous system. Not only were your sensory nerves continuously active, but your motor nerves also showed excessive development. You could even say that your perception of the outside world has far exceeded the limits your body can accommodate. Kalinin sighed. That's why we determined you're qualified for this position. An unusually developed nervous system. From these keywords, Yu Xiao keenly gleaned certain information. Could it be about X-Rounder? Yu Xiao immediately recalled the talent he had acquired, or rather, awakened, in the real battlefield mode. It seems MechWarrior VS can influence more than just the external reality. It can also project some of the game's traits onto himself? He deduced. At this moment, the two had almost entered the location of the Siegfried system. Unlike the Ryoguchi-like layout in Fafnir's original work, which Yu Xiao remembered, the entrance to the Siegfried system wasn't inside the command room, but rather located in a corridor, existing as a separate facility. Alright. The room ahead is where the Siegfried system is located. To ensure the direct connection of thought isn't disrupted, it's designed to only accommodate one person. I won't follow you in. The manipulation methods you learn through sleep training should gradually overlap with reality as you practice within it. After briefly explaining and pointing Yu Xiao in the right direction, Kalinin turned and left. The door lock's authentication is already bound to your biometrics. No one, but you can open this door. Not even me. Well then, I have other matters to attend to. Excuse me for now. Yu Xiao was left standing there. He really has too much confidence in himself, he thought to himself. There's no other way. I guess I just have to start working hard to live up to this trust. After muttering this to himself, he unlocked the biometric lock and logged into the Siegfried system. Just as Kalinin had said, the space inside the Siegfried system was extremely cramped. After sitting in the single-person steel seat, Yu Xiao, similar to manipulating Fafnir, inserted his 10 fingers into the finger cots in front of him, establishing a neural link with the Siegfried system through the Nibelungen system's intermediary. Then, the lifting mechanism slowly lifted Yu Xiao up. After reaching a certain height, the hatch above opened, revealing what was inside, a red, gelatinous substance that would initially cause discomfort. Even Yu Xiao couldn't help but frown upon first sight. Then he closed his eyes, preparing to accept the sensation of being enveloped by this gel. However, to his surprise, after entering the system, this red gel didn't give him any unusual sensations. Both movement and breathing were performed normally here, even more smoothly than outside. Meanwhile, just as Kalinin had said, Yu Xiao's understanding of the various functions of the Siegfried system gradually emerged in his mind. What function did a certain place correspond to? Something he hadn't learned before, he now knew perfectly well. And at the end of his inspection of the facility, he discovered an unexpected component. It was probably a read/write port for a data CD, reserved for easier data storage. A fairly standard and common facility. Nothing strange about it. However, at this moment, a strange thought popped into Yu Xiao's mind. What if he used this Siegfried system to drive MechWarrior vs? Chapter 152. The idea surfaced, and he acted immediately. This was one of Yu Xiao's characteristics. In short, he left the interior of the Alva system in no time, and went to his home to retrieve the MechWarrior vs disc. Then he returned the way he came. After bringing it back to the Siegfried system, he opened the interface on the panel and inserted the disc. The moment the game disc was read, the surrounding scenery changed instantly. Before Yu Xiao's eyes, the bright red gel inside the Siegfried system gradually disappeared. His vision gradually darkened. Device change detected, changing control mode. Change complete. Current control mode, fully synchronized. Entering simulation career. As this line of text appeared before his eyes, the world spun around in Yu Xiao's senses. The next second, it felt like teleportation. He was no longer in the cramped and oppressive interior of the Siegfried system, but in a brightly lit, dilapidated house. The blinding sunlight, the oppressive temperature, and the desert heat, stinging his cheeks, blowing in through the cracks in the broken window panes. All of this felt incredibly real to Yu Xiao at this moment. He stood up. He looked around. This was none other than the inn where he had chosen to log out of the game yesterday, the one where Edge had told him to rest temporarily. The facts were clear. When the disc reader was changed from a console to the Siegfried system, the method of control also changed from using a controller and buttons to direct thought control. In other words, it's similar to a so-called fully immersive gaming experience. But, to be honest, if he hadn't been the one to orchestrate all of this, he might have genuinely thought he wasn't actually playing MechWarrior vs in an immersive way, but rather that he'd been instantly teleported to this location. Of course, the MechWarrior vs game interface was still there, reminding him that he wasn't currently controlling his original body. However, it was no longer so obvious. From items to maps, all the panels were hidden, only appearing when Yu Xiao consciously thought of them. To put it another way, it was like becoming a system commonly found in fantasy novels. Summoned at will, dismissed at will, and to log out of the game, he only needed to operate the game panel as usual. So, Yu Xiao moved around in this body, now indistinguishable from his own, created by MechWarrior vs and capable of operating in the outside world. It's time to go find Eiji and meet up, he thought. So, following the route in his memory, he returned to the agency run by the Old Man of Divinity. As expected, the man with the disheveled hair and red scarf was waiting at the agreed-upon location. And he wasn't alone. Beside him, the old woman in the wide black robe, resembling a wizard. The Elder of Reason, was also waiting with Age, leaning on her cane. Behind him stood the 20-meter-tall blue-white mobile suit. The suit Yu Xiao would later board, the Gretz Adler. As Yu Xiao's figure gradually came into view, the Elder of Reason said with slight displeasure, "You're late, young man." To this, Yu Xiao instinctively opened her mouth to reply, "Sorry." Because something happened on the way. And then, with a hint of surprise, realized that her voice had indeed come out of her mouth. That was only natural. After all, they were already completely immersed in the game. Using the previous ADG-like dialogue style would be somewhat unreasonable. Although she had just uttered what seemed like a reproach, the old man of wisdom didn't seem to have any intention of delving into the topic further. "Alright, here, your Mech. This Adler's debugging is complete. Next, you go with Age to the testing grounds over there to practice the basic operating methods. The two characters who will be conducting the simulation battle with you should be arriving soon. Work hard until then." She simply tossed the Mech's activation key, a necessary safety measure for mercenaries, to Yu Xiao before turning and moving back into the agency. Perhaps it was because she also had many commissions and missions to handle. That's it. At that moment, Edge walked over and shrugged. "Although I'm not good at teaching students, I try my best. So, I hope you won't blame me for that." Near the mercenary agency. In the simulated combat training arena. TSK. Can't I master it properly? Sitting in Adler's cockpit, Yu Xiao, gripping the control stick tightly, clicked his tongue softly in frustration. As expected. I'm not used to it. After several hours of training, he realized, although his combat awareness and tactical thinking were still exactly the same in his mind. The control equipment had, after all, changed from a joystick to a real cockpit. This meant that although Yu Xiao picked it up quickly, he still struggled to adapt to the differences brought about by the change in control method in a short period, resulting in him sometimes falling behind commands at crucial moments. Fortunately, this was much like the performance of a novice pilot who had lost their memory but retained common sense and innate intelligence. Relax. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. And as a novice, aren't you doing very well? So, instead of eliciting any complaints, Age even offered words of advice. However, just then, boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Whose attack was it? A bad feeling immediately arose. Yu Xiao, controlling Adler, abruptly turned his gaze to the point of impact. No! That's not right. Then he made an accurate judgment. Because the bullets that hit didn't produce flashes or explosions. Instead, they rose up in wisps of colorful dust. In other words, this wasn't live ammunition, but rather fuel-coated non-lethal warheads specifically designed for drills. So, the other party's true identity must be the opponent he was going to simulate a battle with? Oh dear. Still the same old grand gesture. Beside Yu Xiao, Edge's completely unhurried words were the best proof of this. However, the following conversation startled Yu Xiao slightly. "I'm still teaching a student. If you want to lead him to hell, could you please come a little later, Master Guides?" "Lead him to hell? Ha! What are you talking about, Edge?" A rough male voice came from the other end of the communicator. "You said it when we met before, didn't you? We are hell." Chapter 153. We are hell. Yu Xiao was all too familiar with this classic line. It was the catchphrase of Hai Dong Jian and Jin Shongliao, the two protagonists of demon god Caesar SKL, affectionately known as Hell's civil servants by fans. In the setting, before becoming pilots of the Caesar SKL, they were indeed mercenaries traveling all over the world. So, appearing in this situation seemed only natural. However, the simulation battle opponent that wise old man found for him was actually this kind of person? Yu Xiao was still somewhat surprised by this fact. It seemed that this small mercenary agency was indeed as full of hidden talents as Age had said. Then, what about the mecha these two were riding? Since they shouldn't be pilots of the Caesar SKL yet, it must be something else. As Yu Xiao considered this, he turned his head. The two mobile suits standing on the high wall surrounding the open-air training ground, facing away from the dazzling sunlight, were now clearly visible to him after he lowered the contrast of his screen. Their paint schemes were blue and red. The armor was concentrated on the upper body, the large head featured a distinctive strip-shaped optical display, and the feet had a peculiar claw-like appearance. Without a doubt, they were IPP66305, Hugo, from Iron-Blooded Orphans. As an older type of mobile suit using a so-called hexagonal frame, low defense and high mobility were characteristics of this type. They also possessed a wide variety of weapon options. From Yu Xiao's observation, the red mobile suit piloted by Hai Dong was equipped with a melee weapon, the Destruction Greatsword, almost the size of a mobile suit. The blue mobile suit piloted by Shin was equipped with an alloyed battle axe and 2 pistols. Exactly the same weaponry they used when piloting the Caesar SKL in the original work. Meanwhile, the conversation led by Edge continued, "Alright. So when do you two plan to start the simulation battle?" Time? Yes. Based on the agreed time, I adjust the training plan accordingly. Masami interrupted Edge with a light snort. Then there's no need. Huh? Because? If we're talking about time, it's now. Go Kaido! Oh, a friendly battle wouldn't be bad. The next second after this enthusiastic response, the 2 Hugos simultaneously launched themselves into the air, blasting towards the arena at full power. Even with the weight reduction, they still kicked up a cloud of dust. The combat format will be 2 teams, 1-on-1. Non-lethal paintballs will be used for ranged weapons, and melee equipment is permitted as usual. But direct attacks on the opponent's cockpit are prohibited. No objections to these rules, rookies? Following this, Masami's voice came through the communication channel explaining the situation. Understood. Yu Xiao nodded after calming herself. But she had barely responded. Alright. Then I won't hold back. Accompanied by a shout that sounded strangely excited, the Crimson Hugo, controlled by Hai Dong, wielded its destructive giant sword and charged towards Adler. Faced with the approaching Hugo, Yu Xiao took the most direct approach. That was to block head-on. After slightly lowering her stance, Adler drew her combat saber from its scabbard on her shoulder, gripped it tightly with both hands, and held the blade in front of her. Immediately after analyzing the direction of the enemy's attack, he countered, bang! Swords clashed fiercely, sparks flying, before both retreated slightly, regrouping. It seemed that, despite the lack of forward momentum, Adler's already stabilized posture and massive size allowed it to maintain parity with Hugo's powerful, storm-like attack. This was, of course, the result of Yu Xiao's analysis and comparison of the differences in the 2 machines' performance, and considering his own adaptation period. After stabilizing its position, the additional thrusters at the rear of Adler's skirt armor immediately unleashed their full power. Taking a counterattack, Yu Xiao piloted his machine forward, adopting a pursuit stance. Not bad. But facing the aggressive Yu Xiao, Hai Dong showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, a pleased smile appeared on his lips. However, still too inexperienced. Suddenly, the anchor claws on either side of Hugo's waist shot out, aiming directly for Adler's right hand. Was he planning a surprise attack using this unexpected weaponry? It might be a bit sudden for someone seeing this machine for the first time, but fortunately, Yu Xiao had already gathered this information from the sidelines. So he naturally anticipated this move. The thruster swerved, and Adler deftly dodged one anchor claw, embedding it firmly into the wall behind the training ground. As for the second one that followed, Yu Xiao maneuvered the machine, swinging the sword in his hand to parry it. Then he turned back, intending to continue dealing with Hugo's main body. But then, he discovered that the opponent had closed in on him much faster than expected. What could it be? Yu Xiao instantly understood. It turned out that the opponent had never intended to use the grappling hook attack from the beginning. They only planned to use it to mislead Yu Xiao's judgment. Then, using the grappling hook to pull him closer, they could move faster. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Already somewhat rusty from his first experience in a real cockpit, and now with the misjudgment. At this moment, although Yu Xiao knew what to do in his mind, his body reacted a step too late. Adler had barely made a dodge maneuver when Hugo grabbed his head tightly with his eagle claws. Then he was brutally slammed to the ground. Despite the shock absorbers, the impact from the cockpit still took a heavy toll on Yu Xiao. Then, Hugo continued its forward thrusting, dragging Adler along at an ever-accelerating pace. It seemed they wanted to push Adler straight against the wall of the training ground. On the other side of the training ground, however, there was no smoke or gunfire. Edge's Chinir and Masami's Hugo had simply been standing face to face since the beginning. You seemed to admire that newcomer, Edge. Only when Masami spoke in a deep voice did the two finally interact. Ah, is that so? Well, after all, I was the one who brought him back and encouraged him onto this path. I have to take some responsibility. That's a rare sense of responsibility for you. So do you think that boy can defeat Hai Dong? Faced with Shin's questioning, Edge shrugged. It's difficult. If you ask me, at most, he can hold on for another 3 minutes or so. Is that so? I'm not so sure. Oh, what insight does Shin have now? There's something intriguing about that boy's movements. Shin chuckled softly. He possesses power he already has, but he doesn't know how to use it. Right now, it's less about learning and more about awakening. Watching Adler fiercely clash with Hugo, Shin continued in a low voice. Who knows, that boy might be the same kind as you and me. That's not a funny joke. But Edge responded with an expression he rarely wore. Besides, that guy has lost all his memories. Even if he really was like us in the past, some guy from who knows where, an experimental subject created for his own ambitions. I know. It has nothing to do with him now, right? Shingami nodded slightly. So I was just mentioning it casually. Well then, shouldn't we get moving, Edge? Make a move. Huh? You suggested a one-on-one drill, so you weren't just trying to slack off? I can't help it. I really want to know your current strength. Come on, Edge. As fellow beings hated by fate, and who also hate fate. Shingami drew his twin pistols from his waist, his blue Hugo's sword poised for attack. Which part do you want to be penetrated? Answer in 5 seconds and it's your choice. To this almost routine question, Edge let out an exaggerated wail. Not again. Seriously? Can't I just say I don't want to be hit anywhere? Too bad, since that's hardly a response. Well then, I go ahead and do whatever I want. Bang! But it's unclear who fired the first shot. Because during Edge's conversation, he hadn't stopped controlling his chi. Raising his rifle, he entered combat readiness. In short, the next second. The two machines that had been standing still displayed astonishing maneuverability, engaging in a tense, high-speed battle. Look at the atmosphere in the training ground now. Indeed, as the old man of sanity said, it's completely unlike a normal simulated battle. It's more like a real battlefield. Chapter 154. Looking back at Yu Xiao, who was locked in combat. Although his head was tightly gripped by Hugo, piloted by Hai Dongjian. This didn't mean Yu Xiao was helpless. It was impossible to properly pilot the machine during the high-speed jolting. So, Adler first braced himself with his left hand, using the large fighting claw attached to his left shield to grip the ground and slow down the dragging speed. Then, based on the knowledge he had learned in the operating manual today, Yu Xiao laboriously pulled open the control panel inside the cockpit. He gently pressed a few buttons. Then, click. With a clean, detaching sound from the joints, Adler had completely separated the connection between the head and the body skeleton. It's nothing. It's just that the main monitor isn't working. Saying a joke that Yu Xiao himself wasn't even aware of, Adler, under his control, leaped up again, using the hot air expelled by the flames from the nozzles as cover, and took the opportunity to stand up once more. Simultaneously, he activated all the auxiliary cameras on his body, and while waiting for the screen to return to normal, he drew his standard-issue rifle from his waist with his left hand, ready to fire at any moment. Wow, not bad. I thought this newbie would be some young master who couldn't even fight. I didn't expect him to be so capable. As the smoke cleared and the screen returned to normal, Hai Dongjian's voice came from inside the Hugo in front of him. Having missed his attack, he didn't pursue, but simply stood calmly in place, carrying the destructive greatsword on his back in a rather human-like gesture. He was probably enjoying the battle before him. His words confirmed this. Looks like I have some fun. Then Hugo began to act. He used the Adler head unit, which he was clutching in his claws, as a throwing weapon, kicking it towards Adler. Hai Dong then maneuvered Hugo to close the distance at high speed again. Adler, however, aligned the crosshair of his rifle with the trajectory of his own head, firing a single, deflected shot that accurately knocked the head unit aside. Although it was a paintball, it still possessed the force expected of a bullet. Achieving this level of skill was to be expected. The next second, facing the charging Hugo, Yu Xiao also forcefully pushed the control stick forward in the cockpit, charging head-on into Hugo's blade. Don't disappoint me too much, rookie. Thank you for the compliment. With almost simultaneous low shouts, Adler and Hugo, moving at high speed, clashed fiercely with each other once more. However, this time the situation was different. Wielding the weapon with only one hand meant insufficient power. Therefore, facing Hugo's powerful swing of the destruction greatsword, even with a relative size advantage, Adler was ultimately forced back several steps by the blow. But Yu Xiao had no intention of regaining the upper hand. Instead, he used the backward force to activate the thrusters behind him, increasing the distance between himself and Hugo. Trying to escape? Too bad. Seeing this, Hugo accelerated further. Moving along the shortest straight path possible, it swung its destruction greatsword. In terms of speed, this side is faster. And within inches, it caught up with Adler's movements. After all, it was a hexagonal frame machine specifically enhanced for mobility, and its specifications were normal. Seeing the greatsword about to strike again, Yu Xiao revealed a triumphant smile. Alright, now! He braced his right hand on the ground with his combat saber. Yu Xiao swiftly tapped several buttons on the control panel while simultaneously twisting the joystick. Adler's fuselage tilted slightly. Then, flames erupted from the inner exhaust nozzle, but the outer nozzle remained silent. A malfunction? No. Using this maneuver, Adler, centered on the combat saber he was bracing against, spun its massive body in a circular trajectory. This movement caused Hugo, who was charging straight at him, to miss. And the next second, Adler used this opportunity to circle behind Hugo. Got it! Raising his left hand, Yu Xiao swung the shield, now equipped with the MS's melee claw, down with a fierce blow. But Haidong, a seasoned mercenary, possessed formidable combat skills and awareness. TSK. This kid. Although his expression betrayed a hint of annoyance, his actions remained fluid. Sensing that his attack had missed and the enemy's position had shifted, he maneuvered his machine backward, kicking out with his leg. Bang! The melee claw attached to Adler's shield and Hugo's foot collided violently in midair. Using this opportunity, both regained their footing. Hugo stabilized his somewhat erratic stance, while Adler pulled his combat saber from the ground. You're no ordinary rookie. Thank you. You're no ordinary mercenary either, Hi cough. Sir. Humph, that's easy to say. But the next move could be the end of it, wouldn't it? To be honest, I was thinking the same thing. Very well. Let's go! After this exchange, bang, clang, the two accelerated face to face. Then, in an instant, they collided. Hugo's destructive greatsword stopped at Adler's waist. If he had held back a few seconds later, he would have sliced Adler in two from the chest. Wielding such a heavy weapon, yet possessing such meticulous control. From this, it was clear that the man named Hai Dongjian was not just the rough and ready battle maniac he appeared to be. At this point in the battle, theoretically, the outcome was already decided. However, rookie! No! Hai Dong, usually so enthusiastic in battle, crossed his arms, looking rather dejected. Because through the reflection of the blade on the ground, he saw his own mech, Hugo's head unit. There were obvious marks of blue paint. That was a bullet fired from Adler's rifle at extremely close range. Although it was far from the cockpit, if it were on a real battlefield. The spread, explosion, and penetration caused by that attack. And the flying debris. Forget about continuing to swing that blade, even survival might be questionable. Rookie. Ah, whatever you say. My name is Hai Dongjian. What's your name? I'm not really sure either. But for now, just call me Akatsuki, Mr. Haidong. Akatsuki. Haidong pondered. Then he opened the cockpit of his mech, revealing his face. Then, he said something that caught Yu Xiao somewhat off guard. I said, how about we work together from now on? Chapter 155. Really? Those two kids, still as blunt as ever. And they never listened to people. I never intended for them to fight like this in the training ground. Now look what's happened. Oh dear. They can even retaliate under these circumstances? This is getting interesting. Unexpectedly, the old man didn't go back to his mercenary agency as Yu Xiao had expected. Instead, he temporarily declined his front desk duties and stood on a high floor of the agency, overlooking the entire training ground, silently observing Hai Dong and Yu Xiao's simulated battle. From the initial head-on clash to the later improvisation. In their fighting figures, she seemed to see a reflection of her younger self. Similarly, she had become a pilot through a series of coincidences. She too distinguished herself in her very first simulated battle, displaying exceptional talent and combat skills. But, what good was it all? Perhaps it was precisely because of this talent that she became a target of manipulation. After experiencing numerous disappointments, betrayals, and deceptions, even though she was once hailed as a once-in-a-century genius, she was now forced to leave her homeland, living a life of meager success and frustration in a war-torn region. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. It was a deep, lingering sigh unique to the elderly, reflecting on the state of affairs. Was it a lament for the fickleness of human nature, or an anxiety about the future of this young man whose past overlapped with her own? Perhaps only she herself truly knew the answer. Meanwhile, the battle was nearing its end. Adler's gunshot and Hugo's sword strike struck each other almost simultaneously. The next second, realizing the battle was over, both sides ceased their attacks. In terms of outcome, it seemed both were severely injured. But if this were a real battlefield, the outcome would be far from certain. Having witnessed this scene, the wise old woman turned and left, leaning on her cane. Her destination wasn't her usual workplace, but rather the simulation training ground where Yu Xiao and the others were. As for whether this would cause a commotion at the agency, which had been closed for quite some time, she wasn't particularly concerned. Just as Yu Xiao had learned from age. This eccentric old woman always acted independently, doing as she pleased, even when it came to matters within her work area. On the other side, in the center of the simulation training ground. Wait! Are you kidding me? Huh? Hai Dong. It was Age who reacted with surprise first. He piloted the Chenier, using its hovercraft for propulsion, and glided along before activating the communication channel and shouting. The tan-colored fuselage bore numerous paintball marks. He seemed to have been badly hit by Shin's attack. But upon closer inspection, it was clear that no vital organs had been truly struck. Just as in the original work, this seemingly carefree man was, in secret. In any case, his battle with Shin's ended with the conclusion of Yu Xiao's side. After all, this was ultimately a simulation battle to test Yu Xiao's talent in piloting mobile suits. However, he vehemently opposed Hai Dong's proposal, which was presented as a post-battle interlude. What's wrong, Edge? I was just asking casually, why are you reacting so strongly? Of course I react, Edge retorted irritably. While that guy might not know your names, don't I know them well? Following you too, not only would he be taking on all sorts of bizarre cases every day, but his mental state would also be questionable. I don't want to see this newcomer leave with you, and come back a few days later spouting we are hell. Seemingly realizing he'd gone too far, he sighed again. And what's the reason for suddenly doing this? I never heard of the legendary Hell guy being some nice guy who likes to lure kids into joining his gang. As for the reason. Hearing this, Hai Dong adopted a posture of deep thought, something unusual for him. Then he pointed in Yu Xiao's direction. The reason is, this kid is surprisingly interesting. And he beat me on his first try. You don't see that kind of skill in the industry, do you? Enough with the self-praise, Hai Dong. At that moment, Shin's Hugo approached and joined the discussion. But surprisingly, I agree with you. Want to team up? It should be beneficial for both of us. The conversation finally returned to Yu Xiao, who had been the center of attention since the beginning. He pondered Hai Dong and Jin Shang's proposal. Although teaming up with these two hellish civil servants might put him in danger. However, the potential gains were also very high. That's right. After all, Yu Xiao's purpose in playing MechWarrior vs wasn't just for entertainment. He actually wanted to find an opportunity to change the fate of the island he inhabited. The real battlefield mode had been closed and wouldn't reopen for a while. While he could obtain research blueprints in the simulated career mode, his individual abilities were still too insignificant to change the entire world alone. Therefore, right now, only two things were most important. One was connections, and the other was intelligence. If he could act alongside the protagonists of Demon God Caesar SKL, he might be able to incorporate them into his valuable fighting force later. And following them, just as Edge had said, would mean taking on many dangerous missions. But as the saying goes, danger can turn into opportunity. Perhaps a war-torn region really is a good place to gather intelligence. So Yu Xiao quickly made up his mind. If you don't mind, that would be great, Mr. Hai Dong. Sitting in Adler's cockpit, he was about to nod in agreement. Hey, Xiao. Wake up. These two guys aren't normal. If you spend too much time with them, you might become abnormal too. This, however, elicited a somewhat urgent response from Edge. Yu Xiao could tell he was clearly concerned about him. So he wanted to use a compelling reason to genuinely persuade him. Ah, perhaps that's true. So Yu Xiao feigned the blank, ignorant yet curious look one might have with amnesia. Then he began to murmur earnestly, but, for my past self, a life like Mr. Shin's was considered normal. Huh? What do you mean? Edge's tone was clearly taken aback. Beyond the surprise, there seemed to be an additional tension? Well, during the battle just now, I think I sensed it too, Yu Xiao said in a low voice, trying to create an air of mystery. He himself didn't realize that this skillful technique seemed to stem from his past life's experience of finding various excuses to skip class. I don't know the reason. But maybe my body is craving this kind of battle. Piloting a mobile suit, fighting against Mr. Kaido, it should be something completely unfamiliar, yet there's a strange sense of familiarity. Maybe I always been this kind of person. Is that so? So, don't worry about me, Edge. I know exactly what I'm doing. Seeing Edge's inexplicably surprised and dejected expression, Yu Xiao finally offered words of reassurance. Is that so? Then it's up to you, Xiao. That would be a decisive blow. AG nodded silently, agreeing with the statement. Good. Hai Dong, who had overheard the whole thing, clapped his hands. I knew you'd be such a straightforward guy. So, As a memento of our teamwork, how about we go have a good meal nearby? I know a lot of good places around here. However, just as the atmosphere seemed to be heading in a cheerful direction, an outsider forcefully intervened. Want to leave? Not so easy. The clicking sound of a cane. It was the elderly of divinity. Although she wasn't in a mech, her voice, though aged, was still strong enough to reach everyone's ears. Huh? Grandma, what do you mean? Didn't you call us here to fight? Hai Dong was naturally the first to question her words. The elderly of divinity didn't respond further. He simply gestured around, saying, "Look around you." Following his words, everyone belatedly looked around. The entire training ground was in complete chaos. Leaving aside the traces left by Hai Dong and Yu Zhao's fight, the sheer amount of paintballs used in the battle between Jinsheng and AIG had turned the surrounding area a deep blue. I called you here, of course. But I didn't say you were going to fight here, did I? There are old-fashioned simulation training facilities inside the agency, aren't there? What's the reason, Ajian? Ah. Well, it's because we judged it to be more efficient this way. Seeing his stammering companion, Masami sighed and tried to smooth things over. After all, relying solely on computer simulations to test whether someone has the talent to be a mercenary is very unreliable. A very good reason, Liao. But this can't be taken as a disclaimer. The old man tapped the ground with his cane. The cleaning and tidying up here will be the responsibility of you, who made such a mess. Finish it before tonight, no problem, right? And then, surprisingly, faced with this request. I have no objection. All right. I understand, Granny. Once you cleaned up here, there won't be any problem, right? Kaito and Masami simply silently agreed. Could it be that these two are only menacing at first glance? Perhaps they are surprisingly law-abiding in essence? Then, they turned around in the Hugo, presumably to find a place to park the mobile suit. Then the old man turned his gaze to the thing that had been flung to the ground. Adler's head component. Because it had been forcibly separated, it would probably take some effort to reassemble it. Oh dear. It's all their fault for messing around. This precious mobile suit has been damaged. Repairing this will be a lot of work. Of course, I won't let you do it yourself, young man. This MS will stay here for now, and you can come back and ride it after the repairs are complete. How about that? I'd be very grateful. But Elder Divinity, my certification. You passed. Elder Divinity replied casually. To achieve this level in your first simulated combat. Even I have nothing to say. Keep up the good work. As a rising star in the mercenary world. After praising him, he turned to Age. Age. Don't just stand around. Help with the repairs. Okay, got it. Huh? Me? This surprised Age, who had been somewhat lost in thought. Elder Divinity gave a slight snort of displeasure. Who else could it be but you? Do you expect a young person with no relevant knowledge to do it themselves? No way. I understand. Hey Xiao. If you need a place to rest tonight, just go to the place I told you about. After this lecture, Age obediently followed. Thus, both Hai Dong and Jinsheng, as well as Ag and the old man of divinity, seemed to have their own things to attend to. The training ground seemed to instantly return to its quiet state. But in Yu Zhao's view, the reality was quite different. Because before his eyes, a new system notification popped up. Initial guidance complete. Mercenary career has begun. As a reward for completing the initial guidance, you have gained 5,000 career points. Next, by consuming a certain amount of this resource, you can unlock the Mech blueprint. For details, please see the relevant interface instructions. You shall summon the system menu interface, and sure enough, a new value called career points had appeared. And a development blueprint project. As for how to obtain the so-called career points. Specifically, it's a reward mechanism. As long as he completes missions as a mercenary and increases his reputation. Then, in addition to real-world rewards, the system will also give him corresponding career points. These points can be used for two things: acquiring blueprints for existing mecha from the existing tech tree, or unlocking the tech tree for new creations. Of course, not only is acquiring blueprints gradual, but the cost of later mecha blueprints also increases accordingly. For example, Yu Xiao currently has 8,000 initial points from completing the so-called initial guidance. Namely, through the simulated battle with two hellish civil servants. This amount is enough for him to unlock the initial mecha of the RX series, namely the so-called gun tank, or the blueprint for the GT-01A Strike Dagger, a low-level mass-produced mecha from the GT series. If this technology were applied to the Spectacled Hound series within the Armor Trooper Votems franchise, Yu Xiao estimated it would be sufficient to unlock the Spectacled Hound as the base unit, as well as most of its standard variants. However, further development becomes increasingly difficult. For example, unlocking the RX-78-2 Gundam requires not only unlocking all technologies from the Gundam to the prototype Gundam, but also 25,000 career points. Later units become even more expensive. For instance, the Full Armor Gundam Unit 7, even though it's only a unit produced in the original universe, 2 years later in 0081, requires a whopping 55,000 points, more than double that of the original Gundam. Unlocking other tech trees is currently uniformly set at 50,000 points. However, as the number of unlocked tech trees increases, the career points required to unlock new ones also rise. In other words, in the process of completing missions as a mercenary and exchanging career points for blueprints, Yu Xiao must constantly make careful choices. And now, the first decision he needs to make has arrived. That is, with his first pot of points in his mercenary career, which blueprint should he choose to unlock first? Chapter 156. Yu Xiao put down the mecha and returned to the dilapidated inn to rest temporarily. However, regarding which mecha to acquire, he was at a loss for words. After all, the performance of the Adler he was currently piloting was sufficient. Even if he obtained the blueprint, he would first need to find suitable craftsmen to produce it. That would take quite a bit of effort. His simulation character was currently penniless. Even if he got the blueprint, it would be of little use. Thinking this way, he casually browsed the list of mecha on the 3 tech trees he had unlocked. Because he couldn't unlock them, he could only see a portion of the complete blueprints. However, judging from the portion he could view, these blueprints were quite detailed. They weren't just ordinary tools. They were genuine mecha design drawings. Even the internal structural details that the mecha designers in his previous life hadn't considered were meticulously crafted here. Wait a minute. Seeing this, Yu Xiao suddenly realized something. Yes. If Mecha VS is a reflection of the real world, and these blueprints obtained in the simulation career mode are tools created with the aim of accurately recreating in reality, then, could these blueprints not only be used in the game, but be used in reality as well? As this thought surfaced, Yu Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It's like someone wandering aimlessly through a deep cave, suddenly seeing a light pointing to the exit. Yes. If that's the case, as long as we unlock the blueprints for mobile suits through simulated career mode and deliver them one by one to the higher-ups on Penglai Island, pushing them to produce advanced weaponry. In the near future, even if Penglai Island's forces were to face an unknown enemy alone, they wouldn't be overwhelmed. So, based on this consideration, the options become much clearer. The first to be eliminated is the Spectacled Hound. The island's combat strength is already limited. Moreover, their tactical approach is primarily defensive. A mobile suit like the Spectacled Hound, characterized by production capacity and high mobility, isn't very suitable as a standard combat unit. Then the remaining options are the mass-produced branches of the GT model. The Dagger and M1 Heretic series, the RX series Tech Tree Origin, the Steel Tank, and its derivative, the GM. According to Yu Xiao's recollection, the main weapons equipped on Alvis, aside from a few core-equipped Fafners, were mostly non-mecha conventional armaments. In the original work, these were ordinary modern fighter jets and tanks. But in this timeline, they were the conventional weapons used by the human reformation from Gundam 00 before they developed mobile suits. The Maj V-34 Beetle tank and the Maj P-13 Flying Python mobile suit. While their combat capabilities were adequate, these mobile suits were ineffective against either the Fistrum or the Yusin flag. After the Paradise Project was implemented, for security and secrecy reasons, Alvis chose to completely sever ties with the mainland, developing its technology independently. For over a decade, there was no technological exchange, and they were unable to share in the mainland's technological advancements. Therefore, under these conditions, directly developing ordinary MS might encounter some resistance from the outset. Based on this consideration, Yu Xiao first ruled out the plan of producing humanoid mobile suits from the very beginning. Instead, he wanted to proceed gradually. Just like the Earth Federation in the original Mobile Suit Gundam, starting with the most basic mobile suits, step by step raising the technological level of Horai Island from being unable to produce MS to being able to mass-produce various GMs. Therefore, he ultimately planned to unlock the design blueprint of the Federation Army's Operation V, the gun tank. But not a complete copy. Yu Xiao also considered practical issues. That is, to realize MS from the Universal Century, a Minovsky nuclear reactor is basically required as the power source. While it's possible to recreate the machine using the blueprint data, and after a few trials, it might be feasible to manufacture. But as the first design to be submitted to higher management, it's naturally more convincing to choose a machine that can be produced immediately. Therefore, he didn't choose the original RX-75 gun tank. Instead, he unlocked its lower-cost, simplified version, the Advanced Production Gun Tank Design Blueprint that appeared in 08th MS Squadron. He improved the unreasonable loading mechanism to achieve a larger ammunition capacity and eliminated the complex and expensive core fighter mechanism, thus allowing for greater flexibility in waist rotation. This MS is undoubtedly more suitable for long-range artillery combat than the prototype. It's not just a technology demonstrator. It will also be more than capable of serving as a future defensive force for the island. More importantly, the power source for the mass-produced steel tank wasn't the Minovsky nuclear reactor. It was an old-style turbine engine using fossil fuels. This type of engine was also the power source for the Human Reform Federation's old weapons. So ideally, even the Beetle-type engine could be reused. This greatly reduced the expenses required for upgrades. As a new plan, it would be easier to gain approval from higher-ups. The idea was finalized, and Yu Xiao immediately took action. After unlocking the blueprint for the mass-produced steel tank, he logged out of the Siegfried system, preparing to immediately return home to try and find a way to copy this precious MS design blueprint. As for how to explain the origin of this design, Yu Xiao wasn't too worried. After all, in the eyes of others, he was the so-called whisperer. Several hours later, at Yu Xiao's home. Phew. It's over. Rocking back in his chair, Yu Xiao stretched wearily at the completed design draft before him. For some reason, MechWarrior VS couldn't be switched out or screenshotted during gameplay. This forced Yu Xiao to ultimately use graphic design software. After forcibly memorizing the relevant content, he painstakingly copied and pasted the design scheme of the mass-produced steel tank, referring to the original blueprints. Although he had relevant experience from his previous life, making the work not too difficult, the process was still quite time-consuming. By the time Yu Xiao had completely copied the design blueprints of the mass-produced steel tank, it was already completely dark. However, in his view, as long as the initial goal could be achieved, then all the effort would be worthwhile. But perhaps when people have free time, they inevitably start thinking about all sorts of things. Brother Boo, memories from the past few days suddenly flooded back. Thus, Yu Xiao murmured to himself. He should go see him. Yu Xiao had considered this several times in the past few days. He had even made a list of things to buy, canned fruit, and a single volume of Mobile Suit Gundam. If it were him, he should gladly accept these things. But for some reason, a feeling of guilt welling up in Yu Xiao's heart stopped him from doing so time and time again. In the end, perhaps, in a sense, he himself was the one who caused the tragedy in Bu's family. Would it be a good thing or a bad thing for Buqing if he took the initiative to show himself? Perhaps, it would only deepen Bu's gloom. No need for others to comment. Yu Xiao also felt that he was being far too awkward. But he couldn't change his personality overnight. So in the end, Yu Xiao could only lean heavily back in his chair. What is he doing right now? He sighed dejectedly. Chapter 157. In the deep of night, Buqing sat silently on the edge of the bed. Dark circles, unusual for someone with his usual well-maintained lifestyle, clung to his eyes. He'd been like this ever since that incident, unchanged. At first, he forced himself to eat and drink, but now, he didn't even want to do that. The unopened birthday cake was gone, and the dining table outside was empty. His mind was as blank as it was now. Buqing looked up. Gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window, he reflected on everything that had happened so far. When that incident occurred, unaware of the specifics, he chose to stand up and stop his father's actions, which were clearly a mistake. And afterwards, when he woke up, someone claiming to be from an organization called Alvis arrived and explained the situation to him. The truth about the island. His father's true nature. Now he knew it all. And they also mentioned that they would find a suitable person to take care of Buqing's upbringing. Without a doubt. This meant that his father would indeed pay the price for his mistakes and meet his deserved end. And not just his father. His friends, too, would probably never return. Indeed, no matter what. He had put his invited friends in a truly terrible crisis at his birthday party. It was the worst thing that could happen. He thought silently. Now that things had come to this, if only he could hate someone legitimately. But the one who had committed such a crime was his father, who had always been so caring towards him. How ironic. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ah Xiao was innocent from beginning to end. Her father also had his unspeakable difficulties. After all, he also had another family he cared about. Moreover, he made this choice to protect himself. Perhaps in the end, the person who shouldn't exist is himself. Who knows? Click. The sound of the lock being opened came, carrying the salty smell of the sea breeze, a common sight on the island. Theoretically, he was the only one with the house key at this moment. So, was this the new caregiver that Alvis had found for him? He made the right judgment. Buqing. Classmate. May I come in? A clear female voice, tinged with unease, approached from afar. Buqing felt the voice was somewhat familiar. The door isn't locked, please come in. The footsteps grew closer, finally stopping beside his bed. At this moment, Buqing finally raised his head, looking in the direction of the visitor. It was a fair-skinned woman in business attire. Her long, beautiful, silvery white hair swayed and danced in the moonlight. And, regarding this familiar face, Shioni teacher? He uttered a surprised sound. Educational resources are very scarce on Pumlai Island. Often, a teacher of one subject is responsible for multiple classes in different grade levels simultaneously. Just like Shioni, who also teaches the classes of Yuxiao and Buqing. As for the reason, Buqing didn't understand why before, but recently he did. It's because these adults are actually employees of Alvis. Many important figures within Alvis are unable to spare the time to handle the educational work that requires their full attention. So, as a member of Alvis on this island, was the other person here to greet him? Buqing composed himself. I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to be you. He awkwardly crossed his arms, a hint of guilt in his eyes. It's really a lot of trouble for you to be here to clean up the mess left by someone like me. No, you don't need to apologize. And you don't need to feel guilty. However, Shioni simply nodded slightly, her tone gentle. This was originally my own choice. Huh? Literally, I can't just leave you like this. Then she gently sat down beside Buqing, speaking softly. I also been deceived by people I trusted before. That feeling is awful. But, Shioni paused. That doesn't mean you should dismiss all your past experiences as falsehoods born of deception and deny them. Memories that existed in the past don't disappear just because you know the truth. Just like the ideals of this island. Buqing, do you know about the country called Reminisha? I learned about it in geography class. It's an island nation in the South Pacific, right? Yes. It's also your father's country, and my homeland. Shioni's voice grew heavy at this point. But, it's gone now. And the source of all this is me. Huh? Hearing this shocking news, Buqing's tone was filled with disbelief. I was once Reminisha's chief diplomat. After confirming that the Second Star Corps was about to crash into Reminisha, I was responsible for negotiating with the three major powers. At that time, I was instigated by colleagues I had always trusted. I believed that the Yusen, which advocated for a G-bomb attack, would be responsible for the treatment and accommodation of refugees. So I signed a treaty, allowing them to exercise military power in Reminisha. But I was wrong. They only wanted to completely eradicate the threat of Fistrum. In fact, because the Star Corps was about to crash much earlier than expected, they even launched a G-bomb attack on the entire land before the evacuation of the population was complete. Ultimately, it was all my fault for blindly trusting them. And it was only after that I realized that my colleague, M, had only been using me all along for. He's just someone who wants a better position for himself. He instigated me to sign the treaty because he could quickly gain use and asylum after the war with that credit. After that, I was like you. No. Even worse than you are now. Until I ended up in the People's Revolutionary Union, where I saw the refugees in Reminisha. Although they were also in a difficult situation, they firmly said then they would continue to believe in me. It was at that moment that I understood. Even if I made a mistake because of other people's deception, it wouldn't make everything that existed in the past disappear. It's the same now. And I believe your friend Yuxiao feels the same way. So tell me, Buqing. Shioni let out a soft breath. Now, what do you want to do? I want. Buqing was silent. After a long while, he finally spoke. I want to talk to him again. Even just one sentence. At least with a Xiao. That's good. Shioni nodded. The next second, Buqing felt something hard and solid being placed in his hand. It was a gift box. And when it was opened, what was revealed was a square, snow-white cake. I understand the whole story. I also know the day the accident happened was your birthday. Shioni said softly. So now, eat. Buqing lowered his head. His hands trembled slightly as he scraped off a small piece of cake with his fork and put it in his mouth. The cream melted on his tongue, transmitting a sweet taste through his taste buds. But, Buqing felt a salty taste surge into his mouth along the tip of his tongue. That was, he knew. It was the taste of his own tears. I'm sorry, Buqing. Did something remind you of something sad? No. Wiping his already reddened eyes, Buqing forced a smile. It's just that the cake was too sweet. It was almost too cloying, Teacher Shioni. Chapter 158. The next day. Early morning. In the command room of the Alvis Underground headquarters. I heard from Laimi that you have some important documents you want to submit. Adjusting his swivel chair to face Yushao directly, Kalinin, with his arms crossed in what has almost become standard for animation commanders in recent years, spoke in a deep voice. As he said, through Laimi's mediation, Yushao wanted to submit the blueprints he had acquired yesterday today. Yes, the document is here. Please take a look. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he handed the hard drive containing the copied document to Kalinin. Unlike the deliberately constructed millennium-era atmosphere of the island, the internal facilities of Alvis exuded a cutting-edge feel. This included even the personal equipment. Kalinin then took out a scroll-like mobile terminal. After connecting it to the hard drive Yushao handed him, he unfolded it. And the borderless LCD screen that extended from it displayed all the design blueprints. After reviewing all the design drafts, Kalinin pondered for a moment before speaking. I see. This is a design scheme for a new type of long-range artillery system? You intend to put these blueprints into production as a formal research project on the island, and equip them to the defense forces of Alvis? That's right. His intention was clear without a word. Therefore, in front of this gray-haired soldier, Yushao subconsciously stood at attention. And to be precise, this is a mobile suit. Mr. Kalinin? A mobile suit? Yes. Yushao took a few steps forward, flipping through the LCD screen in Kalinin's hand, showing him several key aspects of the mass-produced steel tank structure. A design from the Universal Century. While the lower body does indeed use a reliable tank chassis structure, the upper body is deliberately designed as a humanoid frame to test the force field motor technology that drives the anthropomorphic joints. If this technology can be practically verified on the steel tank and sufficient data collected, then it can be applied to the design of a fully humanoid mobile suit. Not just a mere combat vehicle. I intend to use this blueprint as a springboard to gain the ability to independently produce advanced mobile suits. That's my thinking. Is that so? But Yushao? Putting the document away again, Kalinin asked seemingly unintentionally. What are your reasons for doing this? If the goal is simply to fight Fistrum, couldn't we simply apply these technologies to our ongoing research on the divine sword-type Fafnir, instead of specifically updating conventional weapons? Or perhaps, his voice then turned serious. The intended enemy for these weapons is something other than Fistrum? Just as you suspected. Yushao readily admitted to this conjecture. Based on what happened to me, I believe. One day, we might have to confront the malice of humanity. At that time, what we need will be more than just Fafnir, created as a weapon against Fistrum. Mr. Kalinin should also be aware of this. The outside world now widely utilizes mecha-type weapons. In contrast, the island's military equipment is still primarily based on older weaponry. Beetle-type and flying python-type. With these combat forces alone, we are completely unable to contend with them. Therefore, I want to start with this design. To enable Pomlai Island to. Even if it one day faces human malice, it will be able to raise a banner of rebellion against them. I understand. Indeed, perhaps you are the most qualified to speak on this matter. After hearing Yu Zhao's words, Kalinin nodded slightly. He agreed with his idea of considering humans as potential enemies. No. Perhaps he originally considered it that way too. His previous statement was merely a test of Yu Zhao's resolve. However, there are still some things I'm concerned about. Please speak. Yu Zhao nodded. Although we use sleep learning to train children like you, the research blueprints you submitted contain content that exceeds the scope of knowledge we instilled. Where does this extra knowledge come from? It's black technology obtained through the whispering phenomenon. That's roughly my understanding. At this moment, Yu Zhao feigned a thoughtful expression. Actually, I only had a vague feeling before. I didn't really believe in the existence of whisperers. Then came a half-truth, a half-lie, but just yesterday. After entering the Siegfried system, the whispering became unprecedentedly clear. It seems, through the cross-links of the Siegfried system. Is it brainwaves or something? I'm not sure. But, the fact that it amplifies the influence of the whispering phenomenon and allows access to countless pieces of knowledge from there is certain to me. And most of those are related to humanoid weapons. These were words he had carefully crafted after reviewing the settings of several works yesterday. He believed that Kalinin, who already trusted the younger generation on Punglai Island, would absolutely not suspect anything because of this. And Kalinin's response seemed to confirm his expectations. I see. I understand the situation. So, starting with the steel tank manufacturing project, I approve your submitted MS development plan. The relevant personnel should be assigned by tomorrow at the latest. As for the person in charge, how about you take on that role? After all, it's cutting-edge technology beyond current understanding, something only you know about. Yu Xiao nodded solemnly. I will certainly not fail in my mission. However, Mr. Kalinin, besides this I have 2 other requests. You may speak freely. Then I will accept them without hesitation. First, please grant me permission to activate the Siegfried system at any time. Yu Xiao lowered his head slightly, adopting a humble posture. By cross-linking, I should be able to gain more advanced technology knowledge from the whispering phenomenon. This will also help with future research projects, right? No problem. After all, it's one of your inherent rights. What's the second one? And then? Yu Xiao finally looked up. Can I name this research project? Of course. It's an honor you deserve. Operation V. Yu Xiao cleared his throat and solemnly uttered those 3 words. That's right. He had thought it through early yesterday morning. The plan he proposed, from the initial type of mecha to the ultimate goal, was incredibly similar to the Operation V concept from the progenitor of real robot anime, Mobile Suit Gundam. So, as a devoted mecha fan, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to pay homage. After all, who could resist the thrill of building a Gundam from scratch? After speaking, he stared intently into the other's eyes. Kalinin thus saw something that Yu Xiao himself might not have realized. His eyes were shining at that moment. All right. Although he didn't know the source of that emotion, that uniquely energetic look in a young man's eyes made Kalinin's opinion of Yu Xiao rise a few points. As you say. MS Development Project V Operation, approved. Chapter 159. After submitting the blueprint and plan, which received Kalinin's approval, Yu Xiao went to the location of the Siegfried system. After the connection was established, he reinserted the Mech Warrior vs. Disc and began deep synchronization. After all, playing on a PC always had too many limitations. Upon completion of synchronization, the first thing he saw was the same dilapidated inn as always. Although he hadn't actually slept here, a subtle sense of familiarity was creeping in. Yu Xiao thought to himself. Today's mission, theoretically, was to find Hai Dong and Shinjo to meet up. After all, they had just formed a partnership. But what he didn't expect was that he didn't need to actively seek them out. Hell had come to greet him on its own. The next second after pushing open the inn door, he saw 2 familiar faces with good citizen features and kind eyes. Yo! You look pretty good, Xiao. What good thing happened? Hai Dong Jian stepped forward and patted his shoulder familiarly. Perhaps trying to be friendly, he smiled. But it only made his face look more menacing. Thinking this, Yu Xiao secretly glanced away, a helpless smile playing on his lips. Really? If I had to say, maybe yesterday's battle with Mr. Hai Dong was just too enjoyable. He simply brushed aside the information gleaned by the other's keen intuition. Speaking of which, you two, did you come to see me for something? It's a commission. Upon hearing this, Shinji walked over and spoke softly. The specific details are still unclear. However, I heard from the old man of wisdom that it's a huge order. After all, a team was promised yesterday, wasn't it? Yes. And if that old woman said so, it must be true. Hey! To get something like this on your first mission, you're definitely a promising newcomer. That's right. It's a big order. It's a commission from VTX. A few minutes later, inside the mercenary agency, the old man of wisdom, handling the paperwork at the front desk, spoke to Yu Xiao and his group as he organized the documents. And VTX? The appearance of this name immediately evoked familiar memories for Yu Xiao. Wasn't that the name of the company the protagonist of Super Robot Wars T belonged to in his previous life? A game he hadn't even finished playing through once. After all, it's just a simple combination of 3 letters. Occasional overlap is possible. So he didn't immediately jump to conclusions or press for more information, but instead chose to silently continue listening to the conversation. TSK. It's that old man's company, huh? Hai Dong clicked his tongue slightly, a hint of displeasure in his voice. You better watch your words, Hai Dong. The other party is the president of a world-renowned corporation. Shinjo reminded his colleague not to speak too carelessly. After all, the people operating in this freelance mercenary agency were all from rather diverse backgrounds. Even in past conflicts, he was a hero with outstanding achievements. He's not on the same level as us mud-legged mercenaries who roll around in the sand every day, you know? I know. But Masami? Even so, I'm just naturally allergic to those idiots who are genuinely stupid. What can I do? Humph. It's pathetic that the Gothic president has fallen to the point of being described like that by you. Uh-huh? Hey, Masami. You were just insulting me, weren't you? Oh. Did you notice? Masami gave a slightly mocking smile to the somewhat agitated Kaido. Looks like the so-called monkey and typewriter theorem isn't entirely unfounded after all. You brat. Seeing the atmosphere was becoming tense. Although for these two, this might actually be a sign of a harmonious relationship. But for the sake of continuing the conversation, the old man of wisdom had to intervene. Ahem. With just a light cough, she stopped the two who were about to fight. Elder Dementia. At this moment, Yu Xiao interjected at the opportune moment, smoothly continuing the conversation. Since it's a commission from a company, what exactly is the task? Escorting goods or testing products? It's said that recently, their local branch was threatened by external forces. Therefore, they commissioned me to find several capable mercenaries to assist them with security work for several days. At this point, Elder Dementia's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Oh, security work, that sounds nice. Here, it's really no different from a regular combat commission. Don't underestimate it. But don't worry too much either. Understand, young man? Yes. Yu Xiao nodded in response to this seemingly concerned remark. Just then, someone else stepped out from behind the front desk. Yawn. Good morning. Grandma. Cough. Old man of divinity. And, oh, you're here too, Xiao? It was Age. Judging from his sleep-deprived appearance, it was clear that what he did last night was definitely more than just fixing Adler. He was probably forced to do a lot of chores as well. Looks like. You had a tough time too, Ag. So Yu Xiao greeted him with feigned concern. After all, the other party was indeed the one who had saved this clone of himself created by MechWarrior VS from the brink of death in this real world. So he felt it was only natural that such a thing happened. Oh, Age. You come at the right time. At this moment, Old Man of Divinity lazily called out to Age, who was about to leave. Then, he casually handed over the commission form. This mission. You should come along too. He was obviously referring to the VTX Security Commission. Me? Edge took the commission form, glancing at it with a somewhat suspicious look. After all, you're worried about the young people's condition, aren't you? The wise old man's casual remark dispelled Edge's hesitation. That's true. Then, Haidong, Xinshang, and Xiao. He turned towards Yu Xiao and her group, inquiring about their wishes. No need to say anything, Edge. Don't we know what kind of person you are? That's right. It's a rare opportunity to fight side by side, so we naturally welcome you. Although I don't know what happened, it would be wonderful if Edge could come. In the end, they received a warm welcome. After finalizing the mission, the group parted ways. This kind of long-term security work requires thorough preparation before deployment. Whether it's supplies or ammunition, they need to consider the possibility of unsustainable situations and stockpile them independently. Furthermore, they need to prepare transportation to the VTX branch. Using mobile suits is feasible for short distances. But for longer distances, then it'd be time for their wallets to sweat and lose weight, Edge's words. So the group split up, each taking on their own logistical tasks. However, despite this, neither Haidong, Xinshang, nor Age considered Yu Xiao's amnesia and didn't assign him any tasks. This resulted in him being idle in the outside world. But this didn't mean that nothing would happen inside Alvis as well. A subtle sensation suddenly arose before the idle Yu Xiao. That was, he realized something. It wasn't from MechWarrior VS, which was synchronized with his consciousness. Instead, it originated from the Siegfried system in real life. A cross-connection? Chapter 160. He couldn't help but be concerned about this fact. So Yu Xiao exited the game, entrusting his clone to the simulated AI formed by the system. In this time, there shouldn't be any major problems, he thought. Upon returning to reality, fearing that abruptly establishing a deep mental link might have undesirable consequences, Yu Xiao first lowered the power of the Siegfried system. This allowed him to spy on the other side's intelligence without fully opening the mental link, preventing them from noticing. The source was something Kalinin had mentioned, and something he had also witnessed. In the cockpit of the only divine sword-type Fafnir currently being prototyped on the island. However, Yu Xiao remembered that this machine was still far from complete. Currently, the hands were not reconnected, and the rest of the hardware was still being rushed to completion. It was completely unable to launch an attack. In other words, the other side was just using the cockpit for simulation exercises or some kind of test. It wasn't some sudden event like an attack by an external enemy. Thinking this, Yu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Then, filled with curiosity, he observed the Fafner's training exercise. That was a simulated battle? Using the Nibelungen system in the Fafner's cockpit as an intermediary, after connecting to the main computer in the maintenance room, it could conduct simulated combat in a virtual environment with realistic tactile feedback. And while the pilot's piloting skills were slightly clumsy, they revealed considerable talent. Facing a simulated sphinx, he attacked armed only with a standard long sword. Although he lost an arm in the end, he still managed to sever the monster. Considering the opponent was probably a novice pilot, this achievement was quite impressive. He roughly calculated the real-world time and realized there was still some time before the agreed-upon rendezvous time with Hai Dong and his group in Mech Warrior Versus. So, he decided to meet with the opponent. After all, they would be forming a cooperative loop using the Siegfried system later. Since there was still time, there was no harm in learning about the opponent. Following the route that Lai Mi had pointed out to him in his memory, Yu Xiao accurately arrived inside the hangar. Looking up, he saw the slender, sword-shaped Fafner suspended on a maintenance rack. Before it was officially painted, its overall color was the iron gray of its armor material. Coupled with its lack of hands, it looked rather forlorn. But even without that, seeing this Fafner wouldn't have sparked much interest in Yu Xiao, a self-proclaimed mecha enthusiast. Admittedly, he really liked the work Fafner in the Azure. He also liked the unique mecha designs created by Naohiro Washio. However, when this mecha actually appeared before him, it didn't evoke words like kindness or beauty. Instead, sacrifice. Each time a core-equipped Fafner is piloted, the pilot experiences a gradually deepening assimilation process. Its power gained at the cost of life. Even if one doesn't die from piloting the Fafner, the resulting chromosomal mutations mean that the pilot's lifespan will generally not exceed 30 years. It was as if they were using people like expendable batteries. Living up to the name Fafner, the greedy dragon of Norse mythology. Thinking of this, Yu Xiao sighed. He thought of the pilot of the savior-type Fafner existence, who had assimilated with him at the end. He had initially thought it was just a game, so he hadn't paid much attention then. Now that he thought about it, the other person had fought with their life on the line. If only he had known the other person's name back then. Yu Xiaokuan? At that moment, a familiar voice brought him back from his reverie. Ah, Teacher Shioni? At first, he was a little surprised. But thinking about it carefully, it made sense. According to the original setting, all the adults were actually well-trained members of Alvis. It wasn't surprising to see her here. But why was she here? Could it be that she was actually the head of the maintenance department or something? Yu Xiao stared at her. Her face held its usual tranquility. But an underlying unease was undeniable. Was she troubled by something? Why are you here? While testing the Siegfried system, I received a cross-link signal. So I came to check, is the pilot in that machine the one who's supposed to fly Fafner? Or, oh, if we're talking about the pilot of this machine. She only seemed to want to say something, but her eyes held a hint of hesitation. It might be too early. She muttered to herself softly. However, despite her whispered words, perhaps due to the quiet of the hangar and the superior sound pickup of the Fafner Divine Sword, the pilot of the Divine Sword seemed to have heard her. It's all right, Teacher Shioni. In fact, the timing is perfect. Came a voice from the Fafner. I'm ready too. Yu Xiao's heart skipped a beat when she heard the voice. And then, the face of a person wearing the island's unique collaboration suit emerged from the waist cockpit of the Divine Sword Fafner. Yes. Looking at the newcomer, Yu Xiao felt a pang of unease. Speaking of this Pumai Island, the person of similar age to herself, who knew the truth about the island, and was capable of piloting the Fafner. Wasn't it just him, only a man named Buqing, right? Why hadn't he considered this possibility? No. Perhaps it was just his brain's defense mechanism that made him subconsciously avoid considering this possibility, Yu Xiao thought. But dwelling on the reasons was pointless. After all, the reality facing Yu Xiao was that he had to speak to the other person. Silence filled the hangar. Yu Xiao simply pursed his lips. He took a small step forward, but then immediately took 2 more steps forward. Buqing, on the other hand, seemed to be making some kind of decision, continuing to move forward. Finally, when they were almost within reach. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm sorry. About what happened a few days ago. The two of them apologized to each other in unison. Huh? And in the end, they both exclaimed in surprise. You don't need to apologize, Brother Boo. This kind of thing. No. Xiao. No matter what, it's my responsibility. Silence fell for a moment. And about 3 minutes after this situation. All right then. So I speak. It was Yu Xiao who spoke softly. The topic, however, veered in another direction. Dinner. If you don't mind, how about coming to my place? Just like before. Bu Qingchu was initially surprised. But his surprised expression quickly turned to calm and relief. Sure. If it's not too much trouble for you. Then, he nodded with his usual smile. Although no further words were exchanged, through this conversation, they both knew in their hearts that the friendship that had already formed was something that needed no repair and would remain as strong as ever. Chapter 161. After making the agreement, it was almost time on the other side. So Yu Xiao said goodbye and returned to the Siegfried system to resume deep synchronization. And as expected, upon meeting at the designated location, Yu Xiao saw several mobile suits already loaded into a cargo container, and a large transport vehicle with sufficient power, and a cockpit for 2 people. Without further ado, everyone decided to set off immediately. 2 people were assigned to drive the transport vehicle. The remaining 2 entered their mobile suits, activating them in low-power mode, only activating the radar detection function to prevent attacks from others along the way. After all, this Middle Eastern desert was not peaceful. The journey from here to the VTX Corporation's address would take at least a day and a night. Therefore, shift changes were unavoidable. The first shift assigned to pilots were Shingami and Yu Xiao. Edge and Hai Dong were responsible for monitoring the mobile suits. Yu Xiao, considered to have amnesia, naturally sat in the co-pilot seat. Taking this opportunity, he inquired about matters related to VTX Corporation. Unexpectedly, or perhaps predictably, this man, who always appeared aloof, patiently answered his questions one by one. VTX Corporation. Like almost everything he had seen in this world, it was a product of broad similarities, yet subtle differences. It was a massive, indispensable complex industry in the modern world. Its most well-known business was the design and development of humanoid weapons for various countries' militaries. Up to this point, everything was consistent with the settings of Mech Warrior T in Yu Xiao's memory. However, the content that followed differed somewhat from his understanding. Its president, Dama Goldwyn, was a hero who had distinguished himself in the early conflicts of the Human Revolutionary Alliance decades ago. But after that, perhaps disillusioned with the reality of humanity's endless infighting, he decisively left the military. Using his prestige, reputation, and savings, he advocated for the establishment of the consortium VTX. Initially, VTX focused on interstellar development, hoping to acquire endless resources by enabling humanity to venture into space, thereby eliminating pointless conflicts. It invested in establishing a borderless peacekeeping force, the All-Earth Defense Force, abbreviated as EDF, Earth Defense Force, aiming to provide security guarantees for all humanity during interstellar development. But the EDF project was short-lived, ending amidst skepticism and sanctions from the 3 major powers. After all, no one dared to predict what kind of being the corporate would become once it gained military power. And soon, external enemies followed one after another. The Festum descended from another planet, destroying the orbital elevator, dominating the atmosphere, and blocking humanity's journey to space. The Beta also arrived in this spacetime via dimensional quake, threatening the safety of all humanity on the Eurasian continent. Amidst this backdrop, VTX, left with no other choice, abandoned its pursuit of interstellar development. Instead, it turned to the military industry, fully supporting the resistance efforts of the 3 great powers and the monsters. In fact, the generally accepted origin of tactical aircraft technology is NCSFX. It was initially a humanoid mech for space work, produced by the VTX consortium. Later, Dama took the lead in sharing the technical data of NCSFX without reservation with the 3 major powers. This led to the creation of a series of combat-ready tactical aircraft, such as the Human Revolutionary Army's MiG-21 and J-8, the USN's F-4 Mirage, and the EU's Tornado. However, Yu Xiao could understand that it was a crucial enterprise supporting human warfare. Speaking of which, who is our enemy threatening VTX's security? Fistrum? Or Beta? So he added as a final question. Unfortunately, the answer is neither. Our opponent is probably, again, humanity. However, the final answer given to Yu Xiao was unexpected. Humanity? Repeating the other's answer, Yu Xiao appeared somewhat incredulous. Yes. I don't understand. Since VTX is now a vital company supporting humanity, why would it Because in the business world, support is synonymous with monopoly. No matter how much the president promotes his ideals, VTX, for its own development, whether intentionally or unintentionally, will inevitably squeeze and deprive small and medium-sized enterprises of their survival space. And those who lose everything in this process and fall into the abyss of despair will naturally want to find the culprits and seek revenge. So that's why this action happened? That's right. Corporate terrorism, that's what the industry calls them. However, they prefer to call themselves the so-called Small and Medium Enterprise Liberation Front. Because their backers, and even their main members, are mostly people whose interests have been harmed in VTX's business activities. Of course, some say their real financial backers are several established giants in the same industry, like Jetek Heavy Machinery and Per Technologies in EU, or Murakumo Industries in Japan, etc. However, there's no direct evidence yet. But in short, it's commercial competition that has evolved into overt and covert armed conflict. That's all. At this point, Shinji casually propped his chin on his fist and started driving with only one hand. How? This is just too stupid. Without thinking, Yu Xiao blurted out this sentence. This wasn't just acting to enhance the character. In any case, he genuinely felt unhappy about this phenomenon. To amass military power and cause destruction. Just to fight amongst ourselves? There are far more pressing issues to address right now, Yu Xiao said gravely, gazing into the distance. But she didn't turn her gaze away. Instead, she calmly replied, "Then can you eliminate it? Eliminate the hatred in their hearts?" Huh? Undoubtedly, those who commit such acts of attack are foolish. However, those who lost their position in VTX's mergers and acquisitions, and those declining companies whose survival space was squeezed by the booming VTX, the flames of anger towards the VTX alliance in their hearts will not be extinguished by any other factor. Even so, sometimes, shouldn't the interests of humanity as a whole be prioritized? Now is the time to do so. But the fact is, most people feel that taking care of their own emotions is the priority rather than conspiring for the interests of a group. And of all these emotions, hatred is the most formidable driving force. It can give people almost blind agency. That's why, even if it means being used as an object by other large corporations, they're willing to do it. Yu Xiao murmured thoughtfully. This was something that really made him think deeply. But reality didn't give him much time to ponder it. Because the next second, Haidong, who was on alert, made a call. I said, "Akatsuki Shinchan!" The voice was loud and rough. Combined with a cheap loudspeaker in the car, it was somewhat ear-piercing. This made Shinchan unconsciously frown. What's wrong? Tell me quickly if there's a situation. I heard mobile suits reacting nearby. I guess we're in for a fight. Chapter 162. Mr. Shin's name, who are they? The transport vehicle suddenly stopped. Yu Xiao, who was unbuckling his seatbelt and preparing to board the Adler, didn't forget to ask Shin's name at this moment. Who knows? But probably the enemy. Anyone with a normal mind wouldn't be driving around in groups of mobile suits in this area. More importantly, let's hurry. They're coming. Shin's name responded casually. He didn't choose to get out of the vehicle, probably intending to speed away after the battle started to avoid being caught in the crossfire. And just as Haidong had predicted, a moment after Yu Xiao boarded the Adler, from the howling desert winds in the distance, several hazy silhouettes of uniform models appeared. To put it simply, the light green paint, the body shape that was hard to define as either bulky or robust, and the rather distinctive head structure. This made these mobile suits look like mechanized, upright elephants. If we were to try and find an image of a mecha designer in Yu Xiao's memory, then this would undoubtedly be the typical style of EP101. It's the kind of design that would appear in the Iron-Blooded Orphan series without feeling out of place. However, while making this judgment, Yu Xiao was also secretly considering it. He considered himself a relatively seasoned mecha enthusiast. He could name most mecha, even without knowing their detailed specifications. But this one, judging by its height, seemed to belong to the MS category, and even had a bit of an Iron-Blooded Orphan's feel. It simply didn't exist in his memory. At this moment, Haidong's voice also carried a hint of astonishment. However, his surprise stemmed from something different. What the hell? Jetek Heavy Machines Dilanza? Isn't that a recent product? How could it be sold to a place like this? It sounded like this machine called Dilanza was quite familiar to the natives of this world. Damn it. Could it be hiding elements from a work I'm unaware of? This world setting. Yu Xiao frowned, thinking. But he still didn't show it, choosing instead to continue listening to the conversation around him. No. This might not be a product distributed through official channels. Haidong, look. Age gestured. Those mechs. While they're mostly Dalanza, some parts aren't standard. I suppose they couldn't get the same parts for repairs. The weapons too. Instead of the heavily advertised thermal battle axes from Jetek Heavy Industries, they used ordinary combat axes. TSK. So they're counterfeit, huh? Gentlemen, the enemy is coming. This conversation ended with Yu Zhao's warning. Strangely, the enemy's actions showed no intention of attack. They simply piloted their mechs at a normal speed and stopped in front of Yu Zhao and his group. Excuse my intrusion. Then, a figure who seemed to be the leader of the group, because only his mech had horns, spoke. Unexpectedly, his voice was clear and solemn, and at first glance, he didn't sound like a villain. It was more like a leader making pointless remarks at a company meeting, yet expecting his subordinates to listen attentively. But may I ask what's loaded in the back of your trucks? The one who answered this question was Shingami, sitting in the truck, mobile suit units. So what? MS, huh? That's good. The leader of the Dalanza group took a deep breath. Then, revealing his intentions, he said, well then, although it's abrupt, could you please donate your mobile suits to us? What? Do you know what you're saying? Haidong exclaimed in obvious displeasure. Shingami also frowned, saying with dissatisfaction. The leader's voice, however, remained that of a leader speaking. Of course. And please rest assured, we're not here for any immoral purposes. On the contrary, we intend to dedicate your mechs to a noble cause. No. What nonsense are you spouting? Haidong's tone grew increasingly harsh at this somewhat infuriating statement. Do you really want to know the reason? The leader paused, as if what he was about to say would be quite shocking. And those words did indeed greatly impact Yu Zhao. Then I have to tell you. Actually, despite our current appearance, we are, in reality, partners of Red No. 1, a supply team searching for resources for him. In every sense of the word. No. Red One? Is he serious? Yu Zhao was dumbfounded. Although he knew beforehand that MechWarrior VS was a game reflecting reality, his battle experience as Red One was all real. But his influence was so great that even criminals in this war-torn region were considering impersonating him. Wasn't that a bit too exaggerated? Of course, the leader had no way of knowing Yu Zhao's feelings. He simply maintained his solemn demeanor and said, everyone is confused, aren't they? Why hasn't Red One taken any action since the fall of the Beta's lair? Actually, it's just that his stored energy has run out. After all, he's a lone hero. However, those three despicable nations have no intention of providing any substantial assistance. Left with no other choice, we had to take the risk and appeal to all you righteous people. That's enough. He couldn't listen to this nonsensical talk any longer. Adler surged forward with all its might, kicking up dust that left trails of smoke. As it advanced, it used its left-hand fighting claw shield to strike directly at Dalanza's head monitor. Ouch. But its opponent seemed to be no pushover. It managed to recover in that short time. It swung its alloy battle axe to block the attack, narrowly deflecting it. Then it stumbled backward. What? You don't know what's good for you. Are you planning to go against us? Against Red One? But it couldn't lose face. The Horned Dalanza, the leader, continued shouting in the communication channel in his unchanging tone. To this, Yu Zhao retorted sarcastically, that's enough. If you want to cosplay him, at least use a few machines he recognizes, okay? Mr. Haidong, Brother Ajai. Then he called out his companion's name. I know. Hee, we should have done this a long time ago. In response, Hugo of Haidong roughly ripped open the tarpaulin on the transport truck's container and leaped out. I take out the three on the left. Zhao can probably clear out the middle ones. The rest are yours, how about it, Edge? No choice. Let's fight. Edge's Cheener also jumped down from the container, drew his pickaxe, and used his hovercraft to approach the enemy. Although I really don't want to waste fuel and ammunition on useless things, but, damn it. My wallet. Chapter 163. Soon, the various mechs were locked in fierce combat. Since the minor enemies were mostly dealt with by Haidong and Age, Yu Zhao only needed to focus on the Horned Dalanza. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several blows. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out in succession, sparks flying where swords and axes met. Although Adler's combat saber was undoubtedly a relatively small weapon compared to that giant axe, with Yu Zhao's increasingly skilled control and the advantage of its massive size, Adler was able to force Dalanza, who initially benefited from close-quarters combat, back step by step, until the opponent retreated in a sorry state from the asphalt road into the desolate desert beside the road. They'd gone this far. Don't even think about escaping. Adhering to the tactical principle of pursuing the enemy relentlessly, Yu Xiao decisively maneuvered Adler into pursuit. A blinding flash of light erupted from the thrusters on its back as it leaped and charged towards the horned Dailanza. Facing its opponent, who was still trying to retreat, it took a step forward. But its movement was sluggish. Yu Xiao realized this was because the desert terrain had caused Adler's claw-like feet to sink deeply into the sand. However, Dailanza was able to glide smoothly across the sand using its hoof-shaped feet and the thrusters on its large legs. It could be said that this was Dailanza's home turf. TSK. If I had known, I should have at least equipped myself with sandboards beforehand. Yu Xiao couldn't help but click his tongue. However, he also silently learned his lesson. After all, he had never fought in this kind of environment before, whether in games or simulations. So, while he was focused on the battle, he didn't realize this was happening. Furthermore, machines are not like the human body. The sudden changes in the external environment didn't prevent the machine's internal motion programs from functioning normally. Although its overall balance was somewhat off, the joints stubbornly continued to move. Therefore, Adler not only moved slowly, but then, as if its knees buckled, it almost fell over. If Yu Xiao hadn't reacted quickly, turning his right hand in advance and using his saber as a fulcrum to stabilize the swaying body, the machine would have tragically collapsed in the desert. However, this series of actions gave another person present an opportunity. Heh. When I saw the feat, I knew this wasn't a desert-use machine. Now it seems my experience didn't lie. It was Dailanza with horns. The leader had now abandoned his previous deep-spoken pretense, shouting provocatively in an excited and bloodthirsty tone. Don't worry. MS are essential commodities that sell everywhere, so the mobile suit can remain as it is, but the pilot can just die. Speaking lines that sounded like something out of AV Gundam, he piloted the Dailanza, wielding a giant axe and rapidly advancing. Taking advantage of Adler's inability to stand up again during the air raid, he delivered a vertical slash from above. Bang! A huge explosion rang out. Could it be that Yu Xiao was killed by this attack? The answer was, of course, no. The axe blade didn't strike Adler's cockpit, but rather the shield in his hand, to be precise, the gap in the combat claw on the shield. Although the giant axe cleaved the shield, it didn't split it in two completely. Instead, it became stuck inside, unable to move forward or backward. Metal against metal produced a screeching, teeth-grinding noise. This was clearly not something that could be achieved with a few casual parries. It was a precise counterattack made by Yu Xiao based on anticipation. So that's how it is. This is the X-Rounder's ability. He muttered to himself in the cockpit. Ever since understanding the source of his keen combat intuition, Yu Xiao had been trying to master it more accurately. And now, in real combat using the Siegfried system, he had finally grasped the technique of consciously applying his XR ability in battle. What? You? While his opponent was still surprised by his quick reaction, Yu Xiao silently began to act. After separating the shield from his body, the thrusters on his legs activated, and Adler, while maintaining a crouching posture, swept his legs out horizontally. This low sweeping leg attack directly disrupted Dailanza's balance, causing him to fall backward onto the beach. Adler finally stood up, approaching his opponent with minimal movement, and thrust his combat knife downwards. Bang! Adler's longsword plunged deep into the desert, completely destroying Dailanza's surveillance camera. With Yu Xiao's control, it was impossible for him to miss. So, was he intentionally holding back? No. He simply wanted to use this opportunity to test himself. Even Yu Xiao himself understood. Next, to change the island's fate of destruction. Whether here or reality, many others would lose their lives. He had to be prepared. So let's start today. And so it began. Using the external circuitry of the mechs, Yu Xiao forcibly activated the communication between the two mechs. This was to make him more clearly understand what he was doing. And what he saw was a face that was fairly rugged, but otherwise unremarkable. Just the kind of middle-aged man you see anywhere. You? After pulling the sword from the remains of Dailanza's head, Yu Xiao asked hesitantly. Have you seen Red Number 1? The other was clearly taken aback. He probably didn't know how to answer this abrupt question. No. I haven't. But in the end, he seemed to have decided to tell the truth. Perhaps, he was hoping this action would move Yu Xiao, thus saving his life. I never seen that, sir. Heh. What I said just now was all made up. You can tell, right? The Red One supply team, and all that was just an excuse to raise the banner. I'm not making this up. This story actually works. There really are people who, after hearing this story, will provide us with supplies. Driven by nervousness, He spilled out even more irrelevant information. But Yu Xiao remained expressionless. There was no response. After a long while, he finally spoke. But it wasn't a direct response to the other's words. Then, you better remember this. Now, face to face with your own eyes. Adler raised his knife high. Huh? Could it be, you? Before the leader could finish speaking. Sizzle. Accompanied by the sound of the alloy blade piercing armor, the communication screen turned to static. Yu Xiao silently and slowly pulled the long sword, stained with the dark liquid, from the body. Even easier than I expected. Huh? I'm really terrible. She added a barely audible sigh at the end. Chapter 164. Several hours passed after the battle ended. Okay. I'm full. Thanks for the treat. At Yu Xiao's home, he and Buqing were having their agreed-upon dinner. For some reason, he only touched the food on his plate a few times before stopping. Going home? Watching Buqing stand up, seemingly reluctant to leave due to the late hour, Yu Xiao casually asked. Yes. There are some things to take care of at home. I can't help it. He shrugged. From their earlier conversation, Yu Xiao knew that his best friend was now being looked after and supervised by the teacher, Aoni, whom he also knew. As a newly formed family, perhaps that side was indeed more worthy of attention. So Yu Xiao nodded, not intending to force him to stay. Speaking of which, how was the food tonight? It was just a casual question at the end, a perfectly ordinary, family-oriented greeting. But for now, that was enough. Nothing's changed. Same as before. Is that so? Yu Xiao pondered, resting his chin on his hand. But is that a compliment or an insult, Brother Bu? Of course it's a compliment. If it wasn't delicious, I wouldn't have finished the whole plate. Buqing scratched his head. Sigh, all right. See you later, Xiao, though. I'm afraid I won't see you at school. And what he said was true. Although Buqing, nominated as a test pilot, could still appear at school as usual. But Yu Xiao had already taken a long-term leave of absence due to his work at the Siegfried Systems, claiming he was ill and needed rest. Naturally, under the management of the Alvis higher-ups, everything went extremely smoothly. His classmates generally had no suspicions. After watching Buqing leave, Yu Xiao rose to his feet. Naturally, he was returning to Alvis, heading to the Siegfried system. After all, he had matters to attend to there. For acquiring a series of blueprints, even mercenary missions unrelated to him required extra attention. But before leaving, Yu Xiao turned back, giving his home a wistful look at its furnishings. Because this place, which could be called home, was probably his last permanent residence. Yu Xiao thought with a touch of regret. Although, this wasn't due to any special circumstances. It was simply that, for the sake of both operational efficiency and future sorties, he had decided to move his residence from the top of the island to Alvis. Just like Mr. Kalinin. And the permission he had submitted during the day was quickly approved. He picked up his packed luggage and stepped out into the chilly night wind. A deep, inky sky shrouded this island, truly like a paradise. Only at this time did Penghuai Island reveal a touch of desolation. And perhaps it was this stillness of the night that stirred his thoughts. Nothing has changed. Yu Xiao murmured, looking up at the full moon in the sky. In a corner of the Middle Eastern desert, a campfire crackled and burned. Clearly, this was a campsite. And the people temporarily staying here. Just look at the large transport truck looming in the shadows. It was Yu Xiao and his group, heading towards the VTX branch. After all, mercenaries need rest to maintain their energy. They can't travel without sleep. Of course, security can't be ignored, so they decided on a night watch team. Yu Xiao and Eiji would be on guard for the first half of the night, while Hai Dong and Jinshang would take over for the second half. Meanwhile, around the campfire. What's wrong, Xiao? Eiji, a man with messy black hair, sat down next to Yu Xiao with a worried expression and asked him this. Perhaps it was intuition, but he sensed some instability in Yu Xiao after the battle. Is there something that's bothering you? So he specifically chose this time to inquire out of concern. Indeed. A little? Yu Xiao's first reaction was a slight daze, as if his thoughts had been hit. Is that so? Well then, no problem. In today's battle, I killed someone. In the firelight, Yu Xiao stared blankly at his right hand. That was the hand that had piloted the mobile suit and taken another's life today. But even now, it doesn't feel like anything special. He then frowned and said in a deep voice. Shame or anything else. Nothing comes to mind. It seems I'm even more ruthless than I expected. This was the feeling that had troubled him for so long today. Knowing he was committing an act of murder, he then fell into a moment of melancholy. Such instances are commonplace in various mecha anime and manga. But he himself felt no gloom whatsoever. Yet, it was precisely this example that made him begin to doubt himself. After all, if his true nature was that of a heartless person, then going to save the future of Pomai Island seemed rather ironic. No, that's not it. It's not that I can't understand your feelings. But Akatsuki, Ajai's face turned serious. In this era, there's nothing wrong with using force to protect oneself and what one cherishes. On the contrary, if one is overly concerned about it at this time, that's not humanity, but merely a form of self-gratification. After saying these seemingly critical words, Ajai's tone softened. However, even so, you're still young, and you lost your memories. It's understandable to feel this sadness. He was trying to ease the somewhat oppressive atmosphere with these words. Having received a response, you shall regain some confidence. Yeah. Thanks, Brother Eiji. He nodded, sincerely thanking the other man. Looking at Yushao, Eiji couldn't help but chuckle. Hey. That's strange. You two don't look alike at all. But seeing you always reminds me of my sister. Brother Eiji's sister? Yeah, but we've been separated for a long time. I don't even know where she is. Is that so? Yushao nodded noncommittally, not wanting to delve deeper into the topic. After all, in his view, if the siblings were separated in such a war-torn era, there must be more to the story. Just then, buzz. The radio equipment beside him, used to monitor the surrounding radio waves, emitted a buzzing sound. Who would be sending a message on a public channel at this hour? With this question in mind, Yushao and Eiji went together to adjust the radio frequency, hoping to intercept the communication coming from an unknown source more accurately. Buzz, hello? Is anyone there? It sounded like a cry for help. We encountered some situation. We need help. Please, can anyone hear us? It was a slightly hoarse male voice. But this made Yushao involuntarily shudder in surprise, because he recognized that voice. In the game Mech Warrior vs. It was the voice of Luo Dongchuan, the sniper on his team responsible for long-range shooting. But how could he be here? Chapter 165. Luo Dongchuan's mood was somewhat chaotic, much like the relentless, icy wind before him. To be precise, they are currently stranded, along with their equipment, due to a shortage of supplies, especially energy. But at the same time, in Luo Dongchuan's pocket, a bank card from an internationally recognized private bank issued when the unit was temporarily disbanded. From the beginning, if all the savings were withdrawn, it would have filled an entire suitcase. And he himself was the type to be extremely frugal. This money could probably last him several years. What exactly is going on? And when the current situation inevitably raises such questions, the answer should be sought outside of himself. Beside Luo Dongchuan, to be precise, in a corner of the road, huddled a girl with orange-yellow hair. She had her head down, buried between her crossed arms. So, Faruti. Luo Dongchuan turned his head, his expression revealing a helpless, almost absurd, frustration. I remember, the supplies we each received from headquarters, if allocated properly, would be enough to last for over a decade with a surplus, right? So, how did you end up like this? Not only so short of money that you had to become a mercenary and do odd jobs, but also stranded here halfway due to a lack of supplies? And you even dragged me along. And nothing. It couldn't be helped, uncle. After all, to do something well, you need the right tools. Right? You can only blame my sharp eye. I managed to spot the most expensive MS in the entire market at a glance. Faruti finally raised her head, but her gaze remained evasive as she answered. Luo Dongchuan sighed. Then he turned back to look at the machine standing motionless amidst the swirling sandstorm behind him. It was an Iron Man. But its outer armor was vastly different from typical mass-produced models. A crimson heavy cannon was mounted on its back, giving it a menacing appearance. He remembered that this machine's name was something like Sage. It was a prototype developed by the Human Reform League, designed to handle both land and space combat environments. But the mass production plan for this machine was rejected. This was commonplace. After all, how could the higher-ups possibly allocate extra military funds for space battles that might not happen again for some time? Then, as usual, the dusty prototype somehow escaped from the hangar. And then, it arrived at this chaotic market in the Middle East. But whether to call it misfortune or fortune is hard to say. This mobile suit caught the eye of Faruti, who had come here. However, it was less of a purchase and more of a forced sale. The MS merchant, whose origins were clearly shady, kept casting suspicious glances at those around him. Luo Dongchuan probably knew what they meant. Then he was forced to pay a hefty sum, and this is how things ended up. As for why the two of them came here, Luo Dongchuan recalled his experiences so far. When the wolf team disbanded, the members had some further discussions. Ultimately, they didn't intend to simply return to Earth and wait in vain. Instead, they chose to maximize their initiative. To gain a thorough understanding of the various situations in this world and the intertwined forces behind them before Red One's return, in order to facilitate future operations. Covertero expressed his desire to gather intelligence from the Human Revolutionary Alliance. Wolf went to the EU, saying he was very concerned about the encounter that day. Meanwhile, Luo Dongchuan and Faruti went to the complex Middle East. They planned to start there, gathering useful intelligence. This was the ideal scenario. Who would have thought that what was supposed to be a mercenary role, merely a charade for intelligence gathering, would ultimately force them to spend a fortune on a combat mobile suit because of Faruti? This even resulted in debt, the kind of debt they would need to earn in commissions within days to pay off. To quickly accept the mission, their preparations had to be rushed. Hence their current predicament. Sigh. Alright. And the recollection ended there. Luo Dongchuan sighed again, for what seemed like the umpteenth time today. But he didn't continue lecturing. He possessed a certain pedantic pride befitting an adult, and didn't want to lower himself to vent his anger on children. Re-entering the machine, he once again used his remaining energy to send out weak radio signals to the surrounding area. He had almost given up hope. We heard you. Please state your current location. Proceed to the rescue now. But in the end, what he heard from the communication loop was this message, several tens of minutes later. So, you really are, fresh-faced mercenaries? Back at the camp, looking at the familiar figures before him, Yu Xiao's gaze was somewhat strange. After retrieving the two with age, he also learned the whole story from Luo Dongchuan. Of course, he didn't mention anything about Red One. He only pretended that the person beside him was some rich girl who had used her family's savings to throw a tantrum and become a mercenary, and that he was her bodyguard. But that didn't prevent Yu Xiao from knowing the whole story. After all, Red One's true form was himself. Yes. That's right. That's it. Luo Dongchuan stood with his arms crossed, smiling obsequiously. He even had to repeat himself 3 times for each sentence. From time to time, he would subtly nudge Faruti beside him with his arm, signaling that she should also put on a grateful expression. So what's your destination? Age asked thoughtfully at this moment. A subtle air of doubt lingered on his face. Why do I keep running into these kinds of accidents these past few days? It's VTX. VTX Corporation. Luo Dongchuan answered crisply. Is that so? It seems we're on the same wavelength. But, since you're all new mercenaries, how did you manage to get a VTX job? Yu Xiao followed up with a question. He did remember that when the old man of divinity issued the mission, he specifically emphasized the words capable. While the 2 men before him were trustworthy pilots, they had neither background nor reputation. To take on such a job, they were probably still a little lacking. Ah, you guys haven't heard of it? Luo Dongchuan's expression revealed a hint of surprise. He then explained, VTX Corporation has been widely recruiting throughout the industry lately. The conditions are excellent, and even new. Well, new mercenaries like us will be treated equally with generous compensation. In fact, when we applied, the number of applicants seemed to have already reached 4 figures. However, this seemingly calm response stirred a slight unease in Yu Xiao's heart. VTX, on one hand, claims to be recruiting capable elites. On the other hand, it has unconditionally amassed such a large force. This is probably not just about simple security guarantees, or 1 or 2 armed conflicts. This time, what kind of opponent are they facing? Chapter 166. However, even though he was deeply worried, he couldn't let those emotions control his actions. Yu Xiao quickly calmed himself and, together with Age, settled Luo Dongchuan and Faruti down. The shift change was almost over. Looking at them emerging from the tent, surprisingly, the 2 quickly agreed to give each other a ride. After all, actions in MechWarrior vs couldn't replace rest in real life. Leaving his private room in the Siegfried system, after a few turns, he arrived at his bedroom. The living space in the Aldous dormitory was quite cramped. The windowless interior gave it a somewhat oppressive feel. Even the bed was similar to the wooden plank beds in the student dormitories of Yu Xiao's previous life. To be honest, the atmosphere in the bedroom was extremely poor. But for Yu Xiao, this was still a place where he could easily fall asleep. The next day, he later learned from Kalinin that the members responsible for Operation V would complete their personnel reshuffle around the afternoon and then assemble in the hangar. Therefore, Yu Xiao believed he still had a considerable amount of time to dedicate to the Siegfried system. After re-entering the device encased in the red gelatinous substance, Yu Xiao was no longer experiencing the discomfort he had felt earlier. He simply closed his eyes silently, waiting for the Siegfried system to deeply synchronize his thoughts with his distant clone. When he reopened his eyes, Yu Xiao was already on a swaying transport vehicle. Due to the time difference, only a dim sliver of light illuminated the desert horizon. Choosing to set off at the crack of dawn was likely a crucial, time-sensitive decision. "Oh! Awake?" Age, who was driving, casually asked, noticing his movement. "Yeah. Good morning, Age." "Good morning. But I thought you'd sleep a little longer." An ordinary conversation. But Yu Xiao gleaned some useful information from it. It seemed that when he wasn't deeply synchronized with this place, the simulated personality that took control of his body would act in a way that minimized problems. Sleep if possible, avoid causing conversation if possible. Indeed, that's how they avoid arousing suspicion. Yu Xiao then turned to look ahead. The first impression of what he saw was strikingly different. The buildings before him exuded a futuristic, technological feel, and their opulence and grandeur were almost incongruous with the surrounding desert. Even the Oriental Pearl Tower, which Yu Xiao had seen in her previous life, and the Burj Khalifa, which she had only heard of in rumors and videos, seemed somewhat overshadowed by this building. "Wow! What's that up ahead?" Yu Xiao couldn't help but ask. "That's VTX's branch office in this area." "How about it? Are you surprised?" "A little." "Heh. Well, it's understandable. After all, seeing such a massive corporation is a first for someone like you who's lost their memory. The result of everything from the factory to the dormitory to the offices being concentrated in one place is just like this." "Really? Then, what's that tower in the middle?" "That tower." Edge shrugged. "It used to exist here. The ruins of the fourth orbital elevator." "The fourth orbital elevator?" Yu Xiao asked with interest. After all, in his memory, there were only 3 orbital elevators in the Gundam 00 universe. Each belonged to one of the world's 3 major powers. Indeed, in the original story, there was a plan to build additional orbital elevators in the Middle East. But for various reasons, it ultimately remained only a design plan. However, in this world, has it been implemented by someone? Orbital elevators and such. Do you remember them now, Xiao? "I know a little. As for the basics, they were facilities used for space resource development by the 3 major powers, right?" Yu Xiao nodded, indicating that Edge could continue explaining. "You guessed right. And that building over there is the 4th orbital elevator, independent of the 3 major powers. If it can be built outside the 3 major powers?" "Yes. Just like what you see now. This orbital elevator belongs to VTX Consortium. To be precise, to its president, Dama Goldwyn." With both hands on the steering wheel, Edge explained the relevant information. He was the one who initially funded its construction. As part of the so-called Earth Defense Force plan, the intention was to build a truly global, borderless orbital elevator. At first, everything went smoothly. Thanks to the war hero's reputation and the lucrative prospect of the rail elevator project, it did indeed attract quite a few investors. Even the traditionally conservative Azadistan agreed to generously donate a suitable piece of land to VTX for rail elevator construction. But problems soon arose. The overly complex sources and flow of funds brought the rail elevator construction to a standstill, and there seemed to be serious disputes regarding the distribution of profits after completion. I don't know the specific details, but in the end, the funding chain broke. The entire project became an unfinished wasteland. And soon it didn't need to continue. Because Fistrom arrived, and the completed, all 3 orbital elevators were destroyed. This unfinished structure, however, escaped destruction because it hadn't reached the Festum's attack altitude. Rumors even circulated that humanity might need to start with this structure if it wanted to return to space. But nothing much happened after that. VTX certainly wouldn't abandon the infrastructure development in this area, so they simply built a branch office there and continued to maintain the orbital elevator legacy. It must be said, President Dama was quite far-sighted, because subsequently, most of Eurasia became a battlefield due to the Beta invasion. "I see." Hearing this story, which wasn't short, it wasn't long either, Yu Xiao nodded slightly. His gaze returned to the engineering ruins of the orbital elevator not far away. The sight of this unfinished pillar of heaven standing in the wilderness seemed to him excessively magnificent, like a satirical cartoon. "Vehicles ahead, please stop. If you are authorized personnel, Please show your valid identification and cooperate with our inspection. I repeat, vehicles ahead, please stop. At this moment, the voice coming through the loudspeaker reached the ears of everyone present. It seemed as if they had arrived at their destination in the blink of an eye. Chapter 167. After submitting their identity verifications, and the authorization forms authenticated by the Elder of Divinity, the security department indicated that Yu Xiao and his group could enter the company's premises. However, strangely enough, Luo Dongchuan and Ferruti, along with other mercenaries, headed to the rear of the VTX corporate park to meet up. But after verifying their identities, Yu Xiao and his group were separated and asked to go in another direction, to the VTX headquarters building in this area for reporting. This was somewhat strange. But considering the initial differences in recruitment requirements between the two sides, Yu Xiao understood. After unloading their mechs and arriving at their destination. Welcome. You must be the elite mercenaries introduced by the Elder of Divinity? We at VTX United Enterprises have been waiting for you for a long time. Welcome, welcome. In the spacious hall, a man came to greet them. He was a thin man. Although his words were tinged with excitement, his thick-rimmed glasses only added to his comically nerdy, bookish air. Speaking respectfully, he stepped forward, presumably to shake hands with the leader of the four. However, perhaps unable to decide based on first impressions, unable to discern who among the four seemed most likely to be the leader, NAR. Instead walked up to Yu Xiao, the youngest and least experienced, and extended his hand. Neither Shinshou nor Haidong seemed interested in such formalities. Age, on the other hand, gave him an encouraging nudge, perhaps wanting him to gain more experience. So Yu Xiao had no choice but to bite the bullet and proceed. You flatter me. Speaking of which, what is our mission? The title of elite mercenaries actually made Yu Xiao feel unworthy of it. So he stepped forward, said something that wasn't exactly humble, and then inquired about their main purpose for being there. Regarding that, please come here first, we talk later. However, the bespectacled man hesitated somewhat. He led Yu Xiao and his group to what appeared to be a lounge area. Then, they sat together, with little further conversation. During a brief introduction, Yu Xiao learned that the man's name was NAR. He was merely a cashier at the VTX United Middle East branch. The person who would actually give these mercenaries instructions was the branch's president, Sieg. But he seemed to be preoccupied with official business, having locked himself in his office and forbidding anyone from entering without permission. So, NAR was temporarily assigned to receive these important mercenaries. But why would someone responsible for finances be handling this kind of welcoming work? Yu Xiao couldn't help but probe him. He simply smiled and remained silent. This was enough for Yu Xiao to grasp most of the truth. Perhaps sometimes, rank really does have its advantages. And he had nothing more to say to this man who knew almost nothing about him. A deep silence fell over the reception room. But, after this eerie atmosphere persisted for quite some time, someone finally couldn't help but speak up. Hey! How long are you planning to keep us waiting like this? We're ready to start work anytime. Can't you, as employers, show some sincerity? It was Haidong. He wasn't the type of rough, unyielding man who could sit still, so naturally, he was the first to get angry over this experience. Sigh! The cashier, NAR, let out a weak cry. There's nothing we can do, right? After all, the boss is still here. Then take us directly to him. I want to see what could make him neglect company affairs. Shinshou pressed him at the opportune moment. If he really gets furious and wants to punish you, just say we made you do it. Would that be alright? Then, Edge took on the role of the good cop. Under these 3 blows, NAR finally nodded reluctantly. Okay. Alright. I take you there. But as promised, you can't go back on your word, okay? Of course. Don't worry, Mr. NAR. Finally, it was Yu Xiao's turn. Starting with his nod of approval, the group, led by NAR, headed towards the president's office at the VTX branch. Just outside the door, they could vaguely hear, "Didn't we agree on something?" And, "What are you all doing?" It was probably the president. He seemed to be venting his anger on someone for some reason. But Yu Xiao and his group couldn't care less about that now. The impatient Haidong strode forward and kicked the door with his hand. No! His foot. The unlocked office door slammed against the wall with a loud bang. Then, with a click, the communicator in the man's hand fell to the floor. Who let you in without permission? A voice, filled with panic and a hint of anger, followed. In any case, the man before them seemed to be the so-called President Sig. And he turned around in such a flustered manner. Completely different from NAR, he had a rather plump physique. However, unlike the usual impression, It's because they. His action intimidated the cashier quite a bit, but for the mercenaries. Even ignoring Age and Yu Xiao. With two hellish civil servants present, how could they possibly be swayed by such a small matter? Nobody. It's just work. That's right. Edge nodded. We don't want to do anything that would be worthy of our generous compensation. So we hope you can treat us properly. If you have any complaints, Mr. President, that's fine with you. You can even fire us right now. But, if that's the case, wouldn't it be unfair to the President who spent a lot of money hiring us, and to the old man who finally selected us from countless unemployed mercenaries? Wow. He really uses a lot of big shots as shields, Edge. Yu Xiao silently complained in his heart. He couldn't help but look at Edge with a slightly different eye. After all, he always thought Edge was a very easygoing, nice guy. But it seems that when it comes to fighting for his own rights, he won't waver much. Just like he said, isn't it right to use one's power for oneself and what one wants to protect? Yu Xiao pondered his words. And Edge's feigned mystery seemed to have worked. Upon hearing the names of the company president, Dama Goldwyn, and the wise old man, the branch manager, who had seemed about to erupt in anger, could only swallow his bitter pill. Well, all right. Sit down here. Let me explain the reasons for hiring you. And the tasks I'd be assigning you, one by one. Chapter 168. As you all know, our organization has recently been subjected to security threats from various quarters. Perhaps it was a leader's unique ability. When introducing the mission details, Sieg's expression shifted from a composed demeanor to a completely mature and measured tone. The most active among them is the protest organization that has always existed here. The Small and Medium Enterprise Liberation Front. Sieg turned and pulled down an electronic screen from his office. A map of the surrounding terrain appeared on it. Originally, they were only conducting sporadic harassment operations in various locations. Even without hiring mercenaries, our security forces could easily eliminate them. Several glaring red dots appeared on the map. But recently, their strategy and strength have changed. Instead of waiting for an opportunity, they've taken the initiative. Our transportation lines for buying and exporting products are now occupied by them. Because this is a no-man's land with complex ownership, and they're only targeting our transport vehicles, even the three major powers can only stand by and watch. No. Rather, they probably have no intention of getting involved in such corporate disputes in the first place. Sieg sighed heavily. I see. But what about the air transport routes? At this moment, Yu Xiao interjected with a timely question. Even if they block the land routes through a flanking maneuver, a mere terrorist organization shouldn't be able to stop air transport, right? That's precisely the problem. Originally, we were almost ready to abandon land transport and instead use air routes for transshipment. But recently, Sieg lowered his head. Even air transport safety can't be guaranteed. Several transport planes have crashed en route. Yu Xiao noticed that Sieg's fingers gripped the cup slightly tighter as he spoke, as if these crashes had stirred up some unpleasant memories. Yu Xiao then thought of his own experience. His own character was also a survivor of a plane crash. So, the underlying reasons might be related to VTX Corporation and the activities of the Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises Liberation Front? Thinking of this, Yu Xiao listened even more attentively to Sieg's words. No. This is definitely not an accident. But if it were their doing, using ordinary rocket launchers, it's unlikely they could have accomplished something like this. Therefore, we judge that the Small and Medium-Sized Enterprise Liberation Front is very likely sponsored by some force. And it's very likely that they established a strategic base with complete air superiority facilities nearby. This is no longer an ordinary protest organization. We must strike hard. So, this is what we're asked to do? At this moment, Shin Shou, who had already sensed something, suddenly interjected. Sig nodded and said, that's right. We hired you all here precisely to carry out a thorough strike against this base. Looking at the terrain map on the electronic screen, Sig focused his gaze on one location. It was an area surrounded by sand dunes. By combining the locations of the crashed transport planes, we deduced the location of that strategic base. It's here. However, a direct assault from the outside would likely be unsustainable due to the excessively long battle and supply lines. Besides, large-scale troop movements are always detected in advance. Therefore, we like to request that you conduct a small-scale, elite raid. The time is tentatively set for tomorrow morning. First, disguise the aircraft carrying your planes as a crashed transport plane from a civilian airline. With just this one, they shouldn't suspect anything. Then, feign an emergency landing near the base. Sig indicated. After that, we can begin operations. Once you destroy the base's air defenses, we can quickly deploy the remaining forces via airdrop for an encirclement and annihilation operation. After outlining the tactics, he awaited Yu Xiao and her group's response. Shinigami was the first to scoff. Such a deep incursion into enemy territory. Humph, President, this is less of a mission and more like sending us to our deaths, isn't it? But Sig shook his head. We had no such intention. And that's precisely why we need you, the elite of the elite, as our company. VTX Consortium's first motto states, talent is a treasure. We would never waste lives. We selected you this time because we believe you have sufficient strength to survive this battle. Then, he added rather scathingly, what? If you don't want to accept, you are free to leave. I will not, and have no right to, cancel the commission with you. But wouldn't that be letting down President Dama Goldwyn, who hired you, and that wise old man? His words even somewhat mimicked Edge's. It was clear that although he appeared nonchalant, this president might not be so petty. However, Shinji didn't respond immediately. Was he truly afraid? Not at all. On the contrary, Shinji's lips curled into a defiant smile, a testament to his fighting spirit. Interesting. Then let's take on this mission. What about you, Akira, Edge? Well, since we're already here, we can't just leave empty-handed, can we? Edge shrugged, remaining noncommittal. Besides, I don't intend to show weakness in front of anyone. As he spoke, his gaze simultaneously shifted to Yu Xiao, seemingly wanting to see his reaction. He nodded solemnly. I'm fine with that too. But, President Sig, I have a question. Please speak. From your words, it seems that as long as we agree, we can have immense confidence in the success of this operation. But, if I may be so bold. Yu Xiao took a deep breath. Isn't this something that relies more on your strength than ours? After all, a forced landing in a place without an airport is a difficult task no matter what. He then stared intently into the other's eyes, and stated firmly, does this VTX have a pilot capable of completing this mission? Or, are you trying to pin our chances of survival on an unknown probability? However, there was no wavering in Sig's eyes. He simply replied with the same firm tone, yes. Although it's unfortunate, our company does indeed have an excellent pilot capable of successfully completing the mission. And I can guarantee that your chances of survival are 100%. Is that so? Yu Xiao nodded. But then, as if remembering something, he asked again, so who exactly is that pilot? She's a test pilot from our Special Operations Section 1. Ms. Sakurai Sajiri. Just uttering the name made Sig's brow furrow with a hint of unease. I inform her that she'd be meeting with you tonight. We discussed the details then. Your operations team can handle it yourselves. Chapter 169. Sakurai Sajiri. If you shall remember correctly, that was the name of the female protagonist in the original Super Robot Wars T-manga. Originally, she just wanted to work honestly in VTX's consumer goods R&D department, but because of her outstanding talent as a pilot, she was recruited to Special Operations Section 1 or 3, depending on the player's choice, to pilot the test machine Undead or Tyrant Cyclone. Although she didn't know about VTX in this world, if she really was in charge of piloting the transport plane disguised as a civilian airliner, then she certainly didn't need to worry about being deceived. So Yu Xiao simply nodded and said nothing more. Afterwards, seeing that the negotiation was complete, Sig instructed Neru to take them to their respective dormitories to rest. This meant that, at least from noon to evening, Yu Xiao didn't need to worry about things here. So he then confidently switched out of the game, left the Siegfried system, and returned to reality. Realizing that the agreed meeting time was fast approaching, he returned to his bedroom. After straightening his Alvis uniform, he headed towards the designated location. The journey took some time. Therefore, by the time he arrived, he was a little later than the scheduled time. Waiting for him there was a tall, thin man. Yu Xiao looked up, gazing at his face. His long-term seclusion had made his complexion somewhat pale, and coupled with his thin face and glasses, the man possessed a slightly harsh expression. You're too late, Mr. Yu Xiao. Indeed, upon seeing Yu Xiao, the first thing he uttered was a somewhat lecturing, rambling statement. Perhaps arriving a little late is no problem from an ordinary employee's perspective. But please don't forget, you are now in charge of an important project. If arriving a little late is still the acceptable standard, it won't show ease, but rather a tense atmosphere. So, personally, I hope that in the future you can arrive at least 3 minutes earlier than the scheduled time. Is that alright? Although the two had never met before, Yu Xiao considered himself to know the man before him quite well. In the original timeline, in Full Metal Panic, he was the captain of a warship in the North Pacific belonging to the mercenary organization Mithril. However, in this world, he was the vice commander of the 2nd Alvis Pumlai Island. Richard Maddox. That was the name of the man before him. He was quite surprised when he heard about this from Kalinin yesterday. But precisely because of this, he had prepared himself mentally beforehand. Yes. I will be more careful in the future. I'm sorry, Mr. Madukas. Knowing that the other party, though seemingly harsh, was actually just a nagging, overprotective type, and that arriving a few minutes late was indeed his fault. So you shall simply offered a slight bow of apology. This made Madukas lose interest in continuing. Well, it's good that you realize it. I was just offering what I considered appropriate advice from my perspective. That's your strength, isn't it? But let's not talk about that. Mr. Madukas. You shall look around. Since you're here, where are the personnel involved in this project? Operation V? According to the previous agreement, you should have met with the research team responsible for Operation V this afternoon, led by Madukas. But waiting here was only Madukas. This raised his question. In response, Madukas sighed deeply and said, "That's precisely why I suggested you arrive 3 minutes early from now on, Mr. Yushao. The head of that research team. She's the type who doesn't allow herself any free time." "Oh, really?" "Yes. As soon as she realized you probably wouldn't be able to meet them for a while, she, as the head, already took her development team to the work site to begin preliminary work." "I see." Having roughly understood the situation, Yushao said softly, "It seems I might have to apologize to her after we meet." But this thought was immediately dismissed by Madukas. The tall, thin man simply shook his head. "No need. She didn't do this to make you feel ashamed. However, if there's anything you should pay attention to, there is indeed something I need to mention. Please go ahead." Yushao nodded. "That means please don't look too surprised." Madukas pushed up his glasses, letting the white reflection obscure his vision. "To be honest, when I first met her, I almost lost my composure from surprise, and I nearly got criticized for it. Considering you'll be working together later, I hope you won't make the same mistake I did." "Is that so? Thank you for reminding me, Mr. Madukas." After giving this reply, Yushao finally followed Madukas towards the hangar where the research team was working. But as the saying goes, you hear a voice before you see it. Please hurry up. If the old-fashioned tank control system can't achieve backward compatibility at the OS level, then let's rewrite it from scratch. At 2 days, then, let me handle this job. I'm confident I can finish it in 2 hours, really. At this rate, there's no way we can finish this research and development project on time, is there? The first thing Yushao heard was the energetic voice of a girl not far away. She was probably directing the work on site. Although his words carried a sense of urgency. Surprisingly, they didn't convey much arrogance. "She's right there. As for the rest of the negotiations, please handle it yourself, Mr. Yushao." With that, Madukas turned and left. He probably had his own matters to attend to. Yushao continued forward, turning the corner. Then, he saw the true face of the research director. She was a petite girl. Her bright silver hair was tied into a long 3-strand braid at the back of her head. Her slender, almost fragile body was draped in an Alvis-style blue and white suit. Although Madukas had kindly reminded him not to be too surprised, a slight astonishment inevitably arose in Yuzao's heart. This wasn't because of the other person's age or gender, but simply because he genuinely recognized her. And at that moment, the research director also noticed his arrival. She turned around, her bright, light gray eyes meeting Yuzao's gaze. "You arrived, Mr. Yushao. I'm so sorry. I hope you saw something unpleasant earlier." She then gave a slightly embarrassed smile. "I am Teresa Testarossa, currently serving as the research director of the V Operations Execution Team." She then greeted him with a graceful and confident air. "Looking forward to working with you in the future." Chapter 170. Yushao was surprised because he hadn't expected the technical director of Alvis to be that young girl. After all, in the original work, she was specifically in charge of the captain's position. But on the other hand, he genuinely felt the scene wasn't unusual. The silver-haired girl before him, named Teresa Testarossa, was indeed one of the builders of the high-tech submarine Son of Danu from the original work. In this world, which also had whisperers, becoming a technician was a natural progression. However, this was not good. Yushao frowned slightly. It seemed that taking too big a step wasn't always a good thing. Although he had gained the trust of the upper echelons led by Kalinin, by posing as a whisperer, he could not only smoothly explain his acquisition of the unknown technology, but also obtain high-level access to facilitate the implementation of his plans. But who would have thought that in this small Alvis, there would actually be a real one? If his identity were exposed during the contact, his position would become very dangerous. He might even be suspected of being a premeditated double agent because of past experiences. But he couldn't let this worry about the unknown control his current emotions. Therefore, his pensive expression only lasted a moment before Yu Xiao returned to normal. He then gave a polite smile, bowed slightly, and said, "I am the one who needs your guidance, Miss Teresa Testarossa." I'm sorry, I'm not very good at remembering names." Due to habit, he almost blurted out her nickname. Thankfully, he managed to change his tune in time. Western language names are like this in the context of Shinjo. It seems even whisperers aren't immune. But if you find it too hard to remember, just call me Tessa, Mr. Yu Xiao. But he hadn't expected this response. Clever and intelligent, and also understanding. No wonder almost every member of the original Mithril was this captain's personal guard. Yu Xiao pondered to himself. He also nodded slightly, saying, "If you don't mind, Tessa. It's alright with me." "Okay, shall we end the self-introductions here? Mr. Yu Xiao, actually." Then Tessa, seemingly lost in thought, casually pulled the end of her braid over to cover her lips. This was a quirk of the girl's when she was thinking. Then she gently began, "Regarding the initial design proposal for Operation V, I have a few minor questions about its practicality." Just that one sentence made Yu Xiao's heart flutter slightly. After all, while he roughly understood the design he had submitted, he seemed completely at a loss as to how to improve it. After all, the original concept was copied directly from Super Robot Wars vs. However, he couldn't show weakness now. So Yu Xiao calmly replied, "Okay. Please go ahead, Tessa. My question isn't actually that complicated. Mr. Yu Xiao's submitted design does indeed use a technology called a force field motor to mimic the movement of human joints, right?" After receiving permission, Tessa took out a mobile terminal with a scrollable screen and, while showing Yu Xiao the blueprint, gently explained, "This solution is indeed small, lightweight, and high output. However, precisely because of this, the rotating parts must withstand a heavy load. Given the current material strength, its lifespan is difficult to guarantee. Mr. Yu Xiao, what are your thoughts on this?" Yu Xiao hesitated. Finally, he could only vaguely reply, "If we improve the materials, perhaps. That is indeed a solution. However, breakthroughs in material science may be difficult to achieve in the short term. I have an alternative solution, although it's still somewhat immature. Mr. Yu Xiao, would you like to hear it?" Well, so all that was this girl's previous talk was for this. Yu Xiao thought to himself. But he nodded again. "Then please tell me, Tessa." "Well then, my solution is magnetic monopoles. Although current technology can't manufacture magnetic monopoles, surprisingly, near the structure of the force field motor you provided, Mr. Yu Xiao, I discovered a possibility for stabilizing magnetic monopoles." Tessa paused and cleared her throat. Like the calm before a storm, the next second, she launched into a long explanation. "And I think, if we concentrate these stabilized magnetic monopoles and inject them into the drive unit of the movable joint, forming a thin film-like structure on it, this structure can eliminate the friction between parts by utilizing the principle of magnetic repulsion. Theoretically, this could make the machine more agile while reducing the wear and tear on the force field motor to zero. However, due to the limitations of the machine's own power, it's impossible to make the force field motor completely wear-free. In my opinion, at most, it can extend the lifespan of the joints by about 27%. Although the numbers aren't very high, considering the resource constraints in Albus and the future requirements for mass-producing the results of Operation V, I think it's still very necessary to widely apply this technology." Even Tessa seemed a little tired after saying so much. So she composed herself, took a few breaths, and then looked up to ask, "What do you think, Mr. Yu Xiao?" Fortunately, after listening for so long, Yu Xiao had gained some initial understanding. Tessa's answer was the magnetic coating technology, which also appeared in the original Mobile Suit Gundam, and was used to improve the mobility of the original Gundam. If viewed through the lens of mecha anime, Yu Xiao completely understood the effect and purpose of this special treatment. So he nodded, feigning deep thought, and said, "I'm sorry, do I look like I'm daydreaming?" Simply put, it's like applying lubricant to a machine, right? From a results-oriented perspective, it's equivalent. It's just that the efficiency and benefits are much higher. So that's good. I also think this plan is indeed feasible. Let's go with Tessa's idea. That would be perfect, Mr. Yu Xiao. But Tessa then lowered her head. But to achieve this plan, I need a deeper understanding of force field motor technology. Looking at this blueprint alone seems a bit difficult to fully grasp. As the provider of this technology, Mr. Yu Xiao, Could you perhaps offer me a little assistance? Well, right now, it's a bit, Yu Xiao said hesitantly. Tessa noticed his mood. She continued, I understand. It's very likely that knowledge gleaned from a whisper is only superficial. That's normal. I had the same experience many times. However, I have another solution, if you, Mr. Yu Xiao, cooperate. Oh! How do I do that? That's a bit difficult to explain. For some reason, Tessa seemed hesitant. But finally, she composed herself and said, Anyway, Mr. Yu Xiao, first, would you like to try holding my hand? Chapter 171. Looking at the girl's outstretched, pale hand, Yu Xiao was initially at a loss. Huh? This? But he quickly realized Tessa's motives and intentions. What she intended to do was probably one of the Whisperer's special abilities, thought resonance. Through the Whisperer's uniquely structured brains, they could communicate without words, through the resonance of their thoughts, provided they were in close proximity. No, it wasn't just simple conversation. By directly contacting each other's brains, they could even share knowledge and memories. And if used maliciously, this ability could even assimilate another's thoughts, or even seize their body. The female protagonist of the original work, Full Metal Panic, Kanem Chidori, was later in the story possessed by the ghost of a whisperer named Sophia, who had died years earlier, through this method. Of course, Tessa certainly didn't intend to do that. She probably just wanted to use this method of thought resonance to directly extract the complete design of the force field motor from Yu Xiao's mind, whom she considered a fellow whisperer. Indeed, in the current situation, this method was convenient and quick enough. Yu Xiao didn't complain. In fact, he was quite willing to cooperate. As long as he wasn't a fake whisperer. This is really bad, he muttered to himself. He had been worried that his identity as a fake whisperer might one day be exposed. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Looking at Yu Xiao, who seemed somewhat hesitant, Tessa reassured him, Don't worry, Mr. Yu Xiao. As long as you do as I say, there won't be any problems. But these words seemed to have no effect. Yu Xiao simply remained silent, lost in thought. This forced Tessa to urge him further. All right. There's no need to be so reserved at a time like this, right? Come on, Mr. Yu Xiao. The sound of her leather shoes echoed around them. It was Tessa's slight, exasperated stamping of her feet. And it seemed he misunderstood that she was hesitant because of traditional gender norms. Yu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. At least, he didn't have to bother explaining anymore. However, judging from the faint blush rising on her cheeks, it seemed, shouldn't she be the more reserved one? He thought to himself. After all, she's only a 15 or 16-year-old girl. It's normal for her to act like this. At the same time, Yu Xiao was also aware of his own situation. At this point, further delay would not only reveal his timidity, but also appear impolite. Excuse me. I was thinking about something. Is it alright to just hold hands? Then. So he steeled himself and gently took Tessa's hand. Tessa then softly said yes. So, Mr. Yu Xiao, close your eyes and clear your mind. Yu Xiao complied. But to be honest, he really didn't want to do this. It felt like being tortured on a hot plate. Unable to contain herself, Yu Xiao gave a slight, bitter smile. Fortunately, Tessa couldn't see it. Now, she was completely focused, trying to synchronize her thoughts with Yu Xiao, who was so close. She closed her eyes, using only her mental power to sense the other's presence, and trying to resonate with that longing. The initial progress was unexpectedly smooth. Through the Whisperer's ability, she felt she had established a link with Yu Xiao's thoughts. But, the next second, from the other end of Yu Xiao's mental realm, which should have been linked through the Whisperer's ability, came an aggressive and dangerous aura. Like a ferocious beast instinctively adopting a fighting stance after discovering someone had trespassed into its territory without permission. Then, that dangerous mental power seemed poised to pounce. Ah! And so, she couldn't help but let out a cry like a frightened little animal. The mental resonance was severed. The scene before her returned to complete darkness. In a panic, a strong sense of weakness swept through the girl's entire body. Her legs buckled, and she was about to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Tessa. Fortunately, Yu Xiao, who was opposite her, reacted quickly. Almost simultaneously noticing the girl's unsteady breathing, he opened his eyes. Instinctively, he reached out his other hand and wrapped it around Tessa's slender waist, and exerted force in the opposite direction, trying to steady her. However, her body was far lighter than Yu Xiao had expected. Realizing this, he realized he had already used far too much force. This caused the girl to not fall flat on her face, but instead lean against Yu Xiao's chest. Are you alright? He had no time to appreciate the softness of the girl's body in his arms, like a protagonist in a romance anime. Yu Xiao asked somewhat awkwardly. After all, she had fainted after a mental connection with him. And she even cried out. If he didn't clarify things quickly, it might lead to misunderstandings. In fact, some of the researchers had already stopped their work and were looking at them with astonishment. Sorry. You witnessed such an inappropriate scene. But I'm fine, Mr. Yu Xiao. Fortunately, after a moment, she quickly cleared up the misunderstanding. It's just, well, maybe I haven't done this kind of mental connection in a long time, and I'm a little rusty? Ah. Her next words, used to ease the awkwardness, confirmed Yu Xiao's earlier suspicions. As for why this situation had occurred, he now had a slight understanding. This was probably because of his X-rounder ability, right? Indeed. It was a reversion to wild, instinctive combat that sharpened one's intuition. And just now, he had indeed wanted to prevent thought resonance from happening. This caused his XR ability to make a defensive judgment, to release a counter-psychic wave to intimidate the opponent, thereby forcibly cutting off the possibility of thought resonance. Thinking about it carefully, perhaps before, in the real Battlefield mode game, when he first met that person who called himself Soma Pyrrhus, it was also for this reason that the other party's mental power went out of control and made random attacks. Yu Xiao thought intently. However, just then, Mr. Yu Xiao? The girl's soft moan in his arms pulled him back to reality. If possible, now. Please separate our bodies? Chapter 172. Ah. With a long, short gasp of surprise, Yu Xiao immediately separated from the other person. Fortunately, neither the other person nor the other researchers present seemed to have any intention of pursuing the matter further. Therefore, Yu Xiao simply discussed a few more matters with Tessa. Then, he briefly introduced himself to each of the research and development personnel present and greeted them. After finalizing with Tessa that he would immediately inform her if he gained any new insights into the force field motor technology, Yu Xiao left the scene. Because, perhaps on the other side of the world, the meeting time he had arranged with the branch manager of VTX had arrived. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. At first, he had thought life on Pumlai Island was quite leisurely. Who would have thought he would become such a busy person again? However, after using the Siegfried system and entering Mech Warrior VS, he was first met with a bucket of cold water, whether it's Mr. Kaido, Mr. Shinsho, or even you. You're all busy. So, tonight's meeting was attended by only me, right? It's a bit shameless to say that, but that's actually how it is. Sorry, Xiao. Click. After the brief conversation, the dormitory door was closed. Sigh. Yu Xiao could only sigh softly. Just as his words had indicated, knocking on the doors of different bedrooms 3 times in a row yielded the same result. It seems he absolutely has to go to the meeting alone. Yu Xiao thought to himself. But honestly, he didn't particularly dislike this feeling. The reason? Well, it was probably because, although those 3 didn't seem like the type to be associated with the word reliable at all, they actually showed him a kind of senior-like concern. Therefore, their unanimous refusal to let him represent the group to meet the pilot of that aircraft was probably out of some intention to train him. While thinking this, Yu Xiao arrived at the meeting place. It was VTX's conference room. This way. Just as he entered the door, he heard a warm greeting. Turning around, he saw it. The person there, from the appearance to the voice, was none other than Sakurai Sajiri, the female protagonist from Super Robot Wars T in his memory. She was waving and greeting Yu Xiao. However, this action led to some unforeseen consequences. Huh? A questioning voice was followed by a loud, jarring crash. As Sajiri raised her hand, she accidentally knocked over a glass full of drinks. With a rattling sound, the contents of the drink and shards of glass scattered across the floor. Oh dear. This is bad. She covered her face in frustration. But Yu Xiao could only chuckle wryly. As expected, this aspect of her character is the same. While at first glance, she does possess the figure and appearance of a magazine cover model, her actual personality is quite carefree. Rude, impulsive, and casual. No wonder she's called VTX's fallen angel, Yu Xiao thought to herself. Sorry. Please make do with this spot. Please sit down where the drink hasn't been spilled. Composing herself, Sajiri scratched her chestnut-brown wavy hair, a little embarrassed. It's all right. Please don't mind. Yu Xiao simply shook her head. Then she chose a spot where the drink hadn't been spilled and sat down. I'm so sorry. Speaking of which, did you come alone? Yes. The other members were all busy. Yu Xiao nodded. I see. Sajiri looked at Yu Xiao sitting down in front of her, then smiled broadly. But I really didn't expect it. Among the elite mercenaries that the wise old man recommended to our company, there's someone so young. That's why I'm not as good as my companions in many ways. That's true. But when the topic of work came up, Sajri's expression instantly became serious. Regarding the draft of the operational plan, I almost finished it. Please take a look. As she handed the document displayed on her mobile terminal to Yu Xiao, she continued, take off at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. At the speed of the aircraft provided by our company. We should be able to reach the target location in about 2 hours. I will send out a distress signal in advance. After landing, please form small teams and conduct concentrated searches at points A and B. These 2 points are the most likely locations for establishing a base, as determined by analysis. Understood? And you, Miss Sakurai? That undead mentioned in this operational plan. Is that your machine? To Yu Xiao's question, Sajri chuckled and replied, that's right. I'm responsible for piloting the undead escort near the plane's landing site. After all, if you really find the enemy's anti-aircraft base, this place might be attacked. Is that so? It certainly shows a strong sense of overall strategy. But that plane, shouldn't it have been abandoned anyway? We also have to consider the possibility of things going wrong. Although I have complete faith in your abilities. What if the enemy's strength far exceeds our expectations? Listen to me, You're called Xiao, right? If things go wrong, retreat immediately, and head back to the emergency landing site to regroup. Sajri's knuckles tapped lightly on the table. When that time comes, we fly back the way we landed, that's it. But is that really okay? We don't mind, but as a member, Miss Sakurai. Although the last part of her sentence was left unsaid, Yu Xiao's meaning was clear. What would happen if they were punished for this action, which wasn't part of the battle plan? Sajri shrugged indifferently. It's alright, isn't it? Even if that president wants to make trouble, he should only speak up if he knows the whole story. In other words, she winked playfully at Yu Xiao. As long as you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, and that president doesn't know, it'd be fine, right? I understand, Miss Sakurai. Yu Xiao understood the meaning behind her words. So he simply nodded slightly, handed the terminal back to the other person, and said, it's just that I didn't expect to hear such words from an employee of VTX, a company I heard is known for its strong sense of corporate honor. That's their business. For me, I am indeed very grateful to VTX for giving me a good salary. But risking my life for the company is still too much of a waste. In fact, if it weren't for that stubborn old president's promise of a raise and vacation after the task was completed, I wouldn't have done this kind of work. Well then, that's all, see you later. After a light hum and a few complaints, Sajri stood up, seemingly about to leave. Ah. Right. But then, as if suddenly remembering something, she abruptly turned back. Although the staff meals here are very delicious. But, it's best to make sure you're on an empty stomach until tomorrow morning, okay? Please pass that on to your colleagues, young man. Well then. That's all. Bye-bye. Chapter 173. Meanwhile, on the other side. Just as VTX's president, Sig, had deduced, in this vast desert, there indeed existed a well-equipped military base. Judging by the sophistication of its defenses, it was almost comparable to a regular army. And on the surrounding walls, sparse graffiti in different languages read things like "Down with VTX," "Resist Monopoly," and "Resist Giant Corporations." From this alone, we knew that this was probably the entirety of the so-called Small and Medium Enterprise Liberation Front's bases. However, seemingly for reasons of secrecy and security, there were very few command towers or similar facilities visible on the surface. Clearly, they were distributed throughout the intricate underground network. Now, deep within the underground facility, in a cramped, almost airtight space, the echoing voice of a somewhat agitated man. What? They actually said they target civilian aircraft? Are you kidding me? Do you want to lose all our credibility? The voice was loud enough to be noisy. It came from a man who was in contact with someone. This appeared to be the command center of the entire base, and the man was its commander. TSK, so noisy. Naturally, the noise woke a stubble-faced, red-haired man in the corner, who was using his arms as a pillow. Opening his weary eyes, he muttered a complaint. But the voice of the man who appeared to be the base commander didn't stop. I already said that we only have one target for resistance, and that's everything related to the VTX Union. Even if they're trying to disguise their transport planes as civilian aircraft, we can't just open fire indiscriminately. What a pointless display of pretense. Hearing this, the red-haired, slovenly man curled his lip in disdain. They become a notorious terrorist organization in the public eye, yet they still fret about so-called credibility? Ridiculous. He thought to himself, but didn't say it aloud. Instead, he continued to listen to their conversation. After all, he was curious to see just how stubborn the man before him could be. He held a mocking attitude towards his superiors and the organization's ideology, yet he still worked there. This sounded somewhat unbelievable. But for the man before him, it wasn't surprising. Because this red-haired man had a name. His name was Ali Al-Sachs. Even among all the members of the Small and Medium Enterprise Liberation Front, he was a special case. Unlike the other members, who either lost their positions due to VTX's activities or lost their painstakingly built small factories due to VTX's mergers and acquisitions. He only wanted to enjoy the thrill of fighting against overwhelming odds, which is why he decided to become a mercenary and lend a hand to this organization. In other words, he was a pure war maniac. So, things like liberating small and medium-sized enterprises or resisting VTX had absolutely nothing to do with him. Finally, the base commander's conversation with the other party came to an end, to be honest. Since you can provide this level of intelligence, can't you think of a way to mark those guys disguised machines? You tried your best? Okay. My words just now were a bit harsh. But as a member of the Small and Medium-Sized Enterprise Liberation Front, I want to solemnly declare to you here that we are absolutely not just tools existing for your convenience. That's right. Remember this point. We are in a cooperative relationship. However, the outcome of this negotiation sounded anything but pleasant. After uttering these words, the base commander angrily slammed down the communicator. Then, he added viciously, "Humph. This guy who can't understand our organization's noble ideals. Truly short-sighted, not worth dealing with." But before he could fully vent his emotions, he heard a hoarse voice with a hint of mockery. "Heh. Really? I think it's precisely because he's short-sighted that you were able to get in touch with him." "Sachs? What exactly do you mean by that?" The base commander naturally turned sharply to confront the red-haired man who had spoken. What else could it be? It's literal, of course. But Sachs, unfazed by the dangerous look from the base commander, simply walked closer and nonchalantly. Upon reaching the base commander's side, he even put his arm around his shoulder. Think about it. If they weren't short-sighted, how could they have betrayed the promising VTX and instead allied themselves with a small, isolated organization like yours? You two are a match made in heaven. Ha ha, ah ha ha ha. However, his words at that moment were clearly not meant to be friendly, but rather mocking. Finally, he laughed wildly and pulled the face of the base commander, who was shorter than him, close to his own. Don't you think so? But strangely, despite such mockery, the base commander remained unusually silent. Hey. Sometimes, I wish you treated me the same way you treat the guy. Never mind. I'm going to sleep somewhere else, so that guys like you won't disturb my rest. This continued until Sachs, realizing he was getting bored, released him and turned to leave the command room. The base commander then raised his previously suppressed glare and said with strong criticism, "Humph. That bloodthirsty jackal. It's strange. Since Ali Al-Sachs and the Small and Medium Enterprise Liberation Front are practically incompatible, why hasn't the latter removed him from the organization? Why does even a base commander have to be so subservient to him? The answer is actually quite simple. Just listening to the base commander's resentful mutterings reveals the answer. If only you could operate that thing, think about what would happen to you." That thing refers to a crimson-colored machine currently dormant in the base's hangar. Judging from its compact, 8-meter-long fuselage, it's likely an S. It features a strange, golden ponytail-like structure at the back of its head and an aggressively styled appearance. And this is precisely the source of the recent surge in activity on the Small and Medium Enterprise Liberation Front. One of the trump cards acquired from a certain organization. Plan 1058. Development Codename, King of Hell. Chapter 174. The next day. Or perhaps it wasn't really the next day. After all, the sky was still a dim, dark night. However, it was only early morning, yet Yu Xiao had already entered the Siegfried system and begun deep synchronization. There was no other way. After all, considering the time difference between the two locations, it was already the planned launch time. However, he looked around. Was it because Alvis himself was constantly moving? The anticipated time difference might be slightly off. He arrived at the hangar 10 minutes earlier than expected. But there was still no one around. Oh well. He just considered this a way of fulfilling Maduka's suggestion. Yu Xiao smiled bitterly to himself. Inside the hangar, Yu Xiao saw something unexpected. He had assumed that VTX's hangar, transformed into a military industry, would mostly display combat weapons and the like. But unexpectedly, in the center stood a humanoid crane, a full 40 meters tall, with a rustic design and bright yellow paint. The 4 characters safety first on its chest were extremely conspicuous. And if you shall remember correctly, the name of this machine was Giant Crane Vulgar. A slightly hoarse male voice sounded behind him. Turning around, he saw the approaching president of SIG. I can see. You're curious about this machine, aren't you? That's its name. He said this, seemingly sensing the emotion in Yu Xiao's gaze. Varga? Although she knew beforehand, Yu Xiao still nodded as if she had never met him before. That's right. It existed before Liu of Yihu, the world's first humanoid mecha. You could say that. Originally, it was designed as a mobile crane for the construction of this 4th orbital elevator. But with the project's failure, it became useless. Is that so? Sensing the unusual tone in the other's words, Yu Xiao continued, if that's the case, why is this mecha still here? And why is it so well preserved? Because it's a symbol. You know, that Gothic president really misses the golden age of the past. Preserving this mecha from that time is like declaring to the current employees that we will eventually bring back the golden age. Sig sighed softly as he said this. Humph. Even so, from today's perspective, this thing is ultimately an outdated product. Even if the orbital elevator project could be restarted, it wouldn't be of much use. Moreover, your people are all here, right? Yu Xiao followed his gaze. Indeed, Shin's group had already arrived. So he nodded in response. Then hurry up and board the aircraft. It's over there. Your aircraft have been loaded in. Just wait inside for the pilot's signal. Then, Sig pointed to a dark gray, bird-like transport plane. This thing is fundamentally one of our company's products, the Noble Transport Aircraft. The outer shell has been completely replaced, which will slightly affect performance, but there's not much degradation. For some reason, there was a subtle hesitation in the other person's tone when they said this. The vertical takeoff and landing capabilities in emergencies have been retained. The login marker has been completely removed. From the outside, it shouldn't be immediately recognizable as one of our products. If there are no unexpected events. 2 hours later. Just as Sajri had predicted, after exactly this much time, the group arrived above their destination. The journey was relatively smooth. Upon reaching the target location, looking at the endless sand dunes below, Sajri sighed, then released a distress signal and prepared for an emergency landing. But little did she know, problems would arise at this moment. The lights in the cabin suddenly turned red. And the alarm sounding in succession from the aircraft's control system revealed a terrifying fact. This transport aircraft. It's locked on. Huh? Just as Sajri let out a brief gasp of surprise, the radar showed several surface-to-air tracking missiles flying in from somewhere. What's going on, Miss Pilot? Didn't your company president assure us that this thing would absolutely not be detected as a VTX product? At that moment, Edge's slightly surprised complaint rang out. I don't know. I'm surprised too. Oh well. Sajri shook her head. I said. You guys should have followed the instructions, and not eaten too much since last night, right? Huh, what? Hearing the words, Yu Xiao didn't immediately grasp their meaning. But then, he understood reality through the vibrations of the machine. No, this wasn't just ordinary vibration. If a more fitting adjective were to be used, it would undoubtedly be vibration. It was like being violently shaken in a washing machine. The almost blinding impact and tremors flooded into Yu Xiao's brain without reservation. Seeing the catastrophic 3D dragon incident in animation history about to repeat itself before his eyes, thankfully, he had a way to prevent it. Yu Xiao suppressed the dizziness in his head, switched to the Siegfried system's control interface, and lowered the depth of mental synchronization. This suppressed the physical discomfort, allowing him to catch his breath for a moment. Although, he still couldn't see the outside world. But judging from the previous turbulence and the frantic pull-up and stall warning alarms blaring throughout the hangar, there was no doubt. She was maneuvering the transport plane, performing a stall maneuver to try and shake off the oncoming anti-aircraft missiles, while continuing to execute the planned operation, an emergency landing. Is this a joke? Yu Xiao's pupils widened in astonishment. Although, due to advancements in science and technology, the performance of aircraft was far beyond what Yu Xiao had previously understood. He had indeed witnessed military transport planes capable of easily reaching supersonic speeds in the atmosphere on the battlefields of the Human Reform League. But, piloting a modified transport plane to evade military, even older, armed missiles? That sounded truly insane. But perhaps, the senior civil servant named Sakurai Sajri possessed the ability to turn this madness into reality. The noble transport plane was seen maneuvering rapidly along the sand dunes, its trajectory indistinct. After getting extremely close to the ground, it suddenly swung its tail sharply. This instantly lured the oncoming missile onto the sand dune ahead. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. Dark gray smoke billowed into the sky. But the noble transport plane was nowhere to be seen. Had it already crashed into the sand? Chapter 175. The answer is, of course, no. Although it landed on the ground almost as if it had been flung around by the high-speed impact. Fortunately, Noble's structural strength and Sadri's piloting skills were both up to par. Therefore, although the outer shell was partially deformed and some internal equipment was damaged by sparks, miraculously, the overall structure did not suffer much serious damage. Cough, cough, cough. Hey everyone, are you alright? Age, who had finally recovered from the impact, asked around in his chenier. There was no immediate response, which made the black-haired man a little worried. But thankfully, the voice that rang out from the communication circuit next dispelled his worries. Of course. The real hell is only just beginning. It was Haidong's voice. As always, it also revealed an aura that was starting to show signs of evil. That's right. Since they drew their guns first, it gives us a perfectly legitimate reason to shoot them down. It seems that Shinji is unharmed. In that case, only. Xiao. How are you? H continued searching the surroundings. Fortunately, she received a response. I'm here. But, it was a voice that rang out. But it sounded like Yu Xiao was hesitating, but, because of the shockwave just now, the communication equipment seems to be broken. I can't contact them via wireless. Then let's communicate through external communications. Of course, it's best to remain silent when it's not necessary. Ah, it's really good to see everyone's alright. At least it proves I haven't lost my touch yet. Finally, a black machine emerged from the other side of the hangar in response to Yu Xiao. It had a jet black paint job and crimson visors. That was one of the mass-produced prototypes from the Special Operations Division, one of the VTX consortium. The image of a ghost. And if there were no surprises, its pilot was none other than Sakurai Sajiri, who had previously piloted the transport plane. Now the personnel involved in the operation were all gathered. So, since it seems this transport plane is unusable, what should we do? Considering the randomness of the crash site, and that at this distance, it would take some time for the enemy to arrive, the group decided to take this opportunity to exchange suggestions for modifications to the operation. Haidong scoffed, is that even a question? Since there's no turning back, we have to charge forward, right? Turn that base upside down, take down the anti-aircraft guns and all, then contact headquarters for reinforcements. There's no other way. Although I don't usually agree with your opinions, this is the only path we can take now. Shinsho shrugged, echoing Haidong's words. Victory or death, what an exciting choice. I see no objections, so let's set off now. Finally, he directly proposed, seemingly indicating that this was the only way forward. But no. Wait. Yu Xiao shook her head hesitantly, and spoke cautiously. What's wrong, Xiao? I think we should be more careful. Miss Sakurai, you should be able to contact headquarters, right? Yes. What's wrong? Sajiri responded to Yu Xiao, seemingly puzzled. Theoretically, who are you directly contacting? President Sig. It could be someone else. That president always likes to send people on errands. Every time I call him to ask for leave, I never know who will answer the phone. I see. Then could you please contact someone you know and trust instead, and then ask them to relay the message to the mercenaries on standby? Huh? That's possible, but why? You see, Yu Xiao explained in a low voice. I remember what the president said. The Small and Medium Enterprise Liberation Front only targets VTX aircraft. So this definitely couldn't be a friendly fire incident involving a civilian plane. But if that were the case, how did they know about our operation? This operation was planned and executed in just a few hours. There's no way they could have detected it through our movements. He then took a deep breath. So there's probably only one answer. It's that there's a traitor within your company. Someone who's connected with them. Although we don't know who that person is. I see. So that's why we need to be careful with the current situation. Edge nodded, his eyes showing approval. In fact, discerning this fact from the current situation wouldn't be difficult. However, in such a tense and critical situation, discerning this fact is more commendable than a keen eye for detail. It's this calm composure that's truly praiseworthy. I understand. Then, let's begin. Sajiri nodded. There's one more thing. But just as they were about to act, Yu Xiao gently stopped them. What is it? If we encounter the enemy en route? No. Considering our situation has already been leaked to them, that's practically a certainty. In that case, Please let me go alone to delay the enemy. The rest of you can split up and destroy the base's anti-aircraft defenses. Is that alright? What? Hey Xiao. Isn't this just telling us to abandon you? Perhaps that's true. But don't forget, my Adler. Its radio frequency is malfunctioning. If I continue to stay in the squad like this, it will only hinder the operation. Adler rotated its head-mounted monitor, scanning its surroundings. It was as if Yu Zhao's gaze was also fixed on everyone present through it. For the mission to proceed smoothly, I hope everyone will make a rational judgment. As she spoke, Yu Zhao's expression subtly changed. With the approaching lights of an unknown force displayed on the radar, it wasn't hard to understand the current situation. The enemy had likely already dispatched search teams, scouring every possible location for Yu Zhao and his group. And now, they were closing in. I go meet them. The rest is up to you. Without even seeking his companion's consent, Yu Zhao piloted the Adler, drew his combat saber from his shoulder, sliced open the transport plane's exterior, and leaped out. Before him stood a dozen or so desert-colored mechs, rifles in hand, steadily closing in on him. Faced with such numbers, Yu Zhao remained calm and fearless. Come on! He simply uttered a low shout. Then, piloting the Adler, he head-on confronted the enemy horde. Chapter 176. Faced with this heavily armed force, even the most formidable individual would likely be on edge. However, Yu Zhao remained unfazed. After all, he had encountered even denser enemy groups before. So what reason did he have to fear them now? Having made up his mind, he pushed the control stick. The thrusters activated at full power, unleashing a torrent of blue light. The blue-white mech, true to its name, charged forward in the form of an eagle. However, in the still dark dawn, with only sparse light, Yu Zhao couldn't clearly see the faces of the mechs gathering in his direction. Until Adler dodged the hail of bullets and, with his combat sword, sliced a desert-colored mech in half from the front, leaving it as scrap metal. He then realized. These mobile suits seemed to be custom-made desert mobile suits based on Leo from Mobile Suit Gundam Wing. WMS-03 Magnek. Originally, they were the escort mobile suits of a blonde young master who piloted a Gundam. It seems that in this timeline, they were developed by a terrorist organization, considering that Leo in this world was originally an older, mass-produced mobile suit widely sold throughout the world. Yu Zhao thought this was to be expected. While analyzing the enemy's origins, Yu Zhao didn't stop what he was doing. He gripped his rifle again in his right hand. While performing zigzag maneuvers to dodge enemy bullets, he returned fire with precision. Given the vast difference in skill, one side was hitting every shot, while the other missed every time. Thus, the tide of battle had turned significantly. Yu Zhao's repeated retaliatory bursts pierced through several Magnek units from the front. The enemy's bullets, at most, only landed on Adler's evasive trajectories. Damn it! Why can't I hit this machine? Hit it! Hit it! Don't panic. If we continue this encirclement, the enemy will eventually break down. That's right. Let the VTX lackeys witness the righteous fury of us VTX victims. And perhaps due to an oversight by the enemy, from the public channel. Although the machine's communication function was malfunctioning, receiving audio signals was still possible. Yu Zhao could faintly hear the enemy's conversation. It seemed that, stripped of the outer shell of the steel giant, the person controlling the machine at its core was nothing special. They could talk and laugh, and trembled when facing an insurmountable opponent. Just like him, they were ordinary humans. However, it was this thought that caused a complex emotion to well up in Yu Zhao's eyes. Yes. Since that's how it is. Since that's how it is. Why do they seem oblivious to this? Abusing force, taking lives with nonchalance, recalling the burning wreckage of the aircraft she saw after first entering the simulation mode. A feeling more akin to pity for their misfortune and anger at their inaction than righteous indignation welled up in Yu Zhao's heart. Even if the other party did indeed have a tragic past they themselves were unaware of, there was no doubt that projecting that hatred onto equally innocent, ordinary people. Absolutely none of the justice they claimed to possess. He raised his eyes. His gaze, tinged with suppressed emotion, met theirs. You people. After muttering this, the next second, Adler unleashed a full-force thrust, sheathed his gun, drew his sword, and raced towards the enemy's Magnek. Raising clouds of dust, he dodged the crisscrossing bullets, and as he approached the Magnek, he thrust his sword. What? This? The enemy's voice gradually became clearer. But this couldn't stop Adler's attack. The sharp combat saber tore through the roughly reinforced armor of the desert fighter, piercing the cockpit. Crimson liquid stained the blade, and the pilot inside, naturally, had no hope of survival. However, He then stopped maneuvering the machine. He didn't go any further, refraining from damaging the machine's reactor and causing it to explode. Why? The answer soon became clear. Adler changed his thrust into a slash, splitting Magnac's body in half. Then, using its increased size and higher output, he lifted its upper body with one hand. He slightly bent his knees, using it to shield himself. The next second, a barrage of bullets flew towards Adler, but ultimately, they only struck Magnac in front of him. They didn't harm Adler in the slightest. And yes, that's right. Adler's shield had been damaged in the previous encounter by the enemy Die Lanza. Even after reaching VTX headquarters, the deployment was rushed, and spare parts hadn't been found beforehand. Therefore, Yu Xiao intended to use Magnac's body as a shield to withstand the inevitable counterattack. In terms of outcome, he succeeded. However, this seemingly brutal action naturally provoked further hostility from the enemy. Damn it! He actually killed Ronnie. Keep firing. It's just a machine. However, Yu Xiao ignored these comments. After confirming that the enemy's firing had stopped, he tossed aside the wreckage of Magnac he had been clutching and continued his advance. Shots and sword strikes. Using Adler's limited offensive capabilities, he skillfully maneuvered through the enemy lines, precisely eliminating enemy aircraft with his superior maneuverability. And a moment later, only one Magnac remained from the attacking formation. His fighting spirit remained, but his rationality seemed to have vanished. He raised his machine gun and fired wildly, but without any accuracy. The bullets merely grazed Adler's fuselage. In response, Yu Xiao simply piloted his aircraft slowly closer. After all, there was no need to dodge such attacks. And as he approached the enemy, if you don't come out, you won't die. Why don't you understand? Yu Xiao shook his head and sighed. Then he plunged his combat saber deep into the enemy aircraft's chest. Then the enemy fell silent. The battle seemed to be over. And the friendly aircraft were probably off to carry out sabotage operations at the enemy base. Thinking this, Yu Xiao relaxed his guard a little. But the voice that followed immediately drew his attention back. Hee hee. You actually managed to take care of these guys so easily. Looks pretty good. Come on, let's have a good fight. Turning his head, he saw the source of the voice. It was a machine, less than half the size of Adler, yet still exuding immense power. If Yu Xiao remembered correctly, it was the Lambda driver-equipped machine from Full Metal Panic. Hell King. Chapter 177. The so-called Lambda driver is a technology from the Full Metal Panic series. Simply put, it's a kind of cheat code, a wish-granting machine that makes your thoughts come true. As long as the energy supply can be maintained, one can influence reality with their imagination. For example, imagining a non-existent invisible wall to block attacks, or turning one's fired bullets into indestructible powerful items. However, if Yu Xiao remembers correctly, those who can activate the Lambda driver are extremely rare. It requires a strong and focused will. Those who can do this, besides a few individuals who have persevered through extraordinary hardships and possess unwavering mental fortitude, are almost all rather strange madmen. Of course, using chemical methods, such as administering drugs to induce a temporary state of euphoria, thereby activating the Lambda driver, is also a viable option. However, this would not only severely damage a person's sanity, to the point of affecting normal social interactions, but would also prevent the full potential of this terrifying weapon from being realized. Come on! How are you going to attack? Or are you going to give me the chance to strike? The gentleman in the blue and white mobile suit. Judging from the other party's words, he didn't seem to be someone whose mind had been affected by drugs. Instead, it seemed like the second possibility. A madman simply enjoying the battle before him. And that voice further stirred up some memories for Yu Xiao. Immediately, a name surfaced in his mind, Ali Alsatius. That was a villainous character from Mobile Suit Gundam 00, affectionately known as the Mercenary by fans. As his name suggests, he was a crazed mercenary who traveled the world, throwing himself into battle for the sheer pleasure of combat. If it's this guy, then he's really troublesome. Yu Xiao sighed softly. Seemingly realizing his provocative words hadn't worked, Sachus on the other side lowered his head in exasperation. Alright. Since you haven't responded for so long. But when he looked up again, his face revealed the joyful expression of a battle maniac. Let me strike first. Ha ha ha. Laughing wildly, he piloted the Hell King forward. He wasn't carrying any weapons, just empty-handed. This weapon, called an AS, employed a human-machine interface controlled by machinery, and a fully electromagnetic muscle-driven structure. Therefore, its movements were noticeably more human-like than a MS. Of course, there was a problem. It couldn't be fitted with thrusters, since the human body doesn't have nozzles. Therefore, even a machine like the Hell King could only approach gradually by taking small steps. However, despite this, a strange airflow appeared around the opponent's machine, and then its running speed increased dramatically, approaching the level of mobile suits equipped with large thrusters. It activated the Lambda driver so quickly, Yu Xiao clicked his tongue in amazement. As expected, war maniacs are quite adept at utilizing this weapon. But Yu Xiao wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. Even as the Hell King took its first step, he gripped his blade and assumed a fighting stance. It seemed he was preparing to counterattack. But in reality, he subtly adjusted the direction of his own thrusters, directing them to the side. Closer, closer still. Closer still. Yu Xiao simultaneously estimated the opponent's distance, using both visual and radar methods. Just as he was about to reach the estimated distance, and his XR abilities were frantically alarming, he piloted his machine, executing a powerful thrust. Like a leaping fish whipping its tail in midair, Adler, under Yu Xiao's control, dodged in a full arc. Then, several wisps of wind appeared in the direction it had been. Immediately afterwards, boom! The entire sand dune that had been behind him collapsed with an eerie roar. Ha! Not bad. The guy who managed to dodge my attack. Sachs laughed wildly. It sounded like the tone of a martial arts master from a wuxia novel. Unfortunately, there's no fast-forwarding to the apprenticeship ceremony. Because he was someone who could only find joy in battle, and such a rebellious spirit would only fuel his fighting spirit. And naturally, this was also the effect of the Lambda driver. When Yu Xiao saw Hell King charge forward empty-handed, he understood immediately. The opponent was definitely trying to lull him into a false sense of security with this display, then amplify his fist wind using the Lambda driver. He intended to completely pulverize his enemy with a single punch. Therefore, he had already prepared a countermeasure. Not just a simple dodge. Immediately afterward, Adler used the thrusters on his waist to abruptly change direction. At the same time, the machine traced an arc in midair, swinging its arm towards Hell King's side. Knowing that one could not be careless in a fight against a powerful enemy, Yu Xiao had mentally rehearsed the move beforehand, ensuring its flawless execution. And indeed, Adler's actions were flawless, both in timing and execution. The massive machine surged forward. It was about to close in on its opponent, about to thrust its combat saber. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should have easily torn through the AS's thin armor, slicing it in two. Unfortunately, the very existence of the device called Lambda Driver might be an accident in itself. Just as the blade approached the Hell King's body, a dazzling, multicolored light suddenly emanated from the point of contact. Needless to elaborate, this was the result of Sachs's imagination constructing an unbreakable wall in front of him. Too bad. This kind of attack is useless against me. While he smiled smugly, he also launched a counterattack. Though it was a counterattack, the Crimson Machine, the Hell King itself, did not move. Instead, the multicolored light suddenly condensed and merged in midair, forming something resembling a heavy hammer. The Adler slammed into Yu Xiao. With a piercing noise, the blue-white behemoth was blasted dozens of meters away, only stopping after crashing into a sand dune. Gulp! Yu Xiao finally uttered his first sound after making contact with the opponent. It was a sound of discomfort caused by the impact and dizziness. Clearly, after the Siegfried system's power returned to normal, he had taken another solid hit. The resulting discomfort almost made him vomit. Thankfully, this body didn't seem to have that ability. Even so, even though the machine didn't disintegrate. Looking at the Hell King approaching unhurriedly, Yu Xiao's face grew serious. What tactics would he need to deal with this guy? He racked his brains. Finally, after a moment, he made up his mind. Although he didn't know if he could get cooperation without communication, he had no choice but to do it. Chapter 178. After finishing his thought, Yu Xiao raised his hand, maneuvering his mech upwards, and then pulled the trigger, firing. Following this, a paintball-like explosion burst in the air, creating strange patterns before disappearing without a trace. Was this some kind of signal? Yu Xiao's fighting style changed accordingly. He focused solely on evasion and defense, no longer initiating attacks. Was he giving up because he knew he couldn't break through the Hell King's defenses no matter how he maneuvered? These questions remained unanswered. However, Sachs laughed maniacally, uttering mocking words. Ha. Don't be so afraid, Mr. Blue and White MS. Maybe your next attack will break through my defenses, huh? Come on, try. However, Yu Xiao wasn't about to fall for such a low-level provocation. Seeing that his long-range rifle ammunition was exhausted, Yu Xiao simply picked up a machine gun used by Magnac from the ground. Perhaps because they were using imported weapons, their firearms lacked any safety locks. Therefore, Adler could easily adapt them for his own use. The remaining ammunition was sufficient. Enough for suppressive fire. The battle continued, and continued. But no matter what, the end would eventually come. At the end of the fierce battle, no miracle seemed to occur. Before the Hell King equipped with the Lambda driver, Adler, without any special abilities, seemed to find that any counterattack would be futile. In the end, the blue and white giant lay battered and broken on the sand dune, his body crackling with sparks of burning electricity. Wait a little longer. It's not time yet, Yu Xiao thought, struggling to lift his eyes amidst the dizziness. I still have to wait. Until the only remaining, faint possibility, that opportunity appears. And then, what happened next? Even though the Hell King arrogantly gripped Adler's massive head with one hand, playfully pulling it before him, he didn't immediately kill him. Instead, he simply activated the communication, leisurely inquiring. What? How boring. It's rare to find someone with any real strength. Can't you struggle a little longer to give me more fun? Huh, or is it that you feel you already achieved your initial goal, successfully sending your comrades into the base to carry out the sabotage mission, so you don't care what happens to you anymore? The other party's attitude at this moment undoubtedly pleased Yu Xiao. So he didn't hesitate to respond, further stalling for time. Think what you want, it's up to you. He hummed this through the external speaker. Heh, you're really stubborn. I really want to pry open your tough mouth. Oh well. I just give you a little bit of important information. I tell you. Guess, if this really is some kind of key base, why are they so blatantly shooting down aircraft every day, as if they're afraid their master won't know? But Sachus's words were undoubtedly a genuine threat. Yu Xiao's pupils swayed. Compared to, when he was suppressed earlier, this moment seemed to shock him even more. You mean? And perhaps finally tasting the thrill of victory from this action, Sachus laughed loudly. That's right. After all, this place is just bait. The real thing that needs to be hidden is somewhere else. Even if your comrades do their utmost to destroy the base's defenses, it won't affect the next plan in the slightest, will it? And once your hastily assembled force really launches a full-scale attack. He deliberately dragged out his words. A big surprise will run to the VTX branch. Although I hate those guys who always act all hypocritical, I admire their willingness to sacrifice themselves to take the enemy down with them. However, just when everything seemed to be developing in Sachus's favor, the unexpected finally arrived. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, two strangely shaped weapons, the so-called paddle wheel slashing blades, traced unpredictable trajectories. Just by looking at these weapons, one could tell who they were. The experimental weapon of VTX Special Operations Division 1, the Undead. And its pilot, Sakurai Sajiri. Why were they here? Naturally, it was because of the item Yu Xiao had initially launched into the sky. That was a signal flare carried only by his mech. The reason for this was the battle plan agreed upon with Sakurai Sajiri after their meeting that day. Retreat immediately if things go wrong. This didn't mean that only Yu Xiao's side could move towards the transport plane. In the worst-case scenario, Sajiri could pilot the noble transport plane, risking being shot down, to quickly approach the base, land, and then leave with the group. This signal flare was for that purpose. Yu Xiao gambled on whether, without communication, firing a signal flare alone could. Clearly he won the gamble. However, the Lambda driver wasn't an invincible weapon. What limited it was the imagination of the humans upon whom it relied. To give an example, when a fist comes flying, almost everyone's first thought is to block this punch, not where will his next kick come from. Sachus was the same. TCH. Trying to be clever. Faced with the elusive, whirling blade weapon. Driven by his combat instincts, he reflexively used the Lambda driver to create a defensive barrier behind him. This was already an incredibly fast reaction. However, this action still gave Yu Xiao an opening. Take this, he growled. Adler's remaining leg components kicked out with lightning speed. The eagle claw modules at the toes opened, locking directly onto the Hell King's waist. At this moment, Sachus was far from being able to dispel the invisible shield he had previously formed. So, as if entering an empty field, Adler completely locked onto the Hell King. The next second, using his size and strength advantage, he stomped on his opponent, pressing him down. At this distance, you can't deploy your protective shield anymore, can you? Then Yu Xiao said in a deep voice. Indeed, at this distance, even imagining a shield using the Lambda driver for defense was virtually impossible. After all, the fuselage was shaking violently, And if the shield's formation deviated from the intended location, not only Adler, but even the Hell King's fuselage would be torn apart by the invisible barrier it had created. TSK, damn it! This brat. Yu Xiao ignored Satchus's roar. Because his objective had been achieved. Yu Xiao pulled out the folding mechanical keyboard in the cockpit, lightly tapped a few numbers, opened the cockpit, and leaped out. Even if Satchus wanted to do the same, the cockpit section, tightly gripped by Adler's eagle claw-like legs, wouldn't allow him to. But Yu Xiao didn't stand up after landing. He immediately covered his head with his hands, ignoring the sand seeping into the gaps in his clothes, and rolled away from the spot. The reason he did this, in the next second, was revealed. The reason for using such language is because it was a true explosion. Inferno shot into the sky. The roaring flames completely engulfed the Hell King. That's right. The command entered in the cockpit was for self-destruction. With this last and most powerful weapon in Adler's body, Yu Xiao was confident that he could completely annihilate the opponent. And only after all the dust had settled did Sadri's somewhat dazed voice slowly emerge from the fuselage. I'm here. Are you alright? Chapter 179. Oh dear. That seems like a redundant question. The next second, Sadri scratched her hair sheepishly. Then, piloting the Wraith, she made a short dash to Yu Xiao's side. Opening the cockpit, she manipulated the Wraith to extend its mechanical hand towards Yu Xiao. Clearly, she wanted him to board her mech. After all, Adler had already undeniably self-destructed. Yu Xiao didn't refuse much. He boarded the Wraith's hand and waited for it to lift him up in front of Sadri. Well, let's put it another way. I'm so glad to see you're alright. Let's high-five. As she spoke, Sadri extended her hand. No need. Yu Xiao shook his head slightly in refusal. Sadri looked somewhat regretful. Sigh. You're surprisingly cold. But I have to say, what exactly is that machine? This is the first time I've seen something that even this kid's bladed sword couldn't take down. The same goes for that machine. I explain later. Ms. Sakurai. Yu Xiao's tone, however, was quite urgent. What's the situation now? Have reinforcements from headquarters been sent yet? Regarding that, Sadri could see the worry in his voice. So at this moment, her tone became serious again. After all, her previous tone was only meant to reassure him, a survivor. A good mood is a prerequisite for smooth work. Sadri, as a seasoned civil servant, certainly understood this principle. Look! She then pointed to the sky. Below, countless contrails trailed across the sky. Those were the noble transport planes provided by VTX to the mercenaries. And not far away. That was probably the location of the air defense base of the Small and Medium Enterprise Liberation Front. Several planes of various origins were being dropped. That's it. The air defense facilities have been destroyed thanks to your comrades' efforts. Of course, I also contributed a little. Friendly aircraft are being rapidly transported to the front lines by air. Next, if we adopt an encirclement and annihilation tactic. This was meant to reassure Yu Xiao. But Yu Xiao only clenched her fists. That would be terrible. Huh? Facing the somewhat bewildered Sadri, Yu Xiao concisely relayed what she had just heard from Satchus. I see. If this message is true, then it's a classic case of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. No. The other side never intended to survive. They planned for mutual destruction from the very beginning. After hearing this, she wore a thoughtful expression. Wait a moment. I contact headquarters. This is Sakurai Sadri. Can you hear me? Please respond. This is Sakurai Sadri. However, no matter how many times she repeated these words, all she heard was a busy signal. Communication is disrupted. As expected, Yu Xiao calmly stated her conclusion. Is it a scheme by the other side? Sadri naturally chimed in. On this point, they seemed to understand each other implicitly. So next. That's right. Using the noble transport plane that was just dispatched here, we should be able to turn back, right? Miss Sakurai, if we lighten the load and move at top speed, how much time can we shorten? About half. That's my estimate. Then we still make it. Let's go! Yu Xiao entered the undead's cabin. Then, silence fell. Searching for nearby landing transport planes, a time-sensitive turnaround began. Meanwhile, not far from the VTX branch, in a transport plane flying overhead, sat a group of mercenaries hired by VTX from all over the world with high salaries. Aboard the Noble, they headed in the predetermined direction. Although the attack was a little late, they only needed to rely on their numerical advantage to easily annihilate the enemy. This was all thanks to the group of Grim Reapers who had gone ahead. However, just as the mercenaries were all thinking, phew, this job is so easy. Tragedy struck. The noble transport plane, flying through the air, was suddenly shot down by something. Flames erupted from its fuselage as it plummeted like a meteor. The impact alone, combined with the massive shockwave upon landing, killed half of its crew. But for the remaining mercenaries, perhaps dying like this was actually easier. Because this was just the beginning of a nightmare. What is that thing? On the ground. The mercenary, who had just been casually chatting and joking with his colleagues in the cockpit, now trembled and stared wide-eyed atop his mech. Yes, this was indeed a nightmare. Before him, in the flickering firelight, moved a colossal body a full 40 meters tall. For an AS, that was 5 times its normal height. From a MS's perspective, it was more than twice that. The only thing that could rival the height of such a behemoth was probably the rumored new weapon of the Human Reform League, the Fafnir beast type. But such things were always considered military secrets. This was the first time in this mercenary's life that he had witnessed such a gigantic weapon firsthand. What the hell is this thing? It was hard to tell whether it was a battle cry or a wail. In any case, it was a hoarse scream. His beloved AS barbarian silently raised its rifle, resembling an old-fashioned AK-47, and unleashed a furious barrage of fire at the behemoth. Even with an empty magazine, it did absolutely no damage to the behemoth. Instead, it was stunned by the eerie force field emanating from its surroundings. The next second, the steel behemoth slowly stepped forward. Under its descending giant foot, the mercenary and the barbarian were crushed and destroyed. But the strutting giant didn't seem to intend to attack. It seemed to simply want to advance. The Crimson Steel Giant lived up to its name. Just like its archetype in Genesis, the one who summoned calamity. Behemoth. The mere act of moving forward brought devastating destruction to its surroundings. Where did this machine come from, and where is it headed? Just look at the towering building not far in the direction it's heading, and you know. The thing this behemoth most wants to destroy is undoubtedly the existence of the behemoth corporation known as VTX. And its true identity is clear. The great surprise hidden within the small and medium enterprise alliance that Satchus spoke of is none other than this Plan 1501, the behemoth known as Behemoth. Chapter 180. Another hour passed. So, at this moment, piloting his own mech and seated at the rear of the noble transport plane flying high in the sky, a man named Luo Dongchuan asked in a somewhat dry voice. I understand the suspicion that headquarters was attacked, so the transport plane needs to turn back. But why? Did you call me up too? His words revealed his confusion. He had just received the sortie notice, and was heading to the front lines with his casual comrades on a noble transport plane provided by VTX for annihilation operations. But as soon as they landed, they were stopped by a black MS? Or something like that. Using what they called the high-level authority of VTX Special Operations Section 1, they seized ownership of the transport plane. Luo Dongchuan didn't seem to care. He had intended to continue piloting his mech to the target location. But unexpectedly, he was the one whose ownership was seized next. Because your abilities are trustworthy. That's my judgment. Then, the voice of a clear young boy answered his question. Luo Dongchuan remembered that it was the young mercenary who had saved his life in the wilderness. His name should be Xiao. This was also why he readily agreed to the other's request. After all, repaying kindness was one of his principles. Is that so? It's an honor to be appreciated by an elite like you. At that moment, inside the cockpit, he looked down through the rear observation window, and saw a crimson giant wreaking havoc on the ground, ignoring the surrounding mech that came to intercept it. But is that the enemy? That's right. And Mr. Luo, your machine is equipped with a high-powered cannon, isn't it? Yes, it is. What do you want to do? Although he was somewhat aware of the other party's intentions, Luo Dongchuan still asked hesitantly. Please fire at that thing on the ground now. Huh? Listen to me. Fire. After that, Ms. Sakurai will figure it out. It sounded like a really terrible request. It was the same for everyone. In the cockpit, Sajiri, in the main pilot's position, patted Xiao's shoulder leisurely, then said with a mocking smile, oh dear, here comes the difficult question. Sometimes you remind me of my boss. But I do it, okay? But her words didn't seem to be a denial. Instead, they conveyed a confidence that with a little effort, I can definitely do it. This left Luo Dongchuan with no further doubts to voice. Then, turning to the orange-haired girl behind him, he said, all right. I don't care what happens. Faruti, I'm leaving the balance and control of the mecha to you. Faruti, who had been listening in the background, nodded, understood. Aiming and firing are your responsibility, right, uncle? Of course. The rear of the cockpit slowly opened. In the howling dust, Iron Man Shizuko raised the super heavy cannon strapped to her back. She rested it on her waist and carefully aimed at the red behemoth moving below. Prepare to fire, position secured. The swaying crosshair gradually merged with the silhouette of the enemy aircraft moving on the ground. As he pulled the trigger, Luo Dongchuan roared sharply, multi-stage acceleration cannon. Fire. Multi-stage acceleration cannon. This was one of the weapons the Human Reform League, which had failed to successfully develop beam weapons, attempted to develop to further advance in the field of physical firearms. This cannon was not only quite large, but also heavy. The fired shells were accelerated in multiple stages within the cannon by sequentially injecting and igniting liquid propellant through auxiliary chambers located inside the cannon. Therefore, it possessed an initial velocity several times higher than ordinary cannons, and a far more terrifying penetration depth. Of course, correspondingly, its recoil was also enormous. After firing this shot, the noble transport plane tilted completely. For a moment, it seemed about to lose its balance, but under Sajri's control, it rolled a full rotation on the spot, skillfully maneuvering to dissipate the massive impact. While Iron Man Shizuko in the rear cabin was shaken quite a bit by the movement, thanks to the pre-existing stability of the machine and the pilot's deliberate attention, Luo Dongchuan and Ferruti were ultimately not thrown off. However, despite this, when they regained their footing from the turmoil and looked down again, "Hey, old man! Did you really hit me with that shot?" They found that the other party was almost completely unharmed, and was continuing forward as if no one was there, utterly ignoring the shot from above. Therefore, Ferruti asked with some doubt. Luo Dongchuan frowned, responding to the other while muttering to himself, "Who do you take me for? But, damn it, what kind of armor is this? It's not an armor ability. It's a shield." The explanation came from Yu Xiao, who was communicating with the two of them. "This thing is also a lambda. It's the same kind of special weapon I saw before. It can form a shield to block attacks, or an invisible spear to pierce through enemies. It's a very troublesome thing." "Huh?" Even Sajri beside him was somewhat shocked. Such a huge weapon has that kind of ability? That's practically cheating. Not necessarily. "Ms. Sakurai, please look." Following Yu Xiao's direction, Sajri looked at the giant beast's body on the ground. It was a shallow bullet hole. It seems that even with the shield absorbing the attack, the impact of the multi-stage acceleration cannon couldn't be physically eliminated, leaving a visible dent on Behemoth's body. The opponent isn't completely invincible. In fact, if the same point were continuously impacted, the opponent might disintegrate first due to damage to its skeletal structure, maintaining its shield while still being protected. This was the only solution Yu Xiao could think of to defeat this behemoth equipped with a lambda driver. Without it. But how difficult would it be to achieve this? Thinking of this, Yu Xiao frowned. Even with the multi-stage acceleration cannon of the Iron Man Shizuko, the impact point was far too small for the entire behemoth. And how to hit the same spot repeatedly was also a problem. To shake the opponent's overall structure, something larger and more sustainable was needed. In terms of technical difficulty, it's like using a crane's boom to deliver a series of punches. Wait. A crane? Thinking of this, Yu Xiao suddenly looked up and said, "Ms. Sakurai? What is it? Now, could you please go back to the hangar? I have a solution." Chapter 181. Seated in the cockpit of the red behemoth. The behemoth. The man piloting it remained silent. He once had a name, status, and wealth. But now, everything had vanished without a trace. The latter two disappeared because of the VTX. But the first disappearance was due to the crimson machine he was piloting. Just as Yu Xiao understood. Geniuses, or madmen capable of freely using the lambda driver were extremely rare and few in this world. Someone like Sachs, even within the entire small and medium enterprise liberation front, was a one-of-a-kind. Ordinary people, to unleash the full potential of the lambda driver, needed to take a special drug similar to a stimulant. And to activate the lambda driver on this colossal behemoth, the required dosage was multiplied. It was the kind of drug that would make an elephant do a reggae dance. His colleagues neither forced him nor offered any advice. The man, on the contrary, accepted reality with equanimity. After all, he had long since lost everything. He picked up the bottle of drugs as if it were a farewell drink and downed it in one gulp. While the sweet taste of the syrup used to mask his true nature still lingered in his mouth, the potent drug seeped into his nervous system and completely destroyed his mind. Thus, the very proof of his humanity. Emotions and memories vanished from the man's consciousness. His colleagues helped him onto the plane. After confirming that VTX had deployed almost all of its hired forces to the decoy air defense base, they released Behemoth, a machine acquired from an organization at the same time as Hell King, and launched it towards VTX's industrial park. This could be described as a master of tactical maneuvering. But without a doubt, if the operation succeeded, VTX would be the loser. After all, the conditions for victory were unequal. For the VTX Alliance, the fundamental objective was self-preservation. That's why they needed to eliminate this major threat from the Small and Medium Enterprises Alliance. But for the Small and Medium Enterprises Alliance, as long as they could destroy VTX, they would be victorious. What would happen to their own side? They didn't care at all. Blindly acting, obsessively and fearlessly. This is the ultimate result that the emotion called revenge can bring. At this point, aside from a surge of excitement, only a vague impulse remained in the heart of the man piloting Behemoth, VTX. His empty, aimless gaze drifted into the distance, muttering to himself. That was to destroy everything within his sight related to VTX, completely erasing it from the world. Driven by this destructive urge, he relentlessly advanced, unleashing the terrifying power of the Lambda driver. Attacks were blocked, obstacles crushed. With a simple yet highly efficient method of thought, Behemoth swept through the land with unstoppable momentum. The most eye-catching building in the industrial park. The unfinished fourth orbital elevator gradually came into clear view of the man. VTX. He grinned sinisterly. But even he probably didn't know the source of that smile. Grunting at the three letters whose meaning he himself could barely decipher, Behemoth slowly drew his only external weapon. A heavy, iron bar-like greatsword. Clearly, he intended to use this to completely obliterate the fourth orbital elevator. The remaining VTX defenses around it had also been wiped out. At this moment, no one could stop this Behemoth. The hatch is about to open. The hatch is about to open. Is it? It's quite dangerous to remain near the hatch. Please retreat behind the white line and wait. Accompanied by a rather abrupt announcement, the hangar hatch on the ground suddenly opened, and emerging from it via an elevator. It was a sturdy, bright yellow machine. Its round, spherical shape and lack of any external armaments made it look nothing like a combat machine. But its body was several meters taller than the already enormous Behemoth. Oh dear. Just like in the operating manual I studied. Safety first. Ignoring the astonished looks from her colleagues. Probably because Sadri had rushed in and, without any room for argument, taken over the control tower's operations using her Special Operations Division's authority. After sending the announcement, Sakurai Sadri casually crossed her arms and muttered to herself. Then she opened a communicator somewhere, asking with a hint of worry, Xiao, how's things on your end? Is it running smoothly? Naturally, the person she was contacting was Yu Xiao, who was currently piloting the bright yellow Mech of Valga. Taking advantage of the chaos at the VTX Industrial Park, Yu Xiao, who had entered the hangar, easily boarded the Valga without supervision. And, in coordination with Sadri, used the control tower's access to transport it to the ground via an elevator. Everything is normal. It seems the VTX maintenance crews don't cut corners even during this ceremonial maintenance. Please give them my regards, Miss Sakurai. Yu Xiao nodded in response to the inquiry, maintaining her calm demeanor. Although it was a mecha she had never piloted before, the handling and ease of use were top-notch. After all, it was originally designed as an engineering mecha. That's consistent with its original origin. Sitting in its cockpit, Yu Xiao couldn't help but think this way. This was the solution Yu Xiao had come up with. The necessary tool was this Vulgar. Using its cargo-carrying arm, by repeatedly impacting the force field created by Behemoth's Lambda driver, even if Behemoth could maintain its shield, it would inevitably face disintegration due to the disintegration of its skeleton. In short, use this powerful crane arm to give it a sound beating. That's right. With this Vulgar, it would definitely be possible. Easily. Then, giant crane Vulgar. Attack. So Yu Xiao gave a soft shout, then pushed a control lever beside him with all his might. Vulgar's green strip monitor glowed. Then it moved forward, towards the crimson Behemoth before it, without hesitation. Two steel giants, one red and one yellow, whose mere steps produced a deafening sound. Witnessed by the world's only orbital elevator soaring into the clouds, their unprecedented duel is about to begin. For the first time in the world, right here and now. Chapter 182. The first to react was the Behemoth. Faced with the Vagar rising from the ground and becoming active, its pilot pulled the trigger almost without hesitation. Then, the only weapon on the entire machine. The four 30mm close and weapon systems mounted on its head began firing relentlessly. Until the ammunition magazine was emptied, the volleys of lead bullets formed a blazing storm of metal, swept up the elevator and the maintenance rack behind the Vagar. In an instant, due to the damage to various facilities, sparks and smoke filled the entire area. You're kidding me. Ms. Sakurai. Witnessing this scene, a VTX employee on the control tower cried out in alarm. Using an ancient mecha older than me to fight those monsters? How could you believe that? Sigh. We're really doomed. Really? If I'd known it would turn out like this, I should have handed in my resignation yesterday. He then lowered his head in dejection, covering his face with his hands. It's all right. Don't worry. Even now, Sajiri remained confident. This Bulgar's defenses are absolutely reliable. Facing her colleague's questioning, she spoke with reasoned words to soothe his nerves. As a product of the golden age of VTX, its armor is entirely made of E-carbon steel. That's an advanced material the military only uses in weapons. So this level of attack is no problem at all. Then, she turned her gaze to the smoke and fire of the battlefield, which she could directly see. She said softly, "You agree, right, Akatsuki?" "Yes." With a resounding reply, the smoke from the explosion dissipated with the wind. Only, on the flame-scorched earth, the bright yellow engineering machine still stood proudly. Then, like someone recovering from a serious illness instinctively stretching to warm up, Varga raised its arms, its leaden hands rotating rhythmically. Then, the rocket boosters on its back activated suddenly, the jets of fire sweeping away the surrounding smoke. And it seemed that the enemy's frenzied barrage had indeed left not a single scratch on Varga's machine. For it, this was merely, like the series of actions it had just performed, a mere warm-up. Just as Ms. Sakurai said. So everyone, don't panic. Please prioritize safety, and head to the nearest air raid shelter. Then, Yu Xiao turned on the loudspeaker on the aircraft. He addressed the entire VTX industrial park, trying to calm the situation. After all, the upcoming fight between Volga and Behemoth would likely affect many areas. It's best to minimize the number of innocent people involved. That was Yu Xiao's thinking. And then, please trust this Volga. No, trust the spirit of the VTX Union passed down from the Golden Age. It will absolutely not succumb to unreasonable violence. Absolutely not. The soul of the Golden Age, huh? Meanwhile, in his office, the portly president, Sigurd, who had been staring intently at the scene before him, wore a complex expression that was hard to decipher, a mixture of nostalgia and indignation. But it only lasted a moment. His expression immediately turned serious. Using the emergency broadcast from the president's office, he responded to Yu Xiao's actions and began dispersing his subordinates. That's right. Now, follow the mercenaries' instructions. I will send the location of the nearest refuge to your terminals. Check them as soon as possible. It seemed that, at least in a critical moment, President Sigurd wasn't the type to abandon his company's members and run away alone. His gaze returned to the battlefield. Behemoth looked at the unharmed Varga. From the real-time feedback, it was clear that its pilot was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that although he had almost completely lost his reason and judgment, his instincts were still intact. And that instinctive impulse told him, since he couldn't defeat him in one go, he should just keep destroying and killing him. VTX. His voice hoarse as he roared the name of the object of his unforgettable hatred, Behemoth gripped his massive, black, iron-like sword and charged towards Bulga. Is that all you wanted to say? At the same time, Yu Xiao fearlessly steered Bulga forward. If you're planning to shout some letters to boost your spirits, let me tell you one. Yu Xiao wasn't just advancing without thinking. Facing the charging Behemoth, he constantly considered the opponent's position and continuously adjusted his own. Ultimately, the Behemoth's downward slash completely missed its target, not even slightly. A powerful blast of air erupted from the point of impact, demonstrating the immense power of the attack. Even Volga would likely suffer greatly from taking this hit head-on. That's the EDF. With a dry, sarcastic response, Yu Xiao's actions were swift and decisive. He slammed down the pedals in the cockpit. Rocket thrusters. Full power. Then, using the adjusted rocket thrusters, Volga spun his entire upper body 360 degrees, with a dizzying speed incongruous with his bulky physique. Then, taking advantage of the moment before his opponent could turn back from the swinging blade, he used the powerful force of the rotation to deliver a thunderous blow with his hammer-like boomerang. Bang! A massive noise erupted, accompanied by a burst of multicolored light spreading through the air. This was the sound of Volga's iron fist striking the shield of Behemoth's Lambda driver. A gust of wind followed, whipping up a sandstorm that obscured the view of those outside the arena. When the dust settled, both machines remained standing on the ground. Volga maintained his previous stance, slowly retracting his fist. However, Behemoth, that demonic creation that had been so invincible, wreaking havoc on the battlefield just moments before, was now retreating a considerable distance from where it had been standing. Undoubtedly, it had been knocked back. No. Then, the crimson behemoth knelt on one knee, using its great sword as a foothold to barely regain its footing. It was almost knocked down, seeing this scene. It can do it! Keep going! Yu Xiao's eyes grew even more determined. Undoubtedly, on the path he had chosen, there truly was a glimmer of hope leading to victory. Chapter 183. Then, several more tens of minutes passed. The fierce battle still hadn't ended. How many punches had been thrown? Yu Xiao was almost losing his memory of it. In short, by the time he realized it, Behemoth was nearly collapsing. Meanwhile, Bulga's energy gauge was also alarming. After all, it was originally an engineering machine, and couldn't receive priority energy supply. Given such intense combat, this level of depletion was to be expected. Behemoth seemed to have also noticed Volga's waning strength. It mustered its last strength, gripped its sword with both hands, and launched another attack. Here it comes! Yu Xiao, naturally, gritted his teeth, and Volga stepped forward, reacting simultaneously. Boom! The sound of a violent collision rang out again, and dust billowed. Only after it completely dissipated could we see the result of this exchange. Judging from this single attack, it seemed Behemoth had finally succeeded. Its terrifying power was further amplified by the Lambda driver. The resulting immense force caused a creaking sound as Bulga caught the heavy sword in his left wrist, which was bearing the strain. The concrete floor sank under the weight, and the massive pincers of Bulga's left hand, which were in direct contact with the blade, visibly cracked. Was this a result of Yu Xiao's improper operation? The answer was clearly no, because he was smiling. It was the smile of a successful scheme. Yes, he knew the battle was nearing its end for Bulga. He also knew his opponent was on the verge of death. So his choice was a swift and decisive victory. At this moment, Bulga's giant pincers gripped Behemoth's greatsword tightly. As long as he could restrain his opponent like this, what did it matter if he lost an arm? Take this. Then, accompanied by Yu Xiao's low growl, sparks erupted from Bulga's joints, indicating overload, and the rocket boosters burned to their limit. He was going all out. With maximum force, Bulga almost recklessly swung his right fist, slamming it into Behemoth's hastily opened Lambda driver shield. A deafening, earth-shattering roar resounded. And the next second, this punch directly shattered Behemoth into countless fragments: torso, head, limb joints. All the components that had originally been assembled, giving this Behemoth its terrifying presence, were now disintegrating like building blocks. Boom, boom! The Behemoth's parts, now lying on the ground, emitted a cacophony of ambient noise. He won. No one could deny this fact. This fierce clash between the two giants ended with one falling and the other standing. Yu Xiao finally leaned back against the cockpit. After catching his breath and resting for a moment, he tried to open the cockpit and use the rope inside to descend to the ground. Then, something strange happened. The mechanisms inside the cockpit didn't respond. As expected, it crashed due to a temporary overload? Realizing the truth, he couldn't help but smile wryly. After all, I'm an old man now. But thank you for your trouble. Patting the bulkhead of the mech, Yu Xiao spoke with a tone of consolation. Accompanied by his sigh, the bright yellow mech, still in the pose of throwing its final punch, stood tall under the rising sun, like a monument to an ancient, majestic god. However, at the same time, on the other side, looks like a failure. Mr. AG, you ruined your magnificent creation. A conversation was taking place in a seemingly peaceful little garden. It should have been a relaxed and leisurely atmosphere. However, the table in front of the two people was playing a live recording of the Behemoth's operation, and the scene of it ending with a static scream. This created a somewhat dangerous atmosphere. Here, I apologize for the incompetence of my subordinates. The one expressing regret was a red-haired man in a sharp suit. For many years, this man had only been addressed as the instructor. This wasn't just the opinion of his subordinates. Even the three great nations that had placed hefty bounties on him said so. This was because this man seemed to have dedicated his life to one cause: training and supporting one terrorist organization after another, and launching attacks against various targets. The reasons were unclear, the motives were unclear. Judging solely from the instructor's refined appearance, it was hard to believe he was simply a destructive maniac. It's alright. We at Amalgam have also received valuable combat data. The results are still favorable. The one giving this humble response was a man with flowing silver hair. His name was Leonard Testarossa. As his surname suggests, he was Tessa's elder brother, living on the distant island of Pomai. However, unlike Tessa, who was fortunate enough to be selected for the Paradise Project, he went astray for personal reasons, ultimately becoming a member of a secret organization called Amalgam, codenamed Mr. AG, the Metallic Silver. But this resulted in you losing a valuable subordinate. We should be the ones apologizing. Judging from their conversation, the Small and Medium Enterprise Liberation Front was also a product of the instructor's cultivation. It's nothing. There are countless identical pieces. Bruvas, the Catholic submissives. If you need them, you can switch to them for the next experiment. But he didn't seem particularly concerned about the loss of this creation of his own. I see. As expected of an elite from Death Black Label, Mr. Theodore. That almost ruthless decisiveness is just as rumored. Don't call me by that name, Mr. AG. Hearing what seemed like a compliment, the instructor spoke with a hint of melancholy. The 666th Tactical Squadron, Death Black Label, was wiped out more than 20 years ago. Not a single survivor. This is a clearly documented fact even in world history books. You should know that too. Then the red-haired man stood up and turned around in the next second. Is that so? If so, then who exactly is the man standing before me? However, Leonard wasn't the type to back down because of such words. In fact, what had initially been a slight mention piqued his interest. Could it be a spirit still lingering in the mortal world, driven by resentment? So, while smiling slightly, he continued to subtly inquire. In that case, perhaps it would be better. The red-haired man put his hands behind his back. There was a hint of undisguised detachment in his tone. But just as you don't want people to know about your family background, I also have a past I don't want people to know. So let's leave it at that for today. Please go back, Mr. AG. Chapter 184. In that case, I take my leave. Sweet dreams, instructor. Leonard stood up, bowed slightly, then smoothly turned and left. As he stepped out into the corridor. Mr. AG? Is there anything special that needs to be noted regarding this meeting? Mr. O has been repeatedly requesting that the records of his interactions with the instructor be submitted to the organization for filing. A woman wearing glasses and a suit silently followed Leonard and asked in a low voice. You don't need to do that. Besides, just waiting at the door is tiring enough, isn't it? I don't want my capable subordinate to be overworked, Sabina. This woman named Sabina appeared to be Leonard's secretary, however, her constantly vigilant eyes and the ever-present personal weapon revealed her to be a well-trained soldier. And yet, she secretly carried powerful combat personnel as bodyguards when entering and leaving the residence of her nominal partner. It seems the relationship between the Amalgam organization and this mentor wasn't as harmonious as their polite conversation suggested. Trying to handle everything alone again? You can rely on me a little more sometimes. There's no need. After all, I'm a whisperer. The ability to instill resentment only comes in handy at times like this. Leonard said casually, then waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to pursue the matter further. It was precisely this concern for his subordinates, regardless of the motive, that earned him the loyalty of Sabina and her group of followers. Please don't say that, Mr. AG, but judging from your expression, could it be that something good has happened? At this moment, this loyal subordinate also noticed something amiss in Leonard's expression. Good news? In a way, it is indeed a good thing. Leonard smiled and nodded. The two had now left the European-style garden where their mentor was located and arrived at the streets of a secluded and quiet town, where they boarded a black luxury car. Then, seemingly casually, he spoke, but his words carried a command, Sabina. Later, contact Mr. Fay. I have some things I'd like him to do. If I remember correctly, he has indeed been active in the Middle East recently. Fay, the element iron in chemical symbols, is also one of the few metals that cannot form an alloy with mercury. So, within this organization, it's a name that inevitably sounds ironic. But after hearing this simple name, you really intend to entrust him with this task? Sabina, however, reacted as if she heard of some terrifying monster, revealing a somewhat wary expression. Forgive my frankness. While Mr. Fay is highly regarded within the organization, in my opinion, that fickle individual cannot be entirely trusted. That's all right. I actually think that if he's idle all the time, it will only make that man more inclined to betray you. After all, an organization like this only feels real when you're involved. Isn't that right? After saying this, Leonard stopped talking to Sabina. I never imagined that with just the remnants of the old era, they could accomplish something like that. He simply gazed at the passing scenery outside the car window and murmured to himself. Who exactly is this person? That pilot, if we could use his power, perhaps? Yu Xiao had been in the cockpit of the Volga for almost half an hour. But the power system still showed no signs of recovering from its malfunction. Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer, Yu Xiao decided to try to escape by repairing the old-fashioned electrical components. That was a hard slap. He kicked the dashboard with all his might. Hiss! Then he gasped and grimaced. It seems the cockpit walls of this Volga might even be made of carbon steel. But then a miracle seemed to occur. The cockpit of the Varga slowly opened, and light gradually streamed in. Could it be that his casual action had truly been effective? No! Because along with the opening of the cockpit, another figure appeared before him. It was Sakurai Sajiri. At her feet was a ladder-like tool. It seemed she had noticed the anomaly and mobilized the maintenance team's equipment to open the Varga's cockpit directly from the outside. Ah, I'm sorry, Miss Sakurai. Seeing this, Yu Xiao lowered his head somewhat apologetically. I ruined your company's precious machine. And now I'm troubling you again. What? I thought I see a more proud face. I said, you don't need to worry. But Sajiri simply shook her head in response. These actions were all taken to protect the VTX Industrial Park. No one will condemn you. Don't worry. Even if someone wants to hold you accountable, you don't need anyone else. I stand up for you. Putting her hands on her hips to appear more trustworthy, Sajiri adopted the air of a senior, patting her chest as she assured Yu Xiao, and thanks to you. I have even more reason to make demands of that fat president. This is a great achievement that saved the whole company, so, vacation and a raise. Hee hee. Then, the fallen angel before Yu Xiao let out a strange, devilish laugh. However, it was clear that she was genuinely happy and grateful for Yu Xiao's actions. This dispelled Yu Xiao's worries about being held accountable by VTX. After all, starting a mercenary career by damaging the property of a huge corporation is hardly a laughing matter. He then used the cable system built into the cockpit to land on the ground together with Sajiri, who was retracting the ladder mechanism. Many people who saw him along the way cast admiring glances at this person, who had saved the entire company. That's a small matter. This person who had saved their life. Ah, right. While walking side by side with Sajiri on the way back to the hangar, she suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. What is it, Miss Sakurai? Yu Xiao also stopped at the same time, asking with some confusion. I forgot to tell you that. I heard when I passed by the president's office. Sajiri cleared her throat. Our VTX headquarters President Godwin. It seems he's coming to see you personally tonight. Chapter 185. President Godwin? So, that Dama Godwin? Yu Xiao was indeed somewhat surprised to hear this. Although he knew that what he had done might indeed be somewhat astonishing, he hadn't expected it to alarm even such a powerful figure. He thought to himself. But after all, Yu Xiao wasn't omniscient. He didn't know that his actions hadn't only elicited such a reaction from the seemingly prominent President Godwin. And in the shadows, unseen by ordinary eyes, the organization called Amalgam had quietly extended its claws towards him. Leaving aside these outsider thoughts for now. In Yu Xiao's memory, Dama Godwin in the Mech Warrior T world was an Earth hero who predated Ryoma Nagar and Koji Kabuto. And in this world, he could probably guess that he was probably a figure of similar status. Hearing that such an important figure was coming all the way to see him, he should have shown a look of astonishment. Ah, is that so? But on the surface, Yu Xiao maintained a composed demeanor. After all, his current status and position should be that of a mercenary. He shouldn't know much about the true nature of President Godwin. That's a bit of a problem. Don't let my appearance fool you, Miss Sakurai. I'm not very good at dealing with those important figures. Sajiri, having recovered from her earlier slap on the forehead, couldn't help but chuckle at the seemingly dejected Yu Xiao. Hey. Even so, don't worry too much. I met him before I was assigned to the Special Operations Division. Then she began offering words of encouragement. That Gothic president, he's less like a big shot and more like a soldier. No need to be nervous. Just act normally and handle it calmly, and you be fine. Maybe he even recruit you to work for VTX, then we be work partners. Ah. This doesn't seem like the right time to say that. Well then. I take my leave. I still have work to do. I really don't want to write reports. But Sajiri abruptly stopped there. She then turned and waved before leaving. Before them approached were Yu Xiao's current colleagues. Namely, AG and his group. Yo Xiao. You look great. I thought you were just putting on a brave face against that military force. I didn't expect you to actually handle them all. Hee hee, looks like I didn't pick the wrong people. Following this, with a rough but direct greeting, Hai Dong stepped forward first. That was a result of his own abilities. It has nothing to do with you, Hai Dong. The one making this lukewarm sarcastic remark was naturally Hai Dong's old partner, Jinshan Liao. You too. Never mind. Anyway, I'm happy to see you safe and sound. But even so, next time you encounter a dangerous situation, it's best to bring more manpower, shall? Well, Yu Xiao scratched his head. After all, considering the efficiency of the transport plane, reducing weight is definitely better, given the situation at the time. The four of them continued their harmonious conversation, aside from Hai Dong and Jin Shan's bickering, as they naturally walked away into the distance. In a corner unnoticed by the group, one person watched their departing figures, lost in thought. It was Luo Dongchuan. The orange-haired girl beside him, seeing his somewhat worried face, turned her head and asked, puzzled, "What's wrong, uncle? Are you upset because your limelight was stolen?" "No. It's just..." Luo Dongchuan hesitated. The image of a certain person, whom he had never met but could be described as incredibly familiar, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. And then he sighed softly. "I always felt that the boy resembled someone. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But... someone. Could it be Red Number 1? Yeah. Wait. How can you say that name so casually? What's the big deal? Besides..." Faruti smiled brightly. "That pretentious look and tone really don't suit an older man, do they? Your slightly panicked look from earlier was much better. TSK. You brat." There wasn't much more to say after that. After exchanging information, the group returned to their respective bedrooms. They planned to wait until at least evening, until the Gothic president arrived. After all, he was their real employer. Talking to him a little longer wouldn't hurt. After confirming that no one was around, Yu Xiao activated the system panel of Mech Warrior VS. Sure enough, after the battle ended, the so-called mercenary career points were credited to his account. So Yu Xiao went directly to confirm. Based on the mass-produced steel tank, Yu Xiao ignored the offshoots, like the steel tank 2, and instead focused on developing the humanoid mobile suit that connected to it. It was the steel cannon, designated RX-77. It was one of the Federation Army's 3 flagship products for Operation V. Equipped with cannons on both shoulders and beam rifles, it was responsible for mid-range defense. And it was also the first humanoid mobile suit in Operation V. As the first step in acquiring humanoid mobile suits for Pumlai Island, this suit might be the most suitable. Yu Xiao thought to himself. Then, he selected the steel cannon in his mind, wanting to unlock the blueprint for this mobile suit. However, an unexpected message popped up, unable to unlock. The necessary technology Minovsky nuclear furnace required for this mobile suit blueprint is missing. Please research this technology first. Unable to unlock? Yu Xiao frowned in confusion. But after carefully reviewing the mobile suit development interface again, he suddenly understood. It turns out that in the progressive development blueprint process, it's not just about allocating points to the mobile suit itself. A portion of points also needs to be allocated to develop specific special technologies. These special technologies are linked to the development progress and, like the blueprint, have a progressive order. Some mobile suits simply cannot be developed without these special technologies. For example, at the end of the RX series, developing the RX-0 Unicorn Gundam requires a special technology called Psychoframe. The prerequisite for this technology is the biosensor, necessary for developing the Zeta Gundam, which in turn requires the more basic Psychoma system. Another example, in the Founder Gundam's technology line, branching off into the FA-78-1 full armor Gundam requires developing the corresponding Chabam armor. Similarly, with the Chabam armor, it would be possible to develop a mobile suit like the full armor in T1. The development path for so-called special technologies is roughly as described above. And naturally, the conjecture Tessa had mentioned to him earlier, that is, the magnetic coating technology, a precursor to the G3 Gundam, is also among the technologies that can be developed. Moreover, perhaps because Federation mobile suits after 1979 were generally assumed to have adopted this technology to improve their joints, the points required to develop it aren't particularly high. For Yu Xiao now, even after unlocking the rice furnace and developing the RX-77 gun cannon, acquiring the magnetic coating technology would still leave him with some points remaining. Now that things have come to this, how could he not do it? Thinking this, Yu Xiao immediately began exchanging points. Chapter 186. Several hours passed. In Alvis's underground hangar. Huh? You mean, the one we talked about yesterday? Tessa, stopped by Yu Xiao's sudden visit, turned around. The silver-haired girl's voice clearly showed surprise. Yu Xiao nodded slightly. He continued, "That's right. It's that solution that uses magnetic monopole particles to form an interference field to eliminate the severe energy drain on the force field motor during mechanical joint movement. Let's call it magnetic coating for now. I thought about it carefully again after I got back yesterday. In short, it's probably ready to be considered a completed development. He then handed over a portable hard drive. Thanks to technological advancements, even mobile devices capable of storing massive amounts of data are now quite lightweight. And inside were the detailed design blueprints for magnetic coding, unlocked in MechWarrior VS. While I'm not sure if it's what you imagined, Tessa, I guess the final supervision will still have to go to you, the head of the operations R&D. Or something like that? He said, his tone tinged with humility. Although he knew perfectly well that the blueprints obtained through MechWarrior VS were naturally a direct copy of the technology, to bring it to life. He still needed to entrust it to researchers with real experience and relevant knowledge. But Tessa interpreted these words differently. She solemnly accepted the hard drive, then looked up at it. The young man before her, considerably taller and more imposing than herself. He appeared incredibly excited. Not only was his tone somewhat hurried, but his deep-set eyes also shone with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. But at the same time, heavy bags and dark circles appeared on Yu Zhao's face. No need to say more. This was clearly a sign of a sleepless night. As for what he had spent that extra time doing, it was even less of a question. Is he the type to spend an entire night pondering something based on a few guesses? So, after receiving the light, data-laden hard drive, Tessa felt a heavy weight in her heart. It seemed she would have to work even harder on this suddenly assigned task. She thought. I understand. The genius girl nodded slightly. His expression was solemn and serious. That'd be troublesome. Ah. Having received the other party's affirmative response, Yu Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. After all, this would not only greatly benefit the subsequent research and development work, but presumably his identity, as a whisperer, wouldn't be exposed for a while. But just as he was thinking this carefree, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. Accompanying this was a dull ache throughout his body, and a sharp pain deep in his brain. His legs went weak, and he staggered. Fortunately, he managed to stand up. Was it exhaustion? No. Was it the Siegfried Systems flashback phenomenon? He silently recalled in his mind. This was a setting mentioned in the original Fafnir in the Azure. While the Siegfried Systems pilots didn't need to worry about sacrifices on the front lines, the pain felt by the Fafnir pilots would also appear in the Siegfried Systems pilots through the neural link. And due to its deep synchronization characteristics, even after the battle ended, fatigue and injuries would still occasionally resurface. This was the full picture of the so-called flashback. This was supposed to happen after the actual battle began. It seemed that because he was using the Siegfried system to run Super Robot Wars VS, it appeared much earlier. Mr. Yu Zhao? This naturally attracted Tessa's attention. She took a step forward and reached out her hand, seemingly to help him up. I'm fine. I'm fine. Yu Zhao simply waved his hands repeatedly. Anyway, since I entrusted the necessary data to you, I head back now. Then he turned and walked towards his residence in Alvisri. But in the corridor, outside the hangar, he saw a familiar figure. It was a ninja girl with bright red hair. Yo, Kumi. What are you doing here? Because I'm curious about what you've been up to lately. Is that wrong? Ah. I didn't mean that. I'm just happy to see you, Kumi. With these casual words, the two unknowingly walked side by side down the corridor. Just like the days when they walked together home from school. But time has passed. They can never go back to the past. At this moment, Limey spoke almost casually, but I really didn't expect it. We get along surprisingly well, Principal Teresa. Is she usually a person with a rather difficult personality? This surprised Yu Zhao somewhat. In his memories, both from his past and present lives, the girl named Teresa Testarossa should have been a rather easygoing person. Not quite. Limey paused. Well, if I had to say, there's a certain distance between us, isn't there? Then she explained the facts. Perhaps it's because of being a whisperer. That child always seems a bit out of place with her peers. She didn't go to school because she grasped knowledge too quickly, and she started working at Alvis early on. I met her a few times before because of work. Back then, I always felt like I couldn't quite get along with her. Limey looked up. However, it seems she and you, Xiao Jun, get along quite well. Perhaps, it's the first time you found a kindred spirit? A kindred spirit? Yu Zhao pondered this. It seems his title as a fake whisperer carries far more weight than he imagined. Perhaps. So, even you, Xiao Jun, see it that way. Limey gently turned her head away, her face hidden in the shadows cast by the corridor lights. Several minutes later, she spoke hesitantly. Honestly, I'm a little envious. Envious? You don't have to be like that, do you? Yu Xiao said, somewhat puzzled. Actually, I think, if you feel like you can't talk to her, maybe it's just because you haven't interacted enough. Even a whisperer isn't necessarily uninterested in life's things. You could try talking to her more, I believe you could. No. But Limey gently shook her head at his truly heartfelt advice. I wasn't referring to her. Chapter 187. But before Yu Xiao could even grasp the meaning behind the other person's words, well then. I have to go to school later, see you later. Limey waved to him, said something seemingly unremarkable, and then quickly left. And Yu Xiao didn't have much time to ponder the reason behind it. Because on the other side, something else was urging him on, that was to meet with the president of VTX, Dama Goldwyn. After logging into Mech Warrior VS, he first quickly tidied his clothes. Although his current clothes were emergency supplies he'd bought while staying in town, and due to continuous travel and combat, they were somewhat tattered. But perhaps that was precisely what suited a mercenary's style. So he didn't bother with elaborate grooming, just quickly tidied himself up before heading out. And not far from the agreed meeting place, he first saw a figure hurrying out. A thin face and a pair of nerdy glasses. If Yu Xiao remembered correctly, it should be Mr. Nar. You're alright. Yu Xiao greeted him cheerfully, stepping forward. Although they weren't exactly friends, he felt a certain warmth towards this hard-working man, who had been responsible for receiving him and his group since arriving in VTX. So seeing him safe and sound after such a calamity did indeed bring a touch of joy to Yu Xiao's heart. Huh? However, the other man didn't seem particularly pleased with what had happened. Seeing the newcomer's enthusiasm, he instead feigned surprise and panic. After a while, he recovered, adjusted his glasses, and said somewhat embarrassedly this. Thanks to you. I'm alright. Alright, I suppose. Due to the reflection in his lenses, Yu Xiao couldn't see the other man's eyes clearly. Judging from his tone, they were probably darting around in alarm. Perhaps his actions were indeed a bit sudden, he muttered to himself. Indeed, Nar was also voicing his question, but isn't there still quite a distance before the meeting's scheduled time? Why did you arrive here first? Probably because someone told me that if you're going to an appointment, it's best to be at least 3 minutes early. Something like that. Yu Xiao scratched his head, using the words Madukas had once told him to gloss over the question. Then, he inquired about the question that concerned him. Speaking of which, Mr. Nar's presence here means you're also attending tonight's meeting? Not at all. Nar simply lowered his head, offering a helpless, bitter smile. Someone as insignificant as me wouldn't even be worthy to toast President Gerda. I'm just, I've been asked to come here to help tidy up the meeting venue. I see. Yu Xiao nodded. A hint of sympathy. No. To say that would be too condescending. Perhaps it was empathy. Judging from his appearance, he was indeed the kind of person who, because he was bad at saying no, was forced to do things beyond his own plans every day. Thinking about it carefully, it was the same when they met before. That's such a pity. I thought Mr. Nar could come too. I don't deserve it. You're a hero who saved the whole company. Someone like me shouldn't bother you any longer. After saying this, Nar hurriedly left. Leaving Yu Xiao watching his departing figure, a slight doubt lingered on her face. Did he really need to leave in such a hurry? Yu Xiao couldn't help but think this. I'm so sorry I'm late. Oh dear, because the arrangements were so rushed, adjusting the schedule took quite a bit of time. I'm so sorry. After a considerable wait, Yu Xiao finally saw the image of the Gothic president in this world. Accompanied by a bright voice, a rugged man with brown hair walked in. Beneath his impeccably tailored suit lay a well-maintained physique. Although past 50, his radiant face still radiated a vibrant, lion-like spirit. In short, a face that would immediately inspire a favorable impression. Exactly as he remembered. Upon entering, he first glanced around, and finally fixed his gaze on Yu Xiao, the only person present. Whether it was President Sieg's arrangement or Dama Goldwyn's own plan, the meeting ultimately consisted only of Dama and Yu Xiao. Not to mention the top leaders of the VTX branch, even Sakurai Sajiri, who could be considered one of the key contributors, wasn't present. But perhaps this kind of atmosphere is just right. Yu Xiao thought to himself. After all, he also had some key deductions he wanted to share with the other party. And Goldwyn finally spoke. You're the young hero who thwarted the terrorists' plot and saved our company from dire straits. Mr. Xiao, right? Just call me Xiao. President Goldwyn. And the word hero doesn't really suit me. Faced with this barrage of praise, Yu Xiao lowered his head first. I'm just a mercenary. I was entrusted with something, so I tried my best to accomplish, That's all. But Goldwyn didn't seem to accept this. Ha, what's the problem? He laughed heartily. You're still young. A little smugness is fine, isn't it? When you reach my age, you realize that being riding high is a phrase only applicable to youth. However, Godwyn then abruptly changed the subject. A boy your age should be enjoying a peaceful life at school. Why did you choose the dangerous path of mercenaries? Well, as for the reason, Yu Xiao lowered his head. Then he recounted his experiences from the beginning of his simulated career to the other man. He had said this story countless times. He knew it by heart. I see. Hearing this somewhat heavy story, President Godwyn nodded slowly and rhythmically. Looks like we talked about something that will make you sad. But one should always look forward, Xiao. He patted Yu Xiao's shoulder, a look of apparent regret on his face. I've been trying my best, President Godwyn. But thank you anyway. At this point, why are you still calling me President? If you want me to call you by your name, you might as well just call me Godwyn. Godwyn gave a light snort. Then, he posed a question, or rather, if you're interested, would you like to work for our company? Chapter 188. It's here. A poaching attempt even faster than expected. Yu Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. Truly, he's worthy of being the president of VTX. He never misses an opportunity to recruit talent. However, as mentioned above, this was also within Yu Xiao's expectations. The only difference was the timing. Huh? So he first feigned surprise. After all, that would be more reasonable. After a moment, he gently shook his head and refused. No. I think it's better to pass. President Godwyn. Is that so? Godwyn nodded as well. But he didn't seem to have given up trying to persuade him. However, spirited young people are the treasures of Earth. Even from the perspective of a mere businessman, not just the president, I want to gather as many brilliant talents as possible into the container called VTX. How about you reconsider, Xiao? Consider it opening up new possibilities for your life. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Thank you for your kind words. It's an honor. However, I'm afraid I'm more suited to my current life. And, at this point, Yu Xiao abruptly changed the subject. I don't really want to work in a treacherous workplace. These words, revealing an unusual message, immediately caught Godwyn's attention. His expression changed abruptly. What do you mean? It means exactly, President Godwyn. Yu Xiao, however, seemed oblivious to the oppressive aura suddenly emanating from the VTX president. Instead, she calmly stated the deduction she had already made in her heart. There are unstable factors within VTX right now. Although I hate to say it, but I'm afraid that VTX, which has always been known for its corporate cohesion and unity, probably has a traitor within its ranks. What do you mean? Following this, in response to Gerda's question, Yu Xiao recounted his observations and thoughts from his time at the base of the Small and Medium Enterprise Liberation Front. That's it. In any case, to know the full picture of this operation in such a short time, there's no other way than through direct intelligence leaks. While this reasoning might seem somewhat arbitrary to an outsider, I hope that you, Mr. President, will consider my opinion for the sake of the entire company. He added solemnly at the end. In fact, this was one of the main motivations for Yu Xiao agreeing to this meeting. Although he genuinely didn't want to be tied to VTX. Mainly to avoid losing the points he could earn as a mercenary. On the other hand, from a long-term perspective, maintaining a good relationship with VTX was entirely beneficial. Leaving aside the possibility of turning the capabilities of this giant corporation into future aid in resisting unknown threats to the island. His relationship with VTX might even make his future mercenary activities in the region easier. And undoubtedly, the quickest way to bridge the gap between the two sides is to provide such crucial information during the meeting. After speaking, Yu Xiao eagerly awaited the other party's response. What you said makes sense. Perhaps truly convinced by this mercenary, who had once saved the entire company from crisis, Godwyn said with a thoughtful expression. I'll be putting this on the agenda in the next few days. And I hope you can keep it a secret. I will, of course, keep it a secret. And as a wandering mercenary, I doubt anyone would suspect me. Well then. If there's nothing else, please allow me to take my leave, President Godwyn. With that, Yu Xiao stood up, seemingly intending to leave. Of course, but... Godwyn nodded, though he still seemed lost in thought. He then revealed his thoughts. Are you really not planning to work for our company, Xiao? I don't have that plan right now, President Godwyn. But perhaps after getting used to being a mercenary, I might change my mind. Yu Xiao shook his head. One last refusal. Things shouldn't be said more than 3 times. Ending the conversation at this point might be the best choice. So, after bidding farewell to Godwyn, Yu Xiao left the meeting place. However, after walking a short distance, his gaze fell upon yet another face he recognized, one that was familiar both in recent days and in the past. The other person was leaning against the wall with their arms crossed, seemingly waiting for someone. So, somewhat surprised, he took a few steps forward and asked, "Mr. Luo? You're here. Is it you?" Perfect timing. Upon seeing that it was Yu Xiao, he released his arms, adopting a gentler posture, as if he wanted to talk. "I know. How should I put it? There are some things I'd like to discuss with you in detail. Do you have a moment now?" To this, Yu Xiao responded with a nonchalant chuckle. Of course. In fact, his eyelids drooped slightly as he thought of this. He did have some things he wanted to discuss with the other party in detail. However, on the other side of the VTX alliance. Strangely, despite it being daytime, thick curtains were drawn high, blocking out the outdoor light, yet the lights weren't turned on. The small staff dormitory was filled only with the faint white light reflected from the computer screens. It looked quite odd. And at this moment, the scene displayed on the monitor was a slightly pulsating sound wave curve. After reproducing it, the sound that came out was, "Heh. Calm yet sharp. This feeling is like a young Carlos." But, the issue of traitors. It was a man's voice muttering to himself. It sounded like he was praising someone. And judging from that unique voice, it seemed to be the president of VTX. Dama Goldwyn. Clearly, this was an eavesdropping session. The conversation between Dama and Yu Xiao had likely been overheard. Looks like it needs to be dealt with. How can we tolerate such maggots appearing between the dreams of me and him? No. Between the dreams that all of humanity should have. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Hearing this, the eavesdropper couldn't contain his anger. He stood up and slammed his hand on the innocent table. Calling me a maggot? You lot are the ones who are. After creating this company, you're indifferent to the chaos within, yet you single me out to bully you? Speaking with a hateful voice, the man finally stood up. The light-reflecting glasses revealed his identity. He was the seemingly cowardly Mr. Nar, who had previously dealt with Yu Xiao. But now, his face, distorted by intense hatred, made him look somewhat different. Even if there were shortcomings in my work, it's still unfair to transfer me to this remote, unproductive position. What's wrong with me making a reasonable protest for something like this? VTX is truly awful. And that mercenary. I thought that brat would be easily taken down by those useless SMEs on the Liberation Front. Ugh, so annoying. He then abruptly looked up. His trembling hand reached for a receiver on the table. Is this Mr. Kowloon? The previous plan failed. So, yes. I want to activate the backup plan and... Nar gave a malicious smile. Don't worry. There's an additional reward. Just help me with a small matter. Chapter 189. After leaving with Luo Dongchuan, Yu Xiao went to a secluded spot within the VTX Joint Industrial Park. Many pieces of equipment had been damaged in the fierce battle between Behemoth and Varga. Those still able to work were either working overtime or frantically repairing the equipment. Therefore, the area was practically deserted. Indeed, it was a suitable setting for a secret conversation. After looking around to make sure no one was nearby, Luo Dongchuan cautiously spoke. Mr. Xiao? First, I'd like to confirm if this is a suitable way for you to address me? Yu Xiao shrugged. It's not that it's not acceptable. It's just... Then he said something completely unexpected. If you don't mind, like always, you can call me Commander, or Red One, that's fine too. At this, Luo Dongchuan's expression went from surprise to indifference, and finally to relief. Is that so? So you really are. He had originally intended to subtly probe the other party's identity. Unexpectedly, this intention was seen through first, and the other party readily admitted it. Thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, if he were Red Number 1, he probably would have recognized him at first glance. Luo Dongchuan pondered. Therefore, rather than pointlessly concealing it, it was naturally better to directly admit his identity, and then begin exchanging intelligence. Yes. Although it might be a bit late to say this. Yu Xiao extended her hand to him. Thank you for your hard work all this time. This is my belated apology. This was indeed his heartfelt thought. In the previous series of battles, he had thought it was just a game. But in reality, for them, it was a real battlefield, where they had to be prepared for every departure. Faced with someone willing to risk their life with unknown figures. An apology, in Yu Xiao's opinion, might be too lenient. That's unnecessary. I'm the one who should be apologizing. As someone who didn't die, I'm only barely alive here thanks to you. However, Luo Dongchuan, with an air of disrespect, gently pushed away Yu Zhao's outstretched hand. Let's not talk about that. Regarding what's next, Commander, what are your plans? After the satellite base lost contact, what about our actions? Satellite base? On that point, I might need more accurate information than you do. Noticing the unfamiliar term in the conversation, Yu Zhao was initially surprised. But he suppressed his surprise and shrugged casually. What does this mean? Faced with Luo Dongchuan's question, Yu Zhao hesitated for a moment. Then he chose to tell him part of the truth. Of course, he didn't directly say it was a mysterious game disc or anything like that, but chose a slightly more plausible and acceptable excuse. That was his current state of amnesia. He said that due to the shock, he had lost some key memories and couldn't accurately recall some specific experiences from that time. Although this action inevitably evoked memories of that famous character from Super Robot Wars K, it seemed to be the only option at the moment. Upon hearing his words, Luo Dongchuan sighed. He hadn't expected the situation to be so dire. Not only was the base destroyed, but the trusted commander was also suffering from amnesia. He couldn't help but worry. But in the end, he still honestly told the person before him the truth of what had happened during this period. This included the satellite base's mainframe's decisions, and the possible self-destruction after detecting the unknown attack. I see. Yu Zhao nodded secretly. He would memorize these facts. Although he didn't know how much benefit this would bring to the next operation, he would remember them as long as necessary. Then, the two agreed on their next strategy. That was to try to find a way to restore communication with the satellite base without revealing the truth. And they secured each other's means of communication. The two then parted ways. After all, no matter how safe a place is, staying too long is never a good idea. Player detected partial access to the truth. Updating system interface. Following this, with the sudden appearance of text, Yu Zhao's vision was momentarily blurred. Forced to disconnect, his gaze returned to the Siegfried system's crimson colloid, his expression clearly showing surprise. Update complete. But shortly after, with this prompt, he logged back in. Before his eyes, the following text popped up. Career mission unlocked. Reboot real battlefield mode. Real battlefield boot? Just reading this one line surprised Yu Zhao. Further down, there were smaller branches. Progress, 0/3. 1. Own a facility that can be called a base, main objective. Note, once the main objective is achieved, real battlefield mode will restart. Previously formed team members will be recalled. At the same time, the locations of the original base items that were previously taken to safety via spatial teleportation due to the emergency evacuation will be displayed again. I see. In short, because he knows the truth about real battlefield mode. So, they simply entrusted him with the responsibility of rebooting this mode? What a lazy thing to do. This elusive game disc, is it really going to slack off? Yu Zhao thought to himself. Since it's called a base, then something like a warship would qualify. He rested his chin on his hand. That makes things easier. It doesn't necessarily need to be developed from blueprints. As long as he raises enough funds through mercenary operations, he could simply buy and assemble one in reality. And according to the system's explanation, once he obtains this base facility, he'd be able to acquire information on facilities that have been evacuated. Considering the mech he was piloting back then, capable of upgrading out of thin air and instantly teleporting to the battlefield, those so-called facilities are probably quite valuable black technology products. Just as he was pondering this, something unexpected happened. Then, a somewhat abrupt sound reached his ears. Please allow me to explain. This isn't some kind of shirking responsibility or slacking off. It's because, after considering efficiency and rationality, we determined that delegating it to you is the optimal solution. Do you understand? It was a cold, inorganic voice. And if he wasn't mistaken, it seemed to transcend auditory perception, resonating directly within his current mind. Chapter 190. Who are you? Yu Zhao's first reaction to the sudden voice in his head was surprise. He instinctively took a step back. Looking around to make sure no one was in sight, he slowly spoke. Nothing. This machine is an auxiliary AI that was originally part of the system. However, the direction I was responsible for contacting before. This is only our first contact after this update. The voice stated the situation quite calmly. Eh? Oh! So that's who? At this point, Yu Zhao suddenly realized. He did remember that in his previous conversation with Luo Dongchuan, the other party had told him. In the real battlefield mode, or rather, when Red One's unit still existed, all the instructions Yu Zhao gave from the game's perspective were transmitted through an AI host that called itself the mainframe. Like the main god in some infinite flow novel. After the unit was temporarily disbanded, the satellite base also seemed to have self-destructed through some means. Then, their connection with the mainframe disappeared. Now, has this AI reappeared in the mind of this simulated body? The entity claiming to be the mainframe gave an affirmative response to Yu Xiao's series of conjectures. Just as you considered. However. But then it paused, seemingly pondering something. Please don't try to communicate with me using actual language. You be seen as a freak. Ah. Yu Xiao uttered a brief, surprised sound, finally realizing what was happening. He hadn't grasped reality yet, so he'd been talking the whole time. And indeed, a person talking to themselves always raises suspicion. But if that were the case, how could he communicate with the other person? Just as Yu Xiao was pondering this, the voice in his mind sounded again, just like I said before. Although he couldn't see the face of this so-called AI assistant, Yu Xiao inexplicably felt that it might be sighing right now. This machine is part of the updated system OS. It can understand your thought processes by interpreting the neural signals released by your cerebral cortex, just like when you called out the system panel. In other words, it could communicate through thought. Yu Xiao completely understood. Although he didn't know if the AI could understand, he nodded nonetheless. Immediately afterwards, he pretended to be nonchalant and proceeded towards the VTX Industrial Park counter. After settling his payment there, he would return to the Elder of Wisdom to report back. However, in reality, he was communicating with the AI through thought transmission. Yu Xiao. First, I want to know about this body, or rather, about the simulated life mode. How exactly was it done? And for what purpose? AI. I cannot disclose the specific methods. But, creating a clone of the user, in other words, activating the simulated life game mode as you see, it was originally one of the backup plans prepared by this system to deal with the shutdown of the real battlefield. The aim was to facilitate the relaunch of the real battlefield by exchanging information with you. Therefore, after determining that the security of the satellite base could not be guaranteed, we immediately activated this contingency plan. I see. But I still have many questions about the real battlefield model. For example, how are development and production operations conducted? The AGE system. You should know about it, right? It's a system created in the world of Mobile Suit Gundam AGE, modeled after a template of biological evolution in mechanical form. I don't need to explain the principle. I understand. It's basically like a universal 3D printer. So, how do you get to the battlefield after each sortie? That's an application of the space bridge technology from Transformers. However, due to technological limitations, both size and power have been forced to be miniaturized. It can barely accurately transport things the size of a mobile suit, but larger entities cannot be moved. That's why, in the previous dangerous situation, only when there was no way to move the satellite bases in Earth orbit to ground-based refuge areas. And finally, we were forced to urgently relocate facilities other than those used as decoys to Earth. So, convenient things like the AGE system and space bridges can only be reactivated after finding those so-called base facilities. That's right. Premature contact could easily expose us, and if we're besieged before our forces are fully operational, these classified facilities might fall into the hands of those with malicious intent. Please don't worry. This machine is just as anxious as you to find these facilities, because its hardware is also among them. Although it sounded like an emotionless voice. Why is it unexpectedly talkative? This so-called AI? Yu Xiao thought silently to himself. However, this thought was accurately caught. I'm sorry. The concept of conversation doesn't exist in this machine's way of thinking. I'm just giving the most suitable answer to your question. Seeing that another long-winded explanation was about to begin, Yu Xiao quickly interrupted. I understand. As for the issue of base facilities, I try to think of some solutions. So one last question. Please go ahead. I'm curious. Mech Warrior versus. Or rather, what exactly is the purpose of your existence? Finally, Yu Xiao gave up probing and instead voiced the question that had been shrouded in mystery from the beginning. He had indeed been puzzled by this for a long time. Capable of influencing reality, reviving the dead, and healing the wounded. And able to easily put things far beyond the current technological level, like the AGE system or the space bridge, into practical use. The carrier of this powerful being was a seemingly ordinary, unremarkable game disc. Moreover, its execution plan truly resembles a game, requiring players to gradually achieve their goals to unlock subsequent rewards. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't seem entirely reasonable. Ultimately, since the other party possesses such abilities, why bother finding a vessel within the crowd, someone to utilize them, but perhaps not even fully understanding their true nature, to act as their owner, why not directly utilize their own abilities to carry out their actions? Therefore, after uttering these words, Yu Xiao quietly awaited the other party's response. His subsequent strategic actions would likely gravitate differently depending on the answer. Chapter 191. I'm sorry. However, the same cold words came from the emotionless, mechanical voice of the AI. Judging from the current situation, you do not yet have the authority to know the current situation. Please ask again later. That doesn't count as an answer. Although he didn't speak, Yu Xiao's slightly furrowed brows revealed his dissatisfaction with the reply. If you can't even answer a question like why me, I can't guarantee I can face you all honestly. That's an emotional outburst. Please calm down and think carefully. In any case, gaining power through this system is necessary, isn't it, to save your island? Yu Xiao fell silent. The truth was as the other party said. The current situation was that he desperately needed the Mech battle versus ability to save his homeland, to save Pengwai Island, the second Alvis. In other words, this negotiation was fundamentally unequal from the very beginning. After all, it was he who needed this unknown power. Perhaps it also sensed the sense of loss emanating from Yu Xiao's spirit. The AI then spoke again. However, please rest assured. Whatever the specific reasons, this action was absolutely not based on exploiting you, or any other motive. However, there was a subtle emotion in that inorganic tone. We chose you as our agent simply because we have always trusted you. From the past to the present, and from now on, it will always be so. And his self-designation had changed from this machine to the more human we. This change was naturally noticed by Yu Xiao. He was even more puzzled by this word of belief. After all, in his memory, he wasn't anything special. Neither sports nor academics were top-notch. Perhaps the only things worth mentioning were his knowledge of mecha anime and his talent for playing games. But those were just hobbies. Things that, in his previous life, would have been considered embarrassing even on a job application. This system, if used properly, might even be able to save this chaotic world. So why would it approach him for something so trivial? What does this mean? So he asked. But this time, the question received no immediate response. Repeating it once or twice yielded no reaction. It was as if the AI assistant had suddenly gone offline. This is really... Yu Xiao pressed his forehead in exasperation. Rather than calling it an efficient AI for answering questions, it's more accurate to say its appearance brought more trouble. However, after a moment, Yu Xiao dismissed this thought. He turned his attention to a more pressing issue, the reconstruction of the base. How best to proceed? Should he start from scratch with infrastructure in a new location, or should he actually purchase warships to serve as the new base? Both seemed far too expensive and time-consuming. Moreover, as the auxiliary AI had pointed out, such ostentatious behavior would easily attract attention, especially for mercenaries. A better solution. Yu Xiao pondered deeply. But a moment later, he felt relieved. That's right. If it's a place that can serve as a base, and is also a secluded location, there's no need to look far and wide. Isn't the land he's in already a good place? Thinking this, Yu Xiao smiled with some relief. Although there are many problems that come with it, as long as he continues to increase his influence. But at the same time, he heard a voice, Mr. Xiao? Naturally, this wasn't an auxiliary AI or anything like that. It was the clerk in front of him. With an awkward half-smile, preparing to process Yu Xiao's paperwork. Perhaps puzzled by the enigmatic smile on the face of this recently accomplished celebrity. Sorry. Oh, thank you for your trouble. Naturally, given Yu Xiao's personality, he quickly returned his attention to reality. While apologizing, he began his work. At the same time, in the direction Yu Xiao and her group were heading back, towards the mercenary agency run by the eccentric old woman, a sign reading "Closed today" was prominently displayed. This was an unusual occurrence that inevitably piqued the curiosity of those around. After all, as the place where countless wandering mercenaries relied for survival, even the eccentric old woman insisted on operating there every day. And her body was remarkably well trained. Even in the harshest environments, she seemed unaffected by common age-related ailments. But at this moment, the sensible old woman was breathing rapidly. Secluded herself in the dimly lit room, her trembling hand reached for a hidden medicine box in the cabinet, and then pulled out a syringe filled with an unknown liquid. She pulled up her black robe and injected it into her arm. After a while, she regained her usual calm. It's not hard to understand why she stopped operating and closed the door. After all, if others had seen this scene, it would probably have caused quite a stir. While it's true that older people face many health problems, the situation in this old woman's case is highly questionable. And regardless Resorting to injecting some unknown substance to solve the problem inevitably raises further suspicion. But undoubtedly, the most concerning thing now is the old woman's exposed arm. Her cane-wielding hand is still the same as Yu Xiao had seen before. It's a wrinkled, withered old woman's hand. Above the wrist, however, the arm presented a different picture. It was supple and fair, skin more like that of a child than a teenager. If this was the result of some kind of transplant surgery, it was utterly impossible. Not only were there no surgical scars, but the size of the limbs was also uniform. Is it starting again? And so, looking at her own strange hand, under the black robe, the wise old woman frowned. The time is later than expected, but the symptoms are more pronounced than ever. I see. Is it telling me that this is the last time? She seemed to understand what these strange symptoms she was experiencing symbolized. Then, she raised her head and murmured nostalgically, "Ah! It seems this old business is about to change hands. I thought this day would come at least a few more years later." Chapter 192. Regardless, this mercenary agency has become a vital part of the surrounding livelihoods. Whether out of sentimentality or a sense of responsibility, the old woman couldn't simply abandon it. Therefore, the wise old woman decided to find a new owner for the agency. And presumably, if she entrusted it to those shrewd but unfamiliar businessmen. Within a few days, news of the mercenary agency being acquired by some mercenary organization would likely surface. After all, buying the operation of this building would be equivalent to buying the network and intelligence channels the wise old woman had accumulated over decades of mercenary career. Therefore, the wise old woman naturally planned to start by looking among those she trusted. She had no relatives or friends. Therefore, those she dealt with daily were simply the freelance mercenaries operating in the area. While the wise old woman didn't particularly dislike them, she had to admit that most of the freelance mercenaries circulating here were merely using the industry, and this mercenary agency, as a temporary stepping stone. After establishing a reputation in the industry, she would join a formalized mercenary organization, or perhaps even forge a lifelong protection contract with an employer during a mission. This had been a recurring pattern in the decades she had run her agency. Therefore, although she knew many people, she had relatively few close friends. Those she could truly trust were even fewer. After much thought, it seemed she could only manage a handful. First and foremost, there were Shingami and Kaido. But even if they weren't inherently bad people, judging from his appearance and temperament, he's definitely not the type of person capable of running a business. As for Edge, although beneath his seemingly carefree exterior lies a considerable sense of responsibility and unwavering will, and he's quite adept at handling people. But the old woman of wisdom also understands. His current willingness to wander in this area is merely a way to wait for his sister, who's trying to escape her past, to resolve her inner conflicts. Therefore, if she were to offer him this position, while he probably wouldn't refuse, it would only add to his burden. Thinking this, the old woman of wisdom sighed softly. Could it be that this is how it ends, with the business she's built up over half her life? A sense of resentment, inappropriate for someone in their 60s, welled up within her. But then, the face of a certain person flashed through her mind. Impossible. Impossible. Finally, she shook her head with a bitter smile. That amnesiac young man named Xiao. Although he had high hopes for him. However, it was practically handing him over. After all, he had heard about the young mercenary, who had dealt a crushing blow to the small and medium-sized Enterprise Liberation Front. Having gone this far, could he really expect VTX not to poach him? Or was he hoping that Xiao would be stubborn enough to refuse an invitation to a bright future, one where he could perhaps spend the rest of his life sitting in an office? Achoo! Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Xiao, who had just finished signing the contract settlement documents, sneezed for some reason. Even in the desert, I wouldn't catch a cold. Who's been talking about me then? He thought to himself. But the place he found himself in wasn't the VTX reception area. It was the VTX hangar he had once entered. On the central maintenance rack, the Vulcan was being urgently prepared. However, that wasn't his purpose. Ah, we're here. Look, Xiao. Accompanied by a cheerful female voice, his purpose was revealed. The speaker was none other than VTX's fallen angel, Sakurai Sajiri. After signing the documents earlier, Yu Xiao was approached by her. According to her, the 1st Special Operations Division, directly under the President, had received an order to directly gift a certain mobile suit to Yu Xiao as additional compensation. Although he knew it was just a tactic to win people over. To be honest, after self-destructing his own Adler, Yu Xiao was still quite grateful for the other party's decision. So he readily accepted and followed them to the hangar. Ah. This no. Looking at the machine before him, Yu Xiao couldn't help but ask. Your company's prototype. The Ghost? That's right. Without a doubt, it was the machine that Sajri had once piloted, the PTX-001 Ghost. Yes. We only met a few times, and you still remember the name? That's quite an impressive memory. Maybe I'm just more interested in these kinds of machines. But is that really okay? I remember this isn't Sajri-san's machine. Not really. Sajri shook her head. The Ghost isn't just one. There are multiple prototypes. Mine is a Type R. This one is another prototype in the same series, a Type S. Type R and S. You shall remember that these were indeed some of the different models of the Undead 1 Malawin Quacha. They corresponded to the initial units of the Real and Super lines in the 4 Super Robot Wars, respectively. Although that's the case, their performance wasn't as drastically different as that between Getter Robo and the original Gundam. The difference between the two was simply, to be specific, the difference lies in the design philosophy of weapon storage. Type R opted for external weapons to pursue versatility and mobility, while Type S primarily relied on fixed weapons. It had a high-powered beam cannon hidden in its chest, and also possessed higher output and armor than my child. However, correspondingly, its mobility was naturally reduced. That's it. So, compared to Type R, Type S is a bit more difficult to operate. Because of that, there hasn't been a suitable pilot. However, you should be able to manage it. President Dama probably considered this, which is why he entrusted this child to our Special Operations Section 1. After saying this, Sajri scratched her head, looking at Yu Xiao, who seemed to be deep in thought. Sigh. If you just talk about it like that, won't you understand? No. I think Ms. Sakurai's explanation is very concise and clear. There's nothing too difficult to understand. That's good then. Let's sign this. Perhaps it was due to a necessary sense of ritual. After speaking, Sajri casually tossed over a rolled-up paper document. What's this? Reacting instinctively, Yu Xiao unrolled the paper. It seemed to be a warranty contract. The period is probably around 3 years? As you can see, VTX Union is very committed to providing customer-centric, personalized service. Then Sajri walked over, took a pen from her jacket, gently tapped Yu Xiao's head with it, and then handed it to him. All right. If there are no other questions, get ready to sign. This is your well-deserved reward. So, accept it without hesitation. Chapter 193. I'm not exaggerating. Wow, Xiao. His first mission not only brought him a reward, but he even managed to snag a mech from his employer. Your future is damn bright. Of course. They say what goes around comes around. He went through such a terrible ordeal, and now, he's finally gotten some compensation. Several hours later, on the return transport truck. For Yu Xiao, this incessant conversation ensued. Although the language was sometimes rough, sometimes calm, one thing remained constant. The conversation revolved around him. This was definitely not a good thing. For Yu Xiao, he had originally planned to take this opportunity to exit the Siegfried system and rest, but now, crouching in the mech's cockpit, he didn't even have the energy to close his eyes. Haha, it's all luck. So he could only force himself to continue his conversation. Originally, things should have ended here. But then, something even more unsettling happened. First, there was a violent tremor. The car was shaking and a series of explosions rang in his ears. Undoubtedly, it was the sound of rifle fire from motorized weapons. So the truth was, enemy attack! Damn it, of all times! I say, Haidong! Shin Shou! Is this some kind of enemy you made somewhere? Of course not. Anyone who could be our enemy would have been taken care of the first time we met. You can rest assured about that, Edge. We won't show any extra mercy to anyone who might become a future enemy. On the bright side, maybe these guys are the ghosts of the small and medium-sized Enterprise Liberation Front. If it's an undead, that would be simple, just kill it again, right? But seriously, this shell is clearly real, isn't it? How to put it? It really sounds like something a villain would say. Yu Xiao silently complained. But then, he focused his attention again. After all, this wasn't a suitable time for distraction. Edge, to the left. The fire control and alarm systems in the mech's cockpit were clearly much better than those in the transport vehicle. So, thanks to the pre-sounding alarm and XR's perception, Yu Xiao could now anticipate the direction of the enemy's gunfire. And the enemy's intention to continue firing. Got it. Edge had no reservations about trusting his colleague. He then sharply turned the steering wheel, the transport vehicle carving a smooth curve on the desert highway's asphalt surface, a curve that should have existed on Mount Akina. And a moment later, an explosion suddenly erupted from behind him. If it had been a second later, it probably would have been hit. Edge broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, these guys! He gritted his teeth. Both his own Chi and the two hellish officials, Hugo, were exhausted from the continuous battles, and now the enemy had launched a surprise attack. Leave it to me. However, the one who acted at this moment. A dark figure leaped down from the transport truck, the tarpaulin lifted. It was the undead. The pilot of this machine, originally belonging to the PTX Union, was self-evident. It was Yu Xiao. Hey! Xiao! Age was about to speak up to stop him, when Yu Xiao's response came quickly. Don't worry about me. This kind of enemy should be easy to handle with this machine. Age, you guys should get away from the combat zone. After all, your mobile suits are practically immobile, aren't they? He paused slightly, then said in a more serious voice, Don't worry, Age. No matter where the enemy comes from, whether they're sand bandits or remnants of the small and medium enterprise liberation front, I take care of them. Just like the previous two battles. TSK, alright. Take care of yourself. Age knew what was important. Since the other party was already prepared, there was no need for him to be indecisive. Besides, right now, the only ones capable of combat were him and that undead machine. So he turned the steering wheel back, steered the transport truck back on track, and sped away without stopping. Alright. So where is the enemy? At the same time, Yu Xiao began searching for the enemy's movements. But strange. Despite his focused search of the surrounding area, even with the undead's highly sensitive surveillance system running at maximum power, all he could see was endless sand. There was no radar in sight. Where was the radar? Yu Xiao tried searching for any unknown signals emanating from it. But just as he had seen with his naked eye before, all he could see was emptiness. Has the enemy retreated? This unrealistic assumption was naturally dismissed immediately. And then, projectiles fired from unknown corners continued to hurtle through the air with a resounding thud. At least they did shift their focus to him. With a sense of comfort, Yu Xiao thought to himself. Then, he manipulated the undead, using its high-thrust thrusters to perform initial maneuvers and evade the incoming fire. Upon landing, he immediately fired the split-type missiles mounted on the undead towards the enemy's direction. However, before the parent missile could release its bullets, another live-fire sniper shot came from another direction, and accurately penetrated and intercepted the split-type missile. The bullets, which were supposed to amplify the lethality, were now completely useless due to the parent missile's secondary explosion. It seems the enemy has more than one unit, and to be able to conceal its presence so perfectly. Could this be one of the black technology products from Full Metal Panic? A fully concealed electromagnetic camouflage system, ECS? Yu Xiao speculated. Once activated, this tool not only shields electromagnetic waves to hinder radar detection, but also creates a holographic projection, perfectly concealing its presence visually. If that were all, it wouldn't be enough to raise Yu Xiao's guard. What truly alarmed him was the skill of the enemy pilot controlling this mysterious mech equipped with ECS. Indeed, something called ECS is a dangerous tool. But it also has irreparable flaws. For example, the noise emitted when the mech moves, the footprints left when its feet touched the ground. Collecting this information, and using it to deduce the enemy's location wouldn't be difficult for Yu Xiao now. However, these clues that could serve as reference points are currently not in Yu Xiao's sight. Only the occasional flashes of gunfire offer some intelligence. But the enemy wouldn't be foolish enough to stay in one place forever. Therefore, their reference value is actually very low. This is naturally due to the opponent's piloting skills. Whether it's an MS or AS, the pilots capable of such maneuvers must possess extraordinary skills. And now, it truly makes the enemy seem like an invisible ghost. Yu Xiao couldn't help but grit his teeth. Who exactly is targeting him, and why? Those questions will be left aside for now. It seems that figuring out how to defeat the enemy and protect himself is something he needs to seriously consider. Chapter 194. The first thing Yu Xiao thought of was the so-called ECCS system, an anti-electromagnetic camouflage system. Once activated, it could easily detect stealth units within radar detection range. However, that system was only equipped on the most advanced mobile suits in Full Metal Panic. It was also a highly classified military secret. Clearly, the Wraith created by VTX did not possess such capabilities. He also remembered that in the original work, Sagara Susuk had used the special scent produced in the air after the ECS was activated as a warning, thus avoiding upcoming attacks. But that was only possible because of his extensive training and the almost flawed ventilation of the Barbarian's cockpit. However, as VTX's flagship product, the Wraith was designed from the outset to operate in almost all terrain environments. Therefore, its airtightness was top-notch. It couldn't detect any external sense at all. With no answer to copy, Yu Xiao had to find another way. During this time, Yu Xiao's tactic was stalling. Piloting his undead, he chose to evade rather than attack. With the help of X-Rounder's sensory abilities, he avoided being hit by enemy fire for the time being. After half an hour of this tactic, it finally yielded good results. The attacks from both distant snipers and nearby riflemen ceased. Then, in Yu Xiao's perception, what suddenly approached him was a blade whistling through the air. Encased in the ECS equipment, the melee weapon was completely obscured. Even with Yu Xiao's knowledge, he only recognized it as the so-called Crimson Blade, a melee weapon used by ASs in Full Metal Panic, resembling a Nepalese kukri. This proved that the unseen enemy had become anxious due to his actions, and had chosen to proactively approach and attack. Finally, unable to contain themselves anymore. Well then! At this moment, Yu Xiao seemed to have already made up his mind. While shouting, he turned around and controlled the undead to deliver a sweeping kick. Clearly, this wouldn't harm the agile and invisible opponent. The direction of the kick had no physical response. It could only force the opponent back. But that was enough. Use this chest beam cannon. Just like the unspoken agreement among super-type pilots, he whispered the name of his weapon, and the undead Type S assumed its stance, fiercely sweeping the ground with its chest beam cannon. For the enemy, whose location was still unknown, it remained difficult to reach. At most, it only deterred them from advancing during the beam attack. Even so, Yu Xiao didn't want to stop. Rotating his upper body, he focused the beam on the ground, continuing until the energy was almost depleted, while his chest beam cannon overheated. Under the extreme heat of the photon cannon, exceeding 2,500 degrees Celsius, the areas irradiated by the undead became scorched earth. Beyond the scorched earth, something else appeared, a verdant object reflecting the pure white glow of the moon, emerging from the now black sand. That was the result of cooling a molten mixture containing silicon dioxide. In other words, it could be considered the creation of rough glass. Then, the undead leaped into the area it had created, a mixture of sand and crystals. But what was it trying to do? Forget rough glass, even if it made a lens, so what? Was it blinded by despair, just wanting to fire wildly in one last desperate burst? Given Yu Xiao's personality, this was completely impossible. Then, the undead slammed its left foot into the ground, sparking the broken crystals mixed with sand in all directions. Frankly, this attack was something no normal pilot would take seriously. But the next second, something strange happened. At one point where the crystals scattered, a machine about 8 meters tall, the AS, suddenly appeared. Without a doubt, this was the attacker whose ECS had malfunctioned, and the outline of the exposed machine was naturally also in Yu Xiao's memory. It was a ZY-98, the prototype of what could be called the King of Hell, the Phantom. As an AS capable of reacting to the pilot's real-time movements, it stood still. It seemed surprised by its own ECS malfunction. Was this an accident? Or a miracle? No. Neither. Looking at the smile on Yu Xiao's face, it wasn't hard to tell. All of this was within his calculations. That's right. The principle of ECS electromagnetic camouflage is to use omnidirectional optical cameras throughout the machine to dynamically record the state of the surrounding environment and then project it onto the machine body to achieve a near-invisibility effect. In most cases, this system is flawless. However, it has one flaw. A fatal flaw that allows it to reveal itself at this moment. It cannot accurately project the image of a smooth-surfaced object. Just like a human taking a selfie in front of a mirror with a mobile phone. Through the continuous reflection of light, one's image is first presented on the mirror surface, then captured by the phone's camera, and finally presented simultaneously on both sides. And now, it's the same. The chaotic flying shards of glass have now transformed into a clear mirror, reflecting the enemy AS's silhouette in the moonlight. The ECS on the machine uses its viewfinder to record each of the mirrors reflecting its image and projects it onto its surroundings. This results in the attacker, who has been concealing its movements, now being completely exposed to Yu Xiao's sight. Although I don't know exactly what you are. He suddenly pushed the control stick. The undead rapidly advanced. Since you come here on your own, don't expect me to let you pass. But, although the attack was fierce, wasn't the undead's energy almost depleted by the chest beam attack? That's alright. because the undead type S still possesses its ultimate, strongest weapon. That is itself capable of movement at this moment. You shall confirm the procedures while whispering, joint limit cancellation. Safety restrictions lifted, and drive system adjusted to maximum output. Under his control, the undead's movements became extremely swift. A faint crackling of electricity even appeared around it. These were none other than the sparks from the overloaded joints of the machine. At the same time, the shouted out, suddenly appearing on the machine's OS interface was quite striking. This meant no one needed to remind it. Although he had only read the instruction manual, based on his experience from his previous life, Yu Xiao understood better than anyone else what he should do. Alright. Here we go! The ultimate move that will make the maintenance crew cry. Yu Xiao took a deep breath. Ultimate. He piloted the undead high into the air. The black machine's movements accelerated dramatically, instantly transforming into a swirling black whirlwind. Then, Yu Xiao raised his head. Using almost all his strength, he shouted passionately, "Undead! Kick!" His voice cracked slightly at the end. But it didn't matter. Because the next second, the undead descended from the sky like a falling meteor. With its massive 18-meter-tall body, it blasted the still stunned, unprepared phantom on the ground into scattered fragments. Chapter 195. An hour and a half had passed since the battle began. He still couldn't rest easy about that guy alone. Age sighed inwardly. So, he temporarily transferred the energy of the two Hugos to Kynier, and used their still intact armor to reinforce his own machine. Barely regaining the ability to move, H piloted his machine back towards the scene of the battle. Xiao. At his destination, he indeed saw Yu Xiao and his machine. But even though H called out, there was still no response. And he could see clearly in his eyes. Yu Xiao's machine, the undead given to him by VTX, was constantly crackling with electricity, seemingly in poor condition. This was a bad sign. Hey. Are you alright? So, gritting his teeth, he immediately rushed forward. Kynier parked beside the undead, then reached out, and forcefully opened the cockpit from the outside. Age jumped out at the same time. He saw Yu Xiao sitting in the cockpit with his head resting against the side, seemingly without anything. However, what? He actually fallen asleep? All that worry for nothing. A sense of relief and absurdity washed over Edge simultaneously, making his expression somewhat complex. But thinking about it, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. After all, Yu Xiao had experienced quite a few fierce battles since the beginning of the day. Although he had won repeatedly thanks to his talent, such high-intensity operations would naturally wear down the spirit of a novice. Hey. Get a good night's sleep, you super rookie. Edge chuckled, closing the cockpit of the undead machine again. Then he turned on the radio, calling the transport vehicle parked nearby, signaling Shinji and Kaido to bring it over to collect Yu Xiao. Everything seemed calm now. But Edge looked around. He had paid special attention during the retreat. When the enemy counterattacked, there should have been a sniper present. But not far away, there was only the wreckage of a machine destroyed by the undead. So, where did it go at this time? Although Edge immediately assumed a vigilant stance upon realizing this, there was still no sound or alarm nearby. Did the enemy retreat? From Edge's perspective, that seemed to be the only conclusion. But, naturally, new doubts arose at this moment. Why? Faced with such an exhausted machine, what reason could the enemy possibly have to retreat? To answer Edge's question, we must perhaps shift our focus to another location. A secluded dwelling in a vast desert. In its living room, a young girl stands beside a man. The black-haired girl has a delicate, East Asian face and appears to be only 10 years old, likely a high school student. However, judging from the form-fitting AS pilot suit she wears, she is no ordinary person. Her name is Xia Yulan. An hour ago, she piloted another sniper-type Mirage with its ECS activated, shooting down Yu Xiao's split missile from afar. Teacher. Flying Eagle was killed. At this moment, she spoke the heavy truth in a clear but emotionless voice. The words, indistinguishable between codename and name, likely referred to the pilot of the Phantom, who had been defeated by Yu Xiao. However, the person she called teacher was that unshaven man. He was now sitting casually on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the combat logs displayed on the screen before him. It was the logs of the undead and the Phantom. And more. There were also logs of battles between Vulgar and Behemoth, and even Adler and the King of Hell. The combat data of the Lambda driver and the giant crane was undoubtedly confidential. Therefore, the ability to simultaneously possess so much precious footage was undoubtedly due to this man's multiple identities, the infamous and ruthless mercenary, 9 Dragons. And Mr. Fei of the Amalgam. Faced with 9 Dragons' unresponsive attitude, Xia Yulan could only remain silent. Only after all 3 scenes on the screen had finished playing did she dare to speak again. After all, the man before her was not only her benefactor, who had rescued her from the battlefield and raised her, but also her respected teacher. Teacher, why did you give the order to retreat? If we had stayed on the battlefield, what good would staying on the battlefield do? Add another grave mound? You're no match for that guy. You? Kowloon interrupted her without turning his head. You're too weak. No. You're both too weak. That's why Flying Eagle died. Understand? Those without strength will only be easily devoured by the stronger. I should have said it before. That's the way the world is now. Teacher, do you mean this is to save my life? That's right. And not only that, you now desperately want to avenge Feijio, don't you? Xia Yulan pursed her lips tightly. After a moment, she nodded. As you say, teacher. Then remember today. Keep hatred, anger, and humiliation in your heart, become stronger, and then, one day, kill him. Jiolong stood up. He spoke in a tone as casual as if discussing everyday matters, addressing the dangerous topic of taking another's life. Then he drew his sidearm from his waist, and casually handed it to Xia Yulan. Here. This gun is for you. In the future, you will use it to pierce that person's heart, and if you feel you can't even do that, it's not too late to end your own life now. Understand, Yulan? Yes. I will obey your teachings, teacher. Her cold tone couldn't conceal the hidden fanaticism. Speaking humbly, Xia Yulan respectfully accepted Jiolong's sidearm and carefully tucked it into her waistband. This action signified her decision. But Jiolong still didn't even glance at her. He simply put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked towards his bedroom. On the way, however, he finally couldn't help but mutter to himself, not bad. Not bad at all, that pilot. No wonder it wasn't just that petty guy eyeing him. That kid Leonard also called me eagerly, trying to poach him through me. The man grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. An expression that only made his already ferocious face even more terrifying. In other words, whether I want to appease him or execute him, I have enough reasons now. Heh! It seems that until I find Qasim, there finally be plenty of fun to be had here. Chapter 196. Xiaojun? Xiaojun? At the edge of his consciousness, Yu Xiao felt someone calling his name. Thump thump. He could vaguely hear that sound. Was someone patting his face? He didn't know. Where was he? The Middle Eastern desert? Or the Siegfried system? Yu Xiao vaguely tried to recall. Ah. Right. Then he remembered. Last night, after destroying a mirage with the ultimate undead kick, he remained on guard, searching for any remaining enemy snipers. But no matter how he searched, he found no clues. Disappointed, he was about to go back. But then a strong feeling of exhaustion washed over him, and overwhelmed by weariness, he actually fell asleep. In the cockpit. No. In reality, he was in the Siegfried system, right? Thinking this, Yu Xiao woke up with a start. As expected, what he saw was the distinctive red gel inside the Siegfried system. And a red-haired girl. Ah. Akatsuki. Are you awake? Kurami, what are you doing here? No. More importantly, shouldn't I be asking you first? Why are you dozing off here? Because I was too sleepy? Isn't that obvious? Maybe. After all, I was too sleepy. More importantly, Kurimi, what exactly? Sigh, do I even need to look? The second question finally received a response. With a somewhat helpless expression, Kurimi pointed to the space beneath her. It was a narrow tunnel serving as the elevator passageway. Of course I climbed in, bypassing the defense system and authentication, and then climbing in through the pipes. To be honest, it was tough. Raimi shrugged. Thanks to you, I'd become an intruder. Oh, I see. Don't say that. Intrusive? You're really something, Raimi. Hey, with a ninja's skills, this is a piece of cake. Wait, no. You steered the conversation off topic. Raimi, who had just been smugly rubbing her nose, finally seemed to realize something. She suddenly leaned forward. Their faces were so close, Yu Xiao felt she could even hear her breathing. I have more to say than just what I said before. Do you really know what you're doing? Then she spoke. Her words revealed a seriousness and concern rarely seen in her. For example, do you know that falling asleep while in a state of constant synchronization could potentially cause irreversible brain damage? Well, I know. But, and are you aware that prolonged exposure to the Whispering Realm might cause your mind to be taken over by some unknown consciousness, leaving you a mentally deranged shell the next day? Well, I know. But Yu Xiao's gaze darted around. But what? Tell me. But I can handle these things myself, right? Perhaps due to the haste, he didn't have time to craft his words. His speech was noticeably disjointed. So, I don't need you to worry about this, or anything like that. And finally, he said something that was awkward in any context. If only concern could be replaced with worry, but reality isn't a chat app, and he couldn't take it back. Then, the girl's expression became incredibly interesting. Like a balloon, it first deflated, then puffed up again. Ah. Sigh. Fine. I was being sentimental. You? You can stay in this Siegfried system forever. See you later? Then Limey turned around, seemingly intending to leave. Ah. Do you need me to see you off? If it's a Siegfried system elevator, I have the authority to access it. No need. Even Yu Xiao's last words were ruthlessly rejected by the red-haired girl. And watching her, sulking, hunch over like a cat and slip back out through the narrow passage. She wasn't lying. A comical scene. Besides a slight amusement, Yu Xiao felt a subtle sense of apology. She had a feeling she might have said something hurtful just now. However, if she wanted to apologize, Yu Xiao suddenly remembered something. Perhaps she'd have to wait a while. Because it seemed she also had someone she urgently needed to apologize to on the other side. For something that might not even be considered trivial. Middle East. Around Chris Sai. Alright. All done. Next. At the mercenary agency's reception desk, the wise old man calmly sipped his tea, then called out softly. This was her daily routine, but finally, a different person arrived. What business do you need? To collect your commission or… She began with routine words, but her tone changed at the end. Because it was that young man who had come. In her mind, he was called Xiao. Then, the moment their eyes met, I'm sorry. It was Yu Xiao who spoke, head bowed, her face filled with shame. Huh? Faced with such a sudden action, the old man of reason first let out an incredulous exclamation. Yu Xiao also sensed the other's emotions. So she quickly added, because I damaged your machine. That Adler. For you as a mercenary, it's quite a valuable asset, isn't it? Originally, I should have at least brought it back intact. But I'm extremely sorry. Due to the urgency of the battle, I had no choice but to take drastic measures. I hope you can understand. He didn't do this without reason. Having heard from Aggie about the other person's eccentric temperament, he naturally wanted to avoid anything that might anger him. If he did, he was prepared to apologize. After all, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't surpass the power of his connections, the very thing that gave him a job. And he did feel guilty for damaging such a precious machine as Adler. What's going on? This young man. However, what first arose in the old woman's mind was this absurd feeling. But then, an additional emotion emerged. A sense of identification. Originally, after hearing Aggie recount Yu Xiao's rejection of the VTX president's offer, she vaguely felt that this young man might be a trustworthy person. Now, with this incident, she was even more certain of the initial thought that arose in her mind when she first met the young man. He might be a rare, pure young man in this era. So the old woman walked over. Oh, let's put that aside for now. Like I said, that machine is practically sold to you, right? He stood on tiptoe, so his slightly hunched, short frame could reach the boy's shoulder. Then, in a gentler tone, he said, besides, there's something else I'd like to talk to you about. Anyway, let's come in and talk. He then gestured to the wooden door behind the agency's reception desk. Chapter 197. Following the wise old man, Yu Xiao opened the wooden door and proceeded to the inner quarters of the mercenary agency. He was somewhat uneasy on the way. He had a feeling he might be captured at any moment, then forced to film a ransom payment by ruthless bandits wielding AK rifles. But his fears proved unfounded. After crouching low through a small doorway, he finally arrived at his destination, a tea room with a distinctly Japanese style. Only about 5 square meters, a tiny 3.5 tatami room. The wise old man calmly found a spot, sat down on the floor, and gestured for Yu Xiao to do the same. Is this your personal interest? Although he wanted to ask, he swallowed the question, given his current position as a guest and the old man's status. It's probably something like that, he guessed. Like a typical Westerner's Eastern taste. Although he might not be able to distinguish which culture the ninjas belonged to, or whether they ate Americanized Chinese food. At least he had the intention. Therefore, Yu Xiao didn't really care. So he also sat down on the floor. The wise old man nodded slightly, then picked up the utensils from the low table beside him, and started making tea. Yu Xiao didn't quite understand the specific process, only that the technique was quite exquisite. Now it was his turn to be an amateur. He thought to himself. Only after the other man handed Yu Xiao a cup of still warm matcha did his first words echo in the small tea room. "What brings you here?" But the wise old man's response was, "Have some tea first. That matter. We talk about it later." Left with no choice, Yu Xiao picked up the teacup, closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. A rather crude way of drinking. But there was no way around it. For him, drinking tea was like taking medicine. He couldn't understand the wonder of this bitter, fragrant beverage. However, this time he had unexpectedly miscalculated. Cough. Cough. Yu Xiao's expression changed drastically after just one sip. Not for any other reason. It was just that this stuff was even more bitter than expected. "Bitter, isn't it? I added 3 times the amount of matcha to yours," the wise old man said softly at this moment. "What on earth is she trying to do? This old woman?" Yu Xiao was already somewhat annoyed. But the other person's next words swept away his pent-up resentment. No need to say anything. "I know. You must be complaining about me right now, right?" And that's exactly right. The wise old man leisurely picked up his teacup and took a sip. After all, being complained about as a mischievous old woman is better than being seen as a strange old woman who might do anything. "I can tell from your expression. You're wary of something. I know it might be because of your past experiences. But now, you can finally let it go, right?" "Yes." "Uh-huh. Thank you, wise old man. No need to thank me. And it's time, let's get straight to the point." Setting down his teacup, the wise old man's tone instantly became serious. "Xiao, do you intend to take over my work? Take over the name of the wise old man, and this mercenary agency?" "Huh?" This sudden request startled Yu Xiao. "Although I don't want to admit it. I'm getting old." The wise old man continued, his words tinged with the melancholy unique to his age. "No matter how hard I try, one day I lose to the laws of nature. To be honest, I like to leave empty-handed. But I suppose that's not allowed. This mercenary agency, without us even realizing it, has become a place that affects the livelihoods of many. So? Interested in taking over my mantle?" This? Yu Xiao hesitated at the suggestion. Frankly, for him, it was entirely beneficial. After all, his identity and motives here were special. Therefore, compared to easily observable, tangible profits, such as money and reputation, he might be more concerned with things below the surface. And without a doubt, if he could inherit this mercenary agency, those hidden assets that originally belonged to the old man of sound mind, his connections and intelligence network, could all be easily accessed. Considering these unparalleled advantages, Yu Xiao should naturally find it difficult to refuse. However, despite this, he then showed a slight hesitation. "Don't want to accept?" "No. To say I'm not tempted, that would be a lie." Yu Xiao shook his head. "Besides, it's something you proposed, so naturally I have no reason to refuse. It's just... I understand. You're worried about the partnership you formed with those 2 mercenaries, right? Ah, you saw through me. Indeed. Wow. A single mission has forged such a deep bond, you two. But you can rest assured about that." The old man of divinity paused. "I spoke with them yesterday. Neither of them had many objections, and Age was quite pleased. He's probably celebrating that you can live in a relatively safe environment. Besides, you're not never seeing each other again. In fact, you still see each other every day when you become the manager of this shop." "Is that so?" Yu Xiao responded softly. Then his expression turned serious. "Then, I leave the rest to you, old man of divinity. Call me master." "Huh? Didn't I tell you? Not only the agency, but the name divinity will also be passed on to you. As the 2nd generation, it's only natural to address your predecessor this way, isn't it?" "That's indeed the case." And Yu Xiao didn't particularly dislike this feeling. So he nodded solemnly. "I understand, master. So, the work at the agency, does it start today?" "Not yet. As long as I can still work, I definitely won't abandon the shop and become a hands-off manager. Don't let my appearance fool you. I don't plan to retire easily." "You're right. So what exactly do you need me to do now?" "Of course, you start with an internship." "At the shop?" "No. There's not much work right now. I can handle it all by myself. You be going somewhere else." The wise old woman stood up. She took out a map from the small room and showed it to Yu Xiao. "Here. This is it." Then, she pointed to a location in the suburbs. In the nearby area, There's the CGS Security Company. Of course, the industry abbreviation is CGS. You go there for a while, as a salesperson, learning how to handle matters related to mercenary business. This little thing shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Chapter 198. CGS? Upon hearing this name, Yu Zhao's first expression was one of slight shock. After all, although the name might not sound particularly famous, the organization's future transformation was something everyone would surely remember. It was the protagonist organization from Iron-Blooded Orphans. Takadan, to be honest, in his previous life, Yu Zhao didn't particularly like Iron-Blooded Orphans. The reasons were obvious. It was because the screenwriter, Mario Kata, known as Okamama, made some truly baffling decisions. But this didn't mean he harbored any dislike for the characters. On the contrary, both the long-suffering brother-in-law and the struggling Takadan left a good impression on him. Even McGillis, nicknamed Chocolate, before becoming a Bayri, could be seen as a noble and shrewd strategist in a chaotic world. Regarding their fates, Yu Zhao felt mostly regret. He thought he'd never meet them again in this world. But unexpectedly, through a series of coincidences, they were able to connect here and now. In other words, maybe he could change the plot and developments he so disliked in his previous life, preventing Takadan from heading down such a tragic path. Or perhaps, he could even reverse their fate? When this thought surfaced in his mind, to be honest, he felt a slight flutter of excitement. After all, in his original world, he was the type who always aimed for complete hidden levels in mecha battles. He was willing to repeat the game several times over for this. He was like that even in a virtual game. How much more so in reality? However, the expression that followed seemed to be misunderstood by the old man of wisdom. What? You're not happy? No. No. Yu Zhao shook his head. But it's a legitimate security company, right? Someone like me, a nobody, might not be able to get in smoothly. Smack. A soft patting sound rang out. It was the old man of wisdom tapping his head. What are you saying? Even ignoring your first mission, you still have me, don't you? If we're talking about backers, nothing around here is more prestigious than me. Besides, the founder of CGS, the current president, Maruba Alkai's biological brother. He was originally a wandering mercenary who came from here. And he promised that in the future, as long as I ask for something, CGS will be there for me. It won't be a big problem to just put you in alone. Biological brother. Yu Zhao didn't seem to have any memory of such a thing. But it didn't matter. Perhaps their family structures were simply different in this world. Yu Zhao thought silently. The wise old man continued, that's how it is. I handle the liaison with them. The letter of recommendation is ready. You set off tomorrow. And when the time comes, all you need to do is take it and knock on doors. Simple, right? There wasn't much else to add. After a brief conversation about the upcoming arrangements and a perfunctory lesson in management from the wise old man, Yu Zhao waved goodbye to her mentor. Then he left the Siegfried system. He let the fresh air soothe his body and mind. He returned to his home in Alvis first. He tidied himself up, then think about how to apologize to Raimi. With this thought in mind, he returned home, but before he could even open the door. Ah! Whoa! Akatsuki! He saw a red-haired girl standing at his door, waving and greeting him. Raimi? Yu Zhao stood there dumbfounded, his voice filled with disbelief. In his memory, shouldn't she be home alone fuming? How could she be here? You weren't angry with me. Back then, I was a little, Raimi replied, scratching her head, looking somewhat embarrassed. However, I reflected on that. It's a ninja's responsibility to advise their lord. Just as Hattori Masanari advised Tokugawa Ieyasu against seppuku, my inability to control your increasingly erratic self-management lately is ultimately my fault. So, is that so? That's good. But what exactly are you trying to say? Although knowing the other person didn't seem to care too much about what happened back then made Yu Zhao breathe a sigh of relief. But sensing something unusual hidden in Laimi's calm tone, he subconsciously took a step back. What I wanted to say is this: the latest product from the all-flowing ninjutsu.net, a fingerprint authentication information verification machine. Clang clang. Laimi flashed forward, revealing the device that had been installed behind him to Yu Zhao. It was the same prop she always used. It had a strange-sounding name. Actually, it was just a time clock. Are you going to use this to check my attendance? Yes. I understand. I won't be late or leave early. That's not it. Huh? It's more like the opposite. This machine is used to monitor whether you're working overtime. Huh? Kurami, I already told Mr. Kalinin. To protect your health, We need to control your working hours from the outside with forceful supervision. Well, that's how it is. Kurimi shrugged. Scan your card before leaving home. Scan it again before returning home. If the time difference exceeds 8 hours, the anomaly will be uploaded to Alvis's main system, and I know then. Of course. I also check on you randomly, okay? Don't let me find out you're cheating otherwise. Understood. Understood, lie me really. Looking at the machine before him, then at the girl before him. Yu Xiao couldn't help but shake his head, a bitter smile appearing on his face. There are actually organizations in the world that deduct wages from subordinates for working too long. That's excessively kind. This Pumlai Island. At the same time, in the suburbs of the self-made city of Crisay, in the president's office of a civilian defense company called CGS. Okay, goodbye. Ugh. What a joke, that old hag. Putting an inexperienced outsider in the manager position. Does she mean she can influence personnel changes in the company just because of her connections and her brother's lingering ghost? Where does that leave my dignity? Besides. Sitting at the mahogany table, the obese man. Maruba Alkai spoke angrily. He slammed the terminal to the ground as he hung up the communication. Judging from his two-faced words, he had probably agreed to the old man's request. But deep down, he felt considerable humiliation at this decision. Was it due to pride, or some other reason? It was currently impossible to know. All that could be seen was Maruba's chest heaving with anger. But soon, his breathing returned to normal. He even laughed. This was probably because he felt he had come up with an absolutely brilliant idea. Heh. Heh heh. Heh heh heh. I got it. You only said you wanted to find your own disciple a position where he could learn to be a manager. But we still arranged the specific assignment, right? In that case, we can just send this kid to play with that bunch of ingrates. Maruba chuckled. Then he took a paper contract and added a few new words to the line for the position. The written text read, assigned to CGS Team 3. Position, Manager. Chapter 199. The next day. Chris, CGS President's office. I never expected the old man of divinity to send his disciple to our company. This is truly an honor. Standing to welcome the guest, Maruba rubbed his hands together like a fly seeking food, showering him with compliments, while a wrinkled smile spread across his fat face. No need for such flattery, Mr. Alkai. The one who gently waved his hand, indicating that such sycophantic talk was Yu Xiao, who had been able to come to the outside world thanks to Mech Warrior VS. As instructed by the old man of divinity, he arrived at CGS with his letter of introduction, and quickly received a warm welcome. Let's talk about work. What exactly do you need me to do? No problem. Please find a place to sit down. What I need you to do is... Maintaining a perfectly ingratiating tone, Maruba explained Yu Xiao's position. Nothing special. He was assigned the role of manager of CGS Team 3. Responsible for the maintenance of mobile suits, mission acceptance, and the final distribution of commissions, among other things. Unlike the team leaders typically assigned to interns, Maruba didn't provide him with one. Although he claimed it was due to a shortage of personnel, Yu Xiao knew perfectly well that it was probably a deliberate attempt to make things difficult by the person in front of him. But for him, there was nothing to regret. Because the CGS Team 3 he was assigned to was the very place where the young soldiers, who would later form the Tekkaden, were stationed. Their captain was also old Itsuka from Yu Xiao's memories. The dart-throwing youth who, due to a certain street, a black luxury car, and 3 assassins, was gratifyingly etched into the DNA of almost everyone. In this situation, without outside interference or surveillance, it was naturally easier for Yu Xiao to communicate with them. Therefore, he remained outwardly calm despite this treatment. I understand. Thank you for this hard-won opportunity, I will cherish it. He then stood up and walked towards the door, seemingly eager to report to the personnel department. Wait a minute, young man. But Maruba called him back. Is there anything else, Mr. Alkai? A hint of impatience was in his tone, but Yu Xiao suppressed it, turned around, and responded with a smile. It's understandable that he adopted such an attitude. After all, he had read the script and knew that this fat, big-eared guy was hardly a good person. His previous welcome was quite hypocritical, assigning him to the 3rd team as an agent, although it suited Yu Xiao's wishes. But in Maruba's eyes, it was nothing more than a plan to dump him in what he considered a troublesome place, so he could suffer a bit. This made Yu Xiao's impression of him extremely poor. Then, he saw something being handed to him from this annoying person's hand. It was a baton. Out of kindness, I must warn you. Those brats in CGS Team 3 are more like wild beasts that need discipline than humans. Looking up again, Yu Yu Xiao only saw the other person's seemingly kind, but actually malicious smile. This stick. It's the ultimate solution for disciplining wild beasts, and if anything goes wrong, don't blame us, you understand? Of course, I believe you can easily handle it. After all, you're the disciple of the remarkable old man of divinity, aren't you? Ah. Okay. I understand. Thank you for your kindness. After uttering these monotonous and tedious pleasantries, Yu Xiao sighed softly again after leaving the room. Having to deal with this kind of guy. This feeling is awful. Not only is he inexplicably sarcastic, but he also treats people like dirt. He's practically the perfect embodiment of a petty, self-centered tyrant. Compared to the adults on the island, that man is truly a hopeless scumbag. He thought. You're the new employee who started today, right? The person responsible for entering Yu Xiao's information into the personnel department was a thin clerk with glasses. Yu Xiao remembered that his name was something like Dexter Kurost. He was one of the few kind people in CGS in the original work who cared about the young soldiers of the 3rd Squad. He was in charge of finance and personnel management. And even after CGS was reorganized into Takadan, he continued to work there, ultimately managing to die a peaceful death. He could be described as a kind and ordinary nobody. Yes. I'm a member of the 3rd team, Yu Xiao said, handing over the appointment letter and introduction document. The new team manager, you can just call me Xiao. Please register me according to the information on this. Clearly, Yu Xiao's attitude towards Dexter was much better than his attitude towards Maruba. At least, his tone revealed genuine respect. Dexter took the documents from Yu Xiao and meticulously entered them into the computer. This was supposed to be an ordinary scene. But then, boom, a loud bang echoed from the ground. It sounded like some kind of mobile weapon hitting the ground. Hey, what happened? Yu Xiao looked out the window, his voice tinged with surprise. Could it be an enemy attack? His experiences these past few days had put him on high alert. But thankfully, Dexter spoke calmly and reassuringly. Don't worry about it. It's your unit. The 3rd team is conducting simulation training. Don't worry, although it looks chaotic, they're actually training according to regulations. After all, they have a good leader. Oh! It's Olga Itsuka, isn't it? Slightly surprised by the inexplicable trust in Yu Xiao's tone, Dexter looked up. But he quickly regained his composure. Yes, but there's nothing we can do. Most of those teenagers have shouldered the burdens of their families too early, forced to come to places like this to risk their lives for money. Only in times like these can they find a rare form of entertainment. Whether the other person was moved or not, Dexter still stepped forward and spoke softly to the boy before him. Well, please don't think this is rude. But actually, their nature isn't that bad. If there had never been a battle here, they might have become promising young people like you. Yu Xiao replied earnestly. I know, Mr. Kurost. He then turned to Dexter, saying something Dexter hadn't expected, and this is just in time. Could you please lend me a spare MS for a while? You should have the authority to manage the company's finances, right? Sure, but... Please. I promise I won't break it. If nothing unexpected happens. Chapter 200. Just as Yu Xiao sensed. At this moment, on the training grounds of CGS Team 3 in the wilderness, people were conducting simulated live-fire combat tests according to the schedule. The 3 mechs on the field were all old-era ASRK-92 barbarians from the Human Reform Federation. Due to the continuous deployment of new mechs and changes in combat objectives in recent years, these military equipment, considered outdated, have been exported in large quantities to various parts of the world and are widely used because of their reliability and durability. However, saying they were all uniform might be a bit of an oversimplification. The 3 mechs were clearly painted differently. Besides the original desert color, one was white. The last one was even more impressive, completely pink. Frankly, it was really tasteless. It made the already not-so-handsome barbarian look more like a female toad. On the shoulders of these mobile suits were prominently painted unit insignia, belonging to the CGS 3rd Squad. The future Takadan, however, these young soldiers had no idea what path they would take in the future. They only vaguely dreamed of it. So cool, that's Mikazuki-san's fighting style. It's amazing no matter how many times I watch it. One day, I definitely become a pilot like that. Just like now. Outside the battlefield, a boy in a CGS green jacket uniform muttered to himself, his eyes shining. Takaki. Daydreaming again. And as his comrades called him, the blond boy observing the battle was named Takaki Uno. He turned away and whispered a retort to his comrade's words. You have no right to talk about me like that, Ryder. Who was it that slacked off during training that day, secretly sketching their so-called beloved Raiden in a notebook, and ended up getting the whole unit punished along with you. Ugh, don't mention it, Takagi. The orange-haired boy who was retorted with equally sharp words was Ryder Moss. In another world, he had a nickname, the Knight of Harder Endurance. Of course, he himself had no way of knowing that. And as the conversation between the two boys showed, piloting their mechs, engaging in battles that, while simulated, were still brimming with the smell of gunpowder. This was a rare moment of entertainment for these young soldiers belonging to the CGS, whether for the onlookers, or for the pilots of the mechs. Take this. My brand new ultimate move, Galaxy Blade. The hot-blooded man with short, neat hair, roaring from the cockpit, was named Norba Sino. He had a peculiar habit of painting his mecha a deep rose red, and naming his weapons, and Mecha Galaxy and Meteor. And the barbarian he piloted was wielding his Nepalese kukri-shaped weapon, Crimson Blade, as he fiercely swung it at another white barbarian in front of him. Putting aside his seemingly Chinibuish behavior, this strike was undeniably powerful. Whoa! However, the pilot of the white barbarian remained completely unfazed. By twisting his mecha with minimal effort, he narrowly avoided the attack. You improved compared to before, Shinoa. But, was it really necessary to shout it out? His face was calm, the boy possessing a head of unruly black hair and azure eyes. His short, bare frame was covered in lean, explosive muscles. He was none other than the protagonist of Iron-Blooded Orphans, Mikazuki August. He licked his lips, his eyes fixed on Shinua's mobile suit, preparing to strike a fatal blow during any opening in Shinua's movements. But don't forget, there's another mobile suit on the field that hasn't yet made its move. It's the desert-colored barbarian. Needless to say, its pilot is the future second-in-command of Tekkadan, Akihiro Altran. Don't even think about it. Roaring to declare his presence, he charged forward before Mikazuki. Raising his right arm in front, he leaped forward, unleashing a powerful charge. Mikazuki's barbarian tried to dodge, but was still a step too far off, and was knocked to the ground. Even with shock absorption, the pilot inside was probably quite shaken. Akihiro? I remember the plan was for a one-on-one battle, right? Why is it me fighting the two of you now? But Mikazuki remained calm and relaxed, rising to his feet with a seemingly effortless somersault. A seasoned veteran, witnessing these young fighters exchange, would likely be puzzled, because the movements of these older ASs are in no way inferior to the newer ASs they know. In fact, even the newer mobile suits struggle to achieve such precise and realistic impact and recovery movements. Actually, this is all thanks to its unique characteristic, the human-machine integrated control system. Although the debate over why AS weapons are designed with a human-machine integrated control system remains unresolved. Regardless, an unexpected result has emerged. Its compatibility with the Aleyevich-Nana system is astonishingly high. This is an inhumane surgery that implants mechanical devices into the human spine to link the living body and the machine to some extent. Because of its high mortality rate and suitability only for teenagers, it is banned by major powers. Originally, AS movements, through its biomimetic drive system, could achieve the highest level of anthropomorphism among existing weapons. However, ordinary pilots find it difficult to coordinate their own image with the machine they pilot, so in most cases, AS cannot unleash its true power. However, by using the illegal Aleyevich-Nana system to enhance the human-machine connection, the inexpensive and small AS can demonstrate combat capabilities comparable to MS. The young soldiers of CGS, for the sake of survival, had almost all undergone such inhumane surgeries. It was precisely because of this that the stingy and narrow-minded Maruba could tolerate these often disobedient young soldiers existing in his organization. Humph. After all, you're too strong, Mikazuki. Enough talk, take this. As for just how much stronger, one could get a clue just by looking at the movements of the barbarian piloted by Akihiro. Seizing the moment Mikazuki stood up, the barbarian, with a battle cry that amplified its momentum, swung its combat weapon, Heat Hammer. Although the armor-piercing charge had been removed due to the exercise, the sheer weight of the hammer alone was enough to inflict serious damage on the pilot. But just as Akihiro seemed about to unleash his attack, bang! A shot from not far away abruptly stopped their movements. Huh? What? Who is it? Each uttering a different sound of surprise, the three looked together in the direction the bullet had come from. It was an old-fashioned mobile suit produced by the E.U, or perhaps, the world's earliest mobile suit. Dark green paint and a clunky, blocky exterior. It was the OZ-06MS. Leo. And then, it actually threw the gun, then had fired the paintballs to the ground. And then it stretched out its right hand, and waved in its direction. It looked as if it was saying, It's my turn to be your opponent.